Chapter 3201. The weather is changing rapidly. It's very cold. Everyone take care to keep warm. This was a peculiar race that had almost gone extinct in the long river of history. Their people were born weak and didn't have much fighting ability, but they had a unique talent for nurturing plants. It was rumored that in ancient times, those powerful experts liked to subdue one or two wood spirits to help them take care of the spirit herbs in their herb gardens. As long as one wood spirit lived in a herb garden of 100,000 mu, the quantity and quality of the herbs harvested would increase by 30%. They were the favorites of nature, extremely rare existences. The flowing time great emperor had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In the endless river of history, every part of the astral plane had changed and the changes of races were common. However, the ancient wildlands hadn't changed since ancient times, so there were many creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world. The wood spirits were like that, and so were the stone mongoose. The two races supported and relied on each other through the long flowing time great emperor, allowing their races to continue to exist. The stone mongoose race could provide the wood spirits with powerful protection, and in return the wood spirits could provide the stone mongoose race with the ability to fly. They weren't good at fighting, but they could make the clumsy and huge stone mongoose fly. Without the help of the wood spirits, the stone mongoose could only fight on the ground and would often suffer great losses. A dozen delicate wood spirits flew towards Yang Kai, gathered around him and danced like butterflies. "Hello." Yang Kai grinned. Whether it was the wood spirit or the stone puppet, they were both very xenophobic races. Under normal circumstances, they would not interact with the outside world at all. Many of the monster race people who lived in the ancient lands had never seen their true faces and had only heard about them. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai had come to the stone mongoose race's territory more than 10 years ago, and was even received as a distinguished guest by the stone mongoose and the wood spirits. Now that they met again, they were naturally familiar with each other. A female wood spirit landed on Yang Kai's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "The elders and clansmen are waiting for you. Please." Her voice was soft and gentle, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wood spirits were easily embarrassed. Yang Kai vaguely felt that she looked familiar, as if she was the one who had poured wine for him all those years ago. But he wasn't sure. He smiled and said, "All right." The wood spirit's innate divine technique allowed all the plants and trees within a radius of several thousand miles to become their eyes and ears. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai arrived, the wood spirits sensed him and came to welcome him. The wood spirits led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the stone mongoose's residence. The ancient trees around them were much taller than the trees in other places, and the holes in the trees were natural houses. 9 huge stone mongoose figures were lined up in a row. The one in the middle looked a little old, and his body was even a little hunched. His beard, which looked like an upside-down stone pillar, hung in front of his chest, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. He was looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai walked up to him, put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Elder." Then he looked at the half-foot-tall female wood spirit with a flower crown sitting on his shoulder. "Chief. Distinguished guest, we meet again." The stone mongoose elder chuckled, and his deep voice shook the earth. "Lower your voice." The wood spirit chief Muna plugged her ears. "I don't deserve to be your distinguished guest. Elder, you can just call me by my name." Yang Kai looked humble. Wise elders always received the respect they deserved. Moreover, he had a deep relationship with the stone mongoose tribe. Both Xiao and his Dharmakaya were born from the stone mongoose tribe. "I came uninvited. I have something to trouble you with." The elder laughed, but his laughter was restrained, as if he was afraid that Muna would complain again. "If there's anything, wait until you're full. It's been more than 10 years since you last came here. It's rare for us to be so lively here. You can't miss this opportunity." "Then, I'll listen to you." With the command, the banquet was set up. Just like 10 years ago, everyone sat on the ground and gathered in front of a huge tree root. The wood spirits busied themselves with the tree root as a table. Soon, the table was filled with fruits and wine. As night fell, the moonlight shone through the leaves. There were strange fruits hanging on the tree trunks, flashing with multicolored light, illuminating this side of the world. The stone puppets were normally submissive, but at this moment some of them seemed to have gone crazy. They held wooden cups that were taller than a person and drank large mouthfuls of fine wine. They enjoyed the spirit melons and strange fruits that the wood spirits had nurtured as the wood spirits danced around them. The moon was bright in the sky and the banquet and wine were delightful. The stone mongoose tribe's names were very simple, from stone 1 to stone 8, but Yang Kai couldn't remember which one was which because they all looked similar. There was also a 9th stone who was Xiao, but he had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door and was still missing. The stone mongoose tribe was talented and powerful. Few people or monster beasts were their opponents, but the way of the heavens was to take from those who had too much and make up for those who didn't. The stone mongoose tribe was born with no more than 10 people. In other words, in the entire world, there were definitely no more than 10 stone mongoose tribes. Now Yang Kai had 9 stone mongoose in front of him. Including Xiao, there were exactly 10. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose, it could no longer be considered a stone mongoose, so it naturally wasn't among them. The 8 stone mongoose toasted Yang Kai one after another. The wine cups they used were twice the size of ordinary wine barrels. They looked like they wouldn't give up until they got Yang Kai drunk. Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he could only fight with them. The spirit wine brewed by the wood spirits was full of spirit energy and strong. Even the stone mongoose couldn't drink too much. Even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, how could he resist this group of simple-minded fools who were taking turns to fight him? In the middle of the night he collapsed. Amidst the cheers of victory of the stone mongoose, a dozen wood spirits flew over and carried him into the wooden house to rest. When he woke up it was already daytime. He felt dizzy, so he meditated and rested for a while before he finally felt better. He secretly made up his mind that he would never drink with this group of big guys again. The female wood spirit who went to welcome him yesterday peeked outside the door. Seeing that he was awake, she said timidly, "You're awake, guest. The elders and the tribe leader are waiting for you." "I'll go now. Thank you." Yang Kai smiled at her, making her blush again. What a strange tribe. Yang Kai thought to himself. The wood spirit tribe didn't only have a unique talent for cultivating spirit flowers and rare herbs, they themselves had great value. Rumor has it that the wood spirit tribe hid the secret of immortality. If someone was seriously injured and dying, as long as they could swallow a wood spirit, they would immediately come back from the dead and be healed. Fortunately, they lived in the ancient wasteland and were protected by the stone mongoose tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The greed of humans was endless. If these moving healing pills were targeted by someone, how could they escape from the devil's clutches? After leaving the wooden house, Yang Kai went straight to a nearby tree hole. Going inside, he followed the spiral staircase up. Not long after, he saw the elder in another tree house. After saluting, he sat down. Yang Kai asked, "Is there still no news from Xiao?" The elder shook his head. "Ever since the blood door went into hiding, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know how 9th stone is doing now." Yang Kai smiled. With Ruoxi looking after him, elder doesn't need to worry too much. Inside the blood door was the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace were countless holy spirit essences that were obtained by Tianxing in the past. Xiao went in with Ruoxi to inherit Tai Yu's essence. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to transform into Tai Yu and have a boundless future. In ancient times, holy spirits emerged in an endless stream. However, there were also differences in strength between holy spirits. If the dragon and the phoenix were the leaders, then the black tortoise, white tiger, Qilin, Xianxia and other familiar names would be second only to the dragon and the phoenix. Tai Yu's ranking among the holy spirits was also very high, not inferior to the Qilin and Xianxia. Therefore Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing what Xiao would become after coming out of the blood door. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before finally changing the topic. "You came over yesterday to say something, what is it?" "It's like this, I want to build a territory crossing space array here that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory." Connecting to the Northern Territory? The elder was shocked. "Boy, that won't do." Mu Na flew out of nowhere and landed on the elder's shoulder. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head. "This area is the pure territory of my wood spirit clan and the stone mongoose clan. Apart from you, no human has ever set foot here. If you build a space array here, our lives will be disturbed in the future." "I cannot agree." Whether it was the stone mongoose or the wood spirit clan, they were all easily coveted by others. Their existence itself was a secret. If this secret were to spread, it would certainly cause endless trouble. Yang Kai solemnly said, Patriarch, don't worry, I promise that the space array will only be used by me. Others will never come here through the array. The main reason was that the space array he arranged in the Wanfeng's palace was destroyed by the Wanfeng. If Yang Kai wanted to connect the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, this was the only viable option. If he wanted to settle the score with the Wanfeng, it would be for the destruction of the space array. How can you guarantee this? Muna obviously didn't want to agree to this. Yang Kai said, since I am the one who arranged the space array, I can guarantee this. Moreover, if someone other than me comes here in the future, the two of you can directly kill them, there is no need to hold back. Muna still wanted to say something, but the elder cut her off. If you can guarantee this, then it's fine. Many thanks, elder. Since the elder nodded in agreement, Muna naturally couldn't say anything more. Where do you want to arrange the space array? Xiao Zhao's treehouse. Yang Kai already had a choice. The treehouse he previously rested in was the treehouse Xiao Xiao lived in. The treehouse was large enough, and it was in the Stone Mongoose clan's territory, so it could be protected. That's fine, if you need any help just let me know. Good, then I'll be going now. Yang Kai got up and said goodbye. Come find me when you're done, I have something to say to you, Muna suddenly said. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and nodded. Chapter 3202. The majestic palace was grand and imposing. Inside the palace, the Wanfeng, who wore a phoenix crown and was dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the palace. Below her, a person was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. From time to time he would turn his head to look outside as if he was waiting for something. This person looked like a man with an exquisite figure. He wore a black robe and his black hair was casually tied into a bun with a jade hairpin. He was one of the 3 saint sovereigns of the savage wildland, the West Saint Sovereign Songo. The West Saint, who had always been calm even in the face of a landslide, was now deeply distressed and had a conflicted expression on his face. He walked around like a headless fly for a while. Wanfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rubbed her forehead and said, "Sit down. You're making me dizzy." Songo stopped and looked at Wanfeng with grief and indignation. "Why is he here again? Tell me, why is he here again?" Wanfeng said weakly, "You're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't I hear that he went to the Northern Territory and built a palace? High Heaven Palace." "Yes, High Heaven Palace." Songo clapped his hands. "I heard that he's doing well in the Northern Territory. Why is he here in our Eastern Territory instead of abusing his power in the Northern Territory?" Songo had never seen such a person. He crossed the territory as if he was eating and drinking. He even treated the savage wild ancient land as his backyard. Wanfeng said indifferently, "He said that he's here to settle accounts with me." "Settle accounts? What accounts?" Songo stared at her. Wanfeng lowered her eyes. "Who knows? Maybe he's just talking nonsense." Songo looked at her suspiciously. "Are you hiding something from us?" Wanfeng said, "What can I hide from you? But then again, you didn't leak any information about this, right?" Songo sneered. "I'm not an idiot. Why would I leak any information? It's best that you didn't. If those Monster King knew that he's here." Songo couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about the scene made him shudder. The dog seemed to have realized this as well, and its face was filled with grief and indignation. They were the dignified saint masters of the ancient wildlands, but now they had to guard against a mere first-order emperor realm master like they were guarding against a thief. No one would believe them if they told others about it. Since when did a human have the right to behave so atrociously in the savage, desolate ancient land? However, that was the truth. Ever since that person came to the savage wildland more than 10 years ago and stirred up a storm in the savage wildland, his name had spread throughout the savage wildland. If it weren't for the 3 holy sages working together to suppress him, the Monster King under their command would have set out to find him long ago. Of course, she wasn't looking for him for revenge. It was because that person was the only one who could talk to the descendants of Tianxing. They all wanted to work for him so that when the Blood Gate opened again, they could gain the favor of the descendants of Tianxing. Only then would they have the chance to restore the glory of their ancestors and become divine spirits. Over the years, even with the suppression of the 3 holy sages, the remaining 29 Monster Kings still kept talking about replacing Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xia Wei to work for Yang Kai. Some of them even proposed the absurd idea of working in shifts. What kind of scandal was this? A group of high and mighty fiend kings were actually trying to curry favor with a human for the sake of an unattainable opportunity. They had even abandoned their pride in the glory of being fiend kings. The three holy venerates felt very embarrassed. However, after thinking about it, the Monster King's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Xianxia, their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the three holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Wanfeng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory-crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Yang Kai came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the three holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Tsang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Yang Kai's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Wanfeng replied. If the Tsang dog could think of something, how could she not? When the monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good, the Tsang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Wanfeng looked up at him. The Tsang dog flipped his hand and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Wanfeng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Yang Kai had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster, but she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland and the other 2 saint seniors couldn't escape. The Tsang dog said with some heartache. Although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs, they aren't of much use to our savage wildland's monster clan. We can just give them to him or... The Wanfeng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Tsang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tianxing leave the matter at that? The death of Shihuo was still vivid in their minds as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tianxing had taken away Shihuo's source as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could 3 Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ku is here. The Wanfeng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the 2. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Tsang dog, then at the Wanfeng, he asked, "He's here again?" The Wanfeng nodded lightly. Fan Ku let out a long sigh. High fate. He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponents. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland, but his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Fan Ku finally understood what it meant by, good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Yang Kai. Where is he now? The Wanfeng shook her head. I don't know, I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Fan Ku's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not, the Luan Feng frowned. The Luan Feng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who had been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good, Fan Ku finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Songgu looked at the Luan Feng, then at Fan Ku. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luan Feng nodded. That makes sense. She was so angry at Yang Kai that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Fan Ku said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Fan Ku shouted at the same time, the stone mongoose. It wasn't hard to guess where Yang Kai went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the three Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the three Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters and could be considered a free race. It wasn't that the Luan Feng and the others didn't want to subdue the stone mongoose, but not only were these big guys not weak, they were also very stubborn. Many years ago, although they had the upper hand in several battles, they couldn't do much to the stone mongoose, let alone subdue them. Later, when they found that the stone mongoose only moved around within 10,000 li of their territory and didn't harm their interests, they stopped paying attention to them. However, there were still some gaps between them. This time, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, they wouldn't have been willing to go to the stone mongoose's territory so easily. Inside the treehouse, Yang Kai looked at the space array in front of him with satisfaction. This time, the arrangement of the space array was much smoother than before. The most obvious difference was that the time it took to arrange the space array was cut in half. This wasn't because his strength had improved, but rather because his attainments in space principles had improved a lot. After becoming the master of star territory, using the entire star territory as a carrier to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devour the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Yang Kai didn't just obtain the hundreds of millions of Li star field, but also his comprehension of space. The changes in the sealed world bead and the expansion of the small sealed world were also related to the mysteries of space. Yang Kai didn't deliberately cultivate the space divine technique, but he gained a lot in the process. His comprehension of space principles had reached a new level, and he instinctively felt that he had touched upon some profound secret. His whole vision became a little different. Although the surrounding space was empty in his eyes, it was clear that there were traces to follow. He stood there, immersed in an extremely mysterious feeling, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Chapter 3203. In a trance, he entered a very strange state. He raised his hand slightly and slapped forward. It was just a subconscious action. Moreover, when he slapped forward, there was no movement in the surroundings. He continued to attack. Sometimes his palm turned into a fist. Sometimes his 5 fingers opened like a halberd. Sometimes his fist turned into a palm. His movements were random and there was no pattern to them. However, there was a strange charm to them. 100 miles away, the 3 Saint Venerables were flying over. Suddenly they stopped on a tree. Luan Feng frowned and said, "The territory of the Stone Mongoose clan is in front of us. I wonder if that brat is here." "I hope he is here," Fan Hua said with a tired expression. 3 Saint Venerables were dispatched just to send something to that brat so that he could leave. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Songgo suddenly sniffed and asked with a strange expression, "Do you feel something?" "What?" Luan Feng turned to look at him. Songgo frowned and said, "I can't explain it clearly. It's just, be careful." His expression suddenly changed and he shouted while pointing behind Luan Feng. Luan Feng also felt it. She suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. A strong suction force was transmitted as if it wanted to swallow her. In a moment of desperation, Wan Feng suddenly opened a pair of beautiful wings on her back. She flapped her wings and flew away. Looking back, he saw that a huge black hole had appeared out of nowhere behind where he had been standing. He scanned the black hole with his divine sense and found that the black hole was filled with nothingness and chaos. The surrounding space was melting and shattering, and there was also an extremely strange vibrating force. She felt a fatal threat from this black hole. If she was really swallowed, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. The law of space. Fan Hua's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, the void in front of him rippled. The strange vibration force attacked again. Using the void as a medium, it struck right in front of him. Fan Hua's expression changed drastically. He fell flat on his back. A visible ripple swept over him and cut off a strand of his hair. The ripple continued for 100 miles. Wherever it passed, huge tree crowns were shattered into pieces. Black holes appeared one after another as layers of vibrational force spread out from all directions, creating a killing zone in the large space, enveloping the three Saint Venerates. The three of them were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly executed their abilities to move about freely and avoid the numerous shapeless killer moves. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people and were strong themselves. Otherwise, just the first wave of attacks would have been enough to take their lives. Looking down from the sky, the space within a radius of a few hundred miles was in chaos. The three Saint Venerables were in the middle of it and they couldn't tell north from south. They were clearly running in opposite directions, but somehow they ran into each other. The entire world seemed to have turned into a cage, trapping the three of them within. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the invisible seal. The three of them were shocked. It was not that there was no one in this world who was more powerful than them, but they were holy spirits after all. Now, someone had actually managed to toy with the three of them without even showing their faces. This was simply too inconceivable. Was he the one who did this? Song Dog asked with wide eyes as he dodged the invisible attacks. Space principles weren't something that just anyone could master. Yang Kai had just appeared in the savage wildland ancient land yesterday, and today someone had used the space divine technique to deal with him. Song Dog couldn't think of anyone else who could use such a method. Suddenly, he discovered that this little brat was much stronger than he was a dozen years ago. If he had such a method a dozen years ago, he wouldn't have been beaten so miserably by Hua. Where is he? Wan Feng was annoyed and 2 feathers fell from her wings. This was because she couldn't avoid the invisible space principles just now. Although the situation in front of them was a little dangerous, it wasn't a life or death situation. However, Wan Feng couldn't understand why Yang Kai had attacked them without saying a word. Was that little brat crazy? Even if his strength had improved over the past dozen years, it shouldn't be enough to make 3 Saint Venerables his enemy. What's more, the 3 of them didn't provoke him this time, so if it was because of the space array, it would be making a big fuss over nothing. Fan Hua didn't say a word, his face cold as he suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and wiped them across his eyes, shouting, "Open!" Looking around and observing from a different angle, his face changed. Not good, this place is about to collapse. He had the Heavenly Eye divine technique, allowing him to see the essence of things that others couldn't see. Under his Heavenly Eye's observation, this vast expanse of space was actually shaking. Although the space seemed to be fine, it was actually filled with space cracks that even divine sense couldn't detect. If this space was compared to a big flatbread, then this flatbread had already fallen apart, turning into countless tiny fragments. It was just that nothing could be seen from the outside. Song Dog and Wan Feng both paled when they heard this and realized the seriousness of the situation, so they no longer hesitated and revealed their true forms. With a walla sound, an enormous and beautiful bird that looked like a phoenix soared into the sky. It spat out black flames as it struggled to break free from the restraints of this space and rushed out. The azure dog also transformed into a monster that was several dozen feet tall and followed closely behind the Wan Feng. Fan Hua relied on the Heavenly Eye divine technique to move through the countless space cracks. After a while, the 3 of them finally escaped from the dangerous zone. Wan Feng and Song Dog transformed back into their human forms, looking back with dignified expressions, a lingering fear in their hearts. It was undeniable that this kind of power had the qualifications to threaten them. If it was really Yang Kai's doing, then they should carefully examine their relationship with him. The shaking space suddenly calmed down and the black holes slowly shrank, disappearing without a trace. The layers of shaking force also calmed down, and the space that should have shattered quickly became safe again. What's going on? Song Dog frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. A show of strength? Although he was afraid of the descendants of Tianxing behind Yang Kai, that was all. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just someone who lived off a woman. Without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, what was a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master in front of him? This time he came here with Wan Feng and Fan Hua with a belly full of grievances, so being treated like this before they even met Yang Kai naturally put him in a bad mood. Wan Feng also wore a sullen expression, feeling that Yang Kai had gone too far. No matter what, the three of them were divine spirits, so even if she destroyed the space array without warning him, Yang Kai shouldn't have been so rude. Fan Hua shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem to be intentional. He had seen clearly just now that everything was done without a target. If this was really a show of strength, the attacks wouldn't have been so scattered. Could it be unintentional? Song Dog said angrily. Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of divine technique. Fan Hua had a faint guess, but as soon as he spoke he was shocked. This divine technique wasn't finalized, in other words, it wasn't perfected yet. If an unperfect divine technique was so powerful, what would happen if he really cultivated it? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder the descendants of Tianxing treated him so differently. Now, it seemed that even without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. A human's lifespan might not be as long as a divine spirit's, and their starting point might not be as high as a divine spirit's, or even worse than an ordinary monster race's, but a human's potential for growth was terrifying. While these thoughts were fluctuating, a person's voice suddenly rang in their ears. Greetings, please forgive us for not coming out to greet you. The three Saint Masters' expressions changed as they naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Exchanging a glance, Fan Hua said, "Little brother Yang is too polite, we also came uninvited." Song Dog and Wan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Fan Hua's way of addressing Yang Kai was very thought-provoking. Divine spirits had their own pride, and the Emperor realm didn't have the qualifications to call them brothers. "Since you are here, come in and talk." Fan Hua smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality." He signaled the Wan Feng and Song Dog with his eyes and stepped forward. Affected by his words, Song Dog and Wan Feng also put away their discontent. Among the three divine spirits, Wan Feng was the strongest, but Fan Hua was known for his wisdom, so when they gathered together he was basically the leader. In a flash, the three Saint Masters arrived at the Stone Mongoose clan's residence. In the open space surrounded by countless thick trees, Yang Kai stood there with a smile, looking at the three people descending from the sky. The 8 Stone Mongoose clans were scattered around, staring at the three with hostile expressions. The Stone Mongoose clan didn't have a good relationship with them. The elder stood beside Yang Kai with the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch sitting on his shoulder. On the treetops, many wood spirits peeked their heads out to look, but they didn't dare to show themselves. Fan Hua stepped forward and greeted the Stone Mongoose elder. "It has been many years since we last met. Elder is still as handsome as ever." The elder was startled and a little surprised, but he still returned the greeting. "Saint Master is too polite." Since others were talking to him in a polite manner, he naturally couldn't show any displeasure, not to mention that the elder wasn't a person who liked to fight. "This time we came uninvited because we heard that little brother Yang appeared in the ancient lands, so we thought that you must have come here. Now that we look at it, it seems that we are right." Yang Kai smiled, but he was also a little confused. He felt that Fan Hua was a little too enthusiastic, and didn't he ask the two-horned beast marshal to send a message to Wan Feng so he would go find her? Why were they the ones who came here? Of course, he didn't know about his influence in the ancient lands. The three Saint Masters didn't dare to let him wander around the ancient lands as he pleased. If they didn't, they wouldn't have condescended to him. Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with him, so he asked directly, "Why are you here?" "Nothing much. We just came here to have a look," Fan Hua replied with a smile. "How can I believe you?" Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but he became alert and said, "If that's the case, let's sit down and talk." Then he sat down with Fan Hua and the others at the same wooden table as last night. Mu Na clapped her hands and the wood spirits flew out from the treetops, bringing fruits and wine to the table. Fan Hua smiled. "I have heard that the Wood Spirit clan is good at cultivating spirit fruits, but I haven't had the chance to see it. It seems that today we will have a good meal." Let me offer you a toast, little brother Yang. Chapter 3204. Fan Ku had lowered his posture in an attempt to befriend Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. The banquet was filled with laughter and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, Fan Ku asked, intentionally or unintentionally, I wonder what little brother Yang has come to the ancient lands for? I'm just passing by, Yang Kai replied casually. Passing by, huh? Fan Hu chuckled, naturally not believing this nonsense. According to the information he received, Yang Kai had established a high heaven sect in the Northern Territory, but this place was in the Eastern Territory, a remote and treacherous ancient wild land. No matter how much he wanted to pass by, there was no way he would pass by here. What he did not know was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had come here from the Hung Luo star field by coincidence, and since he was already here he might as well arrange a space array in the ancient lands. It was just a matter of convenience for him. But in Fan Hu's opinion this was not the truth, and he increasingly felt that this little brat had ulterior motives. He was afraid that this little brat was planning to make a move on the monster kings of the ancient lands, so he was extremely vigilant. If Yang Kai really walked around the ancient lands and raised his arm, all 29 monster kings would follow him. How could Fan Hu allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? Does Brother Fan have something to say? Yang Kai squinted at him, feeling that today's matter was a little strange, so he frowned and said, If you have something to say, why don't we just get straight to the point? It's pointless to beat around the bush. You're the one who's pointless. The 3 Saint Masters cursed in their hearts, and the Luan Feng could not help but roll her eyes. If it were anyone else who said this, the 3 of them would have already turned hostile. No matter whether the other party really had such intentions or not, as long as there was something suspicious about them, they would not let them go easily and would immediately kill them on the spot to protect their rights. However, Fan Hu firmly believed that Yang Kai's future was limitless and that his strength would be on par with them sooner or later. Moreover, he had the support of a descendant of Tianxing, so how could they easily offend him? Chuckling, Fan Wu said, I heard that little brother Yang has established a sect in the Northern Territory. The 3 of us have been residing in the ancient lands for a long time, so we were unable to visit and congratulate you. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Brother Fan, you're being too serious. I'm just making a small fuss. How can I compare to the 3 of you who are free and unfettered in this ancient land? This was the truth. Although the savage wildland was a little dangerous and was filled with the power of the savage wildland, making it impossible for ordinary people to withstand, this place was a natural giant treasure trove. There were all kinds of spirit flowers and rare herbs, and there were also a lot of earth vein source crystal mines. The 3 Saint Sovereigns could be said to have occupied one of the best places in the world, and they even had dozens of monster king subordinates at their disposal. This made Yang Kai very envious. If the High Heaven Palace could be built here, it would definitely become one of the top sects in the entire astral boundary within 100 years. However, these words made Fan Wu and the other 2 Saint Sovereigns' hearts skip a beat. They felt that this guy was implying something. What? Not only did he take a fancy to their monster king subordinates, but he also took a fancy to their territory? Could it be that this guy wanted to snatch their territory? He was simply going too far. The 3 Saint Sovereigns who were prejudiced by their first impressions had ugly expressions on their faces. Not bothering to beat around the bush with Yang Kai, Fan Wu reached out and took out a few space rings, placing them on the wooden table and gently pushing them in front of Yang Kai, the smile on his face unchanged. Yang Kai looked at the space rings, then at the 3 Saint Sovereigns, blinking and asking, What is the meaning of this? Fan Wu smiled slightly and said, Little brother Yang's High Heaven Palace has just been built, and I'm afraid that it will require a lot of financial resources. The 3 of us can't help much, but there is still some production in the ancient lands. We hope that little brother Yang won't refuse this small gift. Consider it a little support from the 3 of us to your noble sect. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. It was undeniable that when he asked the 2-horned monster commander to pass a message to Luan Feng yesterday, he had made up his mind to extort some money from her. He had already thought of the wording in his mind. He would say that the territory-crossing space array had cost him a lot of money and effort, and since it had been destroyed by Luan Feng, he would have to compensate her. If Luan Feng didn't give him anything, he would shamelessly refuse to leave. 2 of the space arrays he arranged had already been destroyed, one by Luan Feng and the other by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Yang Kai didn't dare to look for trouble with the Iron Blood Great Emperor, so if he encountered him he would rather avoid him. In that case it could only be Luan Feng's bad luck. However, this matter was only directed at Luan Feng. It had nothing to do with Fan Wu or Tsang Dog. Moreover, Yang Kai and Luan Feng weren't enemies. In fact, he had even borrowed Luan Feng's help in the past, so naturally he wouldn't go too far. As long as Luan Feng gave him some compensation, this matter would be settled. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Unexpectedly, before he had time to extort her, others had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door, and not just one but 3 people had come together. How strange, in this world, there were actually people who took the initiative to come knocking on someone's door. There were 9 space rings in front of him, and without even thinking about it, Yang Kai knew that Fan Wu and the others had divided them evenly, so each of them would have 3. Could there be some kind of trap? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about today's events. Fan Wu and the others were too enthusiastic today, so much so that he couldn't bear it. However, even if there was some kind of trap, Yang Kai wasn't so cowardly that he didn't even have the courage to investigate the space ring. Reaching out, he picked up one of the space rings and swept it with his divine sense, his brow rising as his eyes widened. Good heavens, there were so many source crystals. There was no way to calculate it carefully, but all the source crystals in this space ring were mid-rank and above, and there were also many high-rank source crystals. A rough estimate would put the value of at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. 100 million high-rank source crystals was a huge number. If converted to mid-rank source crystals, it would be 10 billion and low-rank source crystals would be 1 trillion. Lightly coughing, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he picked up another space ring to investigate. Countless spirit flowers and rare herbs suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, each one of them quite old. The 3rd space ring was filled with rare minerals. The ancient lands produced nothing more than these: source crystals, herbs, minerals, and the monster beast's monster core. The first 3 were basically useless to the monster race. Needless to say, source crystals and minerals didn't need to be mentioned. The monster race's cultivation didn't rely on source crystals, but rather on the essence of the sun and moon, accumulating it over the years. Although the herbs were somewhat useful, no one in the ancient lands knew alchemy, so the monster race could only swallow them whole, unable to display much of their medicinal efficacy. However, the monster beast's monster core was of great use to them. Swallowing other monster beasts' monster cores could allow their strength to increase rapidly. However, Yang Kai had robbed a lot of monster beasts' monster cores the last time he came to the ancient lands. This time Fan Ku and the others couldn't gather too much, so they replaced it with rare minerals. The 3 space rings were divided into 3 categories, containing 3 different kinds of items. The 3 space rings were all like this. Yang Kai had taken a lot of treasures from the ancient lands last time, almost 3 times the wealth in these 9 space rings, but that time was different from this time. At that time, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality and fought fiercely. Later, the descendants of Tianxing awakened their bloodline, causing the 3 Saint Venerables to feel uneasy. Naturally, they had paid a great price to appease Yang Kai's anger. This time they just wanted to send Yang Kai away as quickly as possible. These things were already extremely valuable. What they lacked they had obtained. There were still hundreds of thousands of people waiting to be settled in the small sealed world. Once they were settled in the High Heaven Palace, the High Heaven Palace would have a huge demand for resources, especially source crystals. Which cultivator didn't need them for cultivation? There were also pills. Yang Kai had squandered all the source crystals in his space ring for Xianxia and Tongxian realm. Almost all of them had been used to arrange the 108 profound heavens spirit array, so he was in urgent need of source crystals. Although there were still source crystals in Huaqing Sea, and the commercial channel between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory should have been established in the long run, who would complain about having more source crystals? With this wealth, at the very least, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the cultivation of the High Heaven Palace disciples in the early stages. For me. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva quietly. It wasn't that he hadn't seen the world, but the 3 Saint Venerables' action of offering charcoal in snowy weather was really puzzling. Fan Ku laughed. Since we've taken it out, Brother Yang, you can't ask us to take it back, right? That wouldn't be proper. Yeah, Yang. Brother Yang, you can't refuse this little bit of face, right? Songgo also echoed. Why did he feel that calling him Brother Yang sounded so awkward? He felt sick of it. Little brother Yang, don't refuse. Wan Feng pursed her lips and smiled. In that case. Yang Kai smiled like a flower but pretended to be aloof. He quickly put away the 9 space rings and said, then it would be impolite of me to refuse, ha. Regardless of what they were planning, he would take the benefits first. This was much more profitable than the extortion he had expected. However, the ancient lands were so rich. Shouldn't he make full use of it? If he could treat the ancient lands as the back garden of the High Heaven Palace, then what would the disciples have to worry about in the future? If they lacked source crystals, they could come here to mine, and if they lacked pills, they could come here to find herbs to refine. They could be completely self-sufficient. If this was the case, it would be difficult for the High Heaven Palace not to rise. His heart skipping a beat, Yang Kai blurted out, thank you for thinking so highly of me. Little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with my 3 elder brothers and sisters. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or day, but I ask that we share blessings and hardships. What do you think? Sharing blessings and hardships was true, but if the 3 divine spirits couldn't handle something, there was nothing he could do. This topic changed too quickly and his thoughts jumped too quickly. Wan Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, covering her red lips with her small hand. Fan Ku and Songgo also raised their eyebrows. Pif. Muna, who had been sitting on the elder's shoulder, couldn't help laughing as she looked at Yang Kai with great interest, wondering if this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could he say something like that? Even with Fan Ku's sharp mind, he didn't know what to say at this time, feeling a sense of helplessness. This boy was too shameless, actually boasting so shamelessly about becoming sworn brothers with the 3 divine spirits. He didn't deny that Yang Kai had great potential and perhaps in the future he would stand at a higher height than him, but that was only in the future. Who knew if he would live to that day? A genius who died young was not worth making friends with. Chapter 3205. If they agreed at this moment, the 3 holy masters would be the ones to suffer losses. Since they were already brothers and sisters, how could they not help the High Heaven Palace? He definitely had to send a dozen or so demon kings over to help his 4th brother hold down the fort. This was what they were worried about the most. They couldn't avoid it, so how could they take the initiative to help? The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze. Yang Kai observed their expressions. How could he not know what they were thinking? He snorted inwardly, thinking that in this world strength was the most important thing. These 3 were probably looking down on him. Otherwise, why would they look so embarrassed? He just said it casually. He didn't really mean it. He just wanted the rich resources in the ancient lands. If they didn't want it, why would he force them? A forceful melon won't be sweet. Besides, Yang Kai didn't think he was worse than these 3. He had killed many people in the Dragon Island. How could he put these 3 holy spirits who were much weaker than the dragon race in his eyes? He laughed and said, I'm just kidding. You don't need to mind it. Fan Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed out a smile. Little brother Yang is really a wonderful person. Come, let this fan offer you another toast. Saying so, he winked at the Wan Feng and Song Dog. After a few glasses of wine, the awkward atmosphere eased a lot. When it was evening, the sky was bright. Fan Ku and the other 2 stood up and said goodbye. Yang Kai said warmly, let me see you off. No need, Fan Ku hurriedly said. We'll do as we please. Little brother Yang, you should rest. They didn't want him to walk around the ancient lands. How could they let him see them off? Then, okay. Yang Kai nodded and cupped his fists. Then I'll leave you alone. We won't leave you alone. Little brother Yang, please stay. Fan Ku smiled and said goodbye to the elders and Muna. Then he flew up into the sky with Wan Feng and Songgo. Yang Kai waved his hand warmly. Little brother will remember your kindness today. I will visit you again to express my gratitude. Farewell. Fan Ku and the other 2 who were about to turn around and leave, staggered and almost fell from the sky. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Fan Hua took a few deep breaths while Wan Feng turned around and glared at Yang Kai. The 3 figures turned into streams of light and disappeared. Yang Kai stood in place, frowning, scratching his head in confusion. Strange, really strange. Muna laughed again. The elder also couldn't help but laugh. Yang Kai turned around and looked at them. Elder Patriarch, what do you think these 3 are up to today? Why did they come here to give me something? Yang Kai, Songgo, and Fan Song Yang. Even if he had Zhang Ruoxi behind him, they wouldn't act like this. Young little Tsong Heaven's Tsong Muna was also speechless. Fan Ku and the others' intentions and actions today were like lice on top of her head. It was obvious, but Yang Kai was completely confused and even said something like swearing to become sworn brothers. Wasn't this just forcing him to a dead end? Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten me, Patriarch. How did you survive until now?" Muna looked at him in surprise. The elder smiled and said, "He can't be blamed for being stupid. I'm afraid he doesn't know the inside story." Muna thought for a moment and said, "That's right. All right, kid, I'll tell you what's going on with them today." After listening to Muna's explanation, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He pointed at himself and said, "Are they afraid that I'll kidnap the Monster King?" Muna said, "The Monster King's cultivation is almost at the peak. If they want to go further, they can only think about the blood door. You are the only one who can talk to the descendants of Tianxing. Shurjio was able to enter the blood door because of you. With this precedent, you should understand what kind of position you have in the hearts of the Monster Kings, right?" Yang Kai was still a little stunned. Although I knew about this, I didn't expect it to have such a big impact. Flying Eagle, Rhino Lei, and Xiaowei were the three Monster Kings who were on duty under him. When Yang Kai brought them out of the ancient lands, it was just to borrow their power. After the matter was settled, when Yang Kai wanted to send them back, the three Monster Kings were very unwilling. When they found out that the space array was destroyed and they could continue to stay in the High Heaven Palace, the three of them were even happier. It wasn't that they forgot their roots. It was just that people wanted to go higher and water wanted to flow lower. The Monster Kings were the same. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "If that's the case, if I raise my arms in the ancient lands, won't I be able to take away all the Monster Kings?" "Probably." Yang Kai said, "If I ask them to help me destroy Fan Ku and the others." Wishful thinking. Muna looked at him with disdain. The three holy sages have ruled the ancient lands for a long time. Under their power, which Monster King has the guts to confront them directly? In order to enter the blood door, they may be willing to follow you and listen to your orders. But if you dare to ask them to deal with Fan Ku Wan Feng, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied. Kai Yang chuckled and said, "I'm just saying." His expression brightened and he said, "It seems that I still have to go to the ancient lands more often in the future." As long as he came, he didn't even need to do anything. He just needed to spread the news, and Fan Ku Wan Feng and Songgu would probably give him some benefits to send him away. Of course, this kind of thing could be done twice but not thrice. The holy spirits were not to be trifled with. If they were really provoked, it wouldn't be good for them. In any case, Yang Kai was in a good mood after understanding the whole story. Although he couldn't treat the ancient lands as the High Heaven Palace's back garden, he might be able to form a cooperative relationship with the three holy sages in the future. A mutually beneficial relationship would be stable for a long time. The ancient lands produced a lot of resources, and the High Heaven Palace could use some pills to exchange with them. The monster race didn't have anyone who could refine pills, but it didn't mean that they couldn't consume pills. On the contrary, the pills refined by humans were rare goods in the monster race. Even if they were sold 10 or 20 times the price, they might not be able to meet the demand. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would cooperate with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory, and cooperate with the savage desolate ancient land in the Eastern Territory. As long as they could earn a certain amount of profit, the High Heaven Palace would never have to worry about the cultivation resources of their disciples. Moreover, this was a unique business. Even if others were jealous, they wouldn't be able to copy it. After all, they didn't have a space array that could cross territory. He already had a vague idea in his heart. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he might be able to ask Hua Qingxi to come up with a feasible plan. "By the way, Patriarch, you said you had something to say to me. May I know what it is?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. "Come with me." Muna's expression became serious as she turned and flew into the tree hole. Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do, so he could only follow closely behind. Inside the tree hole, Muna turned around and faced him. After Yang Kai walked in, she raised her hand and the tree hole suddenly closed, isolating the inside from the outside. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he also knew that Muna wouldn't harm him. It was publicly known that the Wood Spirit clan didn't like fighting. Just as he was about to speak, Muna suddenly flew towards him and said, "Close your eyes." Yang Kai obediently did as he was told. Then a very natural fragrance wafted into his nose, and he couldn't help but inhale a few more times. Speaking of which, Muna was also a heavenly beauty. It was just that the limitations of the Wood Spirit clan meant that she was only the size of a palm. If she were to be enlarged to the size of a normal human, she would definitely be an existence that could topple all living beings. The aura on her body was very pleasant, and Yang Kai's heart suddenly became tranquil, as if he had entered into an ethereal state of nature. After a short while, a strange sound traveled into Yang Kai's ears. A strange expression instantly appeared on Yang Kai's face. This was because he could feel that Muna seemed to be circling around him, sniffing at something incessantly. "Patriarch, what are you doing?" Yang Kai stealthily opened his eyes and asked. If it were a normal woman acting like this, Yang Kai would definitely think that she was trying to seduce him, but Muna clearly wasn't. Was there some kind of special aura on his body? Otherwise, what was she sniffing at? There was no response. Muna continued to descend and finally stopped at Yang Kai's dantian tree. After sniffing a few times, a look of shock appeared on her face and she covered her red lips with her hand. The tree hole was silent. Yang Kai waited for a while before asking, "Can I open my eyes now?" Yang Kai opened his eyes, only to see Muna frowning, a look of embarrassment on her face. Today's events were really strange. First, Fan Hua and the others took the initiative to deliver gifts, and now he was being pulled into the tree hole by the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch for a round of sniffing. "Do you know what our Wood Spirit clan is best at?" Muna suddenly asked. "Cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits, brewing fine wine." "That's right, we're also quite good at singing and dancing," Yang Kai answered without even thinking. Muna facepalmed. "So this is what our Wood Spirit clan looks like in your eyes?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Isn't it?" Muna smiled bitterly. "Of course not. The reason we're good at cultivating spirit melons and mutant fruits is because we're born with the ability to communicate with plants. I'm sure you've heard that in ancient times, our Wood Spirit clan was the steward of those powerful beings' medicine gardens." Yang Kai nodded firmly. "This is the Wood Spirit clan's innate divine technique. In this world, any plant can be used to its fullest potential in our hands because we're familiar with the habits of those plants. This is something that no other race can compare to." Yang Kai put on a look of sudden realization, but he had no idea what Muna was trying to say. It's because of this innate divine technique that our Wood Spirit clan can sense the existence of some very unique plants. Muna stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Do you have any particularly precious plants on you? For example, flowers, grass, trees?" Yang Kai's eyelids twitched as he asked seriously, "Why do you say that?" He really did have some particularly precious plants on him. He even wondered if Muna already knew something. Muna said, "Don't be nervous. I only know because I smelled something." She paused for a moment before saying, "Actually, I already sensed it when you came last time, but I wasn't too sure." "Are you sure now?" "Yes." Muna nodded. "Can you tell me what it is?" Chapter 3206. "Patriarch, you can't smell it?" Yang Kai asked instead of answering. Muna glanced at him helplessly, knowing that he had some misgivings, so she said, "Rumor has it that in ancient times, there was a strange tree called Song. It was gold and silver and it fused together to seal all things. Am I right?" Yang Kai's eyes widened and he almost gave her a thumbs up. She could even smell it. This was simply amazing. The Wood Spirit clan was indeed a clan that was born with the ability to communicate with plants. He had sealed the pure ancient demonic qi in the dantian by relying on the Tsong tree's gold and silver sealing power, so it was natural that some of its aura would leak out. Others did not have the innate talent of the Wood Spirit clan, so they naturally could not sense it. But in front of the Wood Spirit clan, especially the patriarch of the Wood Spirit clan, this weak aura was as bright and dazzling as a lamp in the darkness. Muna observed his expression, so how could she not know that she had guessed correctly? She was immediately shocked. "You actually have a Tsong tree?" Yang Kai chuckled. "I got it by chance, by chance." Muna said enviously, "Your luck is really good." She frowned, "But there seems to be another kind of aura on your body." "That aura?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not a big deal that Muna could smell the aura of the Tsong tree. Although the Tsong tree was a legend, it only had the power to seal. Yang Kai was only using it to seal the Dantian's ancient demonic qi, so even if news of it spread, it would not be a big deal. There were many ways to seal the world and he was not weak now, so no one would be stupid enough to cause trouble for him for the sake of the Tsang tree. However, the other tree was different. If news of its existence were to spread, the entire star boundary would be turned upside down. That represented the mystery of immortality. Immortality was so tempting that even the great emperors could not guarantee their own immortality. However, it was rumored that if one could refine that thing, they would be able to comprehend the mystery of immortality and live as long as the heavens and earth, shining as brilliantly as the sun and moon. Yang Kai's heart jumped to his throat. Muna was simply too strange. He was really afraid that she would spit out the words immortal tree. If that was the case, he really didn't know what to do. If it were anyone else, Yang Kai would have simply silenced them. But Muna didn't have any enmity with him. In fact, their relationship was quite good, and the wood spirits didn't hesitate to fight against each other. Against such an existence, how could Yang Kai be so cruel? If he really did that, he would not only offend the wood spirit tribe but also the stone mongoose tribe. Fortunately, Muna hesitated for a long time before shaking her head and saying, "I don't know what that aura is either." Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Muna clicked her tongue in wonder. To think that there are plants in this world that our wood spirit race doesn't know about. Sure enough, there are all sorts of strange things in this world. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "Patriarch, you must have smelled it wrong." "Impossible." Muna shook her head decisively. She didn't notice Yang Kai's anxiety at all. She looked up and said excitedly, "Leave it to me." Her pair of beautiful eyes actually blossomed with a divine light. She seemed extremely excited. "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. Muna said, "I said leave the ash tree and that thing to me. What kind of joke is this?" Yang Kai was furious. He originally had a good impression of Muna, so her sudden words immediately made Yang Kai unhappy. He couldn't hand over the ash tree. He was still hoping to use the gold and silver powers to seal the demonic qi. Otherwise, once the Dantian seal was broken and he lost the ash tree, he would immediately fall and become the demon race, losing his heart. As for the immortal tree, that was even more impossible. This kind of precious treasure could revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and was an essential healing medicine for every household. How could he just give it away? Muna hurriedly said, "I can give you something in exchange. You know that my wood spirit race cultivated." Yang Kai raised his hand and said decisively, "There's no need to mention this again. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first." Sensing the coldness in his words, Muna suddenly came to her senses. She seemed to have angered him. It seemed that the thing that even she couldn't smell was unimaginably precious. But what kind of thing in this world was so precious that even she couldn't smell it? Names that only existed in legends involuntarily flashed through her mind, but she couldn't match up with that strange smell. Yang Kai had already walked to the tree hole and turned around to look at Muna. Muna still wanted to persuade him, but when she met his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Raising her hand, the closed tree hole reopened and Kai Yang drilled his head out. It was impossible for it not to open. If it didn't, Kai Yang would be able to blast it open with a single punch. Hovering in the air, Muna pondered for a long time before her figure suddenly flickered and she shot into the sky. Yang Kai returned to Xiao Zhao's treehouse and checked to make sure that the space array was set up properly before walking to the treehouse where the elder was. After entering the treehouse, Yang Kai said, "Elder, this matter is over, so I should go back. I'll have to trouble Elder to take care of Xiao Xiao and the blood sect. If there is any trouble, please pay attention." The elder nodded and said, "Don't worry, Ninth Stone is also a member of our clan, so I won't lower my guard." "Then we'll meet again." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave, not even glancing at Muna, who was sitting on the elder's shoulder. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Muna suddenly reached out and pulled the elder's ear. The elder grinned and raised his hand, saying, "Wait a moment." Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Is there something else, elder?" The elder said with some embarrassment, "It's not me, it's Patriarch Muna." Yang Kai interrupted, "I've already made it clear to Patriarch before, so there's no need to mention this again." Muna said angrily, "Boy, do you think I'm trying to take advantage of you?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "That's not what I meant, it's just that I won't exchange those two things, they are very useful to me." "If they were useless, I wouldn't be willing to tell you," Muna snorted, clearly angry. Yang Kai saw her expression and also felt that his reaction was a bit too extreme, so he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Patriarch. In any case, I can't give you those two things." Mu Na gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily. "Can you take care of them?" Yang Kai shrugged. "I didn't let them wither away anyway." Mu Na was furious and turned her head, looking like she wasn't willing to talk to him. The elder said, "Both of you calm down, calm down." Yang Kai said, "I'm very calm. It's Patriarch who won't let go. Elder should persuade her." The elder chuckled and said, "Do you know why a moth flies into a flame? Because it's stupid?" Yang Kai replied casually. The elder's eyes twitched. "It's because of nature. Nature is a very strange thing. Take a stone mongoose race as an example. We can't help but want to devour some rare minerals. For you humans, if you see a beautiful woman, you can't help but take a few more glances at her, just like how a moth flies into a flame when it sees one. This is all part of nature. Wolves roam the world for meat and dogs travel thousands of miles." The elder's eyes twitched even more. "That's the truth, and for the wood spirit race, the rarer the plant, the more likely it is for them to take care of it." After circling around for so long, they were back to square one. Yang Kai was about to speak when the elder cut him off. "Although I don't know what the Patriarch wants from you, it must be something extremely precious and difficult to part with. It can't even be made public." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I hope you two can forgive me." The elder smiled. "Since it's difficult to part with it, then we won't part with it. The Patriarch has a suggestion. I hope you can listen to it patiently." "What suggestion?" Yang Kai looked at Mu Na curiously. As long as she didn't mention the previous matter, Yang Kai was willing to listen more. The wood spirit race's innate talents allowed them to understand the characteristics of various plants like the back of their hand. Perhaps he could even consult them on how to take care of the firmament tree and help the sealing power grow faster. Mu Na turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to look at him, but she still said, "I'll send 2 clansmen to take care of those 2 things for you." Yang Kai's eyes widened. Send 2 clansmen? Yang Kai quickly calculated in his mind. He had a medicine garden in his mysterious small world, and there were countless rare flowers and grasses in this medicine garden, as well as the firmament tree and the immortal tree. However, he had only planted them casually and had never taken care of them. Fortunately, there were heavy earth and earth vein beads in his medicine garden. Otherwise, many of the spirit flowers and grasses would have withered. If he had 2 patriarchs of the wood spirit race to take care of the medicine garden for him, not only would he not have to worry about it, but the herbs in his medicine garden would also be taken care of very well. In this world, there was no one more suitable for this than the wood spirit. In ancient times, they were born to take care of medicine gardens. If one could obtain a wood spirit, not only would they not have to worry about the medicine garden, but they would also be able to harvest 3 times more than others. Startled, Yang Kai asked, "Is that true? Do I look like I'm joking?" Mu Na snapped. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and smiled like a blooming flower. "How could I accept this? This is really, He was a little incoherent. To be honest, he had also thought about taking these 2 wood spirits away. Such a rare race, if he didn't keep them in the medicine garden, it would be a waste to leave them here. The High Heaven Palace would definitely have its own medicine garden in the future, and with the current scale of the High Heaven Palace, the medicine garden would definitely not be small, so it would be best if there were wood spirits to take care of it. Mu Na turned to look at him with a look of disdain. This brat had just been giving her a hard time, and now he had suddenly changed his attitude. How hateful! Why hadn't she seen through him before? Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly before saying in a serious tone, "What conditions does the Patriarch have? I'll say this first, don't even think about those 2 things." "What conditions? What conditions could I possibly have?" Mu Na said angrily. Yang Kai was stunned. "Could it be that I'm giving them away for free?" The elder chuckled. "Didn't the Patriarch just say the conditions? Have 2 of our clansmen take care of those 2 things. That counts as a condition?" Yang Kai was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was clearly a benefit for him, so how could it count as a condition? The elder sternly said, "This is the nature of the wood spirit race. Since the Patriarch values those 2 things so much, having them take care of them is the best way to show your gratitude." Chapter 3207. Not only were there no conditions, but they even sent 2 of their clansmen to help him take care of his medicine garden. How could there be such a good deal in this world? Yang Kai finally understood the Wood Spirit clan's desire and pursuit of rare plants. Just as the elder said, this was their nature. Yang Kai letting them take care of him was the best way to repay him, and for Yang Kai this was an excellent deal. Not only did he not have to pay anything, he even hired 2 housekeepers for free. What could be better in this world? This sudden happiness made Yang Kai feel a little dizzy, and he paced back and forth in the tree hole a few times, unable to contain his excitement. Mu Na frowned at him and said sarcastically, "If you don't even agree to this, then I have nothing more to say. Please don't come here again in the future. My Wood Spirit clan does not welcome you. And the Stone Mongoose clan as well." "I agree, why wouldn't I agree?" Yang Kai stopped and looked at Mu Na with a grin. Patriarch has such good intentions. If this junior still refuses, he would not know how to appreciate kindness. Mu Na snorted lightly and cast a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn again. "But there is one thing I must inform Patriarch." "What is it?" "Those 2 clansmen of yours are in my hands, so I'm afraid they won't be able to see the light of day again. If he really brought 2 Wood Spirits over, he would definitely throw them into the small sealed world medicine garden. Before he had the strength to protect the immortal tree, he would never let them leave easily." Mu Na frowned. "Why do you want to restrict their freedom?" "I have no choice, please forgive me, Patriarch." Mu Na said thoughtfully, "It seems that this thing is really not trivial." Yang Kai said seriously, "If Patriarch doesn't mind, then that little brat will be happy to help. Of course I won't treat them unfairly, Patriarch can rest assured." "I'm not worried about that." To a Wood Spirit, being able to work with precious plants was the greatest joy in life. Yang Kai had the firmament tree in his hands, and he had something even more precious than the firmament tree. Any Wood Spirit would be willing to stay by his side and work for him. Moreover, since there was such a suggestion, Mu Na had obviously expected this matter. She immediately nodded and said, "No problem." Yang Kai grinned, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Patriarch." His previous displeasure towards Mu Na had long since disappeared, and he suddenly said shyly, "Patriarch, isn't 2 clansmen a little too few? If it's possible, can you send 7 or 8 over?" The elder's eyes widened and Mu Na yelled, "Scram! I'm just saying. It's fine if you don't agree, but why are you scolding me?" Yang Kai tilted his head and muttered, "Stop pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me," Mu Na said angrily. Yang Kai looked up as if nothing had happened. "Patriarch, please hurry and call 2 clansmen over. I still have important matters to attend to, so I can't stay here for long." He didn't stop for even a moment, as he was afraid that Mu Na would change her mind. No matter what, he had to kidnap 2 Wood Spirits first. Mu Na was annoyed, but she still raised her hand and patted him. With 2 clapping sounds, 2 Wood Spirits quickly flew in from outside the room. After bowing to Mu Na, they both looked at Yang Kai, clearly prepared. Yang Kai took a closer look and was immediately amused. Of the 2 Wood Spirits, one of them was an acquaintance, the one who had gone to greet him yesterday. This Wood Spirit seemed to be easily embarrassed, and when their eyes met, her face immediately flushed red as she glanced around nervously. The other Wood Spirit was also a female, but she was very natural and unrestrained. When she saw Yang Kai looking over, she pursed her lips and smiled, making heaven and earth seem even more colorful. "Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, from now on, you 2 will stay by this boy's side and take good care of that, whatever it is," Mu Na instructed. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu replied in unison, "Yes." Mu Na then turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'll leave them to you. If you dare let them suffer any grievances or get hurt anywhere, I'll hold you responsible." "Patriarch, don't worry, I definitely won't let them lose a single hair," Yang Kai promised as he patted his chest. His eyes lit up as he looked at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. From now on these 2 Wood Spirits would belong to him. How wonderful. "Which one of you is Mu Zhu and which one is Mu Lu?" Yang Kai asked with a harmless smile. The natural and unrestrained Wood Spirit bowed and said, "I'm Mu Zhu." She pointed at her companion who was still blushing and said, "She's Mu Lu." Yang Kai nodded and comforted them in a warm voice. "I'll send you to a place, don't be afraid." As he spoke, he reached out to grab them. With a clench of his hand, the 2 Wood Spirits suddenly disappeared. Mu Na was furious and raised her hands, summoning vines as thick as a child's arm from the tree hole. They shot out like arrows and wrapped Yang Kai up like a dumpling in the blink of an eye. The Wood Spirit clan might not hesitate to fight, But that didn't mean they didn't have the strength to fight. The strength contained in each of their small and exquisite bodies was not much weaker than that of any other race. Mu Na's ability even surpassed that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although she might not be as strong as a divine spirit, she was still quite strong. What did you do to them? Hurry up and spit it out. Calm down. Calm down. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. She spoke as if he was a vicious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. Where are they? How could Mu Na remain calm when she saw her two clansmen disappear without a trace of their auras? She had just handed them over to him and she already didn't know if they were dead or alive. What would happen in the future? They are in a safe place. Saying so, Yang Kai's physique wriggled as his space principles fluctuated. With a shake of his body, the vines binding him suddenly turned into fine powder, as if they had been cut by thousands of knives and sprinkled down in droplets. Mu Na's eyes narrowed. This power. The elder also looked at Yang Kai in shock. He had been with Mu Na for thousands of years, so he knew very well how strong the vine's binding power was. He might be able to break free from the vines by relying on brute force, but he definitely couldn't do what Yang Kai did. Before Fan Ku and the others arrived, Yang Kai had been immersed in his comprehension of the space principles and had faintly comprehended them, but it wasn't comprehensive. Now he discovered that his control of the space principles had risen to a whole new level. If he was given more time to perfect it, he might be able to develop a new divine technique. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. If he didn't explain the matter of Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly, Mu Na definitely wouldn't let it go. Patriarch, you know that I am proficient in the space principles, so it isn't strange that I have a space artifact, Yang Kai said as he took out the sealed world bead. In the early years he had hidden the sealed world bead very well because he wasn't strong enough and needed the help of the sealed world bead. However, now that he had the ability to refine a part of the world, there was no need for him to place too much importance on the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead flashed and Mu Zhu and Mu Lu reappeared with a confused expression. A world of its own, the elder exclaimed. Mu Na's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized, the firmament tree and that thing are both inside? Yes. He suddenly grinned. Patriarch, do you want to go in and take a look? Mu Na's expression immediately became vigilant. If you go in, you won't be able to come out, right? How could that be? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He really did plan to do so. As the patriarch, Mu Na's ability to cultivate spirit flowers and rare grasses was definitely not something an ordinary Wood Spirit clan member could compare to. If he could bring her into the small sealed world. But he also knew that this was impossible. The Stone Mongoose clan and the Wood Spirit clan lived together and often relied on each other's strength. If he took Mu Na away, the Stone Mongoose patriarch would likely be the first to object. But now, Mu Na understood why Yang Kai said before that he wouldn't be able to see the light of day again for some time. This space artifact was a world of its own, so if she wanted to come out after entering it, she naturally needed Yang Kai's permission. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were still confused, but just now they had suddenly appeared in another world. Before they had time to carefully examine the environment of this new world, they had returned to the tree hole. Boy, you really have a lot of good things on you. Mu Na clicked her tongue in wonder. A space artifact that could form a world of its own was very rare, and it had only appeared a few times in the long river of history. Moreover, this thing could only play its greatest role in the hands of someone proficient in the Tao of space. Others couldn't help but be envious. Patriarch, do you have any other questions? No, just treat them well. Don't worry, I won't let them suffer the slightest grievance. Yang Kai said as he put Mu Zhu and Mu Lu back into the small sealed world, cupped his fists and said, Patriarch, this junior thanks you for your kindness. In the future, I will definitely not forget Patriarch's kindness. And it's getting late, so this junior will take his leave first. Let us meet again someday. The elder said, be careful. If you need my Stone Mongoose clan's help in the future, just come and say hello. Yang Kai nodded, strode out of the treehouse and returned to the space array. The space array surged, and with a flash of light, Yang Kai's figure disappeared. Northern Territory High Heaven Palace. The space array had been covered by another palace. The array stood in the middle of the palace, and several disciples on duty were sitting cross-legged on the side. This was the passage between the High Heaven Palace and the outside world, so it was naturally extremely important. There was a person from the Emperor realm guarding it all year round, and the palace was protected by layers of spirit arrays laid down by the Southern Gate army. If an outsider dared to invade this place, they only needed to activate the spirit array to turn this palace into a killing zone. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to escape death. The person guarding the Emperor Realm today was none other than Bian Yuqing. Ever since she broke through the shackles of the Dao Source Realm with the help of Yang Kai in the Spirit Lake Palace, she joined the High Heaven Palace. Because of her previous experience in managing the Blue Feather Sect, she had been assisting the High Heaven Palace's general manager Hua Qingxi in managing the sect. Now she could be considered as the second general manager of the High Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, the High Heaven Palace had a lot of people in the Emperor Realm. The most powerful ones were the three Great Monster King, Emperor Alchemist Ji Ying, Emperor Array Master Nan Men Dejun, Emperor Artifact Master Ho Yu, followed by Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing. The former Thousand Leaves Sect Master Yi Hen also came out of seclusion 3 years ago and advanced to the Emperor Realm. It could be said that although the High Heaven Palace did not have many people, the ratio of people in the Emperor Realm was extremely terrifying. There was probably no other sect in the world that could achieve such a ratio. Chapter 3208. Such a lineup was even richer than the top sects of the Star Boundary. It had to be known that the Fire Dragon Palace, Ice Heart Valley Azure Sun Temple, and others only had a single third-stage Emperor Realm Master. The space array flickered with light, startling Bian Yuqing, who was meditating. Looking over, she thought it was Hua Qingxi returning from the Southern Territory and hurriedly got up to greet her. Before she got close, Yang Kai's figure appeared. Bian Yuqing's expression turned serious as she quickly cupped her fists and saluted, "Palace Master is back." Several disciples who were guarding nearby also hurried over and saluted respectfully. Speaking of which, it had been more than 10 years since Yang Kai left the Northern Territory for Dragon Island. During this time there was no news at all. If Zhu Qing hadn't come over to tell everyone the truth, everyone would have thought he had encountered an accident. However, Zhu Qing didn't say that he had gone to the Lower Star Territory and only said that he was in retreat and would only come out after a few years. Now, sensing the aura of Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing was shocked to discover that it was the aura of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In just over 10 years he had already broken through to the second-order Emperor Realm. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Thinking back to the first time Yang Kai met him, he was just a second-order Origin King. Compared to him, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel inferior. Chief Steward Bian. Yang Kai grinned. Reuniting with an old friend made him feel very cordial. Although Hung Luo Starfield was his homeland, the High Heaven Palace was the foundation of his current foothold. After 10 years of twists and turns he finally returned, so he was in a good mood. "Are you on duty today?" "Yes." Bian Yuqing responded honestly. "Good. Has anything happened in the palace in the past few years?" "Everything is fine. Rest assured, Palace Master." The High Heaven Palace's foundation was right there, and the news of the three Great Monster King overseeing it was no secret. In the entire Northern Territory, other than the Miracle Pill Great Emperor's Medicine Pill Valley, who else could compare to them? Naturally, no one dared to look for trouble. The past decade or so could be said to have been peaceful. On the other hand, people from the Fire Dragon Palace have come quite a few times to inquire about Palace Master Li Jiao's whereabouts. And don't worry about them. Yang Kai waved his hand. "Ask Sister Hua to come and see me," Bian Yuqing said. "Manager Hua is not in the palace right now." "Where did Sister Hua go?" Yang Kai was stunned. "It's the end of the year now. Manager Hua went to the Southern Territory half a month ago. Presumably, she is doing some material transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Calculating the time, she should be back in 2 days." Yang Kai and the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce had reached an agreement a few years ago. The distance between the two large territory was far and their output was different. Therefore they could exchange goods with each other. Over the years, Hua Qingxi had been maintaining this trade relationship, which brought a considerable amount of income to the High Heaven Palace. "Is that so? Then ask the Southern Gate Army and Chiyu to come over." "Yes." Yang Kai stepped forward and his figure merged into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the High Heaven Palace. Looking down, he could see mountains stacked on top of each other. The vegetation was shady and the scenery was beautiful. The peaks were high and low and there were clusters of buildings located between the mountains, but most of them were empty. These buildings were basically the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. However, the High Heaven Palace had always been empty and no one lived there. Yang Kai flew around the High Heaven Palace and observed it silently for a long time. He already had a plan in mind. Now that he was back, the first thing he had to do was to release the people in the small sealed world. Only by integrating into this world as soon as possible could they adapt to the Star Boundaries world principles. After today, the population of the High Heaven Palace would exceed 100,000. Following the cry of an eagle, a figure rushed over and turned into a well-dressed man with an aquiline nose. He cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang. Ingfei, long time no see. How have you been?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ingfei replied, "Thank you for your concern, young Master Yang. Everything is well." While they were talking, Shilei and Xiaowei also rushed over. Obviously, the three of them had noticed Yang Kai's aura, but Ingfei was faster, so he was the first to arrive. After greeting each other, Shilei asked curiously, "Young Master Yang, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at how many people my High Heaven Palace can accommodate." Shilei chuckled, "Our population is small and the land is vast. There are no less than 100 spirit peaks here, so it won't be a problem to accommodate 100 or 200,000 people. What's wrong? Is young Master Yang preparing to open the palace doors and accept disciples?" "That's not necessary," Yang Kai shook his head and said casually, "By the way, I just came back from the ancient lands." The three Monster Kings' expressions all froze. They glanced at each other and Ingfei asked cautiously, "Did the Saint Seniors say anything?" "I just met them in a hurry and then they kicked me out. They didn't really welcome me," Yang Kai grinned. He thought it was funny when he recalled the expressions of Fan Hua and the others. "That's not right." Ingfei was speechless. Although he could guess why the three Saint Seniors didn't welcome Yang Kai, he couldn't say it out loud. Shilei asked hesitantly, "Did the holy sages mention us?" As soon as he said that, Ingfei and Xiaowei looked at Yang Kai nervously. No matter what, they were still the Monster Kings of the ancient lands and they listened to the three Saint Seniors. If the Saint Seniors ordered them to return to the ancient lands, they couldn't refuse. Otherwise it would be considered a betrayal. However, they were unwilling to go back just like that. They had stayed with Yang Kai for so many years, and they hadn't gotten the opportunity they wanted. It would be a waste if they left now. "Not at all," Yang Kai shook his head. "It seems that you are my people from now on." The three glanced at each other before cupping their fists and saying, "We are willing to serve you." Their eyes were filled with excitement. It was best that the Saint Seniors didn't call them back, and they were happy to continue staying with Yang Kai. Although their days in the High Heaven Palace were quieter and they didn't have much to do, this was the best way to establish a relationship with Heaven's Punishment's descendants. "Do your best and I won't treat you badly in the future," Yang Kai casually said. Both the speaker and the listener were interested, causing the three Monster Kings to become even more excited. "Let's go back." Yang Kai turned around and flew down, soon landing in front of a huge square. The Southern Gate Army and Bian Yuqing were waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai fly over, the Southern Gate Army hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, Palace Master." "Boy, you're finally back." Ghost Ancestor Qiyu, Gutsong Yun and AIO also greeted him. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. No matter how high his current cultivation was, these people could be considered his seniors, especially Qiyu and AIO. One was his master and the other was his father-in-law, so how could he not be respectful? "Brat, where did you go this time? I heard that you even subdued a dragon race." AIO looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. This stinking brat was simply unseemly. In the star field he already had 4 beautiful women. Now that he was in the star boundary, he actually wanted to flirt with other women. He even provoked a member of the dragon race and had an extremely intimate relationship with her. This naturally caused AIO to have some complaints. He did not dare to be too presumptuous in the face of the dragon race, but it was different with Yang Kai. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would not forgive him for mistreating his daughter. Not only was there a dragon race, but AIO also heard that there was a woman in Ice Heart Valley who seemed to have some entanglements with Yang Kai. AIO simply could not bear it. If not for his lack of strength, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. It was an accident. Yang Kai's forehead was sweating. He had only mentioned the matter with Zhu Qing to Su Yan. He did not know if Su Yan had told Aluo and Shuiyu, but Yang Kai had not heard them ask. An accident? Bio huffed. How can you face those girls? I don't know how they are doing in the territory of the star boundary. Boy, if you have the leisure to flirt with them, you might as well go back and see them and bring them here. With your current ability you should be able to do it, right? I was just about to talk to you about this. Yang Kai continued the topic. What is it? Qiyu looked at him suspiciously. Ladies, take a look and see who these people are. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand in front of him, communicating with the sealed world bead with his divine sense. Wherever he waved his hand, figures appeared one after another. Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu appeared together. The four women were obviously summoned all of a sudden and were still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. However, standing side by side, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own merits, each with their own peerless beauty. The Southgate Army and Bian Yuqing clicked their tongues in wonder. Their eyes swept over the four women and their eyes lit up. Although Su Yan and the others' cultivations were nothing in their eyes, no matter who they were all outstanding beauties. If an ordinary person could get one of them, it would be a blessing of several lifetimes. However, Yang Kai had all four of them at once, enjoying the joy of having all four, making the two of them sigh with emotion. As expected of Yang Kai, the three Monster Kings' focus was not on the appearance of Su Yan and the others. Although it was undeniable that these four women were beautiful even in the eyes of the monster race, they felt an extraordinary aura from two of them. In particular, the woman in the lead with a cold expression, the aura from her body made them feel a sense of worship. Her aura was somewhat similar to the Luanfeng's, but it was more magnificent and noble. She stood there as if she was standing in the clouds, soaring through the 9 heavens overlooking the world. Although the other charming woman was slightly inferior, her aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Divine Spirit. The three Monster Kings looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. They were from the monster race and were extremely sensitive to the aura of divine spirits, so they could see at a glance that Su Yan and the others had divine spirit source. Their strength was slightly lower, but if they could grow up they would not be a match for them. Ah Luo. Qiyu was stunned, staring at Shanqing Luo in a daze, almost unable to believe her eyes. Just a moment ago, Aio said that he would ask Yang Kai to find a way to go to the territory and bring Shanqing Luo and the others here. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Shanqing Luo would really appear in front of them? Chapter 3209. Hearing the call, Shanqing Luo froze for a moment before turning her head and exclaiming excitedly, "Adoptive mother!" Back then when she and Biluo left the central capital, they were teleported directly to Monster Star through a very strange altar. If it weren't for Qiyu taking care of them and even adopting them as her adoptive daughters, they would have likely died with their strength at that time. To her, Qiyu was not only her savior, but also her second parent. Before coming, she knew that she would be able to see Qiyu on this trip, so her heart was filled with anticipation. On the other side, Aio also looked at Shuiyu in a daze. The latter's eyes reddened as she called out softly, "Father." Aio suppressed his excitement and nodded, "Good, good, good. As long as you're safe." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, all his previous grievances had disappeared. He had already returned to Star Territory and brought his daughter here, so what more did he have to say? Although Su Yan and Xianing Chong were not related, they had not seen Gui Zhu for many years, so they naturally stepped forward to salute him. Gu Songyun looked at him eagerly and stammered, "Palace Master, you've returned to Star Territory?" Qiyu and Aio could call Yang Kai by his name and even call him Little Brat, but Gu Songyun did not have the courage to call him Palace Master. "Yes, I just returned from there." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Then I wonder if my sword union is." Gu Songyun looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "Senior Gu, rest assured I brought Brother Gu with me this time along with many of your sword union's people." "Where?" Gu Songyun's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, you'll see them soon." With 100,000 people crowded in a certain place in the small sealed world, Yang Kai could not find Gu Jianxian and the sword union's people for a while. The reason why he could easily summon Su Yan and the others was naturally because they were not in the same place as the others. "Dejun, hand over the Mountain Ripple map." Yang Kai raised his hand. The Southgate Army didn't know his intentions, but they didn't hesitate. They quickly took out the Mountain Ripple map and opened it. In an instant the map lit up, and a high heaven palace that had been shrunk countless times appeared in front of them. The mountains rose and fell continuously, and even the smallest stream and hill could be clearly seen. This thing came from the hands of the South Gate army and Hou Yu, so it was naturally extremely wondrous. Yang Kai pointed at a few of the peaks and asked, "Are there people living here?" Bian Yuqing glanced over and said, "That's right. Thousand Leaves Peak is where Old Man Yi Hen and the Thousand Leaves Sect's people live, while 5 sacred peaks are where Qi Yu and the others live." She had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for more than a decade now, so she was naturally very familiar with the distribution of manpower within the palace. Yang Kai nodded and said, "There will be a lot of people coming out later. I need you to settle them down." "How many?" Bian Yuqing asked. "Over 100,000. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The High Heaven Palace had never had a large number of people, and Yang Kai had never intended to accept many disciples. Ever since the High Heaven Palace was established, it seemed to have been closed off from the outside world. No one knew what Yang Kai's intentions were, and it was only now that they understood that he was preparing for today. "If there are so many people, I'll need some help," Bian Yuqing said. "And you can call the people from the Thousand Leaves sect over." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll get them out first." Bian Yuqing immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it, obviously summoning people. Meanwhile, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead. Surrounded by black qi, a giant tadpole-like rolling stone leisurely appeared, opening its large black mouth as it stood between the heavens and earth. The terrifying aura emanating from the rolling stone caused the 3 monster kings to pale slightly. They didn't even know what this thing was. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. From the giant mouth, a figure rushed out first. Looking around, a look of shock appeared on his face as he stood there in a daze. This was none other than Meng Wuya. The rich world energy around him made him feel like he was in a dream. In the star territory, the world energy of Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect was second to none, but compared to this place, it was like comparing the heavens and earth. He didn't even need to circulate his secret art as the world energy drilled into his body through his pores, making him feel both physically and mentally comfortable. Another figure walked out of the rolling stone's mouth, then a third, a fourth. Everyone was the same. Yang Kai said loudly, "Everyone, don't stop. Keep moving forward, there are more people coming out." With his reminder, the group of people who came out first came back to their senses and looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. They had long received news that this trip was to follow Yang Kai to a higher-level world called the Star Boundary. Now it seemed that they had arrived safely. It was just that they had never thought that this so-called Star Boundary would actually have such an excellent cultivation environment. Ordinary places in the Star Boundary naturally wouldn't be like this. Even if it was better than the Star Territory, it wouldn't be so different. However, this was the High Heaven Palace, the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. It was one of the best cultivation paradises in the Northern Territory, so how could the world energy here not be rich? A steady stream of people came out of the rolling stone's mouth, and in just a few moments the square was filled with people. At this time the people from Thousand Leaves sect, led by Yi Hen, also rushed over. There weren't many of them, only a few hundred, but when they saw this scene they were quite surprised. After asking around, they found out that these people were actually from the lower Star Territory, which immediately shocked Yang Kai. To a cultivator in the Star Boundary, those who came from the lower Star Territory were all elites among elites. If they didn't die prematurely, their chances of reaching the Emperor realm were very high. This was because the cultivation environment in the lower Star Territory was far inferior to that of the Star Boundary, so the hardworking environment gave them the potential to grow. In the Star Boundary, it wasn't that there weren't any cultivator who came from the lower Star Territory, but those were just scattered cultivators. None of them had ever seen such a spectacular scene. Tens of thousands of cultivator appeared in the square, and even more people continued to come out. Although these people weren't very strong right now, as long as they had enough time, they would definitely become the foundation of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai didn't have the time to chat with others, so he gathered together with Bian Yuqing and pointed at the High Heaven Palace's mountain map, discussing how to divide the territory and mountain peaks for these people. The Thousand Leaves sect disciples left one after another, each leading 1,000 to 2,000 people as they rushed towards a mountain peak. This bustle lasted for several days, during which time Hua Qingxi returned from the Southern Star Territory. With Hua Qingxi's assistance, things went much more smoothly. Hua Qingxi had a happy and distressed expression on her face, looking at Yang Kai from time to time with a bitter expression. Although she was previously the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace by Yang Kai, there wasn't much for her to manage. There weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace, and most of them were Thousand Leaves sect disciples. With Yi Hen overseeing Thousand Leaves Peak, it wasn't a problem for her to manage it. Hua Qingxi had been busy for the past few years thinking of ways to earn cultivation resources for the High Heaven Palace. Her cooperation with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory had allowed her to earn a lot. But so what if she earned a lot? Without disciples to use, the cultivation resources were just a bunch of numbers. Therefore, her position as the chief steward was somewhat unworthy of her title. However, things were different now. The High Heaven Palace suddenly had over 100,000 disciples, and she had to manage all of them, arrange their secret arts and resources. Hua Qingxi could almost foresee that she wouldn't have any time to rest for at least half a year. She was worthy of her title as the chief steward, but wasn't this too tiring? Fortunately, there was still Bian Yuqing to share her burdens, otherwise she would have had to abandon her responsibilities. Even so, she and Bian Yuqing definitely couldn't handle the daily needs of more than 100,000 people and would need to come up with a specific plan. The last group to come out of the small sealed world was a group of monster race cultivators, the elites of Monster Star. There were quite a few of them, about 3,000 of them, led by Yu Xiong, each of them emitting a demonic qi. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Monster Kings, I'll leave them to you." The cultivation of the monster race was different from that of the human race, so it was naturally best for them to be taught by the three monster kings. Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wei smiled from ear to ear as their eyes swept across the 3,000 monster race cultivators, causing all of them to feel a chill run down their spines. They could be regarded as the cream of the crop on Monster Star, elites who had survived the war in Myriad Beast Mountain Villa, but in front of the auras of the three monster kings, they felt no different from babies. No one knew what kind of realm the three monster kings were, but they had no doubt that these three monster race cultivators could easily kill them with a single breath. "Finally, there's something to do," Shi Lei chuckled, his laughter echoing like thunder. Like Hua Qingxi, the three of them had been idle since they came to High Heaven Palace. Their greatest pleasure was playing hide and seek with Hou Yu, but after being captured countless times, Hou Yu had given up on escaping and was now wholeheartedly refining artifacts for High Heaven Palace. In her words, she was wasting the resources of High Heaven Palace to make Yang Kai's heart ache. However, she would not tarnish her reputation as an emperor weaponsmith. The artifacts that she refined were naturally the best of the best. Now, in High Heaven Palace's treasure vault, there were countless finished artifacts of various grades. If she knew that Yang Kai would bring 100,000 disciples over today, making those artifacts useful, she would not be in the mood to continue wasting them. Without Hou Yu, the three monster kings were even more bored. Yang Kai gave them 3,000 monster race cultivators, which was exactly what they wanted. They could more or less do something for Yang Kai and they would not stay here and eat for free. "Little ones, follow me." Shi Lei waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards a mountain deep in High Heaven Palace. The 3,000 monster race cultivators looked at each other, confused. Qi Yu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get over there." Only then did the monster race cultivators discover Qi Yu's existence. They were both surprised and happy. Back then, before Qi Yu left Monster Star territory, she was the only monster king on Monster Star. However, her status as a monster king could not be compared to Shi Lei and the others. However, with her command, the 3,000 monster race cultivators obediently followed Shi Lei. It was a magnificent sight. Chapter 32:10. It took Yang Kai half a month to settle down all these people. During this time he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. Fortunately, Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing were there to assist him, otherwise he would have been worried to death. The High Heaven Palace had hundreds of large and small spirit peaks. They were originally empty, but now they were filled with people. The smaller spirit peaks had a few hundred people, while the largest spirit peaks had between 2,000 and 3,000 people. With hundreds of thousands of people spread across these hundreds of spirit peaks, the High Heaven Palace became extremely lively in an instant. With so many people, it was indeed troublesome to manage, but Hua Qingxi made a suggestion. Each peak would elect a peak master, and the hundreds of peak masters would be directly responsible for her. The new disciples would be under the charge of the peak masters, which would save a lot of trouble. Qiyu Aio Gudsong Yun and Guizhu naturally had the ability to take charge of their own spirit peaks. What's more, all of them were main peaks. Although their cultivations had not reached the Emperor realm, they were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators, far stronger than the cultivator from the Star Territory. For this reason, the four of them gave up on the 5 sacred peaks and moved to their respective spirit peaks. The disciples under Gudsong Yun were also easy to divide. Gudsong Yun was Sword Union's Union Master, and Yang Kai had brought almost all of Sword Union's elites with him on this trip. Yang Kai believed that all of Sword Union's disciples would be very happy to be under his management. If there were not enough people, they could also be transferred from elsewhere to make up for the shortfall. AIO commanded the spirit peaks made up of a group of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivators. Guizhu was originally from High Heaven Sect, and Qiyu also shared a portion of High Heaven Sect's people. Because the 3,000 monster race cultivators had been assigned to the 3 monster kings by Yang Kai, she had no one she could use. The others, such as Yi Shiyun, several elders of original Star's Emperor Sect, Qiu Yimeng, Old Demon, and other origin kings, all became peak masters. With this, the situation of the entire High Heaven Palace immediately became clear, and it would be very convenient to manage it in the future. Yang Kai took the 2 chief stewards Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing to inspect the various peaks. After confirming that everything was going smoothly, they finally had the time to rest for a few days. The so-called rest did not mean doing nothing. It was just that they were not as busy as they were at the beginning. With more than 100,000 people moving in, they would definitely need a large amount of cultivation resources and cultivation methods. Now that everyone had come to the star boundary, the cultivation methods in the star territory would definitely not be able to keep up with the pace. Naturally, they would have to change to a higher level cultivation method. Fortunately, ever since Yang Kai roamed the star boundary, he had killed countless people. He had even exterminated a top sect like the Seeking Passion sect. As such, he had collected a lot of cultivation methods that were suitable for all kinds of cultivator. As for Hua Qingxi, she had already prepared for a rainy day and had built a book collection pavilion on one of the main peaks. There were countless secret arts and secret techniques stored inside, and she immediately opened it up for the hundreds of peak masters to choose from. With the problem of cultivation methods solved for the time being, the rest was cultivation materials. Most cultivator in the star territory used crystal stones for cultivation, while the star boundary was rich in source crystals. The two were not on the same level at all. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace had accumulated a lot of source crystals over the years, and the storehouse was filled with mountains of source crystals. Yang Kai had also extorted a large amount of source crystals from the 3 Saint Venerables a few days ago. In addition, Hua Qingxi had been trading with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory over the years. After a rough calculation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about source crystals for cultivation for at least the next 50 years. Transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce occurred every year, and the amount of materials traded was huge. Therefore, there would definitely be a surplus of materials in 50 years. Source crystals were not a concern, but the only thing to consider now was the issue of pills. The number of Origin King Realm cultivator brought from the Star Territory this time was not small, and as time passed, more and more people would break through to the Origin King Realm. The Origin King Realm was not a big deal, but breaking through to the Dao Source Realm was a process that consumed a lot of pills, because any cultivator would need to take source condensing pills to assist in the conversion of their source qi during this period. Yang Kai had also experienced this process in the past, and so did Qiyu, Guizhu, and the others. Without the assistance of source condensing pills, it would take an Origin King at least 10 to 20 years to completely convert their Saint Qi into source qi, and this was only for fast cultivators. For slow cultivators, it was possible for decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 10 years or even 100 years, the High Heaven Palace would need an incalculable amount of source condensing pills. With such a huge amount, the sect alone would not be able to make ends meet. Even with the spirit pill peak in the High Heaven Palace, it was far from enough. While cultivating their own alchemists, they also needed to purchase a large number of pills. For this reason, Yang Kai asked Hua Qingxi, who had just returned, to go to the Southern Territory again and take away a large number of monster cores. He was going to use these monster cores to exchange for a batch of source condensing pills with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had more than 1,000,000 monster cores, all of which he obtained when he entered the ancient wildlands and entered the beast tomb. These were the accumulation of the entire ancient wildlands for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but they were all swept away by Yang Kai. There was no lack of 12th order monster cores among them. He believed that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be happy to make such a deal. For this batch of emergency source condensing pills, Yang Kai directly took out tens of thousands of monster cores of various shapes and sizes. Could be said that he was bleeding a lot. After busying himself for a month, Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. On this day he led Xianxia to the top of a spiritual mountain. This spirit mountain was also one of the main peaks of the High Heaven Palace. Compared to the other spirit mountains, it was more beautiful and rich in spirit qi. The fragrance of flowers and the sound of birds filled the air. Unlike the other spirit mountains, this spirit mountain was extremely tall, but it was still cold and quiet. This was because Yang Kai did not allow any cultivator from the star territory to disturb this spirit mountain. This spirit mountain was the High Heaven Palace's Spirit Pill Peak. There were also two similar spirit peaks, Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak. Their corresponding peak masters were Nan Men De Jun and Ho Yu. Of course, the appointment of these two peak masters was forced by Yang Kai, regardless of whether they agreed or not. In any case, from now on, the two of them were the peak masters of Spirit Array Peak and Spirit Artifact Peak respectively. The Spirit Pill Peak did not have a peak master, but it was the peak where Pill Emperor Jiying resided. Strictly speaking, Jiying could not be considered a member of the High Heaven Palace. After all, he was the fifth disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. It was only because he lost to Yang Kai in alchemy that he stayed in the High Heaven Palace to refine pills for Yang Kai. He could be considered a guest elder of the High Heaven Palace. Jiying was not a bad person. Not only did he have the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he was also a Pill Emperor, and the personal disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors. These three identities were extremely eye-catching no matter where one put them, and the combination of these three identities was even more terrifying. If he didn't admit it, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. He couldn't kill him, right? That would definitely offend the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, and the wrath of the Great Emperors was no joke. However, he really stayed and fulfilled his bet with Yang Kai, refining a large number of spirit pills for the High Heaven Palace. Not only were the spirit pills refined by him extremely high grade, but their quality was also guaranteed. He also had several disciples under him, all of whom were brought to the Spirit Pill Peak to work. In the entire Spirit Pill Peak, only Jiying and his disciples lived there. Apart from them, there were only a few boys who were in charge of doing odd jobs. Yang Kai and Xianxia walked all the way up and soon arrived at the top of the peak. In front of the main hall, a man who looked to be in his 20s was waiting. When he saw Yang Kai, he bowed and said, "Palace Master Yang, honored master is waiting for you. Please follow me." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, knowing that Jiying had already noticed him when he came over. As the disciple entered the hall, Jiying quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Brother Yang, it's been a long time." The two of them had not seen each other for more than 10 years, which was indeed a long time. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was not only because he had lost to Yang Kai in the alchemy competition, but also because of Gong Sun Mu. Thanks to Yang Kai, the wondrous Pill Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu's corpse could be returned to Medicine Pill Valley after his death, so Jiying was naturally grateful to him. "Brother Ji." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Jiying grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, "Brother Yang, you've come at the right time. Recently I've been experimenting with a new alchemy technique and have made some progress. I was just about to ask Brother Yang to give me some pointers." He was an alchemy emperor, so there were very few people in this world who could discuss alchemy with him. He had several brothers and senior sisters, but all of them were taught by the same master, so there was nothing new to discuss with them, nor would he get any constructive advice. Yang Kai was different. Although Jiying did not know who taught him alchemy, he knew that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had his own unique style, so if he could exchange a few pointers with him, he would definitely gain something. Yang Kai was speechless, thinking to himself that alchemists were really lunatics. He had come here for an important matter, but he hadn't expected to be caught by Jiying as soon as he met him. Thinking about the request he had to make later, Yang Kai could only humbly reply, "I wouldn't dare give you any pointers, I'll just discuss it with Brother Ji." Being able to beat him in alchemy last time was also a stroke of luck. Yang Kai did not think he was better than Jiying. Everyone had their own specializations and Jiying had his own strengths. Jiying laughed loudly. Brother Yang is too modest. Even honored master is full of praise for your alchemy skills. It's just a pity. What's a pity? Yang Kai was stunned, wondering if the great emperors of wondrous pills had something to say about him. It's a pity that you can't concentrate on the alchemy Dao. So that's what it's a pity? Yang Kai grinned. Of the 3,000 grand Daos, just one is enough to benefit me immensely. Jiying was startled for a moment before nodding. That's true. Without further ado, he pulled Yang Kai into his alchemy room, took out some precious herbs and began refining. Xianxia naturally followed. Jiying did not know her background, but seeing that her relationship with Yang Kai was not ordinary, he did not stop her. In any case, not everyone could learn his alchemy skills. Chapter 32:11. Jiying had been researching a new alchemy technique in recent years, the most important one being the pill condensing technique. According to him, this pill condensing technique was relatively simple and was not as complicated as other pill condensing techniques. Even an ordinary alchemist could master it after some study, and after mastering this technique, the efficiency of pill condensing technique would increase by at least 10 to 20%. However, this 10 to 20% should not be underestimated. A few furnaces of spirit pills might not be a big deal, but an alchemist could refine a huge number of spirit pills in their lifetime. If converted, this 10 to 20% was an extremely terrifying amount of wealth. Because this was the final pill condensing technique, Jiying did not choose to refine a high-grade spirit pill and instead chose a Dao source-grade pill. The initial process was simple, and although it was exquisite, it was still normal. The medicine room was silent for a while as Jiying focused on alchemy. Yang Kai and Xianxia watched together, especially Xianxia. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiying's movements without blinking, and from time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across her face. Condensing liquid, carving spirit arrays, incubating spirit pills, and soon it was time to condense the pills. Jiying's expression turned serious. Brother Yang watched carefully. As soon as his words fell, his hands constantly formed seals as he poured a mysterious emperor qi into the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, a strange fragrance wafted, and it was obvious that the pill condensing process had begun. After a while, Jiying shouted, "Rise." The lid of the furnace was opened, and a few round rolling spirit pills flew out and were drawn into a jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. No more, no less, there were exactly 9 pills. 9 was an extreme number. An alchemist, no matter how good their technique was, could only refine 9 spirit pills at most. This was something that even the great emperors of wondrous pills could not avoid. With Emperor Jiying's identity as an alchemist, refining such a Dao source-grade spirit pill, even if he did not use his newly developed pill condensing technique, he could still refine 9 spirit pills. However, Yang Kai could see that this technique was indeed unique, so he calmed down and carefully reviewed it for a while before discussing it with Jiying. The discussions of alchemists were not limited to theory. Naturally, they also had to experiment. Therefore, Yang Kai also took out his own alchemy furnace and some herbs and began to refine the spirit dan. When it was time to condense the spirit dan, he used Jiying's method to compare the advantages and disadvantages. Furnace after furnace of experimental spirit pills were refined and time slowly passed, but Jiying did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. His discussion with Yang Kai was indeed correct. In the past few days he had found that there were still some flaws in his technique, but he had slowly made up for them through mutual verification with Yang Kai, which naturally made him very happy. After a full 5 days, the two of them put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room together. Jiying was in a good mood and ordered several disciples to prepare a banquet to entertain Yang Kai. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Yang Kai gave Xianxia a look, and Xianxia immediately understood and picked up the wine jug to pour wine for the two of them. After toasting for 3 rounds, Jiying slapped her head and said, my bad, I haven't asked for this young lady's name yet." Saying so, she stood up and looked at Xianxia with an apologetic expression. At the beginning, although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xianxia was somewhat unusual, he had quickly immersed himself in alchemy. In his eyes, apart from alchemy, there was only Yang Kai who was discussing with him, so he did not pay any attention to Xianxia. He did not even notice that Xianxia was pouring water for him. It was not until now that he suddenly woke up. My humble wife is Xianxia. Yang Kai smiled and introduced her. Xianxia gracefully bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster Jiying. Her face was slightly red. This was the first time Yang Kai had introduced her in front of an outsider. Mrs. Yang. Jiying was shocked. The person who had been pouring wine for him was actually Yang Kai's wife. He said helplessly, What should I do? Please sit down. If he had known that Xianxia was Yang Kai's wife, he would never have let her do this kind of work. Wasn't this a slap to Yang Kai's face? Fortunately, Yang Kai did not seem to mind. I've been negligent. This Ji is at fault. This toast is to Mrs. Yang. I hope Mrs. Yang will not blame me. Jiying raised his wine cup with a face full of sweat. Brother Ji is too serious. It's just a small matter. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand. Jiying looked at him with a bitter smile and said, Brother Yang, you're too unkind. You brought your sister-in-law here and didn't even greet us, causing this Ji to make a fool of himself. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups of wine later. As Brother Ji says. Yang Kai smiled and said, But there's no hurry to drink. I have something I need Brother Ji's help with. It's about my humble wife. Jiying said, If you need my help, Brother Yang, feel free to ask. As long as this Ji can do it, I will not refuse. This matter is definitely something Brother Ji can do. Yang Kai smiled confidently and pointed at Xianxia. It's like this. Since Ningchong began cultivating, she has also entered the Dao through alchemy. She prefers the art of alchemy over cultivation and fighting. Sister-in-law is also an alchemist? Jiying looked at Xianxia seriously and frowned slightly. He was an alchemist emperor after all. If there was a fellow alchemist standing in front of him, he would definitely be able to tell. This was because alchemists had a unique temperament, especially when dealing with mysterious flames and herbs all year round. There would definitely be some indelible traces left behind. However, when he looked at Xianxia, there was no such trace at all. Yet he could clearly smell the various pill fragrances on Xianxia's body, which made him a little suspicious. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. It's just that the conditions in the lower star territory are limited, and there's no one who can teach her alchemy. Now that she's here, I was wondering if I could let her learn the Tao of alchemy from Brother Ji. Jiying said, Brother Yang's attainments in alchemy far surpass mine. Moreover, the two of you are husband and wife, so it would be more convenient for you to give her pointers. Why go so far? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Brother Ji is too kind. But as you know, I don't have much time to teach her. When Jiying heard this, he knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had stayed in the High Heaven Palace for a long time, but he basically didn't meet Yang Kai face to face. This guy seemed to be very secretive all year round, so how could he have the time to teach others? Jiying nodded slightly. If that's the case, this Ji is willing to help, but there was no buts. Yang Kai immediately cut him off and signaled to Xianxia with his eyes. Ningchong, come and greet your master. Ji Ying's cultivation was in the emperor realm, and he was also an alchemy master. He was definitely qualified to be Xianxia's master. Although he and Ji Ying called each other brothers, this wouldn't hinder Xianxia's matters. At most, they would just teach their own master. Ji Ying was the direct disciple of the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, so he had learned the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's alchemy Dao. If Xianxia only learned a little from him, he would definitely gain something. However, if he really became Ji Ying's master, it would be different. Ji Ying would definitely teach him everything without holding back. In comparison, Yang Kai naturally wanted Xianxia to become Ji Ying's master, so it didn't matter if he lost out a little in terms of status. Before coming here, Kai Yang had already informed Xianxia, so at this time, she naturally knew what to do and quickly bowed down. But before she could even open her mouth, Ji Ying waved her hand and an invisible force held her back, preventing her from bowing. Brother Yang. Ji Ying looked helplessly at Yang Kai and waved his hand. You can't accept this, you can't accept this. If he really accepted Xianxia as his disciple, how would he and Yang Kai's seniority be calculated in the future? What's more, he wasn't an ordinary alchemy master. He had the entire Medicine Core Valley behind him, so he couldn't just accept a disciple as he pleased. He had to be acknowledged by the Medicine Core Valley first. In addition, he didn't have any intention of accepting a disciple, so he could teach Xianxia a little. Accepting a disciple was a big deal, so how could he be so careless? Even though Xia Ningchong was Yang Kai's wife, before knowing her aptitude, Jiying didn't dare to casually accept her as his disciple. Otherwise he would lose face for the Medicine Core Valley. His several disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. In the future it was very likely that they would all become alchemy masters. Why not? Could it be that Brother Ji is unwilling? Yang Kai thought to himself, since I've already said so much, how can I let you off so easily? Today you have to accept even if you don't want to. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that. Jiying was extremely conflicted. Due to the sex rules, this Ji can't accept a disciple at will. This matter must be reported to Big Brother. Although the Medicine Core Valley was the place where the wondrous pill Great Emperors cultivated, the Great Emperors didn't care about everything. The one in charge of the Medicine Core Valley now was the wondrous pill Great Emperor's eldest disciple, the Big Brother Jiying referred to. There's also this sect rule. Yang Kai was stunned, but he also knew that Jiying wouldn't lie to him. He understood that his plan was likely to encounter some twists and turns. Yes, otherwise Jiying wouldn't refuse. How about this, Brother Yang? I can teach sister-in-law alchemy, but we don't have to be master and disciple. Yang Kai was unwilling. If he casually taught her, how much good could he teach? He tentatively asked, is the Medicine Core Valley still accepting disciples? How could Jiying not know what he was planning? He smiled bitterly. We haven't accepted a new disciple in 500 years. However, if there is someone with outstanding aptitude, I'm sure Big Brother won't refuse. Yang Kai laughed when he heard this. Ningchong, show Brother Ji your skills. Jiying looked at him in amazement, feeling a little incredulous. After all, in his opinion, Xia Ningchong didn't have the slightest trace of an alchemist, but Yang Kai seemed to be very confident in her. However, since things had already gotten to this point, Jiying could only look at Xia Ningchong and secretly planned to go back and ask Big Brother to accept Xia Ningchong into Medicine Core Valley. After all, he couldn't refuse Yang Kai's request. I'll show you my incompetence, Xia Ningchong said softly, then rummaged through her space ring and took out some herbs. These were all Origin King grade herbs, and there were no higher grade herbs in the Star Territory. This move alone made Jiying's eyes light up. Chapter 32:12. With his eyesight he could naturally see that Xia Ningchang's cultivation was just a third-order Origin King, but at this moment she had taken out an Origin King grade herb, indicating that she wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. For a cultivator from a lower Star Territory, this should be the limit. In other words, Yang Kai's wife was an Origin King grade alchemist. Perhaps Jiying could still look forward to this. Jiying nodded secretly and began paying attention silently. Xia Ningchong gently picked up one of the herbs and her aura suddenly underwent a huge change. She became extremely focused, as if the only thing left in the world was the herb in front of her. Alchemy required one to be completely focused and could not be disturbed or distracted for even half a day. This was an essential quality for every alchemist. Jiying nodded again, thinking that regardless of her alchemy aptitude, this performance alone was commendable. But in the next moment his brow furrowed because Xia Ningchong had actually pushed her Saint Qi to wrap around the herb in her hand. Her Saint Qi was not static but instead fluctuated between strong and weak, creating a strange fluctuation. Under this fluctuation, a trace of green aura quickly overflowed from the herb, which was obviously the medicinal liquid it contained. Not using a pill furnace. A strange light flashed across Jiying's eyes. An outstanding alchemist may be able to refine a spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but this required an extremely high level of skill, and the grade of the spirit pill refined definitely couldn't be too high. For example, Jiying himself as an emperor alchemist could refine a Dao source grade spirit pill without the aid of a pill furnace, but as a result, even if he could refine it, the quality and quantity of the spirit pills would be affected. A pill furnace was an alchemist's second life, and this was not just a saying. Whether a pill furnace was good or bad, it was essential to assist an alchemist in alchemy. Xia Ningchong was just an Origin King, so refining an Origin King grade spirit pill was already her limit. Now she actually wanted to refine without the aid of a pill furnace, which made Jiying a little unhappy. She felt that even if Xia Ningchong intended to show off in front of her, she shouldn't act so arrogantly. This wasn't a good thing for an alchemist. With such a mindset, it was likely she wouldn't be able to go far. If someone else had done this in front of him, he would have reprimanded them, but considering that Xianxia was Yang Kai's wife, he endured it, but his original expectations had disappeared. The next moment he was stunned again, because he felt that Xianxia Saint Qi was not of the fire attribute. What? Not only did he not use an alchemy furnace to refine in the air, he didn't even have an alchemy fire? How was she going to refine alchemy like this? Did he really think that alchemy was child's play, something that could be done casually? He could not help turning to look at Yang Kai's wife. However, he saw Yang Kai smile and say meaningfully, "Brother Ji will understand soon enough." Ji Ying frowned but could only let nature take its course. In his mind, he was thinking about how to politely refuse Yang Kai's previous proposal without hurting his face or the friendship between them. However, this matter was difficult to handle. If Yang Kai had brought someone else here, he could have refused, but the woman in front of him was his wife. If things went wrong, it was very likely it would cause a rift between them. Saint Qi surged and the spirit grass tumbled as the Origin King Realm spirit pill overflowed with green fluorescence at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually condensed into a pearl-sized drop of green liquid. Ji Ying's eyes bulged as he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" The first step in refining a spirit pill was to condense the medicinal liquid. Generally, alchemists would use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so, but Yang Kai's wife not only did not use a pill furnace, but she also did not have a pill fire, yet she had somehow managed to condense the medicinal liquid from this herb. Ji Ying turned his head to look at Yang Kai in shock, but saw that Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if he had already expected this. What was going on? Without the help of a pill furnace or pill fire, how did this Xia girl condense this medicinal liquid? Unable to believe this, Ji Ying released his divine sense slightly and his eyes bulged even more. It was indeed a medicinal liquid and it was extremely pure. This pearl-sized drop of green liquid was not mixed with the slightest impurities and its medicinal properties were perfectly preserved, without the slightest trace of damage. The shock in Ji Ying's heart could not be any greater as he felt that what he was seeing in front of him was beyond anything he had ever seen in his life. With his ability, if he took out an Origin King grade herb, he could naturally achieve the same level of refinement as Xianxia, but he would need to use a pill furnace and pill fire to do so. Moreover, he was an Emperor Realm alchemist while Xianxia was just an Origin King grade alchemist. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth, so naturally they could not be compared. Ji Ying had never thought that an Origin King grade alchemist could condense a medicinal liquid to such an extent beyond his own limits. At the very least, when he was an Origin King grade alchemist, he could not achieve this. The purity of the medicinal liquid was directly related to the quality of the final pill. The higher the purity of the medicinal liquid, the less impurities it would have, and the greater the assistance it would provide in the subsequent refinement process. In this regard, Xianxia had undoubtedly achieved perfection. Looking at the Origin King grade herb in Xianxia's hand, Ji Ying saw that it had completely withered and the medicinal efficacies it contained had been completely condensed. Xianxia simply threw it aside. This caused Ji Ying to be taken aback again. Condensing such a pure medicinal liquid without the help of a pill furnace and pill fire was already amazing, but she was actually able to squeeze out the medicinal efficacies of a single herb to the limit. It could be said that Ji Ying had never seen such an alchemist before. Even the few disciples he had placed high hopes on were inferior to her. If the step of condensing the medicinal liquid was given a full score of 10, then Ji Ying would definitely give Xianxia a 9 out of 10. He was afraid that she would become arrogant. Ji Ying could not understand how she had done it because it was contrary to what he knew. Calming down, he continued to watch as Xianxia skillfully condensed medicinal liquids into medicinal liquids. After a short while, all the medicinal liquids of the herbs had been condensed. Ji Ying gasped in amazement. He discovered that the perfect medicinal liquid she had concocted at the beginning was not just a fluke, because the medicinal herbs she had concocted later were just like the beginning. She had completely concocted their medicinal effects without wasting a single bit. Putting away the dissatisfaction and contempt in his heart, Ji Ying's expression became extremely focused as he stared at Xianxia's movements without blinking, lest he miss the slightest detail. Although Ji Ying still did not understand how she had done it, this visual and sensory impact was undoubtedly a kind of shock and enjoyment for a veteran alchemist. After condensing the medicinal liquids, it was naturally time to inscribe a spirit array and let the medicinal liquids fuse with each other. Ji Ying thought to himself, At this point you should use your pill furnace, right? What you did just now was enough to prove your ability. But unexpectedly, Xianxia still had no intention of taking out his pill furnace. Instead, he simply opened his hands and held them vertically in front of him, releasing pearl-sized medicinal liquids wrapped in Saint Qi and suspended between his palms. As her Saint Qi surged, a massive medicinal liquid began to dance rapidly, revolving around Xianxia's palms as its center. During the process of revolving, these medicinal liquids fused and intersected with each other, undergoing some magical changes. Jiying was completely speechless. He only felt that the spirit pill this Mistress Yang was refining was completely different from the alchemy he knew, far beyond his imagination. Paying close attention to the changes in the medicinal liquids with his divine sense, Jiying's expression was a mixture of surprise, shock, admiration, and many other kinds of expressions. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn quickly passed by, and the medicinal liquid that had been revolving between Xianxia's palms suddenly slowed down. However, under Jiying's perception he could clearly feel that the medicinal liquid had completely fused together, and the amount of liquid had reached the pinnacle. Xianxia held the semi-finished medicinal liquid in one hand, then tilted his head and thought for a moment before forming a series of hand seals with his other hand and sending out a burst of Saint Qi. This is... Jiying suddenly stood up. The hand seals Xianxia was using at this moment turned out to be his newly developed pill condensing technique. During his 5 days of discussion with Yang Kai, he had used this technique to condense no less than 20 furnaces of spirit pills, but that was it. Jiying had never imagined that Xianxia would actually be able to learn it completely after just 5 days. Not only had he learned it, but he had also put it to use. Jiying was inexplicably excited as he instinctively felt that he had picked up a treasure. Possessing such outstanding and special alchemy skills could be explained by Xianxia's proficiency in alchemy and the fact that she had been immersed in the Tao of alchemy for a long time, but to be able to learn and use his pill condensing technique in just 5 days was enough to demonstrate her perception and aptitude. Of course, in Jiying's opinion, Xianxia's pill condensing technique was not perfect. Some of the transitions in the middle were a bit stiff, and it did not give off the kind of natural feeling Jiying had. But the flaws could not obscure the beauty. In just 5 days, Jiying had not taught her anything. She had only watched from the side, yet she was already able to reach this point. If Jiying could teach her, wouldn't there be even greater room for improvement? Compared to her, the disciples he had high hopes for were simply rotten wood that could not be carved, walls of dung that could not be tarnished. After the last hand seal, the medicinal liquid in Xianxia's hand suddenly split into 7. But it was still under his control. The 7 medicinal liquids continued to rotate, gradually solidifying and drying up. After everything was settled, Xianxia had 7 rolling snow-white spirit pills in his hand. "Grandmaster, please take a look," Xianxia said softly, then put the 7 spirit pills in his hand on the table and retreated behind Yang Kai. Jiying immediately opened his eyes wide and grabbed the 7 spirit pills in his hand, carefully inspecting them. Yang Kai had been observing the situation, so how could he not see the change in Jiying's attitude? He looked up at Xianxia, smiled and signaled with his eyes that everything was done. "Pill veins," Jiying exclaimed. Of the 7 spirit pills, 1 had actually formed pill veins, and it was not 1 but 2. This was such an astonishing ratio that even Jiying was stunned. Chapter 32:13. Pill veins were the best form of identification for an alchemist's skills, but they were something that could only be encountered by chance. If a pill formed pill veins during the refining process, both its medicinal efficacies and value would double because no matter how long it was stored, there was no need to worry about its medicinal efficacies dissipating. The veins on the surface of the pill, like the meridians of a human body, would lock in the pill's medicinal efficacies and prevent them from dissipating. If a pill formed pill clouds, it would be even more incredible. Pill clouds not only had the effect of pill veins, but they could also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill. The longer it was stored, the more powerful its medicinal efficacies would be. If it was stored for thousands of years, the medicinal efficacies it contained would be terrifying. Pill veins could only be encountered by chance, not sought. Pill clouds were even more out of the question, as those were absolutely rare items. When Jiying was refining spirit pills, she would occasionally refine a spirit pill with pill veins, but as for pill clouds, she had never encountered one. On the other hand, her fourth senior sister had once refined a pill that formed pill clouds, but it was only an Origin King grade pill. At that time her senior sister was already an Emperor Realm alchemist, so refining an Origin King grade pill was naturally a piece of cake for her. Because of this, her fourth senior sister was praised by her honored master, and the special pill she refined was treated as a treasure by her senior sister. It was likely she would treat it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Xianxia refining a furnace of Origin King grade pills was her own limit. After all, she was only an Origin King grade alchemist. Refining 7 pills was already an excellent result, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. Jing was quite shocked. 1 pill could be said to be luck, but 2? His luck was a little too good. After careful confirmation, there was no doubt these 2 pills were indeed pill veins. The medicinal efficacies of these 2 spirit pills were more than double that of the other 5. Such a result could be said to be even rarer than refining 9 pills at once. Jing also saw that the reason why Xianxia had only managed to refine 7 pills was because her understanding of the final pill condensing technique was still incomplete. After all, this was her first time applying what she had learned. Once she fully grasped the pill condensing technique, what was the point of refining 9 pills? What was truly hard to come by were the pill veins. He took a deep breath and put down the 2 spirit pills with pill veins. When he looked at the remaining 5 spirit pills, his face was filled with amazement. Although when Xianxia had concocted the perfect medicinal liquid, he had already expected that the quality of this batch of spirit pills would not be too bad. Even without the 2 pill vein spirit pills, the remaining 5 were all of the highest quality. It seemed that they were only one step away from forming pill veins. Not only was this Madame Yang's aptitude not bad, she was simply a genius among alchemy geniuses. He was probably much better than Yang Kai. Recalling Xianxia's various performances during alchemy, Jing suddenly raised her head and stared at her in a daze. An inconceivable thought flashed through her mind. Madame Yang, is the sacred spirit medicine body? After being exposed by Jing, Xianxia nodded slightly. Yang Kai also laughed and said, Brother Ji's vision is really sharp. No wonder, no wonder. Jing smiled bitterly. No wonder alchemy didn't require a pill furnace or even a pill fire and could be so outstanding. It turned out that she was the sacred spirit medicine body. It was ridiculous that he had thought Xianxia was deliberately showing off, but now he knew the whole story. The sacred spirit medicine body didn't need a pill furnace or a pill fire to refine spirit pills. She herself was the best pill furnace and her Saint Qi was better than any pill fire. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Jing said indignantly, Brother Yang, you've been hiding things from me for a long time. Yang Kai blinked and said, Seeing is believing. What does Brother Ji think of my wife? Jing sternly said, This Ji is inferior. This was not flattery but the truth. Jing suddenly remembered the records he had read in the ancient books he had read before. In this world there were countless kinds of strange physiques, each of which had its own uniqueness. For alchemists, the sacred spirit medicine body was an existence they could only dream of because this kind of physique was specially created for alchemy. For those with the sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was as simple as eating and drinking, it was their innate talent. Although Ji Ying's current alchemy skills and alchemy rank were higher than Xianxia's, if Xianxia was allowed to grow, not only would Ji Ying be inferior, but none of the 4 great disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors would be able to compare with her. In time, it was not impossible for Ji Ying to reach the height of the wondrous pill great emperors and truly enter the Tao of alchemy. Yang Kai gawked for a moment, not having expected to receive such a high evaluation from Ji Ying, a light of pride suddenly appearing on his face as he laughed and said, Brother Ji is too kind, I still need to learn from Brother Ji. After a pause he asked, Can I understand that Brother Ji is willing to accept my wife as a disciple? Since he had such a high evaluation, it would not be difficult for Ji Ying to accept Xianxia as a disciple. Great masters also wanted outstanding disciples, and Ji Ying was one of the most renowned alchemy masters in the entire star boundary. Just as the wondrous pill great emperors also wanted to pass on their legacy, Ji Ying must have had similar thoughts. However, great masters were common, but outstanding disciples were rare, so Xianxia was undoubtedly a very good choice. Yang Kai thought that Ji Ying would happily agree, but he didn't expect him to furrow his brow and put on an awkward look. Yang Kai suspiciously asked, Is Brother Ji still worried about Medicine Pill Valley's rules? No, no. Ji Ying waved his hand. With such aptitude and the sacred spirit medicine body, I believe eldest brother will also welcome Madame Yang to join Medicine Pill Valley and will definitely not reject her. Since that's the case, why does Brother Ji have such an expression? Yang Kai was puzzled. For the sake of Xia Ningchang's future, he was willing to send her to Medicine Pill Valley to study the alchemic way and suffer the pain of lovesickness. So why was he still hesitating? Shouldn't he be happy to accept it? Ji Ying did not answer, but his expression changed and he hesitated for a long time before suddenly making up his mind. Brother Yang, I want to introduce sister-in-law to honored master. Wondrous Pill Great Emperors? Yang Kai was stunned and immediately shocked. Brother Ji means, I'm afraid only honored master can teach sister-in-law, Ji Ying said solemnly. To be honest, he also wanted to take Xia Ningchang in as his disciple and teach her with all his heart. Having such a disciple would give him face in the future. However, the sacred spirit medicine body was extremely rare, and he was afraid that it would not be long before she surpassed him. If a master was inferior to a disciple, then as her master he would be in an awkward position. Coupled with Yang Kai's relationship, if he really took Xia Ningchang as his disciple, the seniority would be a bit messy. That was why he said this. If Xia Ningchang could become a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, then they would have a brother and sister relationship, and it would not be awkward for her to meet Yang Kai in the future. Yang Kai was excited and said, Brother Ji is so kind, this Yang is really... To be honest, it was not that he had never thought of having Xia Ningchang become a disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, but what kind of people were the Great Emperors? How could they be so easily met, let alone become a disciple? It just so happened that Ji Ying was in the High Heaven Palace, so he simply came to find him. He did not expect that Ji Ying would actually take the initiative to mention this, which made him overjoyed. He hurriedly said to Xia Ningchang, Little senior sister, quickly thank Brother Ji. It was Xia Ningchang's first time in the Star Boundary, so she did not know who the wondrous Pill Great Emperors were, but seeing Yang Kai's expression she knew that this was definitely an extraordinary existence, so she hurriedly thanked him. Ji Ying raised his hand and said, Don't worry, don't worry. Yang Kai said seriously, Brother Ji is very kind, how can a simple thank you be enough to express the gratitude of us husband and wife? Brother Ji, please do not refuse. Ji Ying smiled bitterly and said, It's not that I refuse, it's just that I don't have much confidence in this matter, so if it doesn't work out, I hope Brother Yang won't blame me. You don't have confidence? Yang Kai was stunned. Why do you say that? Ji Ying said, It's like this, honored master has accepted a total of 5 disciples in his life, and this Ji is his youngest disciple as well as his last disciple. When honored master accepted me as his disciple, he said that he would never accept another disciple in the future. As soon as Yang Kai heard this, he understood why Ji Ying seemed to be in a difficult position. He wanted to recommend Xia Ningchang to the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, but the key point was that the Great Emperors had said that they would never accept a disciple. The words of the Great Emperors carried enormous weight, so how could they go back on their words so easily? Unless Xia Ningchang had the talent to make the wondrous Pill Great Emperors go back on their words. And the sacred spirit medicine body was undoubtedly his greatest asset. Otherwise, Ji Ying wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. As the disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, he couldn't bring himself to discredit his honored master, and he really couldn't bear to see such a bright pearl covered in dust. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Ji Ying said, This Ji can only promise to give it a try, as for whether it works or not. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Brother Ji's kind intentions, we husband and wife thank you in advance. Whether it works or not, we will remember this kindness. Ji Ying smiled and said, Since Brother Yang has no objections, this Ji will return to Medicine Pill Valley. This matter isn't urgent, Yang Kai said, but he didn't mean it. Ji Ying said, Even if you aren't in a hurry, I am. Saying this, he stood up and strode out. Do you need my humble wife to go back with you? Yang Kai asked. There's no hurry. I'll go and ask honored master first. If possible, it won't be too late to pick up sister-in-law. The main reason was that he didn't have the confidence. If honored master didn't even want to meet Xia Ningchang, how awkward would that be? Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang saw him off all the way to the outside of the hall. I hope this trip goes smoothly. Ji Ying turned around and said this. His figure flickered and shot into the air, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. He was in a hurry and didn't want to waste a single moment. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai clenched his fists and said excitedly, "If this matter succeeds, little senior sister will have a great backer in the future. If she could really become a disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, then no one would dare to provoke her in the star boundary in the future." The wondrous pill great emperor's sixth disciple had a terrifying reputation, so who would dare not give her face? Junior brother, the wondrous pill great emperors. Who are they? Xianxia asked softly. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I haven't had time to tell you all the details yet. Let's go back and find Zhou Xian and Luo. I'll tell you all about the current situation in the star boundary." Reaching out and grabbing Xianxia's waist, Yang Kai flew back to the main peak where he lived. In a good mood, Yang Kai's hands were naturally a little naughty, causing Xianxia's cheeks to flush red, and she bit her thin lips in embarrassment. Chapter 32:14. Ji Ying's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai waited in High Heaven Palace for less than 5 days before he rushed back to the main peak, High Heaven Peak. "Brother Ji, how did things go?" Yang Kai couldn't see anything from Ji Ying's face and asked somewhat nervously. Ji Ying replied, "Honored master agreed to see sister-in-law." This answer inevitably disappointed Yang Kai, but he also knew that the wondrous pill great emperors would not accept a disciple so casually. Since Ji Ying had agreed to see her, it meant there was a chance. If the wondrous pill great emperors had not even agreed to see her, he could only give up on this idea. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. "If sister-in-law has nothing else to do, please set out with me. We can't keep honored master waiting." Ji Ying did not want to delay and immediately returned to Medicine Pill Valley. "Many thanks for your trouble, Brother Ji." Yang Kai cupped his fists and Xianxia walked out from behind him, the two of them reluctantly saying their goodbyes. Although they had only just reunited and would have to part again, and once they really entered Medicine Pill Valley, it would not be easy for them to meet again in the future, but for the long term, Medicine Pill Valley was definitely the best place for Xianxia to go. When he returned from his studies, he would be able to spend time with her, so why would he spend all his time here? Ji Ying released his ship artifact, and with Xianxia on board, it turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of the hall and watched for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Zhou Xian, Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu stood behind him. Yang Kai calmed his mood and turned to ask, "Ah Luo, are you really not going to the ancient savage wilderness?" Over the past few days, Yang Kai had roughly explained the situation in the star boundary to the 4 girls. He could arrange for Xianxia to enter Medicine Pill Valley. As for Shanqing Luo, the best place for her to go was naturally the savage desolation ancient land. Although she was born a human, she had the bloodline of the monster race and the heavenly moon demon spider's origin energy. In the entire star boundary, the most suitable place for her to grow was undoubtedly the savage desolation ancient land. Yang Kai believed that if he were to send the Shanqing Luo to the ancient ground, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't have any objections. Of course, even if they did, it would be useless. However, Shanqing Luo didn't seem to have this intention. Instead, she was willing to stay in the High Heaven Palace and cultivate. As for the reason, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. She was probably worried that Shuiyu would be lonely, so she stayed to accompany him. "No." Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. "As long as you have the heart, where can't you cultivate?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "That's true." Now that the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation resources, even if Shanqing Luo didn't go to the ancient ground, it wouldn't affect her cultivation. Since she didn't want to go, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. Turning his head to Zhou Xian, he said, "Let's go to Ice Heart Valley." Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew towards the space array. Zhou Xian followed closely behind. A moment later, in Ice Heart Valley's Ice Island restricted area, the space array lit up. The Ice Heart Valley disciples guarding this place noticed it and immediately came to investigate. After investigating the situation, they reported it one by one. Yang Kai hadn't come to Ice Heart Valley many times, but almost every elder in Ice Heart Valley recognized him. After all, when Ice Heart Valley was facing a great calamity, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and saved Ice Heart Valley. In the hearts of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Yang Kai's status was very high. Otherwise, how could a man casually enter this place where women gathered? As long as he showed his face, he would be killed. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw Bing Yun in a large hall. There was no one around, only Ji Yao waiting on him. When Yang Kai saw her, he felt a headache. He couldn't help but recall the embarrassing moments he had with her in the ancient ground. Ji Yao's expression was a little strange as she looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that there was something hidden in her eyes. Without looking sideways, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Senior. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said softly, "Why are you acting like an outsider? Boy, you haven't been here for more than 10 years, right?" Before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao said in a sarcastic tone, "Palace Master Yang is a noble man with many things to do. How could he still remember this cold and desolate Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, thinking, "I didn't provoke you, so why are you speaking so sarcastically?" Even Bing Yun glanced at her third disciple. Yang Kai pursed his lips. "Junior Sister Yao, I trust you have been well since we last met." Ji Yao reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, saying lightly, "You used to call me Yao, but now you have changed to Junior Sister." Yang Kai's eyes twitched and even Bing Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. She raised her hand and said, "We are not outsiders, let's sit down first." Ji Yao said, "Palace Master Yang, please don't blame me for not having tea to serve you." Haha. Yang Kai could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing how to react. Bing Yun finally couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Ji Yao. Only then did the latter lower her eyes and put on a docile appearance. "This is..." Bing Yun looked at Xu Yan, who was standing behind Kai Yang strangely. Secretly thinking that the reason why Ji Yao was being so cold and sarcastic was because this little brat had brought a woman with him, she naturally asked out of curiosity. Xu Yan stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Xu Yan greets Ancestral Founder." "Ancestral Founder?" Bing Yun was stunned, and Ji Yao also raised her head to look at Xu Yan. "This is..." Bing Yun's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared blankly at the sword hanging at Xu Yan's waist. With a wave of her hand, the sword flew into her hand. Bing Yun gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand and pulled it out of its sheath with a rustling sound. A cold light suddenly filled the hall as a cold aura filled the air. "Profound Frost Divine Sword." Bing Yun exclaimed in a low voice. This sword was originally her sword. She had owned it when she was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star in the Star Territory. Later she left the Star Territory for the Star Boundary and left this sword in Ice Heart Valley. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed and Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone great changes, she could recognize it at a glance. It was her sword from back then. Reporting to Ancestral Founder, "It is indeed Profound Frost Divine Sword." Xu Yan replied respectfully. Bing Yun raised her head and looked at her. "You came from the Star Territory?" With Profound Frost Divine Sword here, it was not difficult to guess Xu Yan's origin. Yang Kai smiled and said, "My humble wife studied in Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star for a period of time. Profound Frost Divine Sword was obtained from Ice Heart Valley." "My humble wife." Bing Yun keenly grasped this intimate word, and a strange light flashed in Ji Yao's eyes. Stroking the sword and recalling the past, Bing Yun could not help but sigh. After a long time she said, "Profound Frost Divine Sword is only an Origin King grade artifact, but I can see that it is now a Dao Source grade artifact. Moreover, it seems to be extremely sentient. It seems that this sword is not a disgrace to you." Returning the sword to its sheath, Bing Yun raised her hand and returned Profound Frost Divine Sword to Xu Yan. Although it was an artifact from back then, Bing Yun no longer had any use for Profound Frost Divine Sword. Since Xu Yan obtained it and brought it here, she naturally would not snatch it away. She turned to Yang Kai and said, "Yang Kai, you brought her to see me because..." Yang Kai grinned. "Xu Yan is also a disciple of Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Naturally, she is also Senior's disciple. Isn't she here to acknowledge her ancestors?" Bing Yun nodded slightly, guessing Yang Kai's intentions. "Very well, this queen will accept her as a disciple. I won't bury her." Bing Yun is so straightforward. Although Yang Kai knew that there would definitely be no accidents on this trip, he did not expect Bing Yun to agree so readily. Compared with the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors, Bing Yun was much more amiable. However, although Bing Yun was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, she was still far from the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors. Great Emperors should be extremely cautious when accepting disciples. Not to mention that the Wondrous Pill Great Emperors had previously said that they would no longer accept disciples. Yang Kai winked at Su Yan and Su Yan immediately said, "Disciple greets honored master." Ji Yao said, "Honored master, you are usually in retreat, so why don't you leave little junior sister to me?" Yang Kai was shocked and raised his head to look at Ji Yao, only to see her give him a meaningful smile which made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Bing Yun nodded and said, "Very well, if I don't have time I will leave Su Yan to you. You must teach her well." "Yes, honored master," Ji Yao nodded respectfully. She turned to look at Su Yan and said, "Little junior sister, this is the first time we are meeting. You can call me third senior sister in the future, or you can call me by my name. My name is Ji Yao." "Greetings, third senior sister." Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled, "Let's talk about it later. Honored master hasn't accepted you yet. After the disciple acceptance ceremony is over, we will be family. There is no need to be so formal." "Yes." Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like he had sent Su Yan into a tiger's den. But this was not the time to go back on his word. Bing Yun had already agreed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, and Su Yan was very suitable to stay in Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could he go back on his word now? Ji Yao wouldn't make things difficult for Su Yan, right? According to his understanding of Ji Yao, such a thing should not happen. Thinking so, Yang Kai calmed down and said, "Senior, I returned to Star Territory a few days ago and brought some disciples from Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley. If Senior is willing to accept them, Junior will arrange for them to be sent here." When Yang Kai left Star Territory, he had not only brought people from Shadowed Star, but also from all the major cultivation stars. Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley were naturally the focus of attention, almost emptying the entire Ice Heart Valley. "You returned to Star Territory?" Bing Yun was shocked. "Yes, it was a coincidence. How many people did you bring?" Senior is asking about Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley, or everyone. "Naturally, Ice Heart Valley. Several thousand." Bing Yun was stunned. He thought that even if he had the ability to return to Star Territory and bring some people here, he would only bring a few dozen at most. The number of several thousand really shocked him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "You became the master of Star Territory?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior's eyes are sharp." Bing Yun was relieved. No wonder he could bring several thousand people here. It turned out that he had become the master of Star Territory and the guardian of Star Territory. Other than that, there was no other explanation for why he could bring so many people here. Frowning, he said, "Star Territory has its own rules and the Star Boundary has its own rules. Only Third Order Origin Kings can pass through the Starlight Avenue and enter the Star Boundary. Although I don't know what method you used to bring them here, I'm afraid you will have some trouble." Yang Kai said, "Senior, don't worry. Since I dared to do this, there will naturally be no problems." Chapter 32:15. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation was his immediate superior, he definitely would not have done this. Otherwise, if he was found out in the future, he would definitely be punished and stripped of his status as the master of Star Territory. However, with Yang Inflammation's protection, it was not a big deal for him to secretly bring some people over. What about everyone? Bing Yun suddenly realized a problem. Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley had brought thousands of people over, so the others would probably bring even more. After all, Yang Kai himself originated from Star Territory, so it was impossible for him to not take care of his friends and family in Star Territory. 100,000. Yang Kai scratched his cheek. Bing Yun was stunned and Ji Yao also looked at him in a daze. What did 100,000 mean? Ice Heart Valley only had a few thousand disciples now, less than 10,000, and this was the result of years of continuous recruitment. 100,000 was almost equivalent to a dozen Ice Heart Valleys. Why did you bring so many people over? Bing Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you afford to raise them? 100,000 people. The cultivation materials each person needed was an extremely terrifying number. High Heaven Palace had only been established recently, so how could it have such a huge heritage to squander? She could not help but worry about Yang Kai's future. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no problem for the time being." Bing Yun was stunned. "It seems that I have underestimated you. Since you have enough people, then arrange for someone to send the people from Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley here as soon as possible. I can help share some of your pressure." Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley were the sect founded by Bing Yun, so naturally she could not ignore the thousands of disciples. Bringing them to Ice Heart Valley would make it easier for them to cultivate in the future. Thank you, Senior. Bing Yun smiled and said, I should be thanking you, but since you are so rich, my Ice Heart Valley has nothing to thank you for. In the future I can only teach Zhou Xian carefully and return this favor. Obviously she was telling Yang Kai not to worry and that she would not treat Zhou Xian badly. Yang Kai seized the opportunity and said with a smile, Senior, I do have a request. Bing Yun said, what is it? As long as it's not too much, tell me about it. Yang Kai said with a bitter face, Senior, my High Heaven Palace has only been established for a short period of time, so we can't compare to the other sects in the star boundary. Putting aside the materials used for cultivation for the time being, we can still survive if we live on a shoestring, but the disciples can't only rely on source crystals for cultivation. They must also have suitable secret arts and secret techniques. Otherwise, if we cultivate behind closed doors, even if our cultivation improves, we won't be a match for others when we go out to fight. If we were to be killed by others, how embarrassing would that be? Bing Yun looked at him angrily. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, Junior wants to see if he can borrow some secret arts and secret techniques from Ice Heart Valley. You know, there are all kinds of people and many of them cultivate ice attribute secret arts. We are currently lacking these things. Bing Yun smiled and said, You destroyed Seeking Passion sect and took their things. Isn't the heritage of such a huge sect over tens of thousands of years not enough for you? Speaking of which, Seeking Passion sect's heritage was even stronger than Ice Heart Valley's. After all, it was a sect founded by the great emperors. Back then, Seeking Passion sect was also famous, but after passing down generations its reputation gradually declined. In the end it was destroyed by Yang Kai. Although Bing Yun didn't know how many benefits Yang Kai obtained from exterminating Seeking Passion sect, she could infer a thing or two from the fact that he could support more than 100,000 people. Not to mention the cultivation materials, the number of secret arts and secret techniques he obtained was definitely not small. She remembered that Seeking Passion sect's book collection pavilion was even larger than Ice Heart Valley's. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, Naturally, the more secret arts and secret techniques there are, the better. Disciples will have more choices, right? Of course, if Senior is interested, we can also exchange them. My High Heaven Palace also has a book collection pavilion. Senior can take whatever secret arts and secret techniques you want. Bing Yun said, My Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivate ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques. Why would we need other secret techniques? Then Senior means, Bing Yun said, if I refuse, wouldn't I be too stingy? Thank you, Senior. Yang Kai smiled. Bing Yun waved her hand and said, Yao, take him to the secret arts and secret techniques in the book collection pavilion. Except for the top-level secret techniques, let him take the rest. Giving such an order in front of Yang Kai naturally showed that she didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider. As for the secret arts and secret techniques, they were the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Even the disciples of Ice Heart Valley couldn't cultivate them easily. Only the future pillars of Ice Heart Valley were qualified to study them. Naturally, they couldn't be taken away by Yang Kai. Junior can do as he pleases. There's no need to trouble Junior Sister Yao. Ji Yao chuckled. Since Honored Master has given the order, then it's not up to you. Brother Yang, come with me. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. She walked down and brushed past him as she walked out. A wisp of serene fragrance swept past him. Go, I want to talk to Zhou Xian. Bing Yun waved her hand and asked him to leave. Yang Kai had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, he quietly sent a message to Zhou Xian. Cultivate well, I will come to see you often. Zhou Xian nodded gently. Closing the door of the main hall behind him, Yang Kai followed Ji Yao towards the secret art pavilion. Along the way, many Ice Heart Valley disciples stepped aside and respectfully bowed to the two of them. However, from time to time, they would steal glances at Yang Kai in amazement. The air was filled with all kinds of fragrances, giving one the illusion that they had entered a country of women. Nothing was said along the way as Ji Yao led the way, not bothering to chat with Yang Kai. A moment later, a 9-story tower appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Above the tower was a plaque with the words Secret Art Pavilion written on it. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples were walking in and out of the tower, obviously choosing secret arts and secret techniques. After entering with Ji Yao, Yang Kai was immediately greeted by a beautiful woman in palace attire who bowed, "Martial Aunt Ji." This beautiful woman had a Dao source realm cultivation and was not weak. Ji Yao was a first-generation disciple of Ice Heart Valley, then she was definitely a second-generation disciple. After greeting her, she looked up at Yang Kai and suddenly said, "Martial Uncle Yang." She had seen Yang Kai before, and although she had only seen him briefly, being able to follow Ji Yao into the secret art pavilion meant that besides the palace master of High Heaven Palace, there was no one else in this world who could do such a thing. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He was well aware of how famous he was in Ice Heart Valley, so he was not surprised. "Call all the disciples out, I have some matters to discuss with Brother Yang," Ji Yao ordered lightly. A look of surprise flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes as she wondered if the rumors were true. Otherwise, why would they clear the secret art pavilion after entering? One had to know that a man and a woman alone in a room would be bad for Martial Aunt Ji's reputation if word of this spread. However, Martial Aunt Ji obviously did not care about this. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she replied, "Yes." Turning around, she entered. A moment later, Ice Heart Valley's disciples came out one by one, saluted and left. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the beautiful woman in the palace robes came back to report, "Martial Aunt Ji, the disciples have all left." Ji Yao nodded lightly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Come in." Yang Kai looked uncomfortable. When Ji Yao wanted to clear the secret art pavilion just now, he had wanted to stop her, but he was afraid that others would think too much, so he had remained silent. Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only let nature take its course. Ji Yao was not afraid. What was there to be afraid of? The secret art pavilion was divided into 9 floors, and the higher the floor, the higher the grade of the secret arts and secret techniques stored. Correspondingly, the requirements for the disciples who entered would be higher. Moreover, Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion did not only store ice attribute secret techniques, but also other secret arts and secret techniques. After all, Ice Heart Valley had existed for tens of thousands of years, so when the disciples traveled outside, they would inevitably obtain some gains. These secret arts and secret techniques would naturally be turned over to the secret art pavilion in exchange for contribution points. A sect's heritage was basically built this way. It was not something that could be built overnight, but rather required many years of accumulation. While leading Yang Kai forward, Ji Yao introduced the situation inside the secret art pavilion to him. After a brief understanding, Yang Kai said, "Let's go directly to the 4th floor." Secret arts and secret techniques below the 4th floor were not of much use. Only those above the 4th floor were suitable for a Saint King realm cultivator to cultivate. Ji Yao nodded and walked up the spiral wooden ladder to the 4th floor before saying, "Brother Yang, please feel free to take a look around and see if there is anything you need." Yang Kai nodded and looked around. In the large space of the 4th floor, there were at least 20 wooden cabinets, each of which was a few dozen meters tall. Each of these cabinets had a small grid on which were placed a number of jade slips with the names of secret arts and secret techniques written on them. These jade slips were very neatly organized and easy to read. Yang Kai grabbed a jade slip at random and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, quickly discovering that this was a secret technique that could allow a cultivator to cultivate to the Origin King realm. It was not too precious, but it was a step-by-step process that would prevent a cultivator from becoming the demon race. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and began copying it. For this trip, Yang Kai had prepared over 10,000 blank jade slips in his space ring. Moreover, it was not just Ice Heart Valley but also the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai had asked Li Jiao to go back and deliver some secret arts and secret techniques to him. If it were before, Li Jiao would definitely refuse or bargain with Yang Kai. After all, this was the heritage of the Fire Dragon Palace, so how could he allow others to take advantage of it so casually? However, after going through life and death with Yang Kai on Dragon Island, learning that Yang Kai had saved Lu Sanyang's life, and learning that Yang Kai had fought many battles in the Star Territory, Li Jiao did not refuse this matter and immediately agreed, leading Lu Sanyang and Lu Yuqin back to the Fire Dragon Palace. Counting the days, it was almost time to deliver the secret arts and secret techniques. Yang Kai was also preparing to go to the Southern Territory to find some secret arts and secret techniques from Azure Sun Temple. When the time came, the High Heaven Palace would gather the strength of the 4 top forces, so the disciples would have a lot of choice when choosing secret arts and secret techniques. Just this starting point alone would allow them to have a higher starting point than others, so it would be difficult for them not to become strong in the future. Can I help you? Jiao walked over and asked softly. Yang Kai nodded, took out a jade slip and handed it to her. Although he did not know how many secret arts and secret techniques there were in Ice Heart Valley's secret technique pavilion, one more person would be more efficient. Chapter 32:16. On the left and right sides of each wooden cabinet were jade slips. Kai Yang took a jade slip from the left while Jiao took a jade slip from the right. The two of them maintained the same pace and frequency as they walked forward. There was only a single wooden cabinet between them, so when they raised their heads, they could clearly see each other. There was no choice when it came to copying these jade slips. Yang Kai was completely stuffing himself with them, preparing to copy all the jade slips from the 4th floor to the 8th floor of Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion. For a time, the secret art pavilion was silent. Only the jade slips in their hands kept changing. There were thousands of jade slips on the 4th floor, but it only took the two half a day to copy all of them. Let's go to the next floor, Jiao said and took the lead. The 5th floor was slightly smaller than the 4th floor. There were fewer wooden cabinets, only about 10 of them. The jade slips were also only half as many as the 4th floor. With their previous experience, the two were even more efficient. It only took them a little more than an hour to finish copying all the jade slips. Then the 6th floor, the 7th floor. At first Yang Kai was still a bit uneasy. He had always felt that Jiao following him was not a good thing, but seeing her calm demeanor, even if they occasionally exchanged a few words, it was just casual chatter, so he slowly relaxed. He was afraid that Jiao would mention what happened in the ancient lands to him. Although Jiao's mind was a little unclear at that time and she mistook him for Bing Yun, Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend to be her for a while. However, he always saw something he shouldn't have seen. If word got out, it would damage Jiao's reputation. Now that he saw her calm and collected, he gradually felt relieved. What happened back then was really an accident. He understood this and Jiao also understood this. Naturally, there was no reason for her to keep harping on it. After entering the 8th floor, there were only a few wooden cabinets. Roughly counting, there were probably no more than 100 jade slips. However, the secret arts and secret techniques stored in these jade slips were the most advanced in Ice Heart Valley, and they were suitable for cultivation in the Emperor realm. Bing Yun sharing these things with Yang Kai showed how generous she was to Yang Kai. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter this secret art pavilion. There weren't many jade slips, so Jiao didn't get involved in the matter of copying. Instead, she walked to the window and leaned against it to look into the distance. The side of her face revealed a slightly lonely expression. Yang Kai continued to make skill rubbing. I heard that you brought 4 madams from the Star Territory? Jiao suddenly spoke. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. He saw that she was still showing him the side of her face. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Who did you hear that from? Jiao turned her head to look at him, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. I've already met little junior sister, when can I meet the other 3? Why would you want to meet them? Yang Kai cursed in his heart. What puzzled him even more was, how did Jiao know about this? Although it had already been over a month since he returned from the Star Territory, and it wasn't a secret that he had brought 4 madams, who would be so bored as to tell Jiao about this. You planted a spy in my high heaven palace? Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. If not for this, Jiao definitely wouldn't know about this. You still haven't answered my question. Jiao evaded the question. Yang Kai bitterly smiled and said, if junior sister Yao wants to meet them, you can go to the high heaven palace at any time. Jiao lightly snorted and flicked her sleeve. I want to go, but I'm afraid that some people won't welcome me. Who dares? Yang Kai glared. Jiao's eyes stared at him without blinking. Yang Kai pointed at his own nose and said, it can't be me, right? What kind of joke is this? If junior sister Yao wants to go to the high heaven palace, you can go at any time, there won't be anyone who won't welcome you. You said it yourself. Jiao pursed her lips into a smile. Then I'll have to go to the high heaven palace more often in the future. She had often gone to the high heaven palace before, but 9 times out of 10 she wouldn't see Yang Kai. The news she received was that Yang Kai had gone out and hadn't returned. Even if this was true, it still gave her the illusion that Yang Kai was avoiding her, causing her to feel somewhat disappointed. Now that she heard Yang Kai say this, her uneasiness immediately disappeared. That's right, I also heard that Miss Zhu also fell into your demonic hands? Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Who has such a big mouth? Several possible candidates flashed through his mind. The three great monster king? It shouldn't be, they had no reason to gossip behind his back. Could it be Hua Qingxi? Could it be the Southern Gate Army or Hou Yu? Perhaps it was Hou Yu. Yang Kai swore in his heart. If it really was her, he would definitely lock her up for 100 years and force her to constantly refine artifacts. He definitely wouldn't let her out until 100 years had passed. Big Brother is truly amazing, having two beauties in each hand and enjoying the blessings of two, making others envious. Yang Kai said with an awkward expression, Junior Sister Yao, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you help me copy a jade slip? There isn't much left. The main reason was that it felt strange to talk about this with a woman like Ji Yao. If it were a man talking about this, perhaps Yang Kai would have some interest. Ji Yao looked at him with ridicule. Big Brother, are you feeling embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Aren't you men all like this? You can't wait to take all the beautiful women in the world. That's not right. Yang Kai shook his head. It's undeniable that a beautiful woman can always make a man take a few more glances and perhaps even have some fanciful thoughts, but taking all the beautiful women in the world is just too unrealistic. Is that so? Ji Yao was expressionless. So Big Brother is already satisfied with having 5 beauties. Yang Kai sternly said, how would I dare not be satisfied? Ji Yao slowly walked towards him and said solemnly, Big Brother, can you guarantee that you won't fool around in the future? Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. Junior Sister Yao, we really should change the topic. Big Brother, are you avoiding my question? Or do you have other thoughts in your heart? If another woman throws herself at you, you won't refuse? Stopping in front of Yang Kai, she raised her head and stubbornly stared at him, her delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Yang Kai took a step back and pressed his back against the wooden cabinet. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Junior Sister Yao, you're meddling too much. Ji Yao said, if it was before I could just sit back and ignore it, but since Master has agreed to accept Junior Sister into the sect, then Junior Sister and I are family. Although this is the first time we've met, I can see that our Junior Sister has a cold temperament and probably won't restrict you in the matters of men and women. As a senior sister, I naturally have to think for her. You're being unreasonable. Yang Kai frowned. Ji Yao sneered, you don't mean what you say. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, how do I mean what I say? You obviously do. Don't say it like you understand men very well. Yang Kai sized her up and sneered, if Big Brother isn't wrong, Junior Sister, right now you're probably still a virgin. Ji Yao's white cheeks flushed red as she angrily shouted, rogue. Yang Kai spread his hands, you were the one who insisted on discussing this topic with me, I'm just stating facts. You haven't even met a suitable man and have been bitterly cultivating in Ice Heart Valley all this time. How could you possibly understand the thoughts of men? Who said I haven't met one? Ji Yao angrily shouted, her chest heaving up and down as she glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt inexplicably guilty under her stare and couldn't help looking away as he shrugged. That's why, let's change the subject, continuing to discuss it is meaningless. No. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's collar. I used to think you were a good person, that even though you were a man you knew how to keep yourself clean, but I didn't expect you to be such a worthless man. If you don't make things clear today, I'm afraid Junior Sister will still suffer in the future. Yang Kai flew into a rage. Who's a worthless man? This is too much. How could I be a worthless man? This is simply a personal attack, how can I tolerate it? Ji Yao's grip tightened, causing Yang Kai's body to suddenly lean towards her as she spat. I'm talking about you. Ji Yao. Yang Kai shouted, don't go too far. I'm going too far, what can you do about it? Ji Yao raised her head, her face filled with anger, not showing any intention of backing down. She was half a head shorter than Yang Kai, but at this moment she seemed to be superior. Yang Kai stared at her fiercely, his nostrils puffing hot air. Her beautiful face was so close that her 2 full breasts gave off an amazing amount of elasticity and heat. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded as his fierce expression suddenly changed. Just now, he had been so focused on quarreling with her that he hadn't realized the two of them were so close together. Now that he had woken up, his heart began to pound. The corners of his eyes twitched and his tone softened. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go first. He reached out to grab her little hand, wanting to pry it open, but unexpectedly, Jiao didn't have any intention of letting go. However, the moment their skin touched, that white and tender little hand trembled slightly and her cheeks slowly turned red. Their eyes were still facing each other, but there wasn't a feeling of hostility. Instead, there was a hint of charm and ambiguity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and earnestly said, "Great aunt, I was wrong, okay? Let go first and we can talk." "I won't let go." Jiao lost the courage to look at him, but her face was stubborn. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "Something will happen." Jiao didn't say anything, but that silent resistance showed her attitude. "I'm warning you one last time, something will really happen," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Jiao remained unmoved. She couldn't bear it anymore, there was no need to bear it anymore. Yang Kai let out a light breath and slowly lowered his head. Tilting his head, he pressed his lips against hers. Jiao's body suddenly began to violently tremble. The little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar suddenly tightened. A vigorous aura rushed over and the distance between the two of them quickly closed. Jiao's eyes suddenly closed and only her long eyelashes continued to tremble, showing the nervousness in her heart. A soft and cold feeling came from her lips and there seemed to be a hint of sweetness, making her enjoy it so much that she didn't want to leave. Jiao's trembling body instantly stiffened, as if someone had cast a spell on her. Yang Kai's movements were incomparably gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Every time he touched her, he would quickly withdraw, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. That stiff, delicate body gradually relaxed and the little hand that had been grabbing onto Yang Kai's collar had unknowingly let go. It was held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand and turned behind her back. Her waist tightened and her entire body leaned forward. Chapter 32:17. On the lowest floor of the Cultivation Method Pavilion, the woman who had called Jiao martial aunt before raised her head worriedly. Just now she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of quarreling. The Cultivation Method Pavilion had been cleared out, so now, besides her guarding the door, only Jiao and Yang Kai remained. The quarrel must have been caused by the two of them, but she couldn't figure out what had caused the two of them to quarrel so loudly that even she could hear them. Could something have happened? Palace Master Yang had shown great kindness to Ice Heart Valley, and she had heard that the relationship between her martial aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang was quite good. Her martial aunt Ji had been missing for so many years, and it was Palace Master Yang who had brought her back safely. Since that was the case, how could there be a quarrel? She wanted to investigate this matter, but she was also afraid of encountering something she shouldn't see, so she hesitated. Fortunately, the quarrel came and went quickly. Soon there was no more activity, which made her feel a lot more at ease. She listened carefully but couldn't hear any clues. She could only shake her head and sigh. She continued to guard the door, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen. What she didn't know was that something had really happened in the 8th floor of the Cultivation Method Pavilion. Jiao was an inexperienced woman, so how could she be the opponent of Yang Kai, a veteran in the field of love? He hadn't even done anything yet, just holding her waist with one hand and kissing her red lips for a while. Jiao's entire body went limp like mud, without the slightest bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for Kai Yang's hand supporting her waist, she would have immediately collapsed. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving up and down as her cheeks burned. Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with just a light kiss, so he opened Jiao's mouth, grabbed her soft tongue and tasted it wantonly. Jiao let out a moan as she was startled. She had never thought she could make such a strange sound. This sound also woke her up from her daze, her eyes widening. She didn't know where her strength came from, but she forcefully pushed Yang Kai away. Turning her body, she escaped from Yang Kai's embrace and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, like a fish that had jumped ashore. Yang Kai smacked his lips, savoring the taste just now, and then grinned at her. "I told you something would happen." Jiao covered her chest with one hand, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't do so. Her face was still red and her beautiful eyes were misty, but she sneered, "Now what else do you have to say?" "What did you say?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Beautiful on the outside but rotten on the inside. You can't control yourself when a woman throws herself at you." Jiao said hatefully. "You're blaming me?" Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "Isn't this your fault? If you weren't like that, how could I be like this? I'm a man after all. Ji Yao said coldly. The truth is right in front of you and you still want to quibble. Yang Kai lowered his eyes. A few strands of black hair fell on his forehead, covering his expression. He said indifferently, Junior Martial Sister Yao, you fed yourself to the tiger just to prove that your point of view was correct? Ji Yao said, yes. Yang Kai raised his head and grinned. Junior Martial Sister Yao, you're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of being eaten until not even your bones are left? As he spoke, he approached her step by step. She was already powerless and was leaning against the wall, so with Kai Yang's approach she couldn't escape. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as she cried out in alarm, What do you want to do? Yang Kai supported himself against the wall with one hand and lifted her jade-like chin with the other. He was like a demon that had been completely released. He looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. What do you think I want to do? Without waiting for her to respond, he leaned over and kissed her again. This time he didn't show any tenderness, but directly broke through all the barriers and wantonly took. Ji Yao was suddenly out of breath, almost suffocating. Only now did she understand that men weren't people she could casually provoke. This was the second time she experienced this kind of thing. In any case, her performance was a bit better than before. She was able to feel something, but it was also because of this that she felt even more unbearable. Something seemed to be stirring in her body, and the blood in her body flowed several times faster than usual. Her whole body emitted an astonishing heat as if it wanted to burn her clothes to ashes. When a large hand climbed from her waist to her chest, Ji Yao finally grabbed Yang Kai's wrist. She opened her eyes and shook her head pleadingly. Yang Kai had been paying attention to her reaction. Seeing this, he smiled faintly and didn't force her again. After a long time their lips parted. Ji Yao absent-mindedly looked at the sparkling silk thread connecting them. Her already red cheeks became even more ashamed. A short figure slipped out from under Kai Yang's arm. His footsteps floated to the top of the stairs. Stopping, he turned around and fiercely glared at Kai Yang. Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't tell Junior Martial Sister. She then hurried downstairs as if she was fleeing. She still dares to be so fierce. Yang Kai looked in the direction she disappeared and sneered. Bringing his hand to the tip of his nose, he smelled the lingering fragrance, a look of fascination appearing on his face. But then again, he had only come here today to obtain some secret arts and secret techniques from Ice Heart Valley. How had things developed to this point with Ji Yao? Thinking back to what had just happened, Yang Kai felt like he was dreaming. But what was done, so there was no point in thinking about it now. He just didn't know if it would be awkward if he met Ji Yao again. What made Yang Kai even more concerned was that she actually didn't want him to tell Su Yan. He had thought that Ji Yao had sacrificed herself to feed a tiger and would definitely use it against him, but she was actually more afraid of this matter being exposed than he was. Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know what Ji Yao was up to today. On the first floor of the secret art pavilion, the middle-aged woman in the palace dress heard the noise and quickly greeted, Martial Aunt Ji. Ji Yao didn't look around as if she hadn't heard anything. Her mind was still immersed in the sudden change just now. The impact of what had just happened on her was unimaginable. She definitely wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. The middle-aged woman asked, Disciple heard some noise upstairs just now. Did Martial Aunt quarrel with Palace Master Yang? Ji Yao glanced at her and frowned. Did you hear it? The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, Disciple didn't mean to, it was just a bit loud. Ji Yao's eyes flashed. What did you hear? The middle-aged woman lowered her head and said, I didn't hear it clearly. Ji Yao didn't know whether what she said was true or false, so she could only say, Don't spread it, just now I just had some disagreements with Big Brother. The middle-aged woman nodded before asking curiously, Martial Aunt, why is your face so red? Ji Yao said with an unnatural expression, I was angered by him. The middle-aged woman didn't doubt her. But those who cultivated ice attribute secret arts generally had relatively stable mental states. She was really curious about what Martial Aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang were arguing about that had angered her. That Palace Master Yang was really too much. Her Martial Aunt Ji was such a good person, yet she was angered by him. It was definitely his fault. There weren't many jade slips on the 8th floor, so Yang Kai only needed a moment to organize them. Looking up at the 9th floor, he guessed that it should contain Ice Heart Valley's secret arts. The 9th floor was completely unguarded for him, so if he wanted to enter he could easily do so. But since Bingyun didn't allow him to do so, he naturally wouldn't trespass. In the end, he came here to collect secret arts and secret techniques just to give the disciples more choice. He didn't need anything too profound. His harvest was quite bountiful, but he didn't know how Li Jiao was doing. Yang Kai went downstairs and the middle-aged woman immediately stepped forward and bowed. "You haven't left yet?" Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who had her back to him, in amazement. He thought that after what happened just now she would avoid him, but she was actually still waiting here. Ji Yao turned around and said, "Why should I leave? I didn't do anything shameful." "How can you say something like that?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. She had betrayed her little junior sister and her man. Wasn't this shameful? But since it happened to him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't say anything, so he nodded and said, "This matter is over, so I should go back. I'll send you off." Yang Kai didn't refuse. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but along the way, Yang Kai felt that she seemed to be deliberately keeping a little distance from him. He said a few words to her but didn't get any response, which made Yang Kai feel bored. He really wanted to ask Ji Yao what was going on just now. "We're already like that, so why are you still showing me such a cold face? It's like you have some kind of deep grudge against me. Could it be that you're angry?" Thinking so, Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It really was possible. He had been a little too complacent just now, so it was inevitable that Ji Yao would be angry. It's just that it takes two hands to clap. If you weren't willing, why didn't you refuse from the start? Why was her resistance so weak? Yang Kai thought that she had acquiesced, so he took a mile after giving her an inch. This is so fucking awkward. I don't know how to interact with her in the future. Soon they arrived at the Ice Island Forbidden Area. Yang Kai stepped onto the space array and glanced at Ji Yao, but saw that her expression was the same as usual as she quietly stood there. Yang Kai sighed and cupped his fists. "I'll have to trouble junior sister Yao to take care of Su Yan." Ji Yao lightly replied, "Don't worry, she won't suffer the slightest grievance here." Yang Kai nodded and activated the space array. With a flash of light they disappeared. After returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai found Hua Qingxi and handed over the things he had obtained on this trip to her, letting her place them in the Cultivation Technique Pavilion for the disciples to choose from. After Hua Qingxi received them, she reported, "Palace Master Li came over earlier and also sent over many cultivation techniques. I already thanked him, but he seems to have something to say to you." "Where's he?" "He's in the discussion hall. I'll go take a look." After saying this, Yang Kai flew into the air and left. In the discussion hall, Li Jiao sat upright with Lu Sanyang accompanying him. The two whispered to each other and laughed heartily. Suddenly they felt someone flash by the door. When they looked up, their expressions shook as they stood up and bowed. "Brother Li, are you looking for me for something?" They were no longer outsiders. After going through life and death together, Yang Kai had gradually changed his opinion of Li Jiao, so there was no need for formalities. Li Jiao smiled and said, "This Li wants my Fire Dragon Palace and Brother Yang's High Heaven Palace to form an alliance and help each other from now on. What does Brother Yang think?" Chapter 32:18. Alliance. Helping each other. This was a good thing. Although the High Heaven Palace's foundation wasn't bad, and they even had more than 100,000 disciples, they were still a new force in the Northern Territory. If they could form an alliance with the Fire Dragon Palace, it would definitely be beneficial to their future development. Li Jiao was no longer an outsider, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse this kind of thing and immediately agreed. Li Jiao chuckled and cupped his hands. "Then in the future my Fire Dragon Palace will have to look up to Brother Yang and follow the lead of the High Heaven Palace." He knew Yang Kai's abilities better than anyone else, so he knew that there was a hierarchy in this alliance. The Fire Dragon Palace couldn't compare to the High Heaven Palace, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. The alliance between the two top forces was a big deal, but it was decided by the two of them in just a few words. They didn't even need to sign a document because no matter who it was, there was no need to sign a document. "Brother Yang, since we have formed an alliance, we are family," Li Jiao grinned meaningfully. "Look at those debts. Can they be waived for us?" Back then, Li Jiao followed Jiying to the High Heaven Palace to cause trouble and took advantage of the fact that the two were competing in alchemy to set up a bet. As a result, he lost miserably and owed the High Heaven Palace several decades of debt. Every year he had to pay tens of millions of high-rank source crystals, causing the Fire Dragon Palace to live frugally. The elders and deacons under him complained that sometimes they couldn't even gather enough source crystals for their disciples to cultivate. Only a dozen years had passed, but the Fire Dragon Palace couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking about the 20 to 30-year repayment period, Li Jiao felt a headache coming on. You tricked me. Yang Kai glared at Li Jiao. Those debts weren't a small number. Li Jiao grinned meaningfully and said with a thick face, in any case you're not an outsider, not an outsider. Yang Kai snorted twice. It's not impossible to waive them. Li Jiao hurriedly took advantage of the situation and cupped his hands. Thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his hand. But I have a condition. Li Jiao said, Brother Yang, please speak. Yang Kai said, you also know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. More than 100,000 disciples have just arrived. For the time being, we don't have to worry about cultivation resources, secret arts and secret techniques. However, cultivation experience is indispensable. They need someone to teach them. My High Heaven Palace has too many gaps and we can't spare so many people to teach them. Therefore, I would like to ask Li Jiao for help. On the path of cultivation, having someone to guide you and fumbling around on your own were two different concepts. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of this throughout his journey. He already had this plan before, and now that Li Jiao had come up to him, how could he let him go? If not for the fact that Ice Heart Valley's disciples only cultivated ice attribute secret arts and secret techniques, which were not suitable for the general public, Yang Kai would have asked Bing Yun to send some people to support him when he went to Ice Heart Valley. However, the secret arts and secret techniques cultivated by Ice Heart Valley's disciples were too monotonous and might not be suitable for other cultivators. What kind of support? Li Jiao was puzzled. I'll have to trouble you to send a group of experienced instructors from the Fire Dragon Palace to teach my disciples how to cultivate. So that's what it is. I thought it would be a big deal. Li Jiao immediately patted his chest and promised, no problem. After a pause, he continued, however, there are too many disciples in High Heaven Palace. Even if my Fire Dragon Palace supports them, I'm afraid it won't be enough. With more than 100,000 disciples, even if one instructor taught 500, they would need 200 to 300 people. How could the Fire Dragon Palace send so many people? After all, if one wanted to be an instructor, their cultivation had to be at least at the Dao Source Realm. Cultivators below the Dao Source Realm were useless. The cultivator from the Star Territory could already cultivate to the Origin King Realm. All they lacked was the cultivation experience to reach the Origin King Realm. Even if the Fire Dragon Palace had so many Dao Source Realm masters, it was impossible to send all of them. Just respond to this urgent request first. I'll think of other ways to deal with the rest. Yang Kai sighed. With so many people, there were also many trivial matters. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. He could only lay a foundation for the entire High Heaven Palace. As for how it would develop in the future, it would depend on the management of his subordinates and the progress of the disciples. How many people does Yang Kai need? Li Jiao asked. 100. Li Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Although 100 people wasn't a small number, the Fire Dragon Palace could still transfer them. If there were more, it wouldn't be possible. Since they were instructors, they had to be able to teach others how to cultivate. Not everyone could take on this position. Cultivating and teaching others to cultivate were two different things. The Fire Dragon Palace was a big sect, so even if it was a little difficult to gather 100 instructors, it should be enough. The debt will be the monthly salary of these 100 instructors. Brother Li doesn't have any objections, right? No objections, no objections. Li Jiao replied with a smile. It had to be known that the debt was a huge amount of wealth. Sending out 100 instructors was a huge profit, so how could he have any objections? What's more, these 500 instructors were definitely going to be returned, so it wasn't a loss at all. Standing up, he said, there's no time to lose. This Li will rush back and send the people Brother Yang needs over as soon as possible. I'll go with you, Yang Kai said. Li Jiao was startled for a moment before he suddenly understood. Brother Yang wants to connect our two palaces? This will also make it easier to communicate. All right. Li Jiao didn't refuse and immediately set off with Yang Kai and Lu Sanyang towards the Fire Dragon Palace. The three of them were all from the Emperor realm and had the help of flight artifacts, so their speed was naturally very fast. In just half a day they arrived at the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao led the way, leading Yang Kai to a quiet and secluded place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai immediately began to arrange a space array. When night fell and the stars twinkled, the array was completed. With this array connecting the High Heaven Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace, the distance of millions of kilometers could be crossed in an instant, and they could truly help each other. Yang Kai originally wanted to rush back immediately. After all, there were many trivial matters in the High Heaven Palace that required him to deal with personally, but Li Jiao forced him to stay, saying that he wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him. It wouldn't be good to reject him, so he could only agree. In the main hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the entire hall in detail. Every reputable person in Mythical Dragon Palace came over to sit with him, from Palace Master Li Jiao to the Elder of Law Protectors, filling up the entire table. Perhaps because they had received news from Li Jiao that the Fire Dragon Palace would no longer have to hand over source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Everyone was in a good mood and their attitude towards Yang Kai naturally changed. Everyone flattered him, and Li Jiao even boasted about his friendship with Yang Kai. When they were drunk, he even put his arm around Yang Kai's shoulder, completely forgetting how much he hated and feared Yang Kai in the past. The atmosphere was lively, with dancers adding to the fun. Yang Kai sat next to Li Jiao, not putting on any high and mighty airs. In the end, he was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and after seeing more powerful strength, how could he put on airs? This made the higher-ups of the Fire Dragon Palace feel that Yang Kai was a good person. There was wine, and they drank heartily, making their eyes hazy. The banquet lasted until the middle of the night before everyone dispersed. Li Jiao ordered a young and beautiful maid to help Yang Kai rest, but Yang Kai refused and returned to the High Heaven Palace that night. Li Jiao personally sent him off. In front of the space array, Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Li Jiao. "Brother Li, I want to unify the Northern Territory, what do you think?" The night wind blew and Li Jiao suddenly sobered up. He said in surprise, "Unify the Northern Territory?" Yes. Yang Kai also had a sudden idea. More than 100,000 disciples were crying piteously for food in the High Heaven Palace. Although they didn't have to worry about cultivation materials in the short term, and they even had a trade route with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory and a trade route with the Wild Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory, it was definitely not a good thing in the long run. If the High Heaven Palace wanted to continue to develop, it needed to have its own harvest and industries. In the past, the Seeking Passion sect had many properties of its own. There were more than 20 cities, both large and small. Every year, the Seeking Passion sect would receive a large amount of offerings from those cities. Correspondingly, the Seeking Passion sect protected those cities. However, after Yang Kai destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, he only plundered its wealth and didn't pay any attention to the industries left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. In other words, the 20 or so cities weren't under the control of the High Heaven Palace at all. However, it was easy to take them back. With the current strength of the High Heaven Palace, they could just send a monster king to deter them, and they wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't compromise. However, this kind of income obviously couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of more than 100,000 disciples. If they could unify the Northern Territory, then they wouldn't have to worry. The entire Northern Territory had enough resources. Not to mention 100,000 people, they could even feed 1,000,000 people. However, he also knew that there would be some resistance. Even if the High Heaven Palace was powerful, the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory weren't to be trifled with. The Monster King was indeed powerful, but there were only 3 of them. Moreover, the Monster King's identity was too sensitive, and it wasn't suitable for them to appear in public for a long time. Otherwise, if they provoked some almighty expert to come out and slay demons, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. He didn't believe that there weren't any masters in the Northern Territory. The masters he could see were only on the surface. There were always some capable people hiding under the surface. Yang Kai didn't know about them now because he hadn't touched their interests. Once he really provoked them, those people definitely wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Currently, there were several top forces in the Northern Territory. The High Heaven Palace, Ice Heart Valley and Fire Dragon Palace could be said to be advancing and retreating together. If Yang Kai really wanted to unify the Northern Territory, these 2 forces definitely wouldn't have any objections. Yang Kai also wouldn't touch the interests of these 2 forces, but the other forces would have to stand aside. Li Jiao understood Yang Kai's nature. He knew that this guy was skilled and bold. He even dared to kill his way out of Dragon Island, so there was probably nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do. If it was someone else who asked this question, Li Jiao would probably laugh it off because it wasn't very realistic. However, since Yang Kai asked this, it was likely that he really wanted to do this and had the confidence to do so. Looking up, Li Jiao saw that Yang Kai's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of drunkenness, so Li Jiao knew that he wasn't talking about drunkenness. After pondering for a moment, Li Jiao said, "If Brother Yang really has such intentions, this Li will definitely do his best to help." He had just reached an agreement with Yang Kai to help each other, so Li Jiao naturally wouldn't slap his own face. But, Brother Yang, are you mentally prepared to be condemned by thousands and cursed by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory? Yang Kai laughed heartily. What does the life or death of others have to do with me? I only care about my high heaven palace. Li Jiao nodded. It was every man for himself. Since he had embarked on the journey of the martial Dao, he had to be mentally prepared to fall at any time. Killing and being killed was normal. Chapter 32:19. There's only one thing, Medicine Pill Valley. Li Jiao looked at Yang Kai with some worry. Although there were no great emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, and Medicine Pill Valley was only a place for the great emperors to cultivate, not a sect, if Yang Kai really stirred up trouble in the Northern Territory, he might provoke Medicine Pill Valley's people. Once Medicine Pill Valley intervened, there would be no end to this matter. Yang Kai sneered, I don't want to exterminate the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory, I just want to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year. Why would Medicine Pill Valley care? Tilting his head, he looked at Li Jiao and said, Brother Li doesn't think I want to exterminate the Northern Territory's great sects, does he? Li Jiao broke out in cold sweat. I misunderstood. When he heard Yang Kai say that he wanted to unify the Northern Territory, he really thought he was going to start a massacre, but now he realized that he had been overthinking things. If he only wanted to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year, it wouldn't be too excessive. After all, there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Yang Kai reached out and patted his shoulder. Since you want to do this, you need to establish your prestige first. The High Sky sect is a good target, so I'll have to trouble Brother Li to send a message to Mi Qi and tell him to come see me at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. Brother Yang wants me to be the bad guy. Yang Kai blinked. Who asked Brother Li to be so familiar with Mi Qi? All right, I will inform him as soon as possible, but I don't know what he will do. As long as you inform him. Yang Kai smiled slightly before turning around and stepping into the space array. With a flash of light, he disappeared. The High Sky sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, not inferior to Fire Dragon Palace or Ice Heart Valley in terms of strength, both of them having third-stage Emperor Realm Masters. Since Yang Kai wanted to establish his might and spread the name of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to choose a suitable target. If Ice Heart Valley and Fire Dragon Palace didn't work, then he could only start with the High Sky sect. Having said that, the High Sky sect, like the Fire Dragon Palace, also owed Yang Kai a large amount of source crystals. Over the years they had paid back a lot of source crystals, but who knew how long it would take for them to pay it all back. The days passed quickly and Yang Kai was also busy every day. He didn't even have time to talk to Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu. The food, accommodation and cultivation of the hundreds of thousands of disciples was a big problem. If they didn't solve it properly, they couldn't do anything else. Under his instructions, Hua Qingxi returned to the Southern Territory and bought a large number of source condensing pills from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, distributing them to the Peak Origin King Realm cultivator who was preparing to break through to the Dao Source Realm. A few days later, 100 instructors also came over from the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi discussed and arranged for the 100 instructors to be distributed to the various peaks. These 100 instructors were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so it would be no problem for them to teach the disciples who came from the Star Territory. When new Dao Source Realm Masters were born in each peak, the gap in the High Heaven Palace would be filled. At that time the old would teach the new, so there was no need to worry too much. The various peaks were of different sizes and the number of people living in them also varied. The smallest had 200 to 300 people, while the largest had 2,000 to 3,000 people. The instructors who were assigned fewer people were naturally happy, but the instructors who were assigned 2,000 to 3,000 people were miserable. Just think about it, if a person had to teach 2,000 to 3,000 people, even if only 1% of them came to ask him about cultivation every day, he definitely wouldn't have time to rest. A month later, in the High Heaven Palace's conference hall, Yang Kai sat on the throne. The three Monster King and Hua Qingxi, the chief steward, stood on both sides of the steps, forming an 8-character formation. Below him, to his left and right, there were more than 100 people. Today was the first time the entire High Heaven Palace was holding a conference. These 100 people were the peak masters of the various peaks of the High Heaven Palace, and their cultivations varied. Yang Kai didn't know half of them. Yang Kai's gaze swept across the crowd and everyone saluted in unison, "Greetings, Palace Master." Regardless of whether the people standing below were his elders or fellow disciples, since they came to the star boundary and entered the High Heaven Palace, they were now people of the High Heaven Palace. He was the Palace Master, so he naturally had to accept everyone's worship. Yang Kai raised his hand and secretly laughed in his heart. He didn't expect that when he first established the High Heaven Palace, there would be such a big scene. He was afraid that in the entire star boundary, there wouldn't be any sect that would gather so many people for a conference. It was just like an emperor in the mortal world. But then again, there really wasn't any sect that could have as many people as the High Heaven Palace, so it was inevitable that such a scene would occur. Although it was a conference, it was just setting up some rules. A sect couldn't be complete without rules. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples and hundreds of spirit peaks. Even if the High Heaven Palace was now a big sect and didn't lack cultivation resources, they couldn't just give them out casually. The amount of cultivation resources that each peak could receive every month, and how much would be distributed to each person, were all carefully calculated and worked out. In addition, there were many rules for rewards and punishments. These were all discussed by Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing long ago. At this moment they were standing in the main hall and reading it out, mainly for the peak masters to remember it and then pass it on to their disciples. This way they wouldn't be punished when they made a mistake. There would naturally be rewards when there were punishments. Those who improved their cultivation by leaps and bounds would be rewarded for their contributions to the sect. After a busy day, half a day passed. In the following time, the peak masters of each peak reported the situation of each peak. Fortunately, there weren't any troublesome matters. The hundreds of thousands of disciples had just arrived, so they were relatively stable. Most of them had received some cultivation resources and were cultivating in seclusion. It wasn't until evening that the crowd gradually dispersed. Someone hurriedly reported from outside the hall, "Greetings, Palace Master. Master invites you over." Yang Kai looked over and found that this person was Ji Ying's eldest disciple. He immediately became spirited. "Brother Ji, you're back?" The disciple said, "Master only returned at noon." He heard that Palace Master was in a conference with the peak masters, so he didn't disturb you. "I'll go take a look." Yang Kai immediately rushed to Spirit Dan Peak. When he reached Spirit Dan Peak and entered the main hall, he looked around and saw that Ji Ying was alone. Yang Kai's face lit up and he cupped his fists. "Brother Ji." Ji Ying returned the greeting. "Brother Yang, fortunately I didn't disappoint you." Although he had guessed before seeing Xianxia, Yang Kai was still overjoyed when he heard him say this. He grabbed Ji Ying's arm and pulled him to sit down. "The great emperors agreed to accept Ning Chong as a disciple?" Ji Ying smiled. "No." Yang Kai's face stiffened. How could that be? Ji Ying had been gone for more than a month, and Yang Kai hadn't seen Xianxia just now, so he thought that the great emperors had already accepted his little senior sister as a disciple. Who knew that Ji Ying would pour a bucket of cold water on him? "Brother Yang, listen to me." Ji Ying smiled faintly. Master said that he would no longer accept a disciple. Since he had said that, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. Yang Kai glared. "Ning Chong has the sacred spirit medicine body, how could the great emperors not be tempted?" Ji Ying said, "It is precisely because sister-in-law has the sacred spirit medicine body that Master felt that if he left her alone, he would waste such a good physique, so he left sister-in-law in Medicine Pill Valley." "What does that mean?" Yang Kai was puzzled. If he didn't accept Xianxia as a disciple, why did he leave her in Medicine Pill Valley? Ji Ying said, "Master's meaning is that eldest brother, second brother and fourth senior sister will work together to teach sister-in-law. Master even said that if there is anything she doesn't understand, sister-in-law can ask him for advice, but this master-disciple relationship is waived." Yang Kai was stunned. Is there any difference between this and taking her as a disciple? Xianxia stayed in Medicine Pill Valley and was taught by several disciples of the great emperors. She could even ask the great emperor some questions about alchemy. No matter how he looked at it, she was no different from a disciple. Ji smiled faintly. Master seems to be a little annoyed that he said he wouldn't take any more disciples back then, and he is even more annoyed that word has spread. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before he laughed loudly. Only now did he realize that it wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to take Xianxia as a disciple, but that he didn't want to slap his own face. If those words hadn't spread, the great emperors definitely wouldn't have refused. So Brother Yang can rest assured. With Brother and the others teaching little junior sister, she will definitely be able to carry forward Master's legacy. Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. The great emperors didn't accept my humble wife, but Brother Ji called her little junior sister. If the great emperors heard this, that's the truth. Jing didn't care. As the fifth disciple of the great emperors, how could he not see through the great emperor's thoughts? The great emperors were also people who cherished talents. Although they couldn't accept Xianxia as a disciple because of a single sentence, they would definitely guide her carefully. Calling her little junior sister was just a matter of not having a proper status, but Ji Ying's other brothers all agreed. Good, good, good. Yang Kai clapped his hands excitedly. Su Yan went to Ice Heart Valley to become a little junior sister, and Xianxia went to Medicine Pill Valley to become a little junior sister. Could be said that they shared the same fate, but this was inevitable. Compared to others, they couldn't compare in age and cultivation. Little junior sister was just a little junior sister. It was cool under a big tree. Shanqing Luo and Shui Yu didn't have a place to stay. Shanqing Luo didn't want to go to the ancient wild lands, so the two women could only stay in High Heaven Palace and cultivate. Shanqing Luo was better off, as she could ask the three great monster king for some cultivation experience. But as for Shui Yu, she could only be taught by Yang Kai himself. Although Yang Kai had experienced many hardships along the way, he was still a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so teaching her cultivation wasn't a problem. In a good mood, Yang Kai stayed on Spirit Pill Peak to drink and chat with Jiying. The High Sky Sect was one of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory. Sect Master Miqi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and was famous throughout the Northern Territory, but ever since the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, life had become difficult. Every year, more than half of their harvest had to be handed over to the High Heaven Palace, so they lived a tight life. Fortunately, they had the Fire Dragon Palace as a fellow sufferer, otherwise they wouldn't know what to do. On this day, Li Jiao came to visit. Miqi was an old acquaintance of his, so he naturally welcomed him warmly. A banquet was set up to entertain him, and after 3 rounds of wine, Li Jiao smiled slightly and said, "This Li came uninvited today because someone asked me to." Miqi was startled. "Who asked you to come? What is it?" Li Jiao was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master like him, and he also had a half-dragon bloodline. If they really fought, Miqi admitted that he wasn't his opponent. Who had such great face to ask him to come? Chapter 32:20. High Heaven Palace's Palace Master. Li Jiao replied. The corners of Miqi's eyes twitched as he bared his teeth. How could it be him? With a disgusted expression on his face, he obviously didn't have the slightest good impression of Yang Kai. This was not surprising though. Although he had only met Yang Kai once, it was during that meeting that he had lost a large amount of source crystals from the High Sky Sect. Every time he thought about it, he felt like his heart was being cut by a knife and regretted joining in on the fun. Looking at Li Jiao from the corner of his eyes, Miqi asked, "Brother Li, haven't you been oppressed enough by him? Why are you trying to curry favor with him now?" His tone was slightly sarcastic and his heart was filled with resentment. He had some friendship with Li Jiao, and although their friendship wasn't deep, it was still better than Yang Kai's. Now that Li Jiao had actually come to pass on a message to Yang Kai, of course Miqi wasn't happy about it. He felt that Li Jiao was really a spineless coward and that he even had a half-dragon bloodline. Li Jiao was also a little embarrassed by Miqi's words, but it was not convenient for him to say that his relationship with Yang Kai had greatly improved. Even Yang Kai had waived the debts of the Fire Dragon Palace for many years, so he could only bitterly reply, "There's nothing I can do about it." Who told him to be the creditor? People have no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Miqi slammed the table as a fierce light flashed in his eyes. That despicable villain schemed against us in the past. If not for Grandmaster Ji's face, this king wouldn't have bothered with him all these years. This was the truth. The High Sky sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, and Miqi was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he had lost a bet with Yang Kai back then, he could have reneged on it afterwards. With such a large amount of source crystals involved, what was a little bit of face to him? However, what happened back then happened right under Ji Ying's nose. Later he heard that even Ji Ying was sent to the High Heaven Palace and became the chief alchemist of the High Heaven Palace. That was why Miqi had no choice but to compromise. If he really went back on his word, he might anger Ji Ying. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai, but he was still very wary of Ji Ying. That wondrous pill was a disciple of the great emperors and an emperor pill master. Neither of these could be underestimated. Li Jiao thought that it was not a scheme but a fair and square victory in alchemy. If he had not gone through life and death with Yang Kai a few times, his thoughts would not be much different from Miqi's. However, after going out with him a few times, Li Jiao's impression of Yang Kai had changed a lot. He felt that Yang Kai was not bad, but of course the premise was that he did not provoke him. Miqi picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, as if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, quickly asking, "Brother Li, what did that evil creature want you to convey?" Li Jiao's expression was calm as he replied, "Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky sect should submit to the High Heaven Palace." What? Miqi's eyes widened. "I seem to have misheard. Brother Li, what did you say just now?" Li Jiao sighed in his heart. How could he not know that Miqi was asking the obvious? There were only the two of them here and there was no noise. Miqi was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so he could only repeat what he said just now. Miqi was so angry that he laughed, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he played with the wine glass in his hand. "Then how should I submit?" His tone was cold and it was obvious that he had some complaints about Li Jiao. Daring to make such a rude request, Li Jiao as the messenger, was very difficult to like. Before Li Jiao came here, he knew that his little friendship with Miqi would come to an end. Now, seeing the look on his face, Li Jiao felt a little regretful and said, "Brother Mi, rest assured, Palace Master Yang seems to have no intention of seizing the High Sky sect's territory, but the High Heaven Palace seems to need a lot of cultivation materials now. Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky sect should hand over some of its annual income to the High Heaven Palace in the future." Miqi said sarcastically, "How much is this sum?" "Half." Li Jiao asked tentatively. Yang Kai had never mentioned this number before, but if it was too little, it would definitely not satisfy Yang Kai's appetite. "Half." Miqi smiled and raised his wine cup. "Brother Li, drink up." Li Jiao was puzzled, but he still raised his glass and clinked it with Miqi's. When the wine entered his stomach, there was a crash as Miqi smashed the wine glass to the ground, slammed the table and stood up shouting, "You've gone too far. Do you really think that there is no one in my High Sky sect?" He had been cultivating all this time and was not scared. If just anyone came and asked him to hand over half of the High Sky sect's income, then he wouldn't have been able to live until now. This was not like those debts. Although those debts were not small, there would be a time when they would be repaid. It would only take another 30 years or so for them to be repaid. But if he really submitted to the High Heaven Palace as Li Jiao said, then he would have to hand over half of his income every year unless the High Sky sect was completely destroyed. How could he agree to such a deceitful act? If he really agreed, what would the world think of him? What would the disciples of the High Sky sect think of him? "Brother Mi, please calm down. Shut up." Miqi glared at Li Jiao angrily and laughed disdainfully. "Brother Li really has a good temper. Back then you and I were humiliated together, and we were exploited and oppressed by the High Heaven Palace for so many years. It's fine if you don't want to take revenge, but now you're actually colluding with that evil creature. Palace Master Yang, hee. I really didn't know when Brother Li hugged someone else's thigh and willingly attached himself to their leg hair." Li Jiao was embarrassed by his words, but these words were really unpleasant to hear. He said with a straight face, "It's a long story." He couldn't tell Miqi about his experience with Yang Kai all these years. Not to mention that the two of them weren't that close, but the secrets related to Dragon Island couldn't be easily divulged. What a long story. Miqi's eyes were full of mockery. Brother Li judged the situation and was willing to submit to someone else. "I don't blame you. Everyone has their own ambitions, but I won't be as bad as you." In other words, he was saying that Li Jiao was afraid of death and was a coward. Li Jiao's face turned ugly. I'm only responsible for passing on the message. Brother Mi, why do you have to say such unpleasant words? Whether this matter succeeds or not has nothing to do with me. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Palace Master Li, please leave. Mi Qi changed the way he addressed Li Jiao from Brother Li to Palace Master Li, clearly drawing a clear line between him and Li Jiao. Li Jiao shook his head and stood up. Considering their friendship, he still reminded, Sect Master Mi, please reconsider. Before the High Heaven Palace rose, they were able to destroy the Seeking Passion sect. Now that several decades have passed, I'm afraid they have become even stronger. Do you think the High Sky sect is comparable to the Seeking Passion sect? Why do you want to bring disaster upon yourself? Mi Qi sneered. Palace Master Li should mind his own business. You don't need to worry about my High Sky sect's affairs. If Yang Kai wants my High Sky sect to submit, he might as well come and talk to this me personally. Let's see if my High Sky sect agrees. That's all I have to say. Li Jiao nodded lightly, cupped his fists and turned to leave. He had already passed on the message. As for what choice Mi Qi would make, that was up to him. Since Yang Kai wanted to use the High Sky sect to establish his prestige in the Northern Territory, he probably expected that the High Sky sect would not easily agree to such a request. Perhaps this situation was what Yang Kai wanted to see. Otherwise, how could he establish his prestige? Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 2 had a good relationship with the High Heaven Palace, and the only remaining one was the High Sky sect. Inside the main hall, Mi Qi coldly looked in the direction Li Jiao left, a disdainful sneer on his face. He felt that Li Jiao was exaggerating. He didn't know what method Yang Kai used to make the Fire Dragon Palace follow his lead. Even Li Jiao had come to pass on a message to him. He had also heard about the destruction of the Seeking Passion sect. It was a big deal in the Northern Territory, so it was difficult for him not to know about it. The Seeking Passion sect was indeed not inferior to the High Sky sect. Such a big sect could be easily destroyed, but that did not mean that the High Sky sect would be as vulnerable as the Seeking Passion sect. The reason why the Seeking Passion sect was destroyed was because all the masters had been dispatched to Ice Heart Valley, but Yang Kai had led some masters to join forces with Ice Heart Valley and wiped them out. Mi Qi did not intend to attack the High Heaven Palace. If Yang Kai really provoked him, he could rely on the High Sky sect defending array and the masters in the sect to deal with him. If he could lure him into the sect defending array, he might even be able to kill him. Taking the initiative to attack and defending the sect were obviously 2 different concepts. However, there was one thing he had to guard against. Yang Kai had 3 Monster King subordinates, each of them comparable to a 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master. They would not be easy to deal with. Rolling his eyes, Mi Qi clapped his hands. A black-robed man immediately walked in. Mi Qi looked at him and asked, Is the blue jade fruit in the medicine garden about to ripen? The black-robed man did not know why Mi Qi suddenly asked this and cupped his fists. It will ripen in a month. Mi Qi nodded. Good, send a message to Old Tao and invite him over to taste it. The black-robed man cupped his fists and nodded before leaving. Turning around, Mi Qi looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace and sneered. Yang Kai, oh Yang Kai, you'd better know your place. If you really don't put my High Sky sect in your eyes, you won't be able to leave this time. Sect Master Yi, this is the situation. You know the current situation of my High Heaven Palace. There are too many disciples and the 100 peaks are full. Some of the peaks have between 2,000 and 3,000 disciples. It's very crowded. Going out is like going to the market. Your 1,000 Leaves sect doesn't have many disciples, but you occupy such a large spirit peak. Many peak masters already have some complaints. After thinking about it, I can only thicken my face and come here to discuss it with you. Yang Kai said helplessly. Sitting across from him was 1,000 Leaves sect's sect master Yi Hen, but the food on the table in the middle was untouched. Palace master means. Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai inquisitively. Back then I brought you to the High Heaven Palace for 2 reasons. First, the cultivation environment here is good, and there are no disturbances. It's suitable for you to recuperate. Second, the calamity your 1,000 Leaves sect encountered was caused by me. This Palace Master feels guilty. Palace Master is too serious. It's my 1,000 Leaves sect's weakness. Speaking of which, it's also thanks to Palace Master's care that my 1,000 Leaves sect was able to protect Xinhua. There's no need to thank me. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Today I'm going to be the bad guy. I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, a mountain can't hold two tigers. Although it's not very appropriate to place it in my high heaven palace, it's just that. It's not that this palace master wants to burn the bridge after crossing it, but there is another sect in my high heaven palace. Chapter 32:21. Palace master wants us to move out? Yihen was shocked. After what happened back then, Thousand Leaves sect was reduced to less than 200 to 300 disciples, and their strength was also mixed. If not for Yang Kai's care over the years, they would not have been able to survive. Not to mention, the disciples' cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and even he, the sect master, had been promoted to the emperor realm. Sect master Yi, you still have a choice. Yang Kai raised a finger and said, "First, Thousand Leaves sect will completely merge into the high heaven palace. From then on, Thousand Leaves sect will cease to exist, only Thousand Leaves peak and you will become the peak master. We have discussed this before, but that was then and this is now. This way the other peak masters will not have any objections." Yihen's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves sect would truly cease to exist, so he asked hesitantly, "What is the second choice?" Yang Kai said, "I will send you back to Thousand Leaves sect's old grounds. Every time Manager Hua goes to the southern territory, she will pass through there. I heard that no one has occupied it yet, but it is a little shabby. Sect Master Yi only needs to order the disciples to repair it a little and you should be able to move in. As for safety, there is no need to worry. Sect Master Yi is now in the Emperor realm, so you should have some ability to protect yourself. With those heavens puppets, no one will be foolish enough to cause trouble for you. In addition, I am also a guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. When the time comes, I will greet Azure Sun Temple and ask them to take care of Thousand Leaves sect. You will naturally have the time and space to grow." Yihen was moved when he heard this and said gratefully, "Palace Master is too kind." He knew that Yang Kai had already done all he could, so he did not have any complaints in his heart. The fact that Yang Kai was willing to discuss this matter with him so openly was already the greatest respect he could give him. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current strength, he could easily sweep them out of the sect. However, if they really left and returned to Thousand Leaves sect, would they still have a chance to take revenge in the future? Over the years, the disciples' cultivation had improved rapidly, and even he had broken through to the Emperor realm. It was all thanks to the High Heaven Palace's excellent cultivation environment and endless supply of resources. Once they returned to the Southern Territory, they would have to start all over again. Even if Azure Sun Temple could protect them, where would they get cultivation resources? The Thousand Leaves sect was proficient in refining puppets, but refining them required a large amount of materials. Moreover, would the disciples really be willing to return to the Southern Territory with him? There's no need to consider. Yihen suddenly spoke. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Yihen stood up and cupped his fists respectfully. This Yihen is willing to lead the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to the High Heaven Palace, but I have a request. Yang Kai grinned. Let's hear it. When the time comes, I hope Palace Master will allow me to lead Thousand Leaves Peak's disciples to Flowing Shadow Sword sect to seek justice. Flowing Shadow Sword sect was the sect that had destroyed Thousand Leaves sect. Although they had been ordered to do so, it was indeed them who had done it. Yihen had painstakingly cultivated for so many years in order to one day set foot in Flowing Shadow Sword sect and take revenge for the deaths of his disciples. If Palace Master can agree to this condition, this subordinate is willing to serve High Heaven Palace like a dog or horse. Of course, how can I not agree? Yang Kai chuckled. You and I have discussed this matter before and I'll say the same thing now. If you want to personally take revenge, then work hard on your cultivation. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is not a pushover. Yihen nodded and waved his sleeves, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. Thousand Leaves Peak Master Yihen greets Palace Master. Although he had addressed Yang Kai as Palace Master before, it was clearly different from before. From now on, the original members of Thousand Leaves sect would truly belong to the High Heaven Palace, and their puppet refining techniques would also become part of the High Heaven Palace's capital. To be honest, Yang Kai wasn't too willing to let Yihen leave, but what he said was also the truth. Thousand Leaves sect's 200 to 300 disciples occupied an excellent main peak, causing the other peak masters to have a lot of complaints. It would be fine if they were from the same sect, but the key point was that Yi Hen and the others were just outsiders. It was only because they had arrived relatively early that they were able to occupy a good place. Now there was no need to worry about this. He informed Yi Hen that in a few days some people would be sent to Thousand Leaves Peak. With such a large main peak, it would be a waste not to accommodate at least 3,000 people. Returning from Yi Hen's place, Yang Kai had a relaxed expression on his face. After entering the main hall of High Heaven Peak, a maidservant immediately greeted him. Palace Master, Master Ji is here. Brother Ji, is something the matter? Yang Kai was stunned. The maidservant covered her mouth and smiled. It's not Master Jiying but Master Ji Yao. Yang Kai's footsteps paused as he walked in and asked with a guilty conscience, what is she here for? Last time, something had happened in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion. Although Yang Kai had some lingering memories, he could not understand Ji Yao's attitude. The two of them had already done such intimate things, but Ji Yao acted as if nothing had happened. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, she had warned Yang Kai not to let Su Yan know about this matter. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have to worry about whether she would use this to blackmail him. Since she had warned him so, he definitely would not take the initiative to reveal this secret. After returning, Yang Kai had been busy these past few days, so he had put the matter of that day to the back of his mind. Now that he heard that Ji Yao had come, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive. That day Ji Yao seemed to have lost control of her emotions. Could it be that she regretted it now and came to settle accounts with him? If that was the case, he would lose a lot of face. The maidservant replied, I don't know. After Master Ji Yao arrived, she went inside and told this servant to tell Master to see her when he returned. Yang Kai scratched his neck with an uneasy expression, then looked at the maidservant and asked, what was her expression when she arrived? Was she angry? The maidservant was puzzled. No, Master Ji Yao was always cold. I don't know if she was angry or not. Can't you tell if she was angry or not? Yang Kai glared at her. The maidservant hurriedly lowered her head. This servant really doesn't know. Forget it, forget it. Yang Kai waved his hand. Go back to your work. The maidservant obeyed and fled. Yang Kai paced back and forth in the hall, really not knowing what Ji Yao's intentions were. It was reasonable to say that the two of them meeting now would be somewhat awkward, but Yang Kai didn't know what her intentions were, so he was somewhat hesitant. After pacing back and forth a few times, Yang Kai even walked to the entrance of the hall, preparing to ignore Ji Yao. In any case, it was impossible for her to stay in High Heaven Palace forever, so he could naturally avoid this awkwardness. Thinking about it again, the one who should be embarrassed wasn't him but her. She wasn't afraid, so what was a man like him afraid of? In any case, the one who suffered a loss was her. Turning around, Yang Kai valiantly walked into the hall, his steps like a dragon or a tiger, extremely arrogant. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally found Ji Yao in one of the rooms. This was Su Yan's room, built against a cliff. Outside the balcony was a bottomless cliff with clouds swirling around it. When Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, he saw Ji Yao standing by the railing, her eyes gazing out at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, dyeing her whole body a golden yellow. As the wind blew, her hair and dress fluttered as if she could fly away at any time. Ji Yao didn't even turn her head, as if she didn't feel Yang Kai's arrival at all. Yang Kai closed the door and walked over. He stood beside her and looked at her side profile. Her snow-white skin, slender neck, tall and straight. He was as quiet as a virgin. She exuded a different kind of charm. Junior sister Yao, you're here. Yang Kai smiled and rubbed his hands. Not understanding her current attitude, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too presumptuous. When a man and a woman did such a thing from a psychological point of view, the man would feel like he had taken advantage of her, so naturally he felt somewhat guilty. I came to pick up something. Ji Yao turned her head and glanced at him. What are you picking up? Yang Kai asked curiously. Some change of clothes for little junior sister, Ji Yao replied. Yang Kai stared at her in a daze for a long time before realizing what she meant. That's it. Ji Yao nodded gently. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you need to come here personally? As a cultivator, everyone had a space ring. Everyone's ring must have a lot of spare change of clothes. Yang Kai's space ring also had some, so he believed Su Yan must also have one. If it was just to pick up some change of clothes, there was no need for her to come here personally. You don't welcome me? Ji Yao raised her brow. No, 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 absolutely not. How could I not welcome you? Yang Kai flatly denied. Ji Yao raised her chin and said, Go find it, I don't want to touch little junior sister's things. Then wait a moment. Yang Kai said before turning around and going to the wardrobe to search. Su Yan didn't care much about what she wore, but with her foundation she was beautiful no matter what she wore. There weren't many clothes in the wardrobe, so Yang Kai took them all out and stuffed them into an empty space ring. When he turned around he discovered that Ji Yao had also followed him in. She was sitting sideways on the bed and she was unreasonably quiet. Yang Kai handed the space ring to her and said, It's all here. Tell her to cultivate in Ice Heart Valley with peace of mind. If she needs anything just let me know and I'll have someone send it over. Ji Yao took the space ring and put it on her finger, raising it in front of her face to look at it, as if this space ring was a gift from Yang Kai. Does junior sister have anything else to say? Yang Kai asked. Nothing. Then what are you still sitting here for? Yang Kai was speechless, but he was too embarrassed to drive her away. He didn't know if it was just his imagination, but in any case, this meeting was different from any other. He felt like he was in the wrong and couldn't wait to send Ji Yao away as soon as possible so that he wouldn't feel uneasy. Do you have something to say? Ji Yao looked up at him, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Nothing. Yang Kai scratched his head, thinking to himself, what could possibly happen to me? You're the one who needs something. If you have something to do, go do it yourself, don't worry about me. Haha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. She was a guest, so how could he leave her here alone? Chapter 32:22. With no other choice, he could only chat with Ji Yao for a while to prevent the atmosphere from becoming too awkward. Fortunately, now that he had Su Yan, they had some common topics to talk about. Yang Kai asked about Su Yan and Ji Yao answered him one by one. She learned that Su Yan was living well in Ice Heart Valley these days, and the senior sisters were also very kind to her. Of course, this was partly because of Yang Kai's face, but more so because they were fellow disciples. In any case, since Bing Yun opened her mouth, Su Yan was now their little junior sister and they would be family in the future. After Bing Yun learned that Su Yan had a special constitution, the ice crystal jade body, she was overjoyed. When Yang Kai brought Su Yan to Ice Heart Valley to acknowledge her ancestors, he didn't mention this. Originally he wanted to mention it, but Bing Yun readily accepted Su Yan, so Yang Kai didn't have to say much. The two of them, one sitting and one standing, Yang Kai turned his head to look outside from time to time. His meaning was obvious. It was getting dark and she should leave. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for a man and a woman to be alone in a room in the middle of the night. Ji Yao didn't care about this at all. She sat there quietly, not feeling uncomfortable at all. As night fell, the rolling clouds outside the window became somewhat blurry, revealing a different kind of beauty. Yang Kai was a little speechless. He really didn't know what Ji Yao wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to settle accounts with him because of what happened last time? But it didn't seem like it. If she really wanted to settle accounts, she could have just said it directly. Why was she still here? Standing here all the time wasn't a good idea either. It was as if he was listening to her lecture. Yang Kai thought to himself that he was now the dignified palace master of High Heaven Palace. He had some face and status and this was his territory. What right did she have to sit while he stood? Turning around, he straightened his robe and sat on the edge of the bed, not too far from Ji Yao. By the way, how is junior sister Lu now? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. The so-called junior sister Lu was naturally Lu Xian, who had entered the star boundary through the starlight corridor with him and ended up in the Blue Feather sect. Later, by chance, she entered a small world with Yang Kai and met Bing Yun there. After coming out of that small world, Lu Xian joined Ice Heart Valley. Speaking of which, Lu Xian did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, so according to Ice Heart Valley's standards, she was not qualified to become a disciple, but she had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai could not just ignore her and asked Bing Yun to accept her. Junior sister Lu has been in retreat recently to break through to the Emperor realm. I haven't seen her for many years, but I think she should be fine, Ji Yao replied faintly. A cultivator who came from a lower star territory had excellent aptitude and perception, so they were very likely to reach the Emperor realm. Lu Xian was also one of the top masters in the Great Desolate Star territory. After joining Ice Heart Valley, she was given abundant cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment. So after accumulating enough strength, she suddenly had a chance to rise. Yang Kai nodded gently, feeling happy for Lu Xianyun. Ji Yao's next words made Yang Kai's heart jump. Big brother is also interested in junior sister Lu? Yang Kai stared at her and said seriously, "Don't talk nonsense, you're ruining my reputation." Ji Yao leisurely played with her sleeves. "Senior martial brother, haven't you done a lot of things to ruin other people's reputation?" "What do you mean? Wasn't it just because I couldn't control myself that day? And you can't blame me for everything that happened that day. If you think you've suffered a loss, how about I let you molest me right now?" Turning his head to look at her, Yang Kai said seriously, "Junior sister Yao, I think you may have some misunderstanding about me." Haha. Ji Yao's lips curled slightly but she did not comment. Yang Kai suddenly became angry and leaned towards her, the veins on his forehead throbbing. "Can you not laugh like that? It's very disrespectful to laugh like that." Originally he was angry, but after he finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression became startled. Because a trace of panic suddenly flashed across Ji Yao's face, and her long eyelashes quickly trembled a few times. When he came back to his senses, Yang Kai's expression twitched. Only then did he realize that he had almost stuck his mouth on her face. "This is fucking embarrassing again." He originally wanted to explain, but now he had the suspicion of taking advantage of her. It really was yellow mud falling into his crotch. If he didn't do that, then what? If he retreated now, it would make him look guilty. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking about how he should quietly change the topic. But he saw a faint blush appear on Ji Yao's fair little face, and a faint fragrance also lingered on the tip of his nose, entering his nostrils as if an invisible little hand was scratching his heart. What's going on? Yang Kai was a bit confused. Why didn't she dodge? He had accidentally stuck himself so close to her, so logically speaking Ji Yao should have dodged, but she clearly had no intention of dodging. Her eyes flickered with a bit of panic, and a small hand unconsciously twisted her snow-white sleeve, looking down submissively. Yang Kai's gaze swept across her fair face, delicate earlobes and slender neck. From this angle he could even faintly see a bit of the scenery on her chest, but her clothes were too tight so it was a bit hard to see, but the darkness between the gaps of the clothes gave people unlimited room for imagination. He swallowed his saliva, turned his head to the side and whistled as if nothing had happened. His butt moved to the side and he was much closer to Ji Yao. No reaction. He moved a little more and a little more. A warm feeling came from his side, and it was obvious that he had already touched her. Until now Ji Yao still had no reaction and did not even have any intention of dodging, but when Yang Kai stuck close to her he clearly felt her body tremble. Can't be right? Yang Kai shouted in his heart. A thought surged in his mind and he couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. One hand on the bed, the other hand quietly went around Ji Yao's back, slowly pulling her back and hugging her. After the whistle stopped, Yang Kai sat up straight, looking straight ahead, but using the corner of his eye to size up Ji Yao. Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, her sharp gaze like a knife cutting Yang Kai's face. Even if Yang Kai's face was thick he was still a bit flustered. But things had already come to this, so what else was there to say? His eyes were firm and his face was resolute as he turned his head to look at Ji Yao. When their four eyes met, Yang Kai's gaze was filled with aggression, like a hungry beast, while Ji Yao's eyes were averted. "You're not that hard." Yang Kai laughed wildly in his heart, and then lowered his head to move closer to her. Ji Yao's eyes quickly closed as her body trembled in Yang Kai's embrace. But when their lips met her whole body suddenly went stiff. Yang Kai was secretly amused. This wasn't the first time, so why was her reaction still so big? A few days ago in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, she had also reacted like this. She really hadn't made any progress. Tasting that sweet taste, Yang Kai quickly pried open her mouth and began to ravage her. Ji Yao appeared to be very clumsy and didn't even have the slightest bit of cooperation, completely allowing Kai Yang to do as he pleased. If it weren't for the various tremors coming from her body, Kai Yang would have thought that the person in his arms was a block of wood. The hand that was holding onto Ji Yao's waist slowly moved up and rested on her fragrant shoulder. Using a bit of force he laid her flat on the bed. Kai Yang flipped over and got on top of her. With one hand on her back and the other on her waist he was completely unrestrained. The atmosphere was so hot that it seemed like it was going to burn the entire room. Forging iron while it's hot, things had already reached this point, so Kai Yang naturally had to go all the way. Grabbing Ji Yao's belt with one hand he was about to pull it off, but Jiao unexpectedly grabbed his wrist, her tightly closed eyes suddenly opening, her eyes filled with a pleading look. This again. Yang Kai was a little speechless. Last time in the secret art pavilion, it seemed that kissing was okay, but when it came to more intimate matters, Jiao didn't agree. However, Yang Kai obviously felt that she was aroused, and her cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Her towering chest was pounding violently, and her breathing was also extremely heavy. Yang Kai tentatively pulled at her belt again, but found that Jiao was holding his wrist tightly. He suddenly felt helpless and could only settle for the next best thing, his big hand moving up her belt. She still resisted, but her resistance wasn't as strong as before. Yang Kai didn't care about her. If she didn't let him eat when she was aroused, then so be it, but he had to make her feel good. He pulled out his other hand, grabbed her two wrists and pressed them above her head, while his other hand directly covered her full chest. Jiao let out a moan and Yang Kai leaned forward again, blocking those cherry-red lips. After an unknown amount of time, the two people on the bed had already changed positions. Yang Kai was on the bottom and Jiao was sitting on top of him. Her clothes were messy, her hair was messy, and the hairpins were messy. She didn't have the slightest bit of her image of being pure and clean. The two lumps on her chest were constantly changing shape under Yang Kai's big hands, but she was completely immersed in kissing Yang Kai's lips. However, there was clearly no skill to speak of. It was just like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, making people feel funny and angry at the same time. Junior Sister Yao, I have a request. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth. Ji Yao's movements suddenly paused, and then she gently pushed him on the chest with her palms before her whole body floated backwards and stood beside the bed. Yang Kai anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Everything was fine, so why did she suddenly run away? Ji Yao bit her red lips and glared at him angrily. Rogue. She then turned around and rushed out of the room, directly jumping up the guardrail and disappearing in the blink of an eye. How is that rogue? I haven't even said anything yet. Yang Kai chased her to the guardrail, so how could he still see her? Last time he had taken advantage of her in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, and this time she came to High Heaven Palace to take advantage of him. Did she think she could just let it go like this? Yang Kai didn't know if he would have another chance in the future. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he hadn't hardened his heart and taken her today, mainly because he had seen her begging eyes and felt his heart soften. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai stepped out of the room, searched around the palace for a while, and directly came to a side room, pushed open the door and entered. Inside the room, Shuiyu was meditating and resting. Seeing Yang Kai come in, she couldn't help asking, "Husband, why are you here?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead walked over to her and picked her up. "Where are you going?" Shuiyu wrapped her arms around his neck and asked. "Looking for Al Luo." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chapter 32-23. The next morning, Yang Kai woke up leisurely and yawned as he held a delicate figure in each of his arms, filling the room with a strange smell. Last night it was another crazy night. Gently extricating himself from the two tender figures, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the window, allowing a cool breeze to blow away the strange smell in the room. This action also woke up Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu. Shanqing Luo's face was thick as she straightened up and stretched seductively, her exquisite figure on full display as she glared at Yang Kai and snorted, "Are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before walking over and grabbing her chest. "You speak as if you were the one who suffered a loss. I wonder who was the one who acted so presumptuously last night." Shanqing Luo snorted, "Don't come looking for me these days. I need to enter retreat to break through to the Dao Source Realm. Elder sister is already a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with you." Saying so, she reached out and pinched Shuiyu's cheek. "Stop pretending to be asleep, hurry up and get up." Being exposed, Shuiyu blushed and could only get up, but unlike Shanqing Luo, she was not as bold as she grabbed a blanket to cover her chest. Shanqing Luo reached out and tickled her. "What are you doing? It's not like you haven't seen them before, why are you so shy?" "Aluo, don't make trouble." Shuiyu blushed. Although she was not as shy as her little senior sister, she was not as bold as Shanqing Luo. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, she saw him standing there naked and smiling, not showing any intention of stopping them, so she was immediately annoyed. "Elder sister isn't here, you're going to turn the world upside down. I'll tell elder sister when I get back." "Good, you dare to snitch." Shanqing Luo clenched her teeth and threw herself at Shuiyu, tearing off the blanket on her body. Her hands scratched Shuiyu until she cried out for mercy. She even called out to Yang Kai, "Husband, if the harem is not peaceful, how can the world be peaceful? Sister, you needs to be taught a lesson. What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously, then nodded and said, "That makes sense." He approached Shuiyu with a sinister smile, and with the help of Shanqing Luo he trampled on Shuiyu. Of course, Shanqing Luo did not escape the clutches of the devil in the end. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. The two women helped Yang Kai put on his clothes and let him sit in front of the mirror. One of them tidied up his clothes, while the other stood behind him and combed his hair. While Shuiyu was busy, she said, "Husband, Luo is going into seclusion and so am I. Please don't come and harm us for the next few days. If our cultivation really can't keep up with you and big sister in the future, it will be troublesome." Yang Kai nodded. Although he was reluctant to part with love, the road to becoming a cultivator still required constant climbing. Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu had just arrived from the Star Territory, so it was a good time for them to accumulate enough strength. If they missed this opportunity, it might affect them for the rest of their lives. Yang Kai said, "Cultivate well, and if there is anything you don't understand, just ask someone. There are many people in the Emperor realm in the Imperial Palace, so teaching you won't be a problem." "Understood," Shuiyu nodded. Shanqing Luo suddenly smiled and said, "Big sister went to Ice Heart Valley, Ningchong went to Medicine Pill Valley. Sister, you and I are going into retreat to cultivate, so husband, you will probably be all alone for a while. Didn't you say you have a sister who is also a dragon race cultivator? Why don't you bring her here? That way when we are not here there will be someone to take care of you." Yang Kai murmured, "Let's talk about it later." Zhu Qing's matter wasn't easy to deal with. It was related to the prestige of Dragon Island, so the dragon race wouldn't let her go so easily. Moreover, he had caused havoc on Dragon Island last time, indirectly causing an 8th order dragon race to die because of him. The best outcome would be if the dragon race didn't treat him as an enemy, so how could they let Zhu Qing come to High Heaven Palace? If he wanted to bring Zhu Qing out, he would need to have the strength to dominate Dragon Island. After tidying up, Yang Kai left High Heaven Peak and saw Hua Qingxi waiting outside. She came up to him with a grumbling face. "It was fine when you weren't in the Imperial Palace before, but now that you are back, it's hard to even see you. What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. "Take a look." Hua Qingxi handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and took it. After scanning it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. "Why are there so many people complaining?" Hua Qingxi said, "There are too many monks and too little gruel. The instructors from Fire Dragon Palace are having a hard time these days. They don't even have time to rest, let alone cultivate." "How can there be no time to rest?" Yang Kai was stunned. Hua Qingxi rolled her eyes. "You'll know when I take you there." Saying so, she led Yang Kai to a nearby spirit peak. The people living on this spirit peak seemed to be the cultivator from Shadowed Star. There were about 1,000 of them. In front of a palace on the peak there was a long line. At least 200 to 300 people were waiting here. From time to time, a cultivator would walk out of the palace with a look of enlightenment on his face. Every time someone walked out, the person at the front of the line would walk in and the cycle would repeat. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Pointing to the palace below, he asked, "Is that where the instructors live?" "Yes." Hua Qingxi felt a little apprehensive when she saw this. "The cultivators you brought here are all newcomers, so they aren't used to the star boundary yet. They will encounter all kinds of problems in their cultivation, and once they encounter a problem, they will look for the instructors of each peak to ask for a solution. However, each peak only has one instructor. Look at this line, how could the instructors have any time to rest? This is only the peak with 1,000 people. The peaks with 2,000 to 3,000 people are in a more serious situation. The peaks with only a few hundred people are in a better situation, but they are still very busy. A few of the instructors have already come to me, saying that they can't stand the life here. Even if they will be punished, they will return to Fire Dragon Palace immediately. They asked me to contact Palace Master Li. Ignore them." Hua Qingxi said, "I have temporarily suppressed them, but how can the instructors teach their disciples well with this kind of attitude? If they don't teach well, it will affect the disciples' lives. Palace Master, you really need to find more instructors. And I have this plan." Hua Qingxi said, Ice Heart Valley has a good relationship with us. Can we borrow some people from them? Ice Heart Valley is fine. I have thought about it before, but Ice Heart Valley's disciples all cultivate ice attribute secret arts. They are too focused and are not suitable to be instructors here. Then what should we do? I have my own plans. Yang Kai replied, but before more instructors come, you have to find a way to appease these people. How about this? Give them a monthly salary so they won't work for nothing. I have the same idea. I was just about to report it to you. You can decide on this matter yourself. If it doesn't work, you can discuss it with General Manager Bien and see how much is appropriate. There is no need to ask me. All right. Hua Qingxi was helpless. She had never seen a palace master like this. He couldn't wait to give up all the power in his hands. He was happy to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After separating from Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai went to Spirit Pill Peak again, found Jiying and took out a lot of things. Soon he appeared in front of the space array. Palace Master. Bian Yuqing, who was meditating at the side, flew over to greet him. Yang Kai waved his hand gently, telling her to go about her own business. He walked to the space array and activated his space force, disappearing. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Spirit Sword Peak. In a quiet valley, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. After sweeping with his divine sense and confirming that no one was around, he flew straight to Spirit Sword Peak. He was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, and Spirit Sword Peak was where he lived. It was also a place that Yang Kai deliberately chose. This place was relatively far from the other main peaks, so it was convenient for him to hide the space array. Flying to Spirit Sword Peak, he took out the Elder Jade Plate, opened the array and walked straight in. Two young and beautiful maidservants were feeding fish in front of a pond. The big red koi fish were swimming in the pond, competing for food, causing the two maidservants to giggle. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. He took a closer look and found that he was not in the wrong place. This was his Spirit Sword Peak. When did it have two more maidservants? The two maidservants did not have high cultivation bases. When Yang Kai walked very close, they suddenly found that someone was coming. They were shocked. The woman in red on the left said, "Who is it?" Yang Kai looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" "We are from Azure Sun Temple. Who are you?" The woman in red looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. On the contrary, the other woman in green suddenly flashed a thoughtful look in her eyes. She pulled the woman in red's clothes and bowed. "This servant greets Elder Yang." "Elder Yang?" The girl in red was stunned. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, there was only one elder surnamed Yang. She immediately recovered and bowed together. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said curiously, "Why are you here?" The girl in green said, "Elder Gao ordered us to come. She said that Elder Yang does not live here all year round, so she asked us to stay here and take care of this place." "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai nodded. "So that's how it is." The girl in green said, "We did not make any rash moves on Spirit Sword Peak. It is still the same. On weekdays we just clean the palace and feed the fish. Please understand, Elder Yang." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Thank you for your trouble." The two young girls felt a little flattered. One had to know that the person in front of them was an elder-level character and an Emperor Realm Master. The two of them had low statuses and low cultivations, so the difference between their statuses was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yet this Elder Yang in front of them was acting so amiably towards them, causing them to feel excited. When they came back to their senses, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. "This is Elder Yang." The girl in red looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back with a look of worship. "He looks so young." The girl in green said, "I heard people say in the early years that this Elder Yang may be the youngest elder here. It is said that he has only cultivated for 100 years. "Really?" The girl in red was shocked. Although their cultivation base was not high, they also knew how difficult it was to become the leader of the Emperor realm. It was simply unimaginable that he could achieve such a realm in just 100 years. This Elder Yang is said to have come from the lower star field. The green-clothed girl obviously had more information, and after she finished speaking, she exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong?" Elder Gao said that when Elder Yang comes back I have to say hello to her. I almost forgot. With that said, she quickly took out a communication compass. Chapter 32-24. After entering the hall, Yang Kai walked around and looked around. He found that this place was indeed quite neat and tidy. He wiped the table with his hand and found that there wasn't a single speck of dust. It was obvious that the two girls had put a lot of effort into this place. He turned around and sat down on a chair. Patting the back of the chair, he raised his head and saw the two girls walking in and bowing again. That's right, isn't there an old man living here? Where did that old man go? Yang Kai looked at them and asked. He was naturally referring to Tianyan, who had reconstructed his physical body in the Divine Ascension Mirror. Back then, Tianyan had received Yang Kai's help and used the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his physical body. Yang Kai had thought that he would have a great emperors as his backer, but that was not the case. Tianyan was indeed a master comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, but that was only in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. Even after he had reconstructed his physical body, he had to start all over again. He was practically equivalent to a newborn baby. The heavenly way was not to be bullied, and it was impossible for great emperors to appear out of nowhere. Yang Kai didn't quite understand at the time, but after talking with Yang Yan, he understood that the worldly bottle couldn't contain Tianyan, so he had to start cultivating from the beginning. When Zhou Xian originally wanted to find another place for him to live, but Tianyan chose Spirit Sword Peak. After that, Yang Kai went to the frozen earth with Zhu Lai, entered the reincarnation world, made a trip to the Western Territory, entered Dragon Island and returned to Hengluo Starfield. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. This time he didn't see Tianyan when he returned to Spirit Sword Peak. Aside from himself, there were only the two girls in front of him. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Senior has gone out to travel. A clear voice suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his head and saw a tall figure walk in. She was wearing a pure white dress and her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin. She looked clean and neat, giving off a valiant feeling. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. Senior Sister Gao, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. He was not surprised that Gao Shueting would appear here so soon. Since the two girls were ordered by Gao Shueting to stay here, one was to take care of Lingjian Peak and the other was probably to monitor him. As soon as he came back, Gao Shueting would definitely get the news. Clang! A clear and melodious sound rang out and a cold glint flashed. A long sword was unsheathed and Gao Shueting strode over. She placed her sword on Yang Kai's shoulder and sneered, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The two girls next to her exclaimed. They never thought that Elder Gao and Elder Yang would be so fiery as soon as they met. Why were they pointing swords at each other? Could it be that there was some deep hatred between the two of them? He hesitated as to whether or not he should send a message to the other elders. However, the two of them had low cultivations and low statuses. How could they have the contact information of the other elders? Yang Kai's smiling face stiffened. He swallowed his saliva, pinched the sword with 2 fingers and gently moved it away from his shoulder. He smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Sister Gao, what are you doing? You still have the face to come back." Gao Shueting snorted coldly, unmoved. Yang Kai's expression twitched. Junior brother doesn't understand. I hope senior sister can enlighten me. You want to die with an explanation? Gao Shueting looked at him expressionlessly. Fine, I'll let you die with an explanation. Let me ask you, are you still an elder of Azure Sun Temple? Naturally. Kai Yang hurriedly nodded his head and said in shock, could it be that someone fired me? Since you're an elder of the temple, why haven't you shown up for more than 10 years? It's only been more than 10 years. Yang Kai touched his nose weakly. Moreover, I'm just a guest elder. It doesn't make any difference whether the temple has me or not. A guest elder is still an elder. You ran away as soon as the temple finished conferring your title. There's no news about you since then. Do you still have the temple in your eyes? No. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. Gao Shueting was startled. She didn't seem to expect such an answer from him. There was a trace of disappointment in her eyes as she slowly withdrew her sword. Yang Kai smiled and said, I do have the temple in my heart. He patted his chest as he spoke. Gao Shueting immediately glared at him. Don't be so glib. If you don't give a reasonable explanation today, I'll ask the temple master to fire you as a guest elder. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference whether you're here or not. Why are you using my words to stop me? Yang Kai was speechless, but he could only smile and say, Senior Sister Gao, you know that I have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There are a lot of trivial matters there, so it's not very convenient for me to go back and forth. The northern and southern territory are hundreds of millions of miles apart. Takes several years to go back and forth. It's not too much to come back once every 10 years. Gao Shueting snorted. I told you a long time ago. It's fine if you don't have the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Just stay in the temple. A force can't be supported by a single person. Her tone was much gentler. Yang Kai naturally knew that a force couldn't be supported by a single person. If it was in the past, he might have given up the High Heaven Palace, but now that he had brought all the people in the Northern Territory here, how could he give up? Since he brought them here, he had to take responsibility. He winked at the two girls who were watching the scene and transmitted a message to them at the same time. Then he nodded and bowed. Senior sister, please don't be angry. Sit down and talk. Gao Shueting turned around and sat down. She also put away her long sword, which made Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. Not long after, the two girls served steaming hot tea. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, Senior sister, please drink tea. The place is simple, so there's nothing to entertain. Gao Shueting squinted at him and said, Are you complaining that the Lingjian Peak is not good? You chose this place yourself. If you're not satisfied, you can stay in my purple bamboo peak. Anyway, my place is very empty. This is not appropriate. Yang Kai wanted to slap himself, so he quickly changed the topic. Senior sister, I just heard that Senior Tianyan went out to travel. What does that mean? It means what it means. Yang Kai was surprised. Did the temple send someone to protect you? Senior, you're wandering outside alone. You won't be in any danger, right? He was indeed a bit worried. Although Tianyan had the foundation of the great emperors, he would have to start from scratch after reconstructing his body. After more than 10 years, his cultivation would definitely not be very high. The star boundary was not like the star territory. There were many masters, and if Tianyan ran into some bad people, he might fail miserably. It would be a huge joke if a great emperor was killed by an origin-returning realm cultivator. This is Senior's own decision, so who can stop him? As for danger, you don't have to worry about it. When Senior left 3 years ago, he was already a saint. What? Yang Kai was shocked and almost suspected that he had misheard. There were a total of 7 great realms in terms of cultivation, starting from the initial element Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true Qi, immortal ascension, transcendent, and finally saint. Before reaching the divine ascension mirror, each realm had 9 more minor realms, and each transcendent and saint had 3 more minor realms. Every cultivator would need to spend a lot of time accumulating their realms step by step. Even Yang Kai had spent 30 to 40 years on this path. However, how long had it been since Tianyan reconstructed his body? At most, it had only been a dozen years, but he had already reached the Saint Realm 3 years ago. In other words, he had only spent 10 years cultivating from a poor beginner to the Saint Realm. Now that 3 years had passed, his cultivation would probably be even higher. After thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was only natural. After all, Tianyan was not an ordinary person. He had the foundation of the great emperors, so it was only natural that his cultivation speed would be so fast. A normal cultivator might encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, but not Tianyan. Although Senior's cultivation isn't very high, don't forget what he's best at, so even if he travels outside, it's unlikely that he will encounter any danger. Yang Kai nodded. Tianyan was born in the divine ascension mirror world and was born with only a soul avatar. His understanding of the power of the soul and the use of soul secret techniques was unparalleled in this world. In this regard, even the great emperors of the serene soul were inferior to him. His physical cultivation was indeed not very high, but if he supplemented it with his strange soul secret techniques, he would definitely be able to fight opponents several great realms higher. Senior's courage is really big. Kai Yang laughed. Gao Shueting said, the outside world is unfamiliar to him, so he naturally wouldn't want to cultivate behind closed doors. Traveling outside is also beneficial to him. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, You, on the other hand, why are you running around for no reason? Why did the topic change to me again? Yang Kai was a little speechless and said embarrassedly, Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles, huh? Don't laugh. Gao Shueting said in a low voice. Yang Kai straightened his back and sat up straight. The two girls next to him laughed out loud. When they met Yang Kai's resentful gaze, they immediately lowered their heads, not seeing or hearing anything. Give it to me. Gao Shueting suddenly stretched out her hand, her fingers as white as jade. Yang Kai asked blankly, "What is it?" Gao Shueting sneered, "Stop playing dumb. You took away a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple back then. You can't have forgotten what kind of mission you had, right?" "Oh, you're talking about that." Yang Kai came to a realization and said confidently, "How could I forget? The mission was given to me by Senior Sister Gao, so I had to complete it no matter what. Take a look." As he spoke, he pushed a space ring over. While Gao Shueting was inspecting it, Yang Kai said, "The reason why I stayed in the Northern Territory for so long was mainly to refine these things. I also went into secluded cultivation while I was at it." "So many." Gao Shueting's eyes flashed with astonishment. There was nothing in the space ring other than the Emperor-grade spirit pills Yang Kai got from Jiying. Back then he did take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from Azure Sun Temple. It was a mission given to him by the temple to refine some Emperor-grade pills. Of course, he didn't forget to prepare in advance this time. Looking at Gao Shueting's reaction, he had passed the test. "You still have the time to cultivate after refining so many spirit pills?" Gao Shueting glanced at him in surprise. She thought that he had refined all these spirit pills himself, so she noticed something was wrong. She looked him up and down and said suspiciously, "Your cultivation?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Senior Sister Gao's eyes are like torches. I can't hide anything from you." Circulating his emperor chi slightly, the aura of his cultivation became clear. Gao Shueting was really shocked this time. Second-order Emperor Realm. This guy is actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master. How is this possible? Chapter 3225. After more than 10 years, Yang Kai was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the same as her. Gao Shueting couldn't believe it, but she had to. That second-order Emperor Realm aura couldn't be faked. However, wasn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? The first time she met him, it was because the Four Seasons realm was about to open, and Yang Kai used a bustling world token to exchange for a spot in the temple to enter. At that time he was still in the first-order Dao Source realm. Years passed quickly, and when he returned from the Shattered Star Sea, he had already broken through to the Emperor realm. How many years had it been since then? He had actually made another breakthrough. Gao Shueting was a second-order Emperor Realm Master herself, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to break through in the Emperor Realm. There were many disciples in the Emperor Realm in Azure Sun Temple, but most of them were only first-order with only 3 second-order. Other than her, there were only Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran and Grandma Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. Yang Kai, a rising star, was actually able to keep up with their progress. From the looks of it, he would surpass them sooner or later. As for the disciples who were in the same generation as Yang Kai, such as Xia Xing, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao, they had only just stabilized their first-order Emperor Realm cultivations. Who knew how long it would take for them to break through to the second-order Emperor Realm? In comparison, the so-called genius disciples were just a bunch of mediocre people. Gao Shueting couldn't help but think of a saying, "Every generation brings forth new talents, and every new generation replaces the old." The young man sitting in front of her, smiling apologetically, was like a rising star. If there were no accidents, sooner or later he would bloom into a dazzling light that would cover the entire star boundary. "Not bad," Gao Shueting praised lightly. Gao Shueting praised him lightly. She knew that this wasn't not bad at all. It was simply a miracle. She really didn't know how he cultivated and what kind of martial arts he cultivated. "Senior Sister Gao, how many elder contribution points do you think these things can be exchanged for?" Yang Kai asked. Gao Shueting put away the ring and said indifferently, "Emperor pills are hard to come by, and with so many Emperor pills converted into elder growth contribution points, it must be a lot. However, I don't know the exact amount. This matter is managed by Brother Qiu, so if you want to calculate it clearly, you'll have to ask him." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Brother Qiu." Yang Kai stood up. "You seem to be in a hurry." Gao Shueting glanced at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, "Not really. It's just that this is my first time contributing to the temple. Of course, I want to know how much this contribution is worth. Only when I have some achievements will I be motivated." "Alright, I'll go with you to see Brother Qiu and ask him to calculate the number." Gao Shueting also stood up. "Senior Sister, please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. When Gao Shueting reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yang Kai asked, puzzled. Oh. Gao Shueting slowly shook her head. Tell me honestly, how did you come back? What do you mean by how did I come back? That's how I came back. Yang Kai looked calm as he spouted nonsense in a serious manner. If you came back, why didn't the disciples guarding the mountain notify us? If you came back from outside you would have to pass by my purple bamboo peak, so why didn't I notice you at all? Yang Kai said, Junior brother, I'm proficient in the law of space, so I came back in a few seconds. Senior sister, you didn't notice, right? Really? Gao Shueting glanced at him without saying anything, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead she led the way and flew away. Yang Kai looked at her back and rubbed his nose, wondering if he had made a mistake. Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only follow Gao Shueting. Unexpectedly, before he could catch up with Gao Shueting, he saw her suddenly turn around and fly in another direction. Senior sister Gao, are you going in the wrong direction? Yang Kai shouted from behind. Although he didn't stay in the Azure Sun Temple, he knew that the Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran lived was not in that direction. Gao Shueting ignored him and flew in that direction. Then she landed in a valley. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly sped up a lot. In a cave in the valley, Gao Shueting stood in front of a space array, silent. Yang Kai walked in nervously and called out softly but didn't get a response. He braced himself and walked up, exclaiming, Hey, what is this? Why is there a space array here? Gao Shueting turned to look at him. Keep pretending. Yang Kai said innocently, Senior sister Gao, what are you talking about? How am I pretending? Gao Shueting sneered, This is the back mountain of your spirit sword peak. Don't tell me you don't know what is here? Yang Kai complained, I don't know. He looked at Gao Shueting and said, Don't you believe me? I really don't know. You know that I don't live here, so how would I know the situation here? You really don't know? Gao Shueting asked. I really don't know. Yang Kai said with a serious face. Gao Shueting nodded. She looked ahead and said, It seems that this is a space array and it hasn't been laid out for many years. I don't know who made it and I don't know where this array is connected to. Junior brother, guard me while I go and check it out. Yang Kai didn't know how to persuade her, so he could only nod and say, Okay, senior sister, please be careful. Gao Shueting immediately walked up to the space array, took out some source crystals and placed them in the grooves around it. She tried to activate the space array with her Emperor Qi, but there was no response. Yang Kai looked down and thought to himself, Who can activate the space array I arranged without a special token? Therefore he wasn't worried that Gao Shueting would suddenly be teleported to the Northern Territory. Gao Shueting tried for a long time, but she still couldn't activate the space array, so she could only walk down. Yang Kai said, It seems that this space array has been in disrepair for a long time and has probably lost its effect. Since it has lost its effect, it is useless. We don't need to worry about it. Gao Shueting shook her head and said, Maybe there are other ways to activate it that we don't know. We don't know where this space array is connected to, but this is the hinterland of my temple. We can't leave this scourge here. Otherwise, if someone sneaks into the temple through this space array one day, we won't be able to detect it. Gao Shueting gripped her sword tightly, her emperor's qi surging around her. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched. Senior sister, what are you doing? No matter what, let's destroy it first so that we don't have to worry about it. She raised her sword and was about to slash at the space array. Wait! Yang Kai shouted. Gao Shueting turned her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said seriously, Senior sister, please don't be rash. After all, this is a space array. Although we don't know where it is connected to, what if it is connected to a place with good feng shui that the world doesn't know about? If senior sister destroys the space array like this, won't you cut off the connection to that place? Then what do you think? Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Junior brother is not talented, but he happens to be proficient in the law of space. Let me study this space array for a while. Maybe I can figure out something from it. How long will junior brother study it for? From January to February. Or 30 to 50 years. Yang Kai said, It's hard to say. I can only say that I'll try my best. Gao Shueting waved her hand and said, Don't bother. Just destroy it. Junior brother, please step aside. This space array looks a bit solid. I won't show any mercy when I attack it. Senior sister Gao. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched his forehead. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Do you have anything else to say? Gao Shueting looked at him as if she had something to say. It was as if the sword was not going to cut the space array but Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, Senior Sister Gao, do you know something? Gao Shueting snorted and said, That depends on what you want me to know. Bless. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he could not hide it anymore. How did you find out? He felt that this space array was hidden well enough. Moreover, Lingjian Peak was covered by the space array activated by his Elder Jade Disc. If she didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to find it. Gao Shueting said, You came and went like a ghost the last few times, so it's hard for people not to be suspicious. Our temple master is a very bored person. In the past 10 years when you weren't here, he naturally studied Lingjian Peak carefully. Do you think a big array can hide you from his investigation? He has a more advanced space array in his hands. Tell me, where does this space array lead to? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said with a dull expression, Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace? Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. It really is a space array that crosses territory. Gao Shueting snorted. You made it? Yang Kai smiled and said, Yes. Why are you so sneaky? I'm not sneaky. I just wanted to wait for the right time to tell you. Yang Kai defended himself. Gao Shueting naturally didn't believe him. If they didn't confront each other in front of him this time, there would never be a suitable time. However, she could also understand Yang Kai a little. The existence of this space array was too amazing, so it couldn't be easily revealed. Why can't I activate it? It was not the first time Gao Shueting activated this space array. When Wen Zishan discovered it before, she and Wen Zishan tried to activate it, but they couldn't. It requires a token that I specially refined to activate it. Since it had been discovered, there was no need to hide it. Speaking of which, Azure Sun Temple treated him well. The reason why he was so sneaky was mainly because he was afraid of being used as a laborer by Gao Shueting. Everyone in Azure Sun Temple knew that he was an Emperor Pill Master, so they were eager for him to refine Emperor Pills for the temple. However, Yang Kai didn't have the time to do alchemy, so he could hide in High Firmament Palace and have some leisure time. Now that the spirit array was exposed, Gao Shueting could probably find him at any time. What token? Let me see it. Can I not see it? Yang Kai looked at Gao Shueting weakly. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand, looking like she wouldn't give up until she saw it. Yang Kai could only take out a token, but Gao Shueting had already reached out and snatched it. She held it in her hand and examined it, but she didn't find anything special about it. However, there was Yang Kai's sealed space force inside this token. She vaguely understood that the sealed space force was the key to activating the space array. With a flip of her hand, she put the token into her space ring. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 32:26. Let's go. After putting away the token, Gao Shueting turned around and walked out. With her back facing Yang Kai, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai stood in place and sighed for a while before catching up with her. He readily admitted that the spirit array was created by him for two reasons. Firstly, the other party had already discovered it, so there was no point in continuing to play dumb. Secondly, he came here to borrow some people to go to the High Heaven Palace. When the time came, he would definitely be exposed. Instead of thinking of ways to cover it up, he might as well reveal it now. As for whether Gao Shueting would go to the Northern Territory to ask him to perform alchemy in the future, it was no longer within the scope of his consideration. Anyway, Jiying was here, so he could just leave it to her. Spirit Jade Peak, where Azure Sun Temple's Deputy Temple Master Qiu Ran cultivated. When Yang Kai and Gao Shueting arrived, Qiu Ran was meditating and cultivating. After being notified, he walked out of his room and saw the two in the hall. Yang Kai stood up and saluted, "Greetings, Brother Qiu." Gao Shueting sat still. They were all family and often met, so there was no need to be so polite. What a rare guest, Junior Brother Yang. When did you come back? Qiu Ran looked at him expressionlessly and gestured for him to sit down on the main seat. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I just came back, but I didn't stop to visit Brother Qiu. I haven't seen you for many years, but brother is still as elegant as ever. Congratulations." He sat down as he spoke. Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "You flatter me. Junior Brother Yang is an extraordinary person, a dragon whose whereabouts are rarely seen. If you didn't come back soon, this old master was afraid he would have forgotten about you. His words were exactly the same as Gao Shueting's. Yang Kai wanted to roll his eyes, but he still smiled apologetically. Brother, you're too serious. The temple has given me a new lease of life. I've always been thinking about the temple, brother and senior sister. Qiu Ran didn't comment and just glanced at Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting nodded slightly and seemed to say something to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran's face relaxed a little and he nodded. Junior brother, it's good that you are considerate. You should pay attention to your safety when you are outside. You are an elder of the Divine Hall and represent the Divine Hall. No matter what, you can't lose the prestige of the Divine Hall. I remember that. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Qiu Ran said, if there's nothing else, you can go ahead. This old man still has some matters to take care of. What do you mean? You're asking me to leave already? I haven't finished my business yet. Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly looked at Gao Shueting to signal her with his eyes. However, Gao Shueting just sat there with her eyes closed and her nose in her heart. She didn't move at all. You're ruthless. How dare you burn the bridge after crossing the river? If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given you that token. Gao Shueting didn't help him, so Yang Kai had to do it himself. He cupped his hands and said, Brother, junior brother has something to report. What is it? Qiu Ran looked up at him. Yang Kai said, when I left, I took a lot of spirit flowers and herbs from the temple. Senior sister Gao asked me to refine them into pills for the temple's use. Now, junior brother has lived up to her expectations and returned with success. Qiu Ran raised his eyebrows. So you've finished refining the pills? Yes. Let me see. Gao Shueting said, they're all with me. She took off the space ring on her finger and handed it to Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He was stunned. So many. And they were all emperor pills and the quality seemed to be quite good. He knew that Yang Kai was an alchemy emperor and had agreed to let him take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs. But he didn't expect that Yang Kai would return with such a large amount of emperor pills after more than 10 years. It was good to have an alchemy emperor in the family. Qiu Ran was already considering whether to give Yang Kai more spirit herbs. As long as he could refine emperor pills, what harm would waiting for more than 10 years be? Oh, not bad, Qiu Ran said lightly. He couldn't praise him too much, otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to ask him to refine pills next time. Yang Kai said, it's junior brother's duty to serve the temple. After a pause, he rubbed his nose and said, Brother, how many elder contribution points can I exchange for? Qiu Ran said, I still need to calculate it carefully. Then I'll ask brother to calculate it quickly. Qiu Ran blinked at him. Are you in a hurry? It's not very urgent. Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly. Of course, if brother can calculate it clearly now, it would be best. Qiu Ran frowned at him, not knowing what he was up to, but thinking about how he was counting on him to continue refining pills in the future, he had to give him some motivation, so he nodded and said, Fine, this old master will calculate it for you. Many thanks, brother. Yang Kai beamed with joy. Qiu Ran didn't say much and took out all the emperor pills from his space ring and placed them on the table in front of him. Emperor pills naturally couldn't be stored directly. Each emperor pill was stored in a box with a different attribute, enough to ensure that its medicinal efficacy would not be lost for a short time. There were jade boxes, gold boxes, silver boxes, and even wooden boxes. There were all kinds of boxes. In an instant, the table was filled with boxes the size of osmanthus cakes. There were several layers of them, and there were at least 200 to 300 of them in total. Gao Shueting also came over, mainly because she had never seen so many emperor pills together in her life. It was really strange. In the past, if the temple wanted some emperor pills, they had to beg someone to refine them. Not only did they have to accumulate the materials themselves, but they also had to offer a large amount of remuneration. When the alchemist was busy, they even had to line up. To put it bluntly, the number of emperor pills Yang Kai took out was almost equivalent to the total number of emperor pills the temple had obtained in the past 500 years. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting were both extremely happy and shocked, but they didn't show it on their faces. There has never been such a precedent before, but emperor pills are rare, so this old master will exchange them for elder contribution points for you today, Qiu Ran said as he opened a wooden box. As Qiu Ran spoke, he casually opened a wooden box and carefully observed the spirit pill inside. He nodded and said, "This spirit pill can be classified as a medium-grade spirit pill. After deducting the materials, this old man will charge it 800 elder contribution points." Yang Kai did some quick calculations in his mind. He had heard from Gao Shui Ting Yu Kuan and the others that the temple's elder contribution points were quite difficult to obtain. Each person would only be able to accumulate 5,000 to 6,000 elder contribution points each year, and at the very least, they would only be able to accumulate 2,000 to 3,000 elder contribution points. Entering the Divine Ascension Mirror world once required 2,000 elder contribution points. Elder contribution points could be exchanged with source crystals, but only 2,000 elder contribution points could be exchanged each year, which was just enough to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The exchange rate was 1 to 1,000, which meant that 1,000 high-rank source crystals could be exchanged for 1 elder contribution point. If one wanted more elder contribution points, they would have to do things for the temple. For example, when Gao Shueting led the team to the Four Seasons realm, she was able to obtain some elder contribution points. If 800 elder contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, that would be 800,000. This was after deducting the cost of the materials. After all, the materials for alchemy were obtained from the temple, so it was cheaper than buying them outside. However, Yang Kai was still a temple elder in name, so it was natural for him to receive a lower price. Although he reluctantly agreed, Yang Kai shamelessly asked, "Can't you give me more?" Qiu Ran said, "This old master is the temple's vice-temple master and is in charge of all matters of the temple. All I ask for is fairness. If you think it's too little, you can ask junior sister Gao." There was no need to ask. Yang Kai knew what he was doing, so he said, "How about 1,000 elder contribution points? Make it a round number." 800. Qiu Ran completely ignored Yang Kai and directly stuffed the jade box into his space ring after speaking. "Serves you right for not being able to find a cultivation companion," Yang Kai muttered with a dissatisfied expression. "What did you say?" Qiu Ran raised his head to look at him. Nothing. Brother Qiu, please continue." Qiu Ran snorted and picked up another jade box. He opened it and nodded with a smile. "High-rank Emperor Pill, 1,000 elder contribution points." He stuffed it into his space ring and picked up another. He gave a simple evaluation of each jade box and then quickly calculated the contribution points. A high-rank Emperor Pill was worth 1,000 contribution points, a medium-rank Emperor Pill was worth 800 contribution points, and a low-rank Emperor Pill was worth only 500 contribution points. As the numbers continued to stack, Yang Kai's heart was bubbling with joy. From time to time he would chime in on the benefits of this spirit pill from the perspective of a professional alchemist, explaining how difficult it was to refine and how long it took to refine it. He hoped that Qiu Ran would give him more contribution points. However, Qiu Ran's indifferent expression completely ignored him, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth in anger. "Brother, please wait. Although this spirit pill is a medium-rank Emperor Pill, its fragrance is overwhelming and its veins are clear. At a glance, it's obvious that it's almost a high-rank Emperor Pill. Don't you think it's a little too much to give only 800 contribution points?" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand. Qiu Ran said, "Then how much do you think it should be?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Since it's between a medium-rank Emperor Pill and a high-rank Emperor Pill, let's give it a discount. 900 contribution points will do. No one will suffer a loss, right?" Qiu Ran chuckled and pushed the jade box in front of him towards Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you're right. Why don't you help me appraise it? This old man can relax for a while." "I'd like to, but what's the point of using it after I appraise it?" He had no choice but to nod and admit it. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? I'm just stating facts. I don't mean to overstep my boundaries." Humph. Qiu Ran's expression turned cold. He put away the jade box and said, 700 contribution points. Wait. Yang Kai was shocked. How did it become 700 contribution points? It was 800 contribution points just now. 600. Yang Kai immediately fell silent. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that he would have to lower the price. He turned his head to look at Gao Shueting for help, hoping that she would say something fair. However, he saw that this woman was actually looking up at the roof ridge as if there were some kind of flower growing there. Yang Kai's expression twitched as he secretly gritted his teeth. "You guys are ruthless. I don't know who said the word fair," just now, but you guys are simply going back on your words and acting recklessly. After an hour of counting, Xianxia said, the total is 156,300 contribution points. Did this old man count wrongly? No. Yang Kai lowered his head and said weakly. This number was in line with his calculations. Gao Shueting said expressionlessly, congratulations, junior brother. Yang Kai snorted. What's there to congratulate me for being suppressed by a miser like Xianxia? However, if these more than 150,000 contribution points were converted into high-rank source crystals, it would be more than 1.5 billion, which was an extremely shocking number. So far, none of the elders of the Divine Temple had accumulated more than 10,000 contribution points. Compared to the others, Yang Kai could be said to have become rich overnight. Chapter 32:27. Xianxia put away the emperor pills, stroked his beard and pondered for a moment. Junior brother, how do you plan to spend this large amount of contribution points? It was not a good thing to have too many contribution points. Normally, the elders' contribution points could be exchanged for anything from the Divine Hall, such as all kinds of cultivation materials, profound cultivation methods and secret techniques. However, Yang Kai's contribution points were so huge that even Xianxia was a little scared. If they were to really exchange for materials, the Divine Hall's treasury that had been accumulated over the years would be greatly reduced. Of course, this was not what the Divine Hall wanted to see. The elders' contribution points were not small. If they were really exchanged for materials by Yang Kai, then the disciples would have to live frugally for cultivation in the future. Yang Kai already had a plan, so he said, brother, you know that I have a high heaven palace in the northern territory. I have taken in some disciples, but the high heaven palace's foundation is still shallow, so I want to ask the Divine Hall to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques to bring back. I wonder if it's convenient. Of course, junior brother can exchange for them with contribution points. Xianxia said, you are a Divine Hall elder, so it's not a problem for you to copy some cultivation methods and secret techniques. As long as they are not particularly important, you don't need contribution points. There was such a good thing. Yang Kai was immediately amused. Previously, Xianxia looked like a miser, so Yang Kai thought that he was targeting him. Now it seemed that he had misunderstood him. He asked, the more cultivation methods and secret techniques, the better. I also want to get some of those precious things. Xianxia said, you can discuss this with junior brother D yourself. He is in charge of the cultivation method pavilion, so he knows best what needs contribution points and what doesn't. The junior brother he was talking about was naturally D Rong. Although Yang Kai was not as close to him as he was to Gao Shueting, they had drunk together and been punished together, so they were not strangers. That's fine too. Yang Kai nodded. Is there anything else? Xianxia looked up at him. Yang Kai said, also, I want to borrow some people from the Divine Hall. Borrow people? Xianxia raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Yang Kai said, the disciples of my high heaven palace have recently arrived. Their cultivation isn't high, so they need some guidance. Therefore, I want to borrow some people from the temple to act as instructors. Of course, I won't borrow them for free. I can use the elders' contribution points to offset their remuneration. This was the main purpose of his trip here. The 100 instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace were already complaining incessantly. He needed to quickly replenish their manpower. Although there's no precedent, it's doable. What do you think, junior sister Gao? Xianxia turned to look at Gao Shueting. Gao Shueting said, no, they're not outsiders. But how many people do you want to borrow and what are their cultivations? 200, Yang Kai replied. Yes. Dao Source Realm? Pif. Xianxia, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spat it out. He quickly put down the teacup and patted the water stains on his chest. He looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, junior brother, you want to borrow 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators? Brother, you didn't hear wrong. 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Gao Shueting said in astonishment, why do you need so many Dao Source Realm cultivators? These people were going to the High Heaven Palace to act as instructors. Since they were instructors, they would definitely be teaching a group of people. Even if one instructor taught 200 people, 200 instructors would be enough to teach 4,000 people. The High Heaven Palace had 4,000 people? Didn't I just say that I'm going to invite them over to be instructors? Gao Shueting frowned. How many disciples have you recruited in the High Heaven Palace? Yang Kai sniffed. A few 100,000. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting were both stunned. They almost thought that they had heard wrong. The two looked at each other and Qiu Ran transmitted his voice. How many did he say just now? Gao Shueting replied, I heard a few 100,000. I wonder how many did brother hear? A few 100,000, that's right. The corner of Qiu Ran's eyes twitched. Why did you recruit so many disciples? The key was that from Yang Kai's words, the cultivation of these disciples wasn't high. The strength of a sect didn't lie in the number of people but whether or not they were elites. Azure Sun Temple only had 3,000 to 4,000 disciples, but it was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. But the High Heaven Palace actually had more than 100,000 disciples. That was more than 100,000 people, not 100,000 pigs. Could they afford to raise so many people? What's more, what was the point of raising more than 100,000 people with low cultivation? There had never been a sect that had so many disciples. It was simply unheard of and unseen. I had no choice. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. This matter was really inconvenient to explain to others. It was fine if his own people knew about it, but if others knew that he had brought those hundreds of thousands of people from the lower star field, he was afraid that Azure Sun Temple would snatch them away. More than 100,000 disciples and 200 instructors, this was really not a lot. Qiu Ran straightened his face and said, Junior brother, do you know how many Dao Source Realm cultivators my temple has? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he was qualified to know this, no one had told him, so how could he know? 352. Qiu Ran gave a very accurate number. Excluding the Dao Source Realm disciples who are guarding the various properties, there are only 289 people left in the temple. What he meant was, if you asked for 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators, what would the temple do? Yang Kai nodded and said, 289. The temple's heritage is really extraordinary. It can completely meet junior brother's needs. Brother, please help me. Qiu Ran almost couldn't help but curse out loud. He suspected that Yang Kai was doing this on purpose. These 289 people had their own duties in the temple and they weren't idling around. Everyone had their own duties. It wasn't a big problem to transfer some people out, but 200 people was too many. He believed that Yang Kai couldn't possibly not know this, but he still pretended to be ignorant. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Ran said, 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators is not enough. I can lend you 30 people at most. Yang Kai's eyes widened and said, 30 people? What do I need 30 people for? 30 people were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Take it or leave it. Qiu Ran turned around and picked up the teacup. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly remembered that he had just spat out some tea and put it down resentfully. Don't be like this, brother. We're all family. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Brother, you can't make the decision, right? If you can't, I'll discuss it with the temple master. Qiu Ran said, it's useless for you to talk to the temple master about this. Then we'll reduce it a bit. 180 people will do. Yang Kai took a step back. Qiu Ran said expressionlessly, 40. 170. 50. 160 should be enough. Brother, don't go too far. I'm asking them to be instructors and I'm also paying them. I won't let them work for nothing. Qiu Ran cast a sidelong glance at him. It seems that Junior Brother's High Heaven Palace is very rich. Not only can you support more than 100,000 disciples, but you can also pay them. Junior Brother is indeed very capable. I'm also tightening my belt to live. Brother, you're also the head of the family, so you should understand my hard work. 150 can't be any less. It's precisely because I understand your hard work that I have to think of you. 70 people, no more. The two of them talked back and forth like they were buying and selling vegetables at a market. Gao Shueting was speechless as she watched from the side. You two are talking about hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples. Can you please be a little more serious? After a battle of wits and courage, Qiu Ran insisted on 80 people, not giving a single one more. Yang Kai slammed the table angrily. Brother, don't force me. Qiu Ran calmly lifted his sleeve. Junior brother, let's talk things over. Giving you 80 Dao Source Realm instructors is already the limit of my temple. How can you say that I'm forcing you? Is there really no more? Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as if he had a deep hatred for Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran slowly shook his head. Fine, Yang Kai pointed at him. You said it yourself. I don't want any instructors, not a single one. Qiu Ran was a little surprised and suddenly had a bad premonition. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to exchange all of my 150,000 contribution points for high-rank source crystals. Junior brother, I'm now raising more than 100,000 people, so I'm in urgent need of source crystals. Please help me a little. Qiu Ran's face darkened and he almost cursed out loud. What he feared had really happened. When he calculated the contribution points before, he felt that they were too large, so he wanted to let Yang Kai spend some of them, but he didn't expect that after so many twists and turns he would still return to the starting point. More than 100,000 contribution points were equivalent to more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals. It wasn't that the temple couldn't afford it, but what would they do after that? Moreover, they would have to trouble him to continue refining emperor pills in the future. If they were stubborn, they would only make him angry. Ahem ahem. Qiu Ran clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Junior brother, don't be agitated. Let's talk things over. We haven't discussed it properly yet. Yang Kai snorted twice and leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs and saying, 140 Dao Source Realm instructors. Brother, do as you see fit. Qiu Ran's face darkened. That's too many people. Too many? I think it's okay. Yang Kai thought that Li Jiao was very straightforward and immediately arranged for the Dao Source Realm instructors to be sent over. On the other hand, the temple was dawdling, making it seem like he was trying to abduct them. A little less. Yang Kai said decisively, I'll have to trouble brother to exchange them for source crystals. Qiu Ran's face darkened again. Gao Shueting suddenly said, How about this, junior brother Yang? How about 100 Dao Source Realm cultivators and 300 Origin Kings? Since the cultivation of your disciples isn't high, the Origin Kings can teach them. Not everyone needs Dao Source Realm cultivators as instructors. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew that she was right. 100 Dao Source Realm instructors was about the same as what he had expected. The reason why he asked for 200 was to give Qiu Ran room to bargain. 300 Origin Kings wasn't a small number. If divided among the peaks, there would be 2 or 3 Origin Kings per peak. Although there were some Origin Kings from the Star Territory, they were currently cultivating hard and had no time to teach others. With the help of these 400 people, they should be able to improve the current situation of the High Heaven Palace. After pretending to ponder for a long time, he said, Since senior sister Gao has spoken, then junior brother will give her some face. However, the number of Origin Kings is a little low, so let's increase it to 400. After saying so, he looked at Qiu Ran. Qiu Ran gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Giving Gao Shueting face but not giving him face was simply outrageous. Yang Kai immediately smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks, brother Qiu. Chapter 32:28. Now that the matter had been finalized, Yang Kai didn't want to delay and urged, There's no time to lose, so I'll have to trouble brother to quickly choose the right people. Qiu Ran raised his hand and said, There's no need to rush. Yang Kai was surprised. Brother, are you going back on your word? Qiu Ran snorted. Since I've promised you, how can I go back on my word? It's just that this old master said before that there is no precedent for this. Let me ask you, how many elder contribution points should I give you for each Dao Source Realm cultivator you borrow each month? Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. Brother, don't ask for too much. Qiu Ran said, I can't decide on this matter alone. I need to call all the elders over to discuss it together and come up with a suitable plan. In addition, I need to inform the temple master. This was true. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That's how it should be. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting each took out a communication artifact and informed the other elders of the temple. Not long after, a number of figures flew in from the outside. They were all familiar faces and were also the elders of the temple. Even the 2 new elders, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao, had also come. In the temple, as long as a disciple could advance to the emperor realm, they would be eligible to become an elder. Although it might just be a title without much real power, an elder was still an elder after all. Their status was completely different from that of a disciple, and the treatment they could enjoy was also different. Yang Kai greeted everyone one by one. Xiao Baiyi still had a cold look on his face and didn't say much, but Murong Xiao was smiling as usual and came to Yang Kai's side to say a few words. After asking Xia Sheng, Yang Kai learned that he was still guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and rarely returned to Azure Sun Temple. Brother Xia wants to thank you for what you did last time. If there's a chance, he wants to invite you to the Spirit Lake Palace for a drink. What happened last time? Yang Kai suddenly realized that it was referring to the southern swamp that had become the demon race cave. The palace master of the Hundred Flowers Palace, Hua Yulu, was Xia Xing's good friend. Xia Xing had entrusted her to Yang Kai's care. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disappoint and did not let Hua Yulu down. He smiled and waved his hand. It's just a small matter. At this moment, Qiu Ran stood up. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. Qiu Ran said with a helpless look, "The hall master said that he won't be coming over. This matter will be left to us to discuss and resolve ourselves." It was reasonable to say that when Zishan would definitely be present for the hundreds of Dao Source Realm disciples, but when Zishan was used to being lazy, he usually did not pay attention to the matters of the temple and left them to Qiu Ran to settle. Naturally, he would not show up today. Everyone seemed to have expected this. Yu Kuan's hoarse voice exploded. It doesn't matter if the hall master doesn't come. It doesn't make a difference whether he's here or not. We can discuss it ourselves. No elder would talk about their own hall master behind his back like this. Only Azure Sun Temple would do this. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran had a pained look on his face as he cursed in his heart. Without saying anything, everyone took their seats. Yang Kai looked around and cupped his fists. "Junior brother, please excuse me." Qiu Ran said, "This is your business. There's no need to avoid it. Sit down and listen." "Fine, there's no need to leave." Yang Kai turned around and sat down. He was the same as Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao, a newly promoted elder. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were still proper elders of the temple, while he was just an honored elder. Even though he had contributed a lot to the temple, he was still seated at the back, right next to Murong Xiao. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were not qualified to participate in this kind of discussion for the time being, mainly because they lacked experience. The reason why they were called over was so that they could listen and make preparations for the future. Sooner or later, they would also hold great power in the temple and decide the future of the disciples. Qiu Ran cleared his throat and first told everyone about how Yang Kai had brought a large number of emperor pills in exchange for a large number of elder contribution points. This caused all the elders to look at him in surprise with envious expressions. 150,000 elder contribution points. This was a figure that had never appeared before. Even if one entered the Divine Ascension Mirror world once a year, they would only need to spend 2,000 elder contribution points. This 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to last them for 60 to 70 years. However, there was no point in being envious. Emperor pills weren't something that just anyone could refine. Everyone was more and more convinced that it was indeed easy to become an emperor pill refiner. Now that they had obtained 150,000 elder contribution points, how long would it take to spend them? Yang Kai sat there calmly with a calm expression on his face, but in reality he was secretly chatting with Murong Xiao. After exclaiming in surprise, someone immediately began to worry about the problem that Qiu Ran had been worried about and asked how Yang Kai would spend these elder contribution points. Qiu Ran then told everyone about Yang Kai wanting to borrow 100 Dao Source Realm and 400 Origin Kings. In the end, they had already discussed this beforehand. Since Qiu Ran had already made the decision, no one had any objections. What they needed to discuss now was how many elder contribution points these people would be worth every month. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not an outsider, so when discussing this matter, everyone maintained a fair attitude. In less than half an hour, the results were out. Yang Kai needed to pay each Dao Source Realm disciple 10 elder contribution points per month and each Origin King Realm disciple 3 elder contribution points per month. In total, Yang Kai would have to pay 2,200 elder contribution points per month, or 26,400 elder contribution points per year. 150,000 elder contribution points was enough to pay for almost 6 years. This result was also within Yang Kai's expectations. When Qiu Ran asked, Yang Kai naturally had no objections and immediately decided on this matter. 6 years was almost enough for the disciples from the Star Territory to familiarize themselves with the Star Boundary and for some Origin Kings to break through to the Dao Source Realm. At that time, The older generation would teach the newer generation and pass on their cultivation experience, forming a virtuous cycle. What's more, if the elder contribution points were gone, Yang Kai could just go to Jiying and ask for some emperor pills to exchange for them. It's rare for us to gather here, so let's discuss the Southern Territory's martial meet next month. Qiu Ran picked up his teacup and took a few sips before putting it down and saying, the Southern Territory's martial meet is held once every 5 years, but everyone knows about the situation in the past few years. The appearance of the demon cave and the revival of the demon sense caused everyone to panic. Our Southern Territory's cultivator has been chasing down the escaped demon sense for a long time, so the martial meet has been delayed. Now that the dust has finally settled, the martial meet after more than a decade cannot be neglected. Martial meet? What martial meet? Yang Kai turned to look at Murong Xiao and asked. Murong Xiao replied, it's a tradition in the Southern Territory that is held once every 5 years. It is jointly organized by our Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The 3 sects jointly fund it and set up some valuable prizes. Star Soul Palace will also bestow some gifts. Throughout the Southern Territory, any cultivator below the Emperor realm can participate. The martial meet is divided into 3 levels: Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm. There is also an individual ranking and a sect ranking. Depending on the ranking, the prizes can be won. It can be regarded as a way for the great sects and families to test the cultivation results of their disciples. In any case, every sect attaches great importance to this martial meet, especially our 3 top sects. No one wants to fall behind, so every martial meet is very lively with many masters gathered. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai was amazed. Murong Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. Brother, you haven't been in the Southern Territory for long, so you haven't heard of it. The last martial meet was held in our temple. Brother Xia, Brother Xiao and I all participated. How were the results? Yang Kai asked with interest. Murong Xiao said embarrassedly, in terms of sect ranking we were slightly higher than the other 2. In terms of individual ranking, Brother Xia was slightly behind Wu Chong, ranking 2nd. I only managed to enter the top 10. Yang Kai comforted her. Victory and defeat are common. Junior sister doesn't need to worry about it. The martial meet is held by the 3 sects in turn. Last time it was us, but this time it seems it's Orthodoxy Temple's turn. By the way, I heard Brother Qiu say that the Southern Territory has been chasing that demon spirit for the past few years. What's the situation? Yang Kai knew about the demon spirit. Yi Hua Yulu and the others could be said to be the culprits. During the trip to the southern swamp, the demon cave appeared and the former patriarch of the Gong family, Gong Yu, was eroded by the demon spirit and fell to become the demon race. He then sneaked into Azure Sun Temple and opened the demon cave, releasing thousands of demon spirits. However, Yang Kai was in a hurry to find Zhu Qing and went to the frozen earth, only coming back now. More than 10 years had passed and he didn't know what the situation was like after that. However, Star Soul Palace was taking the lead in this matter, so there was no need to worry too much. Hearing Yang Kai ask about the demon spirit, Murong Xiao couldn't help but pale, as if she had thought of an extremely terrible scene and said softly, many people have died. The demon spirit was mysterious and difficult to guard against. Yang Kai had personally faced it before. Gong Yu's cultivation was not weak, but he was quietly invaded by the demon spirit and become the demon race. The most terrifying thing was that Gong Yu did not feel anything wrong when he fell to become the demon race. Instead, his mind was distorted by the demon spirit and he did not hesitate to die in Azure Sun Temple to release thousands of demon spirits and bring chaos to the world. Murong Xiao said that many people had died and that was probably the case. It was hard to imagine the situation in the Southern Territory in the past 10 years. At this moment, Gong Luo said loudly, since that's the case, then it's settled. This old man will stay behind to oversee the temple. This trip will be led by Lord Temple Master. The following elders will be Luo Qin. A white-faced man stood up and cupped his fists. Understood. Yang Kai asked curiously, the Temple Master is going too? Isn't he giving too much face to the Orthodoxy Temple? Although the scale of this martial gathering in the Southern Territory was not small, it was still a matter under the Emperor realm. He thought that 1 or 2 elders would lead the team, but who knew that Wen Zishan would also go? Murong Xiao smiled and said, Every martial gathering, Star Soul Palace will send someone over. The temple master is just going through the motions. I see. Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seemed that they were not giving face to the Orthodoxy Temple, but to the Star Soul Palace. After all, the people from Star Soul Palace were here, so it would be unreasonable for Zhou Xian to not go. It was just going through the motions, so it was not a big deal. Qiu Ran called out again, Gao Shueting. Understood. Gao Shueting stood up and cupped her fists. How bai? Yes. Chapter 32-29. Murong Xiao Xiao. Yes. Yang Kai. Qiu Ran looked at him and the others also looked at him. Yang Kai was stunned and pointed at himself. I'm going too? Qiu Ran said with a dark face. Didn't you hear the discussion just now? Yang Kai didn't hear anything and only focused on chatting with Murong Xiao Xiao. The temple sent Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao Xiao to go with them, probably to let them gain more experience. Although they had participated in the martial gathering before, they had participated as disciples. Now that they had been promoted to elders, the situation was different, so they could go out and gain more experience and meet more people. In the future they might be needed to lead a team, so they wouldn't be completely clueless. But what was he going to do? Qiu Ran had just named 5 people including himself. Did they need 5 elders from the Emperor Realm to lead a team for the Emperor Realm and below? Wasn't this a bit too much of a fuss? What's more, there were many trivial matters to attend to in the High Heaven Palace, and the hundreds of thousands of disciples hadn't completely settled down yet. Yang Kai wasn't willing to participate in the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so he hesitated for a moment and said, Brother, please forgive me, but junior brother still has something to do. Gao Shueting said, You are also a temple elder. It's fine if you don't show up for so many years, but this time you should go. Otherwise, I'm afraid others will forget that the temple still has an elder like you. Every elder from the Emperor Realm was the cornerstone of a sect, and the number of elders from the Emperor Realm was directly related to the status of a sect. The significance of having one more or one less was completely different. Gao Shueting's intention was obviously for Yang Kai to show up more and let others know that the temple had an elder from the Emperor Realm. At this point, Yang Kai could only nod and say, All right, then junior brother will go. Yu Kuan laughed out loud. Junior brother, don't look so unhappy. You should know that every time there is a martial gathering, it is a gathering of people from the Emperor Realm. There will be large and small exchanges and auctions in private. If you go there, you might be able to get some good stuff. Otherwise, why do you think the temple sent so many elders there? However, Yang Kai could be considered to be quite wealthy now. He could afford to feed more than 100,000 people. There was no need for him to find anything good. He could only smile and nod. Brother Yu is right. Then it's settled. Everyone go back and make preparations. We'll set off in a month. With many matters settled, the crowd dispersed. Yang Kai stopped Di Rong and told him that he was going to the Technique Pavilion to copy some secret skills. Di Rong naturally agreed and personally led Yang Kai there. After being busy for half a day and paying some elder contribution points, Yang Kai walked out of the Technique Pavilion with satisfaction. He was not in a hurry to leave. He called a few elders he was familiar with and held a banquet on his Lingjian Peak to entertain them. Gao Shueting did not dare to call Yang Kai. It was not that she did not want to give him face, but that the last time Gao Shueting drank wine, Yang Kai was scared of her. This woman usually looked generous, but once she drank wine, it was as if she changed into another person. Yang Kai could not bear to look at her. Last time, Qiu Ran punished the elders with a lot of contribution points. Only Yang Kai was not punished for his first offense. This time no one dared to call him. However, she came and sat at the table. Everyone looked at each other and put away their wine jars at the same time. The meal was tasteless. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Sun Temple for 2 days. On the 3rd day, the 100 Dao Source Realm and 300 Origin King Realm cultivators had been counted and sorted out. They all came to Lingjian Peak to report. When Yang Kai appeared, a voice that could topple gold mountains and topple jade pillars sounded, Greetings, Elder Yang. Sweeping the crowd with his divine sense, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction with his hands behind his back. The spirit of these 400 people was good. In terms of cultivation, the temple was not careless. Both men and women were elite talents. In fact, the aptitude of a cultivator who could enter Azure Sun Temple would not be too bad. If it was too bad, the temple would not accept them. Qiu Ran and Gao Shueting stood aside. After Yang Kai saluted the two of them, he faced the 400 disciples and said, "You probably heard from the deputy temple master. This time I invite you to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory to serve as instructors. I hope you will do your best. This elder will not treat you unfairly." "Yes." Everyone roared in response. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "Brother Chiu and senior sister Gao, do you have anything to say?" Chiu Ran stepped forward. "No matter what you see in a while, keep it in your stomach. Even if it's your brother or junior sister, you can't leak it at will. If you find out, this old master will not let you off easily." "Yes." The group of disciples was puzzled. They did not know why Chiu Ran had such an order. Yang Kai knew that it must be about the cross-territory space array. It seemed that the temple attached more importance to this cross-territory space array than he thought and tried to keep it a secret. Yang Kai did not care. After all, it had already been exposed. If he did not activate it personally or did not have the token, no one would be able to activate it. "Let's go." Chiu Ran waved his sleeves and took the lead to lead the way. The rest followed closely behind. In a short while they arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Yang Kai asked the 400 people to enter in groups of 10 and stand on the space array. It could not be helped. The space in the cave was too small, and the scale of the space array that was set up was not large. Teleporting in groups of 10 was already the limit. Chiu Ran and Gao Shueting watched from the side. It was obvious that they wanted to see more clearly. Yang Kai was amused. He did not hide it. Instead he asked Gao Shueting to take out the token and took the initiative to teach her how to activate it. 400 people were not a lot. They were all sent away in less than an hour. When Yang Kai appeared in the High Heaven Palace with the last group of people, the main hall was already packed with people. Gao Shueting also came. Not everyone had the opportunity to travel from the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory in an instant. Moreover, she was very curious about the High Heaven Palace, which was called Yang Kai. Naturally, she wanted to come and take a look. Hua Qingxi, who received the news, hurried over. She met Gao Shueting together with Bian Yuqing. Both sides chatted for a long time. Then Hua Qingxi led the hundreds of people and left. It would not be long before they were assigned to the various peaks. At that time, the pressure on the instructors in the Fire Dragon Palace would be greatly reduced. Gao Shueting did not leave. Since she was already here, she naturally wanted to take a look around. Yang Kai personally accompanied her and led her around the High Heaven Palace. Although she did not show it on the surface, Gao Shueting was extremely shocked. First, the number of disciples in the High Heaven Palace was as Yang Kai said. There were more than 100,000 people. The spirit peaks were filled with people. It was hard to imagine where so many people were recruited from. Second, the number of masters in the High Heaven Palace. Gao Shueting clearly sensed the aura of many masters from the Emperor Realm. Among them there were even 2 or 3 third-layer Emperor Realm masters. However, their aura was different from that of ordinary humans. Their demonic chi soared to the sky. They were obviously masters at the level of a Monster King. She knew that Yang Kai had Monster King subordinates. In the past, Yang Kai had brought Ying to the Southern Territory and caused some rumors. However, she did not expect that there was more than one of them. Other than the Monster King subordinates, the first chief and second chief were also from the Emperor Realm. There were obviously other masters from the Emperor Realm hidden in the other mountain peaks. Such a foundation was obviously not something that a newly established sect could possess. If these 100,000 disciples were allowed to mature, who in the world could compare to them except for the sects of the great emperors? There were also many natural formations. Although Gao Shueting was not proficient in the Tao of formations, she still had a good understanding of them. The formations covering the spirit peaks were extremely brilliant and were obviously the work of an expert. Out of curiosity, she asked and found out that Yang Kai actually had an Emperor Realm Array Master under him. Gao Shueting was so shocked that her mouth formed a circle. If she knew that there was an Emperor Realm Weaponsmith and Emperor Realm Pill Master here, especially that Emperor Realm Pill Master, Wonder Pill Master, was a disciple of the great emperors, she did not know how to feel. Gao Shueting stayed in the High Heaven Palace for 2 days before leaving. She had to admit that what she had seen in the past 2 days had given her a great shock. Previously, Yang Kai's establishment of a sect was simply nonsense. She even persuaded him to stay in the lookout. Now it seemed that she had thought too much. The High Heaven Palace was not inferior to the lookout at all. Being an elder in the lookout was not comparable to being the palace master of the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai sent her to the space formation. Gao Shueting turned around and said, "Junior brother, I've thought about it. Since your High Heaven Palace and the lookout are connected by a formation, it's convenient for you to go back and forth. Can you exchange materials with each other? If you can send the specialties of the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory, and then send the specialties of the Southern Territory to the Northern Territory, you will be able to earn a large sum of money." Yang Kai sneered in his heart. "I've been doing this for a long time, so I don't need you to remind me." However, since the existence of the space formation was exposed, it was not impossible to cooperate with the lookout. Although the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not bad, the lookout was not weak either. With the lookout's strength, the materials collected by the lookout would not be too bad. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to Brother Chiu about this. Senior sister can go back and briefly explain it to brother. If the lookout is interested, junior brother will also agree. Brother Chiu should agree." This was a matter that would benefit everyone, so Chiu Ran had no reason to refuse. "After you finish dealing with the matters here, return to the lookout as soon as possible. At that time you will personally discuss it with brother." "I will remember." Gao Shueting reminded, "Don't be too late. Don't forget about the martial gathering." I know. Gao Shueting glared at him before activating the space formation and leaving. After watching her leave, Yang Kai turned around. However, he did not expect the space formation to fluctuate behind him. When he turned around, he saw that there was an additional figure on the space formation. "Brother Li." Yang Kai grinned. The person who came was none other than Li Jiao. He was probably teleported over from the Fire Dragon Palace's space formation. The distance was not far, so he did not have any side effects. When he heard the voice, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang." "How did it go?" Yang Kai asked. Li Jiao sighed and said, "I failed you. Michi is not very willing." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "It's good that he is not willing. It's good that he is not willing." Li Jiao smiled bitterly. How could he not know what Michi was thinking? Previously, he wanted to persuade Michi so that he would not give Yang Kai an excuse to establish his authority. However, it was useless to persuade Michi. If he said too much, they might really fall out. Li Jiao sighed inwardly. Michi was probably out of luck. He could only hope that Yang Kai would not go overboard. Chapter 32:30. "Brother Li, you must be tired from the journey. Go back to the Fire Dragon Palace and rest. I will take care of the rest." Li Jiao was a little grateful when he heard this. He knew that Yang Kai cared about his friendship with Michi, so he didn't plan to bring him to the High Sky sect. Otherwise, if Yang Kai really made a move on Michi, it wouldn't be justifiable for him to just stand by and watch. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Jiao still cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you worry too much. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to help Brother Yang." His friendship with Michi was nothing. Previously, when the negotiations with Michi broke down, that little bit of friendship was already gone. In the future, if the Fire Dragon Palace wanted to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, they would have to rely on the High Heaven Palace. At this time, he naturally had to stand firm. Moreover, the friendship between him and Yang Kai was not something that Michi could compare to. How could he not know what was more important? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. "Since Brother Li has such good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Wait a moment, I will go and gather the troops. Later, Brother Li will follow me to the High Sky sect." Li Jiao nodded. Yang Kai's figure flashed and left. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, Li Jiao instructed Bian Yuqing, who was waiting at the side. He turned around and stepped into the space array, disappearing without a trace. Not long after, several figures rushed over and landed in the main hall. Yang Kai looked around for a while and didn't see Li Jiao. He asked curiously, "Where is he?" Bian Yuqing said, "Palace Master Li said that he will go back to the Fire Dragon Palace first and gather some people to cheer for Palace Master. He's quite considerate." Yang Kai smiled and looked back at the three figures behind him. They were none other than the three Monster Kings. Although there were more than 100,000 people in the High Heaven Palace and the Emperor Realm had many people, the only ones who could really fight were the three Monster Kings. Hua Qingxi was the general manager and wasn't suitable for fighting. It would be bad if an accident happened. Bian Yuqing was guarding the space portal and couldn't leave. Although Ji Ying, the South Gate Army, and Hou Yu were from the Emperor Realm, they weren't good at fighting. They only had outstanding results in their respective territories. Naturally, it wasn't suitable to bring them out at this time. Yi Hen had also broken through to the First Order Emperor realm, but his presence wouldn't make much difference, so Yang Kai didn't call him over. Having 3 monster kings following him was enough. Just as he was about to call Ying Fei and the others to set off, he heard the sound of clothes fluttering behind him. Looking back, he saw Lu Yen pouting at the entrance of the hall, looking at him angrily. How could I forget about her? Yang Kai patted his head and took the initiative to wave at Lu Yen, motioning for her to come over. Lu Yen smiled, lifted her skirt and jumped over, holding one of Yang Kai's big hands. The group of 5 stepped onto the space portal and with a flash of light they disappeared. In the Fire Dragon Palace, Li Jiao was very efficient. With a single order, 7 or 8 people from the Emperor Realm, 200 Dao Source Realm, gathered together and waited outside the space portal. Vice Palace Master Chang Sheng's clothes were untidy and his hair was messy, as if he had just crawled out of bed. He was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally didn't need to sleep. However, looking at the clear lipstick mark on his face, it was obvious what he had just done. While tidying up his clothes, he asked puzzledly, "Palace Master, where are we going?" A group of people gathered in front of a space portal that was directly connected to the High Heaven Palace. Could it be that they were going to attack the High Heaven Palace? Many people guessed this in their hearts and were startled. The High Heaven Palace was not to be trifled with. Everyone in the Northern Territory knew that the High Heaven Palace was guarded by 3 Monster King-level masters and the Southern Gate Army's sect protecting Array. The Fire Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to deal with them with just the few people they had. The Seeking Passion sect was a good example. The Fire Dragon Palace was not much better than the Seeking Passion sect. "Why are you asking so much? You'll know when we get there." Li Jiao coldly snorted and deliberately didn't say anything. The main reason was that the Emperor Realm and the Northern Territory often interacted with each other. The elders of the Emperor Realm had some friendship with many people from the High Sky sect. If they revealed this information at this time, it might be leaked. After being reprimanded, Chang Sheng looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. With a flash of brilliance, 5 figures appeared on the space portal. Before they could see the people clearly, the first to arrive was the demonic Qi, which shocked the people of the Fire Dragon Palace greatly. When they took a closer look, they were surprised to find that Yang Kai was coming over. They couldn't help but look solemn as they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this master isn't going to go against the High Heaven Palace. Good. Looking at the 3 figures next to Yang Kai, their hearts trembled. Even though they hadn't seen them before, they could infer from the demonic Qi that these 3 were the famous Monster King. There was also a 7 or 8-year-old little girl, which made them a little confused. Could this little girl be Yang Kai's daughter? But they hadn't heard of Yang Kai having a daughter with anyone. Could it be an illegitimate daughter outside? Many people looked at each other with strange expressions. "Brother Yang." Li Jiao cupped his fists. Everyone followed suit and saluted. "Greetings, Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced around and was immediately amused. What a big lineup. In addition to Li Jiao, there were 8 people from the Emperor Realm here and 200 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Combined with the situation in Azure Sun Temple, Li Jiao had mobilized all the cultivator above the Dao Source Realm in the Fire Dragon Palace. Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you think there aren't enough people, I can still recruit some more, but in terms of strength, no need." He didn't plan to bring many people with him. It was already a pleasant surprise that Li Jiao could mobilize so many masters under his command to help. If there were more, they would just be a burden. If they weren't strong enough, what was the point of bringing them? Then, shall we set off now? Li Jiao inquired. Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go." Li Jiao shouted in a low voice and took the lead to fly into the sky, followed by everyone. The speed of flight between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was completely different. The former was undoubtedly much faster. In order to take care of the Dao Source Realm cultivators, the group of people from the Emperor Realm and the Fire Dragon Palace also summoned their flight-type artifacts and pulled some Dao Source Realm cultivators with them. For a time, flying boats, flying swords, flying shuttles, chariots, windmills, and all kinds of flight-type artifacts turned into streams of light and flashed through the sky like a meteor shower. Yang Kai also summoned his own flying boat and stayed inside with the 3 Monster King and Lu Yen. He followed behind Li Jiao and rushed to the High Sky sect. The High Sky sect wasn't close to the Fire Dragon Palace. The group flew non-stop for 2 days and still hadn't arrived at their destination. The group of people from the Fire Dragon Palace in the Emperor Realm saw some clues. This flight path seemed to lead to the High Sky Sect. Many of them had been to the High Sky Sect before, so they naturally knew the way. After communicating with each other for a while, they all felt a little nervous and asked Chongqing. Chongqing didn't refuse. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Fire Dragon Palace, so he was naturally duty-bound. Landing on Li Jiao's ship, he cupped his hands and asked, "Palace Master, are we going to the High Sky Sect?" "Yes." Chongqing was surprised. "May I ask, Palace Master, what is the purpose of this trip?" Li Jiao said, "To help Palace Master Yang subdue the High Sky Sect." At this time there was no need to hide anything. After all, they still needed to contribute later, so they didn't want to mess up the situation. But Chongqing panicked and said anxiously, "Palace Master, please reconsider. You can't do this." "Why not?" Li Jiao looked at him expressionlessly. Chongqing said, "The rise of the High Heaven Palace is very fast. A few years ago they destroyed the Seeking Passion sect and their reputation spread far and wide. In recent years they have been silent and their reputation has dropped a little. If we really help the High Heaven Palace subdue the High Sky Sect, then the number one sect in the Northern Territory will definitely be the High Heaven Palace." "So what?" Li Jiao thought that even if they didn't subdue the High Sky Sect, the High Heaven Palace's current foundation was not something other sects could compare to. Chongqing said with a serious expression, "May I ask, Palace Master, how does my Fire Dragon Palace compare to the High Heaven Palace?" "Not as good," Li Jiao said honestly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He even suspected that Yang Kai could sweep through the entire Fire Dragon Palace by himself. Naturally, they were not as good, not to mention that there were 3 monster kings. "We are indeed not as good. My Fire Dragon Palace is already not as good as the High Heaven Palace. If the High Heaven Palace subdues the High Sky Sect, then where will my Fire Dragon Palace find a foothold in the Northern Territory? If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. At that time my Fire Dragon Palace will not be able to survive." Li Jiao looked at him and said, "Then in your opinion what should we do?" Chongqing said solemnly, "We should unite with the High Sky Sect and fight against the High Heaven Palace. With our 2 top sects joining hands, we should be able to contend with the High Heaven Palace, so as to prevent them from dominating." Li Jiao looked at him and didn't say anything. Chongqing was a little confused by his gaze. What did this subordinate say wrong? Li Jiao patted his shoulder and sighed. "It's not your fault that you think this way. It's human nature, but there are many things that you don't understand. Not to mention that Yang Kai had saved him time and time again, and he personally didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai. Even if they really joined hands with the High Sky Sect, they would be able to fight against the High Heaven Palace? That was impossible. Yang Kai had the shadow of the dragon race behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? If it was a normal relationship then it would be fine, but Yang Kai had done the deed of husband and wife with a level 9 giant dragon." "Palace Master, you didn't mention this and I didn't hear it. Go back and tell them to put their hearts into their stomachs. This time we don't need you to do anything. We just need to shout and cheer." Chongqing's expression twitched. "Palace Master means that Palace Master Yang and the others can destroy the High Sky Sect? You think they can't?" Chongqing shook his head. "It's not that I'm looking down on Palace Master Yang and the others. With the cultivation of the 3 great monster king, no one in the High Sky Sect is their match. However, sieging a city is a bit different. Not to mention that the High Sky Sect has many powerhouses, just the sect protecting barrier alone is not easy to break. Once the barrier is activated, even the 3 great monster king won't be able to do anything in a short time, right? Can't do anything about it." Li Jiao smiled mysteriously. "Just wait and see." Chongqing was in a daze. He didn't know why his palace master had so much confidence in Yang Kai. That was the High Sky Sect, one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. How could the sect protecting barrier be broken so easily? However, since Li Jiao was so insistent, he couldn't say anything else. In any case, Li Jiao had already said that this trip was just to wave the flag and cheer. Fighting had nothing to do with them and they wouldn't encounter any danger. He cupped his hands and left. After conveying Li Jiao's message, the people from the Emperor Realm looked at each other. Chapter 32-31. In the main hall of the High Sky Sect, There was singing and dancing, and the sound of stringed instruments lingered in the air. Below, a group of dancers in revealing outfits were dancing gracefully. In the main hall, a group of people from the Emperor realm sat in 2 rows. In front of each person was a table with exquisite fruits and nectar. Above them, the sect master of the High Sky sect, Michi, and an old man with white hair and beard were sitting side by side. They were entertaining the guests warmly. The old man was old and his clothes did not show his wealth. He would not be conspicuous in the crowd. There were several bulging bags hanging from his waist. No one knew what was inside. Such an old man was personally entertained by a figure like Michi. Moreover, this old man was sitting in the same position as him. It was clear how much Michi valued this person. Below, the elders and protectors of the High Sky sect also continuously raised their glasses to invite him. The old man did not refuse any of them. The rare bejeweled nectar slid down his snow-white beard, making the group of elders feel pain in their hearts when they saw this. In order to brew this spirit wine, they had spent a lot of energy and money. They were reluctant to drink it themselves, so they took it out to entertain the guests. However, the guests actually ruined it like this. However, this old man's identity was not something they could afford to offend. Even though they criticized him in their hearts, they could only smile apologetically. As the old man drank, he stared at the graceful and charming dancers below with lecherous eyes. He even grabbed a bunch of grape-like berries in his hand and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. He ate with a mouth full of saliva and was so happy that he forgot about his home. The berries looked very beautiful. They were blue and lustrous and each one was like a crystal-clear gem. However, those who were familiar with this fruit knew that although it looked beautiful, it definitely did not taste good. The blue jade fruit was a kind of spirit fruit that could be used to refine spirit pills. However, it was not very useful. If eaten raw, it was extremely sour and difficult to swallow. Moreover, it was difficult to cultivate, so in the entire star boundary this thing was very rare. It was not very useful, it did not taste good, and it was difficult to cultivate. Naturally, no one was willing to spend energy on it. The High Sky sect, on the other hand, had invested heavily in the blue jade fruit. Every year they would cultivate a large number of blue jade fruits. There was no other reason other than the fact that this old man, Old Tao, liked them. Everyone had their own preferences. This blue jade fruit, which was hard to swallow in the eyes of ordinary people, was the most delicious thing in the world in the eyes of Old Tao. It was unknown why his taste was so unique. Old Tao had an extraordinary background and Michi had met him by accident. He had invited Old Tao to the High Sky sect as a guest. When he saw the blue jade fruit, he loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. Michi naturally catered to his fancy and spent a lot of money to open up a blue jade orchard in the herb garden. He took care of it every year, and when it was time to harvest, he invited Old Tao to taste it. When he left, he even packed up all the blue jade fruits as gifts. Over the years, Old Tao had developed a habit. Every year he would come to the High Sky sect for a few days to satisfy his cravings. After a few visits, they naturally became familiar with each other. That day Li Jiao had left to deliver a message to Yang Kai. Michi had immediately sent a message to Old Man Tao, informing him that the blue jade fruit was about to ripen and inviting him to come over. Old Man Tao naturally agreed and rushed over without stopping to rest. Immediately, good wine and good food were served. Michi admitted that the High Sky sect was not a match for the High Heaven Palace. The 3 Monster King were not just for show. After he and Li Jiao were tricked by Yang Kai, he had always been brooding. Now, if he could use Old Tao to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression, he could bear it no matter how high the price. The 3 Monster King was indeed extraordinary, but in front of Old Tao they were probably not enough. He enthusiastically toasted and sneered in his heart. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to come to him quickly and let him know that the High Sky sect was not something he could bully as he pleased. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door and quietly said a few words to Michi. Michi's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "Old Tao, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." He had a terrified expression. Old Tao looked at him strangely. "What's the matter?" Michi forced a smile. "It's just a small matter. Old Tao, you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it myself." Old Tao threw a blue jade fruit into his mouth and chuckled as he chewed, revealing a mouthful of blue teeth. "Brother me, you are treating this old man as an outsider." "How would I dare?" Michi quickly waved his hand. It is an honor for Old Tao to come to my High Sky sect as a guest. How could I treat Old Tao as an outsider? Old Tao said, if it's related to the secrets of your High Sky sect, then it's fine if Brother Me doesn't say anything. If you encounter any trouble, Brother Me, don't hide it. Although this old man is not very strong, I still have some faith. Perhaps I can help Brother Me resolve some of it. He also saw that Mi Chi's expression was a little strange. Obviously he had encountered some trouble. Mi Chi hesitated for a while when he heard this, as if he was struggling. After a while he sighed and said, since Old Tao doesn't treat this me as an outsider, then this me doesn't mind exposing my family's dirty linen. As he spoke, he picked up the glass of wine and drank it, as if he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Dirty linen? What happened? Old Tao was curious. Mi Chi sighed. It's still that High Heaven Palace. Old Tao was startled for a moment and said with a strange expression, that High Heaven Palace that rose not long ago? This old man remembers that the palace master of High Heaven Palace cheated you out of a lot of source crystals? Mi Chi had told him about this many years ago. At that time, it seemed that he wanted him to go to the High Heaven Palace to make peace and let Yang Kai forgive those gambling debts. But how could Old Tao easily get involved in other people's quarrels? Although he came to the High Sky sect every year to taste some blue jade fruit and Mi Chi's hospitality was good after all, it was just a small favor. It was not worthwhile to offend a top sect for this. His background was not small, but he couldn't get into any trouble. What's more, those were gambling debts, not Yang Kai snatched them from Mi Chi's hands. I'm ashamed. Mi Chi's face looked as if he couldn't bear to look back on the past. What are the people of High Heaven Palace doing here? Old Tao's face twitched. Are they here to ask for the source crystals you owe? If that's the case, this old man suggests that you pay to avoid disaster. Mi Chi cursed in his heart. All the good things he had over the years had been fed to a dog's stomach. As soon as he heard that it was the High Heaven Palace, they actually asked him to pay to avoid disaster. Sure enough, they were unreliable at the critical moment. However, since he was here this time, he had to borrow their tiger skin no matter what. If not, why would he enthusiastically invite Old Tao over as a guest? He was waiting for the moment when Yang Kai came to his door. So far, everything was going according to plan. With a sorrowful expression he said, Old Tao is right. Mi Chi is not a person who goes back on his words. If I agree to a bet, I will naturally accept my loss. Over the years, my High Sky sect has tightened our belts and sent a large amount of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year. However, that bastard Yang seems to be unsatisfied. A few days ago he sent someone to tell me to lead the High Sky sect to surrender to his High Heaven Palace. Otherwise he will flatten my High Sky sect. Li Jiao did say that he wanted to surrender, but he was just spouting nonsense about flattening my sect. Old Tao's face sank when he heard this. This High Heaven Palace is too arrogant. Who said otherwise? Although this me is not talented, he is still the sect master of a sect with thousands of disciples under him. How could he sell himself for glory and live under someone else's roof? So, this me refused at that time and earnestly asked the High Heaven Palace to be magnanimous and let my High Sky sect go. And the result? Old Tao asked. Mi Chi said with a sullen expression, just now this disciple came to report that the High Heaven Palace's palace master Yang Kai brought a dozen masters from the Emperor Realm to my High Sky sect. There are also more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. Seems that they really want to flatten my High Sky sect. Old Tao's eyes twitched. That can't be. He was no longer in the mood to throw the blue jade fruit in his hand into his mouth, faintly feeling that he had fallen into some kind of trap. Although he was old, he was not a fool. Mi Chi had specially invited him here just in time for the High Heaven Palace's invasion. This was obviously part of Mi Chi's plan. He wanted to borrow his strength. He couldn't help but feel resentment in his heart. Didn't I just eat some of your fruits every year? Did you have to trick me like this? However, on the surface he said, Sect Master Mi, aren't you overthinking things? This could be a misunderstanding. Mi Chi said seriously, that thief Yang has already set up his array. How could it be a misunderstanding? Old Tao threw away the blue jade fruit in his hand, feeling that it was extremely hot. He coughed dryly and said, Brother Mi, you haven't even seen his face yet, so how can you be sure that it's not a misunderstanding? Maybe when you meet him you can just talk a little and settle the matter. Settle the matter, my ass. How could Mi-Chi not know that he was trying to shirk responsibility, but he couldn't force him. He couldn't just say that he had eaten a lot of his blue jade fruit every year and that he was in trouble now, so he had to help him. Old Tao continued. Moreover, the High Sky sect protecting array is extremely extraordinary. Even if Palace Master Yang comes, Brother Mi doesn't have to worry too much. Whether or not they can break the sect protecting array is another matter. Mi-Chi squeezed out a smile on his face and nodded. Old Tao's words are reasonable. In that case, this Mi will go and investigate. I hope that this is really just a misunderstanding. Old Tao immediately said, Brother Mi, come back early. The corners of Mi-Chi's mouth twitched. Seeing that Mi-Chi really had no intention of going out with him, he understood that the so-called friendship between the two was just so. He couldn't help feeling sad and angry, but he couldn't fall out with him, so he could only say, All right, Old Tao, please wait a moment. I'll go out and take a look. Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and walked out. At the same time, he signaled the elders and protectors present with his eyes. The group of people immediately left their seats and followed behind him. In an instant, only Old Tao was left in the hall. Looking at the young girls who were still dancing below, then looking at the blue jade fruit in front of him, he suddenly felt a little bored. High Sky sect. Outside the sect protecting array, Yang Kai stood calmly on the ground with his hands behind his back. Li Jiao stood next to him, and behind him were the three monster kings, their demonic chi soaring to the sky. Each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. Behind them were the Fire Dragon Palaces, the Emperor Realm and Dao Source Realm Masters. Their expressions were a little complicated. They didn't expect that he would really come to the High Sky sect to cause trouble this time. What is this Palace Master Yang trying to do? Our Palace Master is really strange, actually cooperating with him. Inside the array, a group of High Sky sect disciples who didn't have high cultivations were trembling. They gathered together and hugged each other for warmth, as if this would make them feel safer. The two sides looked at each other across the array. Facing the terrifying gazes of the three monster kings, they were suddenly a little scared and started sweating. Chapter 32-32. At first glance, Yang Kai's group was obviously aggressive and did not come with good intentions. Although the disciples of the High Sky sect did not know what they were up to, they still had some common sense, so naturally they were terrified. Yang Kai glanced over and said coldly, This king and sect master Mi are old acquaintances. I have come from afar to visit him because I have something important to discuss with him. Why are you refusing to let this king in and not opening the spirit array? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying this king's and sect master Mi's important matter? The disciples naturally wouldn't believe his nonsense. They all knew about the relationship between their sects and High Heaven Palace. The sharp decline in their sect's profits over the years was all because of High Heaven Palace, so they had long hated High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai to the core. They weren't enemies, but they were more like sworn enemies. Why would such a guy come to visit their sect master? He clearly did not have good intentions. What's more, the sect master had already ordered that the spirit array must not be opened without his permission, so naturally he would not be scared by Yang Kai's words. The Dao Source Realm leader cupped his fists and said, Please calm down, Palace Master Yang. Sect Master is already on his way and will be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Palace Master Yang. If there is anything you need, you may as well wait for the Sect Master's arrival. Palace Master Yang can speak with him personally. These words were spoken in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, fully displaying the demeanor of a great sect. Yang Kai coldly snorted. It is said that the King of Hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Sure enough, what is your name? The Dao Source Realm leader's face twitched. What does this mean? Is he looking for trouble with me? After hesitating for a moment, he did not dare to hide and reported his name. Yang Kai nodded and pointed at him. I'll teach you a lesson later. The man immediately wanted to cry but had no tears. Palace Master Yang, this one is just following orders. Why lower yourself to my level? Yang Kai said, If you don't want me to lower myself to your level, then open the spirit array quickly and stop making noise. The Dao Source Realm leader shrunk his neck. How could he dare to open the spirit array? He was like an ant on a hot pan, completely at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a voice came from behind. I was wondering who it was that was so imposing. It turns out it was Palace Master Yang. This me has failed to greet you properly. I hope you can forgive him. Sect Master. The group of disciples turned their heads and looked over with joy on their faces. The Dao Source Realm leader was even more overjoyed as he felt a sense of relief. Led by his sect master, nearly 10 elders and protectors from the Emperor realm flew over together. Now that the sect master was here, there was nothing for him to do. He quickly took a few steps back and stood behind the group of people from the Emperor realm. Sect Master Mi. Yang Kai looked at Mi-Chi with a smile. Long time no see, I trust you've been well. Mi-Chi cupped his fists and said, Palace Master Yang is also as elegant as ever, his prestige undiminished. Although it was a compliment, it was hard not to hear it. Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, how could this guy be so fearless? Looking at the people from the Emperor realm behind him, and then turning his head to look at the lineup on his side, Yang Kai felt that their strength was completely unequal. Where did he get the confidence to speak to me like this? Is he relying on the mountain defending array in front of him? Mi-Chi asked curiously, shouldn't Palace Master Yang be enjoying life in High Heaven Palace? How come you have time to come to this remote place? Yang Kai laughed and said, I was out on a business trip and passed by this place. I haven't seen Sect Master Mi for many years, so I came to pay you a visit. I see. Mi-Chi cupped his fists again. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master Yang. This me as well. Yang Kai said, Sect Master Mi, are you going to talk to me like this? Are you not going to invite me in? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've come to your High Sky sect. I wonder how it compares to my High Heaven Palace. Mi-Chi shook his head and said, the High Heaven Palace is a beautiful place. My High Sky sect is naturally far inferior. Silently cursing himself for having a screw loose in his head for inviting Yang Kai in, Yang Kai quickly changed the subject. However, today is a bit unfortunate. This me is currently entertaining an honored guest, so it's somewhat inconvenient. If Brother Yang is interested, you might as well come another day. This me will personally accompany you. Yang Kai looked at him, a guest from afar. Sect Master Mi's hospitality is a bit unreasonable. Mi-Chi smiled slightly. Please forgive me, Palace Master Yang. It's really inconvenient. It wouldn't be good to offend that important guest. Which important guest is here? Why don't you let this king take a look? Mi-Chi shook his head and said, that master doesn't like strangers. Palace Master Yang, I'm really sorry for today. Please go back. Yang Kai said lightly, what if this king insists on going in to take a look? Mi-Chi narrowed his eyes and said, Palace Master Yang, please respect yourself. This is my High Sky sect, not the High Heaven Palace. It's not up to you to say what you want. If you want to show off, please go back to the High Heaven Palace. When the group of Mi-Tian sect disciples heard this, they were all very excited. They felt that their sect leader was really domineering when he spoke. It was fun to listen to him. The palace master of Ling Shao Palace had asked for it. There was no need to harp on and embarrass himself. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. It seems that Sect Master Mi has something to rely on. Aren't you afraid that this king will flatten your High Sky sect in a fit of anger? Mi-Chi said proudly, heaven is watching what people do. Justice is in the heart of the people. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, justice is not in the heart of the people, it is in my hands. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly shed all pretense of cordiality. Mi-Chi, this king came here personally to bring you two choices. Mi-Chi said with a smile, then this me would like to hear what the two choices are. I hope Palace Master Yang can speak seriously and not make people laugh. Yang Kai said expressionlessly, submit to my High Heaven Palace and hand over 70% of your annual income in the future. Or, this king will make your High Sky sect a branch of my High Heaven Palace. Mi-Chi looked at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. After a while he said, that's it. Yang Kai said with his hands behind his back, you choose yourself. Mi-Chi chuckled and turned his head to look around, saying, Palace Master Yang is joking. Everyone please give him some face. A group of elders and protectors laughed, and the disciples also cooperated. The scene was indescribably strange. Yang Kai looked on coldly and the three Monster King also looked solemn. Mi-Chi raised his hand and everyone's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, there is nothing to worry about in this world. Palace Master Yang, you can still save face if you retreat now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will really become a joke. He seemed to be advising him out of goodwill, but in fact he was eager for Yang Kai to humiliate himself. He was determined to resolve this grievance today so that he would not have to send a large number of source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Sect Master Mi's words are full of confidence today. Yang Kai nodded slightly. I hope you won't regret it. Mi Qi shouted. This king has never regretted anything in his life. Good. Yang Kai shouted. Since Sect Master Mi refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame this palace master for ignoring our old friendship and flattening your high sky sect. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures rushed out from his left and right, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the sect protecting array. No one could even see what happened. They only felt a violent energy fluctuation followed by a loud rumbling sound and the earth shook. The sect protecting array shook violently a few times and layers of ripples appeared. The 3 monster kings' fierce attack was terrifying. The demonic chi rolled and soared into the sky, startling many people. They all summoned their artifacts and urged their strength, as if they were facing a great enemy. Mi Qi, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He just looked forward with a smile and said, although my high sky sect protecting array is not the best, it is not so easy to break. Palace Master Yang should save his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. With a light wave, the shaking array immediately stabilized and even the ripples disappeared. No matter how the 3 monster king attacked, there was no reaction. It was not that there was no reaction, but that all the attacking power had been dispersed and transferred elsewhere. This was the power of the sect protecting array. When the array was activated, even the 3 monster king couldn't break it in a short time. If the people of Seeking Passion sect had hidden inside the array, Yang Kai wouldn't have had the ability to destroy them. What was worse was that they ran to Ice Heart Valley in full force, giving Yang Kai an opportunity to attack. The 3 monster kings didn't hold back in their attacks, and after a series of fierce attacks, their strength was exhausted and they quickly retreated to Yang Kai's side, each of them wearing a look of shame on their faces, feeling that it was all Yang Kai's fault. On the other hand, the people of the High Sky sect laughed, their laughter full of ridicule. Mi Qi said, Palace Master Yang still hasn't given up? If this continues, it will be even more embarrassing. Previously he was also afraid that the 3 monster king would break his sect protecting array, but now that the array was safe and sound, his heart immediately calmed down. It seemed that there was no need for Old Man Tao to make a move. The High Heaven Palace couldn't do anything to him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given them the source crystals from a few years ago. Yang Kai looked at him and said, if this is what you are counting on, this king is very disappointed. Mi Qi coldly snorted and said, shameless boasting. A mere array is nothing. Watch as this king breaks it. Yang Kai's arms shook, and the people behind him all retreated 1,000 feet away. Mi Qi frowned. He didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was not weak, it hadn't been long since he ascended to the Emperor realm. How could he do something that even the 3 monster king couldn't do? Just as he was wondering, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in the void. A simple-looking stone man suddenly appeared in front of them. The group of people stared with their eyes wide open. No one saw how the stone man appeared. They only saw Yang Kai grabbing at the void as if it had been hiding there all along. The stone golem was about half the height of a human and had sharp edges all over its body. It looked silly, but its pair of eyes were extremely quick-witted. As soon as the stone man appeared, it turned around and faced the High Sky sect protecting array. Immediately, it roared like a beast and pounded its chest with its fists. The group of people was stunned again. What was this guy doing? The momentum of his appearance was not weak, but what the hell was this self-mutilation? But soon the shock turned into horror. Pairs of eyes slowly moved up and one by one they slowly raised their heads. As the earth shook, the stone man, which was only half the height of a person, grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet. It grew to a height of 400 to 500 feet before it slowly stopped. It was like a mountain in front of the High Sky sect protecting array. Chapter 32-33. An unimaginable pressure hit him in the face. It was as if the mountain-like monster was not standing in front of him, but was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. What was even more terrifying was that sharp stone pillars had grown out of the stone man's body. They were like barbs and there was evil fire all over his body. Stone fire. Michi's eyes narrowed. He had some eyesight and recognized some traces from the aura emitted by the embodiment. But why would the stone fire appear here? He had heard in his early years that there was a Holy Spirit stone fire in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory. It had even destroyed a Black Tortoise sect. He did not know if it was the one in front of him. What made him even more puzzled was, when did the stone fire become so huge? The information about the Holy Spirits was public. Anyone could collect some information as long as they wanted to. Therefore Michi was not unfamiliar with the stone fire, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. As far as he knew, even if the stone fire had some secret techniques that could make its body bigger or smaller, it was absolutely impossible for it to become so huge. It was really strange. However, he did not know that the stone fire in front of him was the stone mongoose. It had once swallowed a floating continent. Although it had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to quench all the impurities, if the embodiment wanted to, it could become even bigger. So what if it was 400 to 500 feet? Yang Kai's 200 feet dragon body could only carry its shoes in front of it. The roar stopped and the embodiment's eyes were wide open. It was ferocious like an angry King Kong as it looked down. A fist bigger than a palace was clenched tightly. It bent its arm back and smashed down. Before the attack arrived, the ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Michi's expression changed drastically. He was no longer as calm as before. The High Sky Sect's sect protection formation was indeed extraordinary. If he personally presided over it, it could withstand the attacks of the three monster kings without any damage. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he had no confidence at all. Most of the formations in the world could be broken by force. If it could not be broken, then it meant that there was not enough force. Michi couldn't imagine how powerful this unimaginably huge stone fire was, nor did he dare to imagine it. In a hurry, he waved the array flags in his hand again and again, sending out beams of mystic light that struck the light screen of the array. The light screen lit up and seemed to become much more dazzling. Boom! The practicing body's fist smashed down and the entire High Sky Sect shook. Countless houses collapsed in an instant and dust flew everywhere. Many figures rushed up to the sky and looked around blankly. When they saw the huge figure in the distance, they were all dumbfounded. Although the High Sky Sect was protected by the formation, and as long as the formation was not broken, outsiders would not be able to force their way in. However, the Dharmakayas punch was made up of the purest form of power. Even the sect protection formation could not completely eliminate it. Instead, under the influence of the formation, it spread to all parts of the High Sky Sect. Near and far, the High Sky Sect was a mess. The place where Michi and the others were standing was even more terrifying. When the huge fist smashed down, everyone could not help but feel that the sky was falling. The power of the fist turned into a shockwave, causing sand and stones to fly around in a large area and the sun and moon to dim. Asterisk puff puff puff. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds rang out as blood and flesh splattered. Some of the High Sky Sect disciples with low cultivation were shattered into pieces by the invisible shockwave, exploding into a bloody mist on the spot. Only the cultivator above the Dao source realm managed to survive, but their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with horror. Michi was shocked. He did not care about the life and death of some of the disciples with low cultivation at the moment. His eyes were fixed on a spot on the formation's light screen, where the practicing body's fist had smashed down. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the seemingly impregnable formation's light screen, spreading wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the cracks had stretched for thousands of meters. Michi was shocked. Although he knew that the power of the monster's punch was absolutely not to be underestimated, he did not expect it to be so violent. Is this the power of the stone fire? The stone fire does not seem to be strong. Seeing the monster raise its fist again, Michi did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly waved the array flag in his hand, and under the surge of his emperor chi, a stream of light shot out. The shaking light screen gradually stabilized, and the cracks that appeared gradually disappeared under his efforts. Before he could catch his breath, the second punch had already smashed down. This punch did not seem to have hit the High Sky Sect's sect protecting array, but rather Michi's heart. It made his hair stand on end and he felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The same situation as before appeared again. The entire High Sky Sect shook violently again and more buildings collapsed. Fortunately, seeing that the situation was not good, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind Miqi cast their spells to resist, blocking the shockwave that came from afar, preventing the disciples with low cultivation from suffering any more damage. Gotcha. There was a crisp sound and cracks appeared on the light screen of the grand array that had just been repaired. There were more and more cracks than before and the distance was even longer. Miqi was scared out of his wits, and once again waved the array flag to stabilize the grand array. The embodiment's fist that was raised again made him feel desperate. The sect protecting array that he was so proud of did not seem to be able to protect the High Sky sect. It could be said that 90% of the arrays in the world could not withstand such indiscriminate bombardment. He roared, "Elders, help me." As his voice rang out, the cultivators of the Emperor realm behind him seemed to have woken up from a dream. They hurriedly took out their array flags, which were all array flags that controlled the sect protecting array. However, the one in Miqi's hand was the main array flag and the ones in their hands were just sub-array flags. Everyone's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. As the array flags were waved, the light screen of the grand array rippled with a dim light, and the cracks were slowly mended. The embodiment shook its head. It seemed to be a little angry that the power of its 2 punches did not manage to break the array. It suddenly clasped its palms together, raised them high and smashed them down. "We can't block it, we definitely can't block it." Although the attack had yet to land, whether it was Miqi or the elders and protectors of the Emperor realm, this thought emerged in their minds. It was an instinctive feeling. In fact, this was indeed the case. When the embodiment's 3rd punch landed, the shaking light screen of the grand array suddenly stiffened. Then with the 2 punches as the center, dense cracks spread out in all directions. Under the horrified gaze of the High Sky sect, the light screen suddenly collapsed. The sect protecting array had been broken. Hundreds of feet away, the 3 Monster Kings figures shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect. They did not give them any time to react at all. Yingfei's speed was faster. He took the lead and Xilei and Xiaowei followed closely behind. When the sky was filled with claw shadows, the High Sky sect of the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect, who had yet to accept the fact that the grand array had been broken, could only parry Yingfei's attacks. They could not fight back at all. The difference in cultivation was obvious. The High Sky sect only had Miqi, who was a 3rd-level Emperor realm master. In a one-on-one fight he might not be a match for Yingfei, let alone the rest of the people. Xilei's body flashed with green lightning. He did not care about anything and directly rushed in front of Miqi. He grinned maliciously, "You want to do this the hard way? Give me your life." He grabbed Miqi's head with his huge palms. Miqi threw out the battle flag in his hand and quickly summoned an artifact that looked like a steel ring. He clashed with Xilei. The grief, anger, and fear in his heart were indescribable. Xiaowei followed closely behind Xilei. In a flash, a huge scorpion shadow appeared behind him. It shook its head and wagged its tail. The scorpion's stinger on its tail glowed with a green light. At first glance it was extremely poisonous. Its whole body shook and a cloud of green mist exploded. It directly enveloped 4 or 5 people of the Emperor realm. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cries of alarm could be heard from inside. No one knew what the situation was like. As soon as the 3 Monster King appeared, they took over all the higher-ups of the High Sky sect. Li Jiao raised his arm and shouted, "Kill!" Although he came here to cheer for Yang Kai, he naturally could not just sit on the sidelines. Since things had already come to this, he might as well go all the way. Helping Yang Kai take down the High Sky sect was the best thing to do. The group of elders from the Fire Dragon Palace was still in a daze. The scene in front of them was simply too difficult to accept. The High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory. They had both stood in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, but now Yang Kai had easily broken their sect defending array. They had always thought that Yang Kai could destroy the Seeking Passion sect by luck. Who told the Seeking Passion sect to run to Ice Heart Valley to court death? But now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. The High Sky sect's array was broken so easily. If the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Heaven Palace became enemies, they would not have a good ending. Everyone originally thought that Li Jiao's decision to follow Yang Kai's lead was a bit of a loss of prestige, but now it seemed that the palace master was not incompetent but had foresight. At this moment when they heard Li Jiao's shout, They all came back to their senses and hurriedly chased after Li Jiao. They might not be willing to fight the High Sky sect head-on, but they were willing to beat a drowning dog. The people from the High Sky sect instantly complained. The three Monster King had already suppressed all of them, and now Li Jiao led a group of people from the Emperor realm, who were not inferior to them in numbers, to join the battle. How could they win? In an instant they were completely suppressed. One by one the people from the Emperor realm were beaten until they vomited blood and lay on the ground. Miqi roared in grief and indignation, "Li Jiao, you and I are irreconcilable." It was fine if Yang Kai came to deal with him, but Li Jiao also intervened. It was really difficult for Miqi to accept. Li Jiao sent a High Sky sect elder flying with a palm and coldly snorted, "Miqi, a wise man submits to circumstances. It is not too late to bow to Palace Master Yang, otherwise, I'm afraid it will end with regret." Wishful thinking. Miqi gritted his teeth and roared. He still had some backbone. The main thing was that he still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Seeing Shilei's lightning bolt coming at him, he took the opportunity to fly out and roared, "Elder Tao, save me." On a mountain peak not far away, the white-haired Elder Tao was speechless. He had only come to eat some fruits and drink some wine, but he actually encountered this kind of thing. At this point, if he still could not guess Miqi's intentions, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, as the saying goes, one who takes advantage of others goes soft. Miqi had been polite to him all these years. Every year when the blue jade fruit ripened, he would invite him over. It was fine if he did not encounter this kind of thing, but since he had encountered it, it was not right to just stand by and do nothing. Furthermore, Miqi had already shouted, so it would be too much if he continued to pretend that he did not know. With a long sigh, Elder Tao tapped his foot and floated over. Chapter 32-34. Although Old Tao's appearance wasn't very impressive, his sleeves still fluttered in the wind as he flew over, giving him a sage-like appearance. Moreover, the aura emanating from his body was shockingly at the level of a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Ying Fei glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and sneered. He moved like lightning and subdued the last High Sky sect elder, placed a seal on his body and sealed his cultivation. Then his figure fluttered left and right as he flew towards Old Tao. There were 32 Monster Kings in the savage, desolate ancient land. In terms of strength, the eagle might not be in the top 3, but in terms of speed no one could compare to it. Even the 3 Saint Spirits would have to admit that they were inferior. In the blink of an eye, Ying Fei was only 1,000 feet away from Old Tao, and he was still rapidly approaching. Old Tao, who was flying towards him, didn't change his expression. He patted a cloth bag on his waist and threw it towards Ying Fei. The cloth bag opened in the wind and aimed at Ying Fei. A strong suction force came from it, causing a strong wind to blow. Ying Fei didn't act carelessly when he saw this. He didn't know what kind of artifact this cloth bag was, but since it was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, its power couldn't be weak. He zigzagged and tried to avoid the cloth bag. Who would have thought that the cloth bag would suddenly expand rapidly, becoming larger than a house in an instant? Moreover, a large green hand shot out from the bag, directly grabbing at Ying Fei. Ying Fei was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but he was shocked to find that the monster qi in his body was boiling unstably, as if it had been disturbed by something. Caught off guard, he was caught by the large handprint and his face contorted in pain. After grabbing Ying Fei, the giant green hand immediately retracted back into the cloth bag. Ying Fei also disappeared at the same time. Old Tao raised his hand and took back the cloth bag. "Old Ying." Shilei's expression changed dramatically as he cried out in surprise. He looked at the cloth bag with fear. As a fellow Monster King, he naturally knew how difficult it was to deal with Flying Eagle. But now this Monster King, who was known for his speed, was captured by a cloth bag without being able to fight back. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai knew that this wasn't the white-haired old man's ability, but rather the power of the bag artifact. Yang Kai didn't know what this bag artifact was, but it actually had such a miraculous effect. On the other side, Xie Wui's poisonous fog was also tumbling violently. It could be seen that his emotions were fluctuating violently. Miqi, who was being beaten back by Rhino Lei, laughed loudly. "Thank you, Elder Tao." His meticulous preparations had indeed come in handy. At this moment he couldn't help but admire his foresight. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, Old Tao might not have been able to deal with them so easily, but this was the Monster King. Old Tao was the best at dealing with Monster Beast. Taking advantage of Xilei's distraction, Mi-Chi quickly retreated and broke free from Xilei's entanglement. He stood next to Old Tao and cupped his hands. Old Tao, this group of thieves has gone too far. Please help me. Old Tao nodded expressionlessly. Sure. Since things had already gotten to this point, he might as well go all the way. Moreover, the sudden appearance of 3 Monster Kings had surprised him. Once he captured these 3 Monster Kings, his mission would be completed. Even without Mi-Chi's request, he would have continued. Die, old dog. Arcs of lightning wrapped around Xilei's body as the phantom of a vicious beast flashed behind him. He was obviously furious. He originally thought that following Yang Kai to the High Sky sect would be a piece of cake, but who would have thought that Flying Eagle would be captured in just a single exchange? Flying Eagle's capture was a disgrace to the savage, desolate ancient land. How could Xilei let this go? In the face of Xilei's raging anger, Old Tao's expression did not change. His reply was incomparably direct as he threw the cloth bag in his hand again. Xilei's rushing figure came to a sudden halt. He looked up and saw that the cloth bag had opened up above his head and was emitting a powerful suction force. That wasn't all. With his strength, he could completely resist the suction force. The key point was that the big cyan handprint shot out from the cloth bag. As soon as the handprint shot out, Xilei felt his monster chi become somewhat chaotic. This scared him out of his wits, and he immediately understood how Flying Eagle had fallen for it. Before he could resist, the cyan handprint grabbed him and directly dragged him back into the cloth bag. This time Old Tao did not put the cloth bag away. Instead, he made a hand seal and the cloth bag turned, aiming at the poisonous fog in the air. The poisonous fog was released by Xiaowei. As soon as the battle started, he dragged several High Sky sect disciples from the Emperor realm into it. No one knew what was going on inside, but from the cries of a group of High Sky sect elders, they knew that Xiaowei had the upper hand. The cyan handprint appeared again, but it was slightly dimmer than before. It seemed that this cyan handprint was a consumable that would disappear after a few uses. However, with Flying Eagle and Xilei as an example, Xiaowei did not dare to lower his guard. The poisonous fog rolled and Xiaowei's figure suddenly rushed out, quickly escaping toward Yang Kai. The cyan handprint was like a maggot that could not be shaken off. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Before Xiaowei could escape far, it caught him and quickly pulled him back. After Xiaowei was put into the cloth bag, Old Tao made a hand seal and the cloth bag tightened. It floated back to his hand and he hung it on his waist. This unforeseen event could be said to have happened in a flash, and it made people's eyes unable to connect. The 3 Monster Kings were full of fighting spirit and they came with great momentum. The people of the High Sky sect originally had no power to resist, but the situation was resolved by a white-haired old man and a strange cloth bag. Everyone was stunned. Li Jiao and the group of Fire Dragon Palace disciples from the Emperor realm did not dare to rush forward. They just looked like they were going to attack and they retreated in horror. The 3 Monster Kings were not the white-haired old man's match, so how could they be strong enough? Mi-Chi obviously did not expect things to be so easy. After being stunned for a moment, he laughed out loud and was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai, who was standing beside Old Tao with his fingers twitching, said, "Little thief, how dare you offend the High Sky sect? Today is the day you die." Old Tao raised a wine gourd and poured wine into his mouth. When he heard this, he glanced at Mi-Chi. He knew that Mi-Chi was using his power to intimidate others, but he did not say anything. Anyway, they had gained a lot from this trip and it was not a loss to let him borrow some power. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear anything. He just stared at the white-haired old man who did not look very good. This trip was originally to make an example of the High Sky sect, but before he could do so, the 3 Monster Kings were taken in by them. What the hell was going on? It was not that he did not want to save Xiaowei, but it happened too fast. He did not have time to react when Ying Fei and Xilei were caught. When Xiaowei fled to his side, he was stopped by Lu Yan when he wanted to save Xiaowei. He watched helplessly as Xiaowei was taken away. Otherwise, with his space divine technique, it should not be a problem to save Xiaowei. Who was this old man? What kind of secret treasure was that cloth bag? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, Lu Yan suddenly walked past him step by step. Yang Kai looked down at her and said, "Be careful." Lu Yan was not weak, but the cloth bag was also very strange. Yang Kai did not know whether Lu Yen could deal with it. Lu Yen looked calm and did not change her pace. Tao Laoding, who was holding a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, suddenly looked and his eyes widened. The wine in the gourd flowed down the corner of his mouth and wet his clothes. He hurriedly patted his clothes and then carefully looked at Lu Yen. The corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. Why did she look so much like that person? His thoughts drifted and he recalled the events of more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, when he returned to the island to report to a certain master, he glanced at a figure sitting at the mouth of a volcano while chatting with the master. Although it was very far away, he still saw that the figure was a little girl, only 7 or 8 years old, who was also dressed like this. At that time he was curious and asked the master about the little girl's identity. The master only replied with an unfathomable smile, so he did not dare to ask more. Although it had been more than 10 years and he did not see clearly at that time, the figure of a 7 or 8-year-old girl was too deep. When he suddenly saw it at this time, he could not help but think in that direction. Looking carefully again, she did look like her. Little thief, don't you have any subordinates? What's the meaning of sending a little girl here? Michi was intoxicated by his success, clinging tightly to Tao Laoding's side and shouting wildly. After seeing Tao Laoding's methods, he became more and more fearless, but he did not dare to be too far away from Tao Laoding, lest Yang Kai seize the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Shut up! Tao Laoding shouted. Michi was suddenly silenced and glanced at Tao Laoding in amazement, only to find that he was looking at the little girl with a dignified expression, cold sweat gradually flowing from his forehead. This discovery startled Michi, wondering if he could not provoke this little girl. Otherwise, why would Tao Laoding have such an expression? Suspiciously, Michi looked carefully and saw that the little girl walking towards him had an indifferent expression. Her eyes were clear and pure. At a glance, he could tell that she was a beauty. She had such an elegant demeanor from a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Seeing the two sides getting closer and closer, but the little girl still had no intention of stopping, Michi also became a little nervous, secretly circulating his emperor chi, ready to attack at any time. Lu Yen stopped 10 meters away. Observing from a close distance, Tao Laoding increasingly felt that his guess was right. This was probably the one he saw on the island back then. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, as he did not expect to meet in such a place. This was really a case of the Dragon King Temple. Although he was almost certain, he still needed to ask the necessary questions, so after hesitating for a moment he secretly sent a message. Lu Yan's divine sense surged as he replied. The scene suddenly became strange. The High Sky Sect and the Fire Dragon Palace were at loggerheads, but a little girl was communicating with a white-haired old man in the middle of the battlefield. Not long after, Tao Laoding nodded slightly and Lu Yen turned around and left, returning to Yang Kai's side in a few leaps. You know that old man? Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen suspiciously. Lu Yen said, I don't know him, but he seems to have seen me before. What do you mean? He's from Spirit Beast Island. Spirit Beast Island of the Beast Warrior Master? Yang Kai was surprised. Chapter 32-35. Lu Yen had lived on Spirit Beast Island for a while. Since she said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai didn't expect this white-haired old man to have such a background. He had come into contact with a few people from Spirit Beast Island and had even seen the martial beast. They had wreaked havoc on Dragon Island together, so he naturally knew how powerful they were. Although there weren't many people on Spirit Beast Island, none of them could be underestimated. Whether it was Li Wu-yi or Jiufeng, they were all famous figures. In the past, Yang Kai only thought of them as ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators. However, after meeting and talking with Yang Yan, he had some guesses that Li Wu-yi and Jiufeng were a group of people sandwiched between the Emperor Realm and the Great Emperors. Because of the limited capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, they couldn't become great emperors. Otherwise, they might have been figures who were on par with the great emperors. However, this was all Yang Kai's guess. He wasn't sure if it was true or not. However, the white-haired old man opposite him was from Spirit Beast Island. After asking a few more questions, Yang Kai learned the situation. The white-haired old man seemed to have seen Lu Yen once from afar. However, Lu Yen was comprehending the mystery of the Fire Phoenix's origin at that time and didn't pay attention. That was why Lu Yen said that the old man knew her, but she didn't know him. What made Lu Yen see the clues was the pouch secret treasure used by the white-haired old man. She had seen this secret treasure in Jiufeng's hands. The people of Spirit Beast Island called it the Spirit Beast Pouch. It was a very strange secret treasure that had a very obvious restraining effect on the monster clan. However, it didn't have much effect on other clans. The Spirit Beast Pouch sealed the Imperial Beast Seal, which was derived from the martial beast. Once the Spirit Beast Pouch was used, as long as it was related to the monster clan, it wouldn't be able to escape the Spirit Beast Pouch's binding. This was the fundamental reason why the three monster kings were easily captured. If they really fought, the white-haired old man might not be a match for any of them. However, with the Spirit Beast Pouch, the white-haired old man could easily capture the three monster kings. Spirit Beast Island is in the Eastern Territory. Why did this old man come to the Northern Territory? Xianxia was puzzled. Today his face had been slapped so hard that he felt a little depressed. If the white-haired old man wasn't from Spirit Beast Island, he definitely wouldn't have let this matter go. Lu Yan explained, Spirit Beast Island collects all the exotic beasts in the world, so those exotic beasts were naturally captured. There are people on the island who do this, and he is one of them. He probably came to the Northern Territory to look for exotic beasts. Xianxia nodded gently. Miqi's expression became uncertain when the two were communicating. Although he didn't understand the development of the situation, he saw the secret communication between Lu Yan and Elder Tao. He suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to hesitate and cupped his hands. Elder Tao, if you can help me again, I will be very grateful. I will give you a big gift after this. He could only count on Elder Tao to help. Otherwise, his High Sky sect would never be a match for Xianxia. Elder Tao sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Forget it. Give them whatever they want. Miqi's eyes widened. He didn't expect Elder Tao to say such a thing. He didn't know that Elder Tao was also very helpless. Although he was from Spirit Beast Island and was ordered to come to the Northern Territory to search for strange beasts, his status on Spirit Beast Island was not very high. On Spirit Beast Island, the Master of Beast Warrior was naturally the most respected, and below him were Li Wui and Nine Phoenix. That little girl seemed to have a close relationship with Master Nine Phoenix, so he didn't dare to offend her. While Miqi was stunned, Elder Tao took off the cloth bag on his waist and opened the Spirit Beast bag. Three figures immediately rushed out. They were Yingfei and the others. The three Monster King had a look of lingering fear. As soon as they appeared, they immediately looked around and saw Elder Tao and Miqi. They looked at each other and almost without hesitation, they rushed toward Elder Tao in a triangular formation. Although the three of them had suffered a great loss from the Spirit Beast bag just now, the three of them had sharp eyes and saw the drawbacks of the Spirit Beast bag. This secret treasure was indeed powerful, but it seemed that it could only target one person at a time. If the three of them attacked together, they could completely kill Elder Tao before the Spirit Beast bag showed its power. In an instant, demonic chi soared into the sky, and three clear murderous intents shrouded Elder Tao. He was so shocked that his hair stood on end, and Miqi was so scared that he staggered back and almost fell to the ground. Stop! Xianxia shouted. Shilei and Xiaowei paused and stopped in midair, but Yingfei's figure suddenly disappeared. It was actually an afterimage and he had already rushed in front of Elder Tao. An eagle claw was only an inch away from Elder Tao's face, and the energy coming out of the eagle claw made Elder Tao's face hurt. Old Man Tao's back was drenched in cold sweat after having narrowly escaped death for no reason. He raised his head to look at Yingfei, who was just inches away from him. He secretly rejoiced that he had been the first to finish off this Demon King. Otherwise, with his speed, he might not have been a match for him. Monster King, don't be rude. Xianxia's voice came from behind again. Since they were from Spirit Beast Island, they were not enemies. Moreover, Elder Tao took the initiative to release the three Monster Kings, so how could Xianxia sit by and watch him die? Yingfei was also obedient. He withdrew his eagle claw and his body did not move. He floated back as if there was a force pulling him from behind. In an instant he stood side by side with Shilei and Xiaowei. The three of them stared at Elder Tao with vigilance. They had to be vigilant. They had just suffered a great loss at the hands of this old guy and lost their face. If it happened again, they would not have the face to stay by Xianxia's side. When he retreated, Miqi finally returned to his senses. Although he did not know why Elder Tao changed his mind at the last minute and even released the three Monster King, he knew that it was impossible. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed into the High Sky sect. Old sir, Please wait for a moment. I will be back soon. I will talk to you in detail later. Yang Kai smiled at Elder Tao. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant. Space Divine Technique. Elder Tao's eyes narrowed. As a member of Spirit Beast Island, he naturally knew about the Space Divine Technique. Li Wui was a master of this technique. Elder Tao had seen Li Wui use the Space Divine Technique many times, but he never thought that he could see such a divine technique from someone else. Looking at the level of mastery, it seemed that he was not much worse than Li Wui. Elder Tao felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the reason Li Wui did not make a move just now was probably because of that little girl. Otherwise he would not even know how he died. A person who used the Space Divine Technique was not to be trifled with. They were both third-layer Emperor Realm Masters, but Li Wui had the reputation of being the strongest person under the Great Emperors. It was all because of the Space Divine Technique. On the other side, the rapidly escaping Mi Chi's vision blurred. Yang Kai had blocked his way with a cold expression and shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" Mi Chi gritted his teeth and put on a desperate stance. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand and a cold light flashed. Then the spear shot out like a dragon. A humming sound rang out incessantly, covering a large area. He was also a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had some life-saving skills. This move of his showed his powerful foundation. The murderous aura of the spear that filled the sky was extraordinary. The people from the Fire Dragon Palace and the Emperor Realm felt their eyelids twitch. They knew that there was no way they could survive such an attack. However, Yang Kai just stood there without any intention of dodging. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao, only to see his palace master standing there calmly, not worried in the slightest. Of all the people present, Li Jiao knew Yang Kai's ability the best. He even dared to face the dragon race head-on, so how could he be afraid of Mi Chi? There was nothing to worry about. Facing this crazy attack, Yang Kai's expression became strange. This was the first time he had fought with someone as a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and his opponent was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Although Mi Chi's attack was not weak, it did not seem to be that scary in his eyes. Yang Kai leisurely stretched out his hand into the sky full of spear shadows and suddenly grabbed at the void. As the spear phantoms collapsed, Mi Chi's movements also froze, his eyes going wide as if he had seen a ghost. This was because Yang Kai's casual grab had actually caught the tip of Mi Chi's spear in the midst of countless feints. With his spear in hand, how could he use his killing move? Mi Chi's expression changed drastically, but his reaction was also extremely fast. He shook his spear and a rotational force was transmitted through the spear's body. He shouted in a low voice, "Let go." He was hoping to use this move to shake off Kai Yang, and he wasn't able to do so without relying on himself. What he was relying on was that his cultivation was higher than Kai Yang's by one realm. The rotational force was transmitted to Yang Kai's palm in an instant, and as expected, Yang Kai's wrist was rotated. Mi Chi was about to continue, but he saw a vicious look appear on Yang Kai's face as he suddenly turned his wrist back. It was quite an imposing manner. The rotational force, which was completely opposite to the previous one, rebounded along the spear's body. Before Mi Chi could figure out what was going on, his whole body was sent spinning several times by the huge force. He forcibly pushed his Emperor Chi to stabilize his body, but the spear in his hand was snatched away by Yang Kai. Mi Chi was dizzy for a moment and his face was filled with shock. Such great strength. He clearly felt that he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such great strength? This is true brute force. He didn't know the current situation of Yang Kai's body. How could he resist a half-dragon body? If it was Li Jiao, he would never have wrestled with Yang Kai. That was simply asking for trouble. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, a gust of wind whistled above his head. Looking up, he was frightened out of his wits. He saw that Kai Yang was still holding onto his spear, using his own artifact as a club, ruthlessly smashing down towards him. Mi Chi crossed his arms over his head and two arm guards appeared out of thin air on his arms. Kong. The end of the spear smashed into the arm guard, causing it to flash wildly before quickly dimming. This Emperor artifact had lost all its spirituality after being struck by this tyrannical blow, and Mi Chi was suppressed by an irresistible force and fell down like a meteor, smashing directly into a nearby mountain, creating a large crater in its wake. Chapter 32-36. The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm who had fallen to the ground were all stunned. Their eyes were blank and they felt that this was unbelievable. Their own sect master couldn't even take a single blow from the other party? The people of the Fire Dragon Palace were also stunned. They felt that this was extremely ridiculous. Michi was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be so weak? The three Monster King looked at each other in shock. They could see that Yang Kai seemed to be much stronger than before. Old Tao gulped, picked up his wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. He had to drink to calm himself down. Michi, who had been smashed to the ground and flattened a mountain, felt dizzy. The blood in his body was tumbling, and after suppressing it with great difficulty, he saw Yang Kai landing lightly in front of him. He stood in front of him and flicked the spear in his hand, thrusting it towards him. "Spare me!" Michi shouted, "Palace Master Yang, spare me." At this time, saving his life was the most important thing. He couldn't care less about face. If he lost his life, what was the use of face? The tip of the spear brushed past his cheek, cutting off a few strands of his black hair. Michi's eyes widened and he almost wet himself in fear. Chi! Yang Kai curled his lips and stabbed the spear in his hand into the ground. He then turned around and said, "Who else refuses to accept this? Who wouldn't accept this?" The members of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had already been dealt with by Ying Fei and Xia Wei. At this moment they were all lying on the ground and wailing. The few from the Emperor realm who fought Ying Fei had claw marks all over their bodies and were dripping with blood. Unfortunately, their cultivations were sealed by Ying Fei, so they couldn't even use their arts to heal themselves. As for those who fought with Xia Wei, their bodies were covered in a green glow, and large blisters appeared on their exposed skin. Their faces were green and it was obvious that they had been poisoned. It could be said that the upper echelons of the High Sky sect from the Emperor realm had all been wiped out. From beginning to end, the entire battle took less than a cup of tea's worth of time. "Palace Master Yang, please spare us." The disciples at the Dao Source realm and below knelt down one after another, each and every one of them looking as if they had just lost their parents. Michi's eyes dimmed as he stared at the figure with his back to him, glancing over at the long spear artifact in front of him, but he couldn't even summon the courage to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai unscrupulously exposed his back to him, which seemed to be full of flaws, but it made him even more fearful, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Glancing around coldly, Yang Kai snorted, "Whether you can live or not will depend on your sovereign's choice." Michi staggered to his feet and clutched his chest. He turned around and saw many familiar faces looking at him. Their eyes were filled with the desire to live. Since things had come to this, what else could he say? His fist was not as big as theirs, so he had to surrender. Although he was in a bit of a sorry state this time, fortunately no one died because of it. It could be seen that Yang Kai's people were quite restrained. Sighing in his heart, Michi turned his head and cupped his fists. "The High Sky sect is willing to follow Palace Master Yang's lead. I ask that Palace Master Yang be magnanimous and let us live." Yang Kai turned his head and squinted at him, saying expressionlessly, "This is a serious matter. Sect Master Mi, please consider carefully before making a decision. This king is not in a hurry and can give you some time. If you are sincere in pledging your allegiance, that's fine, but if you are not, there is no need to force yourself, lest this king is accused of bullying others. My life is in your hands, what's there to consider?" Michi cursed in his heart. How could he not be firm at this time? If he had any other thoughts, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good end. Moreover, several of the elders here were poisoned and wouldn't last long. If they weren't detoxified quickly, their lives would be in danger. Is he fucking going to do that again? Although Michi cursed in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled. The High Sky sect has eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us if we have offended you. From today onwards, the High Sky sect will sincerely pledge their allegiance to you." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly. "Sect Master Mi is the sect master of a sect. Your words carry enormous weight. I naturally believe what you say. Since Sect Master Mi is so sincere, this king will accept your kindness." The corners of Michi's mouth twitched. He finally realized how despicable and shameless this person in front of him was. Didn't he bring so many masters here just to subdue the High Sky sect? He even had Li Jiao come over to greet him before, and they even fought just now. Now he actually had the face to say such words. It was as if he had taken the initiative to pledge his allegiance and Yang Kai had reluctantly accepted it. He was simply shameless. He just couldn't understand. Although the High Sky sect was good, why was Yang Kai so fixated on it? He already owed Yang Kai a large debt and every year he sent him a large sum of money, so why did Yang Kai insist on subduing his High Sky sect? Was it just to show off the strength of the High Heaven Palace? Michi put on a forced smile and said, "Thank you, Palace Master Yang." What was this? His people from the Emperor realm had been brutally beaten up and he had lost all face. Even the escort array had been broken and he was forced to pledge his allegiance, yet he still had to thank Yang Kai. Michi's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He only hated that his strength was not as good as Yang Kai's, otherwise he would have definitely taught Yang Kai a lesson. Yang Kai said, "Words are no guarantee. I ask Sect Master Mi to show some sincerity." Michi was startled and asked cautiously, "What kind of sincerity does Palace Master Yang want?" He was already so humble, yet Yang Kai still wanted to be so aggressive. Michi secretly swore that if Yang Kai really did ask for something too excessive he would reconsider. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I ask Sect Master Mi to write an order and inform the High Sky sect that from today onwards, the High Sky sect is a subordinate sect of the High Heaven Palace." Michi heard this and suddenly raised his head, his face alternating between red and green. Today's matter was indeed embarrassing, but it was only limited to the High Sky sect. Even if news spread out afterwards, as long as the High Sky sect didn't admit it, the world would only speculate. However, if he took the initiative to send an order, then the nature of the matter would be completely different. The High Sky sect had many cities under its jurisdiction and many families and subordinate sections. After all, it was one of the top forces in the Northern Territory. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far and wide, but bad news spreads far and wide. Once this order was sent out, it wouldn't be long before the entire Northern Territory knew about it. This would cause the High Sky sect to lose face in the entire Northern Territory. A dignified top sect in the Northern Territory had actually fallen to the point of becoming someone else's subordinate sect. How could he endure this? Yang Kai's face became cold. It seems that Sect Master Mi is a little unwilling. Or perhaps what you said just now was just a casual remark. No, Michi quickly waved his hand, it's just that. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the sky and said lightly, "Sect Master Mi is so indecisive. It seems that you are not suitable to be in charge of the sect. Sect Master Mi should abdicate." What did this mean? Was he forcing him to abdicate his position as sect master? If it were anyone else saying this, Michi definitely wouldn't have taken it seriously, but since it was Yang Kai saying so, it was different. He was a fish on the chopping block, so Yang Kai could easily kill him and then choose a suitable elder to be in charge of the High Sky sect. He believed that there would definitely be someone willing to cooperate with him. Feeling a chill in his heart, Michi no longer dared to bargain, clenching his teeth and saying, "Right, I'll write." Yang Kai said, "Don't force it, it won't be interesting if you force it." Michi said seriously, "This me is very sincere. Sect Master Yang, please understand." "Since that's the case, then, let's write it and see." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Michi immediately took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, writing the order. Yang Kai raised his chin and said, "Heal them." Ing Fei's figure flickered, and he swayed around a few of the High Sky sect elders, slapping each of them and releasing their seals. Xia Wei opened his mouth wide, and the few poisoned the Emperor Realm elders on the ground immediately emitted a dark green aura, which he swallowed into his mouth. The seals were released and the poison was cleared. A group of the Emperor Realm elders took out healing pills and stuffed them into their mouths, each with a complicated expression. After a while, Michi finished writing and handed the jade slip to Yang Kai, saying, "Sect Master Yang, take a look and see if it's okay?" Yang Kai took the jade slip and scanned it. He frowned and threw the jade slip back. "Your High Sky sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Don't write it in such a lowly manner and make others look down on you." Michi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their lives were in your hands, how could they not be lowly? But since Yang Kai wasn't satisfied, they had no choice but to write it again. He was the dignified sect master of the High Sky sect, but he was forced to write such a shameful order, and he was even picked on by others. How could he reason with them? Not long after, another order was written. Yang Kai checked it and nodded slightly. That's more like it. Write the same order. He looked up at the High Sky Sect elders and protectors who were healing their wounds and counted the number of people. 8. Michi didn't dare to disagree and he obediently wrote 8 more orders. Yang Kai said, "Tell the people of the Emperor realm of the High Sky Sect to take the order and go to different places in 8 directions. Pass through the city and enter the sect. Read the order in a crowded place and announce the High Sky Sect's allegiance to the Northern Territory." Hearing this, the group of Mition sect elders widened their eyes and stared at them in a daze. Michi's expression also changed. Anger and humiliation flashed across his face, and there was also a trace of ruthlessness. He thought that even if he wrote the order, it would take some time for the news to spread. Who knew that Yang Kai would be so ruthless and ask the elders of the High Sky Sect to personally take the order and read it to all the major cities and sects in the Northern Territory? This was simply humiliating the High Sky Sect. How would he, the sect master of the High Sky Sect, be able to establish himself in the Northern Territory in the future? How would the elders of the Emperor realm who would read the order be able to do so? How would the entire Northern Territory view the High Sky Sect? As the saying goes, a gentleman prefers death to humiliation. At this moment, Michi had the impulse to fight Yang Kai to the death. He felt that Yang Kai was deliberately humiliating him. But when he saw Yang Kai's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. Those eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Michi didn't doubt that if he dared to make a move again, Yang Kai would definitely not let him go. He clenched his fists, but in the end he didn't dare to make a move. He comforted himself. It was better to live than to die. What was the big deal? Chapter 30-37. Slowly loosening his clenched fists, Mition responded, "Yes. There's no time to lose, let's move out now." Yang Kai gestured to the side, not stopping for even a moment. Michi had no choice but to wave his hand and pass the order to the many elders before saying, "You all heard Palace Master Yang's words, go." He waved his hand, looking like he had nothing left to live for. The several elders who had not yet recovered from their injuries glanced at each other, unable to hide the grief and indignation in their eyes. But so what if they felt resentment in their hearts? They were not the other party's opponent, and their sect master had already lowered his head, so they could only follow orders. They immediately split up and flew off in different directions. Although their injuries had not healed, they were not serious and could be slowly nursed back to health along the way. Only now did they understand why the 2 Monster King had not killed them just now. It turned out that he had been waiting here, leaving them alive to run errands for him. This was premeditated. If the High Sky Sects the Emperor realm were all killed, who would read Michi's order? If it were anyone else reading it, it would not be convincing. Only the High Sky Sect's elders and protectors would be able to confirm this matter. It was not hard to imagine that the news of Mition sect submitting to Towering Palace would spread out very soon. Michi sighed in his heart and he looked as if he had become much weaker. It was as if he had aged for no reason. "Get up, don't kneel, we will be a family from now on." Yang Kai glanced around at the High Sky Sect's disciples who were still kneeling on the ground and raised his hand. The group of people looked at Michi, not daring to move. Michi shouted in a deep voice, "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear Palace Master Yang's words? If you want to kneel, kneel until you die and don't get up in the future." A bunch of good-for-nothings. How did the High Sky Sect raise such a group of cowards? Although their cultivation was not as good as Michi's, they shouldn't be scared to the point of kneeling by a few words from him, right? After a while the group of people no longer dared to kneel. They all stood up with awkward expressions. Michi coldly snorted again. "From today onwards, you may not listen to this sect master's words, but you must listen to Palace Master Yang's words. Do you understand?" "Yes." Sparse replies could be heard, all of them seeming weak. Hearing their own sect master speak like this, they also felt ashamed. Michi squeezed out a smile. "Palace Master Yang, do you have anything to say?" Yang Kai waved his hand. What was there to say to them? He just needed to deal with Michi. He turned to Old Tao and said, "Old sir, if you don't mind, would you like to come in for a chat?" Michi had the urge to roll his eyes. This was the High Sky Sect, not the High Heaven Palace. However, Yang Kai had obviously regarded this place as his own territory, and he did not dare to say anything. Since he had chosen to submit, then the High Sky Sect was really his territory. Old Tao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you for your consideration. Since that is the case, this old man will trouble you." He also wanted to figure out the relationship between Lu Yen and Jiufeng. "Please." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Old Tao was polite and the two of them simply walked in side by side. The three Monster King followed closely behind. Mi Qi deliberately fell behind and walked with Li Jiao. The two of them could be considered old acquaintances. Last time, Li Jiao had come over to persuade Mi Qi, but unfortunately Mi Qi did not listen. He thought that if he invited Old Tao over he would be able to sit back and relax. Who knew that Old Tao would not be able to help him avoid disaster and would end up like this today? Li Jiao could not help but sigh. He reached out and patted Mi Qi's shoulder, not knowing what to say. Mi Qi transmitted his voice. "Brother Li, you and I have known each other for many years and our friendship is not ordinary. Tell me, why does Palace Master Yang have to humiliate my High Sky sect? This me does not think that I have offended him and I have paid him the annual debt on time, but why does he have to do this? He does not care about my High Sky sect's face at all. Furthermore, he did not even give him any time to breathe and immediately sent the elders of the Emperor realm out. He had originally planned to delay for a while and then think of another way to see if he could resolve this disaster, but now where would he find the chance?" Li Jiao looked up and thought, what is the use of being friends with me now? Last time I was still kicked out by you, but this time he was not in the mood to ridicule him. He only smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Mi, do you think that Palace Master Yang is humiliating you? Is he not?" Mi Qi glared. If he was not humiliating him, why would he write the order himself and let the elders of the Emperor realm read it everywhere? That is not the case. Li Jiao shook his head. Mi Qi asked, "Then why?" "To establish dominance." Li Jiao spat out two words. Mi Qi was stunned. Establishing dominance? What dominance? Although the High Heaven Palace had not been established for a long time, it was already a top sect in the Northern Territory. This was recognized by the entire Northern Territory. Since it was already a top sect, its dominance was already there, so what was there to establish? Who is it for? Li Jiao pondered for a moment and said, "Palace Master Yang wants to unify the Northern Territory." The main thing was that this matter could not be hidden. Li Jiao believed that Yang Kai would make a move soon, so there was no harm in saying it now. He was not afraid that Mi Qi would find out in advance. Mi Qi was stunned and his mouth opened wider than an egg. After a while he recovered and said in shock, "Unify the Northern Territory?" This ambition was huge. The Northern Territory was not like the other three territories which had great emperors' sections. Although Medicine Pill Valley had the great emperors, Medicine Pill Valley did not interfere in the matters of the Northern Territory, so the entire Northern Territory could be considered a headless dragon, unlike the Southern Territory where Star Soul Palace was the leader, the Western Territory where Shadow Kill Hall was the leader, and the Eastern Territory where Spirit Beast Island was. Mi Qi did not expect Yang Kai's ambition to be so great, and he really dared to do such a thing. He said in a daze, "Is he not afraid of provoking public anger and the Northern Territory's heroes to attack him?" Li Jiao pursed his lips and said, "That's why he wants to establish dominance." Mi Qi was not a fool. Although he was a little cowardly, being able to cultivate to the third stage Emperor realm meant that his brain was not too bad. He did not understand what establishing dominance meant before, but now that Li Jiao explained it he could not understand. The High Sky sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, but so what? They were beaten by the High Heaven Palace to the point that they could not fight back and had no choice but to submit to protect themselves. If even the High Sky sect was like this, what choice did the other sects and families have? As long as this news spread out, when the High Heaven Palace wanted to invade other territories, no one would dare to resist. Mi Qi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because of this, my High Sky sect suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jiao patted his shoulder again and sighed, "Don't worry, at least you're still alive." Speaking of which, the High Sky sect was also unlucky. Among the four top sects in the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a close relationship with Yang Kai. Mi Qi and Yang Kai had been traveling for many years and had established a good friendship. If Yang Kai wanted to establish dominance, the High Sky sect was his only choice. It could be said that Mi Qi deserved to be unlucky. The High Sky sect was a top sect in the Northern Territory, and if it was any other smaller sect, the effect would definitely not be as good. Mi Qi sighed, but it was useless to say anything now. However, after learning about Yang Kai's plan to unify the northern territory, he felt much better. After all, Yang Kai was not deliberately humiliating him and the High Sky sect. It was just a part of the plan. Not long after, a group of people entered the main hall. As the owner of this place, Michi naturally arranged for the banquet to be replaced with a new one. He ordered the musicians to play music and the dancers to dance. Immediately, the main hall was filled with a scene of singing and dancing. However, the main seat was replaced by Yang Kai. Other than him, the sect master of the High Sky sect, there were no other members of the Emperor realm of the High Sky sect in the main hall. Instead, there were the three Monster King and the people of the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai raised his glass and invited everyone to drink, and everyone agreed. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai began to chat with Old Man Tao. On the way they chatted for a while, so he knew the other party's name. The reason why Yang Kai invited him to stay and entertain him was mainly to inquire about Dragon Island from him. After creating havoc on Dragon Island, he left the Dragon Palace and entered the territory of the lower plains. He did not know what happened after that. He also did not know if Martial Beast took Zhou Xian away. He also did not know if Dragon Island punished Zhu Qing. Unfortunately, Old Man Tao did not know about this either. He stayed in the northern territory to search for exotic beasts for Spiritual Beast Island. He had not returned for more than 10 years. He did not even know that Martial Beast brought people to Dragon Island. He did not know, and Yang Kai did not say much. However, his mysterious behavior made Old Man Tao suspicious. However, no matter whether Martial Beast took Zhou Xian away or not, Zhu Qing definitely did not have to worry too much. Zhu Qing was now a rank 9 giant dragon. According to the purity of her bloodline, she was qualified to be an elder of Dragon Island. After the havoc he made last time, Dragon Island would not punish her. Her situation was somewhat similar to Zhou Xian's. They were both married with humans. If Dragon Island really wanted to punish her, Zhou Xian would definitely not be spared. Martial Beast naturally would not sit back and do nothing. If Dragon Island wanted to trigger Zhu Qing, they would definitely punish Zhou Xian as well. Otherwise it would be unfair. Old Man Tao was more curious about Lu Yan. He asked about her relationship with Nine Phoenix in a roundabout way. After being evaded by Yang Kai, he did not ask any more. Both parties did not get the answer they wanted, so it did not affect them too much. In the evening, the banquet ended and Old Man Tao took his leave. Yang Kai asked Lu Yan to send him off. Accompanied by Michi, he chose a suitable place in the High Sky sect to arrange the space array. Michi did not know what Yang Kai was doing at first. After communicating with Li Jiao, he learned the truth and secretly complained in his heart. With this space array connecting the two sects, it seemed that the High Sky sect would not be able to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression. The next day, Yang Kai led a group of people back to the High Heaven Palace, accompanied by Michi. The first thing he did when he returned was to summon people for a meeting. The participants were all Dao Source Realm cultivators and above. There were not many of them. Li Jiao and Michi were also among them, causing many people who did not know the truth to look at each other. Li Jiao was here and everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, but what about Michi? Even Hua Qingxi was puzzled. She looked at Michi from time to time, only to see Michi show a flattering smile which made her confused. When everyone arrived, Yang Kai went straight to the point. Sect Master Mi has decided that the sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. From now on, the High Sky sect will belong to my High Heaven Palace. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and almost wondered if they had heard wrongly. Only the 3 Monster King looked calm. Chapter 30-38. Inside the main hall, pairs of eyes looked at Michi. Michi was tactful and immediately stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang's divine technique is unparalleled, and you have the world in your heart. This Mi is convinced. The entire High Sky sect is willing to submit to High Heaven Palace. We will follow your orders in the future regardless of danger." Whether he was sincere or not, his words were beautiful and made everyone in High Heaven Palace have a good impression of him. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Michi to be so straightforward. Although the two of them had some dealings before, he didn't realize that Michi had such a side. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted him to submit, he resisted several times. Now he had accepted his fate and was able to adjust his position and attitude well, which made Li Jiao look at him in a new light. However, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. The Fire Dragon Palace and High Sky Sect were similar in strength. Li Jiao estimated that if he and Yang Kai hadn't gone out to live and die together several times, the High Sky Sect would have ended up like the Fire Dragon Palace. It was also because of his friendship with Yang Kai that Yang Kai didn't attack the Fire Dragon Palace. But then again, the Fire Dragon Palace was now not much different from the High Sky Sect. They were more like subordinates than subordinates. Everyone has heard Sect Master Mi's words. Let's get to know each other. Yang Kai waved his hand. Hua Qingxi smiled and stepped forward. She bowed and said, I am the Chief Steward of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. Greetings, Sect Master Mi. Chief Steward is too polite. Michi returned the courtesy. He was a little curious. What kind of bullshit position was Chief Steward? How come he had never heard of it before? However, seeing that she was standing in front of everyone, even the 3 great monster kings were below her, it seemed that her position in Yang Kai's heart wasn't low. He couldn't afford to offend her in the future and had to maintain a good relationship with her. Otherwise, he didn't know when she would make things difficult for him. He even had some suspicions in his heart. Yang Kai and this woman wouldn't have a dirty relationship, right? Otherwise, how could a first-order emperor like her have such a high position? Hua Qingxi didn't know what he was thinking, but if she did, she would definitely fight with him. She pointed to the side and introduced, This is Rhino Monster King Sect Master Mi, of course. Michi smiled and cupped his fists. How could he not have seen him before? Back in the Mi Tian sect, it was Shi Lei who had fought with him. Michi clearly felt that he was not his opponent. Rhino Lei grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of fangs, making Michi feel a little scared. Hua Qingxi continued, This is Flying Eagle Monster King. Flying Eagle nodded lightly. And this is... Michi introduced them one by one with a smile on his face. No matter how high the cultivation of the other party was, he always felt inferior. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told the High Sky Sect to submit to the High Heaven Palace? Facing these mainstays of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally didn't dare to show any disrespect. Xiaowei Yi Hen, the Southern Gate Army, Hou Yu, the Emperor Realm, Qin Chaoyang, Qiyu Aio, Guizhou, Gutsang Yun, Ruan Bai Ting, and a group of other Dao Source realms. After getting to know them one by one, there were quite a lot of people. Michi knew the Southern Gate Army, but it was the first time he knew that this famous array master was actually serving in the High Heaven Palace, so he couldn't help but be surprised. One had to know that the Southern Gate Army was famous in the Northern Territory. Although they weren't as good as the disciples of the wondrous Pill Great Emperors, an array master was still an array master. They were extremely popular everywhere. Michi also had thoughts of recruiting them back then, but the Southern Gate Army simply ignored him. If it were an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Michi would definitely teach them a lesson, but the identity of an array master made him hesitate and not dare to act rashly. If he attacked the Southern Gate Army, he was afraid that the other masters in the Northern Territory wouldn't let him go, and the High Sky Sect wouldn't dare to provoke them. When he heard that Hou Yu was an Emperor Artifact Master, Michi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on in the High Heaven Palace? Not only was the Southern Gate Army here, but there was also an Emperor Artifact Master? How many Emperor Artifact Masters were there in the entire star boundary? And this Emperor Artifact Master was actually a woman. He really didn't know where Yang Kai had recruited this group of weirdos. 3 Monster King, an Array Master, and an Artifact Master. Such a foundation was enough to amaze people no matter where they went, and now they were all gathered in one place. It was even more unbelievable. Michi suddenly felt that submitting wasn't a bad thing. The High Heaven Palace's foundation was indeed superior to the High Sky Sects, so submitting wasn't a big loss. In the future he might have to rely on the Southern Gate Army and this Hou Yu, but it was a bit embarrassing. Hua Qingxi's next sentence shocked him on the spot. This queen also has an Emperor Artifact Master, but she is currently refining pills and is inconvenient to come out. Please forgive me, Sect Master Mi. Emperor Artifact Master. Michi almost bit his tongue as he was dumbfounded. Hua Qingxi smiled slightly. Speaking of which, Sect Master Mi should know this Emperor Artifact Master. I know him. Michi was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind, but he instinctively didn't dare to believe it. Hua Qingxi said, That's right, Master Jiying. Sect Master Mi should be familiar with him. Michi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His first thought was to look at Li Jiao with an inquiring expression, as if he wanted to know if this was true or false. Xianxia, that was the fifth disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. He was actually also in the High Heaven Palace. He suddenly recalled the scene when he came with Li Jiao to watch Jiying and Yang Kai compete in alchemy. At that time, not only had he made a bet with Li Jiao and Yang Kai, but Master Ji also seemed to have made a bet with Yang Kai. He thought about it later. Although Jiying lost with his identity as the disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. It was even more impossible for Jiying to stay in the High Heaven Palace. But now it seemed that Jiying really did stay. Medicine Core Valley didn't have any objections? The wondrous pill great emperors didn't have any objections? Mi Qi felt his head spinning and his gaze swept across everyone in the hall. A single sect actually gathered 3 peak grandmasters in the form of a monarch array master, a monarch blacksmith master and a monarch alchemy master. There were even 3 great monster kings in the sect. What the hell was this sect? Even the great emperor's sects couldn't compare in some aspects, right? Mi Qi suddenly felt that his loss wasn't unjust. In a trance he heard Yang Kai say on the stage, "My High Heaven Palace has a lot of disciples. Although there are some reserves in the warehouse now, we can't just sit there and wait. We need to have a long-term income to survive. Although the chief steward has taken over the territory of the Seeking Passion sect and can collect some taxes from those cities every year and even do some business, it's just a drop in the bucket. My High Heaven Palace has 10 or 20 times more disciples than the Seeking Passion sect, so we need to occupy 10 or 20 times more territory to survive for a long time. Today I called you here to announce something. This palace master is determined to unify the Northern Territory and make all the cities and sects in the Northern Territory pay tribute to my High Heaven Palace every year. This is the only way to ensure that my High Heaven Palace's foundation doesn't fall. What do you think?" Looking around, the 3 Monster King had indifferent expressions. In any case, they were just Yang Kai's hired thugs. Yang Kai would do whatever he wanted. They weren't afraid of making a big deal out of this. At worst, they could just hide in the savage, desolate ancient land. On the other hand, Hua Qingxi and the others were surprised. Even Hua Qingxi hadn't heard Yang Kai mention this before. Hearing this for the first time today, she couldn't help but be stunned. She really didn't know when Yang Kai had this idea. Currently, the High Heaven Palace was in a period of growth. In fact, it wasn't a good time to make enemies. As long as they worked hard to develop for 100 years, with the huge number of disciples, they would definitely be able to dominate the Northern Territory. However, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, Hua Qingxi knew that he had already made up his mind. At this time, persuading him would definitely be useless. She couldn't help but wonder. If he really did this, it would definitely provoke the resistance of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory. After all, who would be willing to give up the benefits that were right in front of them? Moreover, how could the High Heaven Palace have so many people to do this kind of thing? The new disciples were still in the process of familiarizing themselves, and their cultivation wasn't high. If they were sent out, they wouldn't be of much use. However, Yang Kai didn't care so much. He looked like he was going to cut the Gordian knot. He looked around and said, "No one has any objections. Seems that you all support this. Very good." The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. What was the use of having objections? The High Heaven Palace was completely under your control. Normally you didn't care, but when you did, you had the final say. Yang Kai said, "I know what everyone is worried about. It's just a matter of manpower. You don't have to worry about this. Brother Li and Sect Master Mi will help my High Heaven Palace. When the time comes, when the 3 of us join forces, no one in the Northern Territory can stop us." Li Jiao and Mi Qi cupped their hands and said, "We are willing to listen to Palace Master Yang's orders." Li Jiao was already prepared in his heart, so he didn't feel anything. However, Mi Qi was wailing in his heart. He knew that the High Sky sect had boarded a pirate ship this time. Yang Kai wanted to unify the Northern Territory and make those cities and sects provide cultivation resources every year. However, the High Heaven Palace couldn't transfer any useful manpower. When the time came, the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace's people would be the ones leading the charge. The other party would definitely hold a grudge against these 2 sections. However, the High Heaven Palace could safely hide behind them and enjoy endless benefits. It was really vicious. In other words, the High Heaven Palace didn't need to do anything at all. They only needed to send some people to supervise. Yang Kai was observant. How could he not know what Mi Qi was thinking? He was too lazy to care about him. Yang Kai wasn't planning to monopolize this matter. Since the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky Sect were involved, he definitely wouldn't let them work for nothing. He would share some of the benefits with them. As for how much, that would depend on his mood. Hua Qingxi thought for a while and said, Palace Master, should we inform Ice Heart Valley about this matter? Of the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, 3 had joined forces, but Ice Heart Valley was the only one who didn't know about this. If Yang Kai didn't have a friendship with Ice Heart Valley, then it would be fine, but the key was that they had a good relationship. It would be unkind of him not to involve Ice Heart Valley in this matter. Yang Kai's expression twitched when he heard this. I have also thought about Ice Heart Valley, but I don't know what they want. The group of women from Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Yang Kai really couldn't ask them to do something that would incur public anger. It wouldn't be nice if he was reprimanded by Bing Yun. In his plan, if he obtained any benefits in the future, he would share some with Ice Heart Valley. After all, Su Yan was cultivating there, so it would be a good gesture to Ice Heart Valley. Chapter 32-39. Hua Qingxi smiled faintly. Palace Master worries too much. Ice Heart Valley will never refuse such a good thing. Yang Kai asked curiously, What do you mean? Hua Qingxi explained, Because Senior Bing Yun has been missing for many years, and because Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed by the Seeking Passion sect, they don't have many properties and have only 2 or 3 cities under their jurisdiction. Most of their income comes from the spirit flowers and rare grasses planted in Ice Heart Valley. In recent years, Ice Heart Valley has also recruited many disciples, so it is likely that they are short on funds. Now that benefits have been delivered to their doorstep, how could they refuse? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. If that's the case, we can count them in. He didn't know as much about Ice Heart Valley as Hua Qingxi, but since Hua Qingxi said so, it must be the case. If they could really pull Ice Heart Valley into the war chariot, then the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory would join forces. Who in the Northern Territory would dare to stop them? After a while he made a decision, then let's count them in. Hua Qingxi smiled and said, There's no time to lose. I'll go invite them over now. Yang Kai nodded and Hua Qingxi immediately flew out. In less than half an hour she brought a woman with an ice-cold temperament into the hall. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned black and he looked at Hua Qingxi with some resentment, because the person she brought was Ji Yao. Ever since Yang Kai had secretly done it with Ji Yao, he was a little afraid to see her. On the one hand, it was exciting to do it secretly, and on the other hand he felt that he had let down Su Yan and the others. His heart was tormented, and the most important thing was that he still couldn't figure out Ji Yao's intentions. From beginning to end she had never discussed this matter with him. She seemed to let him do whatever he wanted without letting Yang Kai have his way too much. This made Yang Kai feel like he was being held hostage. Now that Hua Qingxi had brought Ji Yao over, it was easy to imagine how he was feeling. Hua Qingxi looked suspicious. She seemed to have noticed something wrong with the palace master's expression just now, but at this moment she couldn't care less and cupped her fists. Palace Master, Elder Ji is here. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Junior Sister Yao. In front of so many people, Ji Yao didn't show any abnormalities and simply bowed. Senior Brother Yang. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, I invited Junior Sister Yao here because I have something to discuss with her. I believe the great general manager has already told Senior Bing Yun about this matter. I wonder what Senior Bing Yun's attitude is? If he wanted to pull Ice Heart Valley into the water, Bing Yun's attitude was the key. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. Ji Yao said lightly, Honored Master said that Ice Heart Valley was only able to survive thanks to Senior Brother Yang's help. Now that Senior Brother Yang has encountered a difficult situation, Ice Heart Valley will do its best to help. If Senior Brother has any instructions, Ice Heart Valley will not refuse. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. Looking around he said, Since everyone is here, let's discuss the rules. This matter needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Since they had decided to do this, there was no need to drag it out. In any case, the 4 great sects had joined forces and no one in the Northern Territory could compete with them. There was no need for any schemes, they just needed to push forward. The rules were quickly taken out. It was nothing more than the 4 great sects working together, and then with High Heaven Palace as the center, they would spread out to the entire Northern Territory and announce the High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord of the Northern Territory. In return, the various sects and cities in the Northern Territory would have to provide some cultivation resources to High Heaven Palace every year. After the discussion was done, Ji Yao, Li Jiao, and Mi Qi immediately returned to their respective sects to mobilize their forces. The next day, in front of High Heaven Palace's sect defending array, a group of people arrived. On the left was a group of beautiful women. Most of them had extraordinary appearances, and their temperaments were all different, dazzling anyone who saw them. This group was naturally the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. On the right were the people from Fire Dragon Palace, while behind them were the disciples of High Sky Sect, each numbering over 1,000. Altogether there were 3,000 people. This was not a large number, but the proportion of masters among them was extremely terrifying. Dao Source Realm masters could be found everywhere in the Emperor Realm, and even the weakest was an Origin King. The people from High Heaven Palace were in the middle, led by the 3 Monster Kings. Yi Hen and the other Dao Source Realm masters were also dispatched, but the remaining people were not enough. Basically, all of them were Origin Kings, completely incomparable to the other 3 great sects. It was really because the disciples who had come from the Star Territory were temporarily useless that the High Heaven Palace side was seriously polarized. The strong were ridiculously strong while the weak were ridiculously weak. Hua Qingxi summoned Li Jiao, Mi Qi and Ji Yao and spread out a map. The map was marked with red dots, and each red dot represented a city, a sect, or a force that wasn't small in size. After some discussion, the thousands of people were divided into groups of 8 and dispersed. Each of these 8 groups had 2 disciples, each led by a Dao Source Realm Master or above. The goal of these people was naturally the locations marked on the map. The only purpose of this trip was to make these cities, sects, and families recognize High Heaven Palace's position as the overlord, then pay tribute every year. Yang Kai had already spread the word. If they knew what was good for them, that would be good, but if they didn't, they would fight if they could, and if they couldn't, they would send a message back. The masters from the Emperor Realm were not to be trifled with. However, the teams led by Dao Source Realm masters mostly went to places that were easy to deal with. The harder ones would be taken care of by the Emperor Realm. With the power of the 4 great sects working together, not many people would dare to act rashly. Yang Kai also led a group of people and rushed straight to the headquarters of the few first-class forces in the Northern Territory. 5 days later, in the main hall of Myriad Ancestor Sect's headquarters, Sect Master Hua Yu stood in front of the hall and cupped her fists in farewell. Only when the group of 8 disappeared did she put away the stiff smile on her face and let out a sigh, a sullen look appearing on her face. Vice Sect Master Qing Dahai walked over and said with grief and indignation, "Sect Master, are we really going to give 30% of our annual profits to High Heaven Palace?" Yes, with just a few words from that little brat giving away 30% of our profits, what will others think of our Myriad Ancestor Sect? An elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Hua Yu said sadly, "Then what do you think we should do? If Sect Master is willing, Subordinate will lead people to intercept him and take back the jade slip. At that time the dead can tell no tales and no one will know it was our Myriad Ancestor Sect who did it. Yes, that little brat's actions have already angered everyone. There are countless people in the Northern Territory who want to kill him, but who will know it was us?" Hua Yu turned her head and glanced at the elders and protectors around her before shaking her head. "You are not his opponent." The elder who spoke said, "How do you know we are not his opponent before trying? That little brat is only a second-order Emperor Realm Master if we all attack together. There is no need to try, I have already tried," Hua Yu said with a sad face. "You have already tried?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Only now did they understand why Hua Yu had brought Yang Kai to the secret room just now. It turned out that she wanted to test his ability, or rather, see if there was a chance to take him down. After all, no one was willing to give benefits to others for free. What was the result? Everyone looked at Hua Yu expectantly. "I was not his opponent at all," Hua Yu smiled bitterly. The elder said, "Sect Master, there is no need to boost others' morale and diminish our own. You are also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so you are not much weaker than him, right?" Hua Yu said, "It is precisely because our cultivations are similar that I agreed so readily. He let me attack him for 10 moves but he just stood there motionless. I couldn't even touch his clothes." What? Everyone was taken aback, wondering if they had heard wrong. They were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai just stood there motionless for 10 moves. Yet the sect master couldn't even touch his clothes? What kind of concept was this? In other words, did Yang Kai block the sect master's attack with just his emperor chi? But he just casually attacked and took this old master down. Hua Yu threw out another bombshell, causing everyone to feel dizzy and sighed. With such means, how can my myriad ancestor sect compete? If we do not do as he wishes today, I am afraid my myriad ancestor sect's 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed. He dares. Qing Dahai roared. Hua Yu glanced at him and said, he probably dares. If the 4 top sects join hands and want to destroy my myriad ancestor sect, how can we resist? A few days ago I heard that the High Sky sect had submitted to the High Heaven Palace, so I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is true. Everyone fell silent. Their faces were filled with misery. 30% of their annual income had to be handed over, which meant that everyone would lose 30% of their income every year. No one would be happy about this. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly. Yang Kai led a group of people to the Northern Territory, and with the High Sky sect's submission he was able to obtain the contracts that required the sects to hand over 30% of their annual income without much effort. No one dared to resist, at most like the Myriad Ancestor sect, quietly testing Yang Kai's skills before finding a way out. Yang Kai also didn't just run away. Whenever he found a suitable place he would arrange a space array and connect it to the High Heaven Palace. This way, if anyone failed to fulfill their promise in the future, the High Heaven Palace could come and teach them a lesson at any time. In the Northern Territory, as long as there was a city, a sect, or a family in charge, they would have to hand over 30% of their income. 30% might not be much, but 30% of the entire Northern Territory was a bit terrifying. This meant that even if the High Heaven Palace didn't do anything in the future, they could still take 30% of the Northern Territory's profits. What's more, with the connections of these cities, sects, and families, they could collect a large number of specialties from the Northern Territory, increasing the trade between the High Heaven Palace and the Southern Territory. The goods collected from the Southern Territory could also be sold in the Northern Territory, and the difference in profit was also a considerable figure. After being busy for more than 20 days, Yang Kai directly returned to the High Heaven Palace through a space array. He had gnawed on several difficult bones in the Northern Territory. The reason why things went so smoothly was because the news of the High Sky sect's submission had spread. Even the High Sky sect had submitted, so they had no choice. Secondly, this time the 4 sects had joined forces, so no one dared to resist. Chapter 3240. The matter in the Northern Territory had been settled, and there were still some loose ends that he didn't need to worry about. With Hua Qingxi presiding over and the cooperation of the other 3, it wouldn't take much time to solve them all. It was almost time, so Yang Kai greeted Hua Qingxi and led Bian Yuqing to Azure Sun Temple through the space array. They didn't return to Spirit Sword Peak, but flew directly to Spirit Jade Peak where Qiu Ran was. It was the first time Bian Yuqing came to Azure Sun Temple, so she couldn't help but be a little curious. Looking around, she secretly compared Azure Sun Temple and found that the environment of Azure Sun Temple seemed to be worse than her own High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. She was born in the Southern Territory, and the Blue Feather sect she was in was just a small sect that didn't even have the Emperor realm. Azure Sun Temple, on the other hand, was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. It was much stronger than Blue Feather sect, so she naturally admired Azure Sun Temple. If she was still in the Blue Feather sect, it was impossible for her to be qualified to set foot in Azure Sun Temple, but now that she was the second chief steward of High Heaven Palace, she was qualified to do so. Looking at Azure Sun Temple from a different perspective, she naturally had a different feeling. Staring at the heroic figure in front of her, she secretly rejoiced that she had met a noble person. If she hadn't met Yang Kai, how could she have the ability to be promoted to the Emperor realm? She was afraid that she would have been killed outside the Spirit Lake Palace, not to mention now that she had great power. In the entire High Heaven Palace she was only below Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. She was the second chief of High Heaven Palace. There were guests at Spirit Sword Peak. Qiu Ran woke up from meditation and summoned Yang Kai and Bian Yuqing in the hall. After introducing both sides, Bian Yuqing saluted in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Greetings, Deputy Temple Master Qiu." She had also heard of Qiu Ran, the Deputy Temple Master of the Azure Sun Temple. He was a real person above all others. Before she came she was still a little nervous. She naturally thought a lot when she saw this master whom she had never met before. But after meeting him in person she realized that he was nothing more than this. She suddenly realized that she was no longer the same person she was in the past. She lived in the High Heaven Palace all year round, and even the three great Monster King were often seen. A mere second-order Emperor Realm Master could no longer give her much pressure. Second Chief Steward. Qiu Ran cupped his hands in greeting. Yang Kai said, "As for the specifics of the cooperation, Brother Qiu, you can discuss it with Second Chief Steward Bian. I won't accompany you." The main reason he brought Bian Yuqing here was to discuss the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple. Gao Shueting had mentioned this before. Since it was Gao Shueting who brought it up, he naturally couldn't ignore it, lest that woman got hold of his weakness and kept nagging. Hua Qingxi was currently coordinating the affairs of the Northern Territory. He had no time to spare, so the matter of discussing the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple naturally fell to Bian Yuqing. Qiu Ran was startled. "Junior brother Yang, don't you need to personally make such a big decision?" What he meant was, "You sent a second chief steward to discuss with me. Can you really represent me?" This involved a lot of interest. It would be awkward if Yang Kai didn't admit it when they reached an agreement. After all, he had seen Yang Kai haggling over every ounce with him. Yang Kai smiled heartily. "Brother Qiu, you can rest assured that as long as you reach an agreement, I have no objections." How could Qiu Ran know about his recent big movements in the Northern Territory? Although the cooperation with Azure Sun Temple could bring a lot of benefits, Yang Kai didn't care much about it. What's more, he also had a cooperation with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was a business, and it was the main business in the Southern Territory. Azure Sun Temple was just a foil. If he wasn't a guest elder of the temple, how could he send such benefits over? Turning around and walking out, he turned back and said, "Second Chief Steward, you might as well make some concessions. After all, I am an elder of the temple." "Yes." Bian Yuqing responded respectfully. Qiu Ran had a gratified expression on his face. Yang Kai said such words in front of him, which undoubtedly made him have a good impression of him. Immediately, Qiu Ran and Bian Yuqing began to discuss in detail. Yang Kai went straight to Gao Shueting's Purple Bamboo Peak. When he saw Gao Shueting, he asked about the Southern Territory Martial Gathering and learned that there were still 3 days before they could set off. There was plenty of time, so he went to find Murong Xiaoxiao and Xiao Baiyi to catch up. He had been in a hurry the past few days, so he didn't have time to talk much. Murong Xiaoxiao was fine. She was more enthusiastic and had a good personality. Everyone knew each other since they were in the Dao Source realm and had been promoted to Temple Elder, so they had a good chat. Xiao Baiyi was more annoying. The expression on his face was colder than Ji Yao's, as if Yang Kai owed him a few million. After a few words he asked him to leave, which made Yang Kai want to beat him up. It was inconvenient for a host to not keep a guest, so Yang Kai left in a huff. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye on Spirit Sword Peak. Early in the morning the sun shone brightly and all things were alive. On top of a Spirit Sword Peak, dozens of figures stood. The leader wearing a purple robe was particularly conspicuous. Yang Kai flew over and stopped in midair. When he saw the man in the purple robe, he was slightly startled and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Temple Master." The man in the purple robe was the Temple Master of Temple, Zhou Xian. He had a warm smile on his face and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked quite elegant and elegant. When he heard Yang Kai, he smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yang. It is this subordinate's duty to share the burdens of the temple," Yang Kai said solemnly. It couldn't be helped. In the Northern Territory he was the Temple Master of the High Heaven Palace. Here he was just a guest elder, so he still needed to show the necessary etiquette. "Wait a moment, little Shueting hasn't arrived yet. Zai women are so troublesome. Even when going out they are so slow." As soon as these words came out, many people glared at him. Even Murong Xiaoxiao, who had arrived early, pouted. Being scolded like this for no reason naturally put her in a bad mood. Zhou Xian seemed to realize this as well. He reached out and grabbed the stubble on his chin, looked up at the sky and said with a look of vicissitudes, "Today's wind is very noisy." "Elder Luo, Elder Xiao, Elder Murong." Yang Kai greeted the other 3 people from the Emperor realm one by one. Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Luo Chen was a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with him, but because this person's personality was relatively cold, he didn't communicate much with the temple elders. Yang Kai only knew of such a person but had never had much contact with him. The three people also returned the greetings one by one. These are the disciples who are going to participate in this martial meet? Yang Kai looked up at the dozens of people standing neatly behind him. The dozens of disciples cupped their fists in unison. Greetings, Elder Yang. Among these dozens of people there were Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. After all, the martial meet in the Southern Territory was divided into several levels. Dao Source Realm cultivators were compared to Dao Source Realm cultivators. Origin King Realm cultivators were compared to Origin King Realm cultivators, and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. The temple naturally had to select the best cultivator from each level to participate in this martial meet. The dozen people in the front row were naturally Dao Source Realm cultivators, followed by Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, finding that many of them were familiar faces. It seemed that they had participated in the Four Seasons Realm trial together, but they didn't communicate much and were only familiar with each other. Back then they were all Dao Source Realm cultivators and now they were still Dao Source Realm cultivators. Breaking through to the Emperor Realm was not a simple matter, and many people were stuck in the Third Order Dao Source Realm for their entire lives. Xiaxing Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were able to break through to the Emperor Realm partly because of their good aptitude and perception, and partly because of the benefits they obtained in the Four Seasons Realm and Shattered Star Sea. Looking at them, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly paused on a young man's face, because he really knew this person and knew his name. Hui. Back then Yang Kai came to the temple with Qin Chaoyang holding the red dust token for the first time, asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons Realm. When the red dust token was issued, the temple could not refuse, so naturally they gave him a spot. However, the spots to enter the Four Seasons Realm had long been allocated, and since the temple had also given out a spot, there was naturally one less. And the spot that was missing belonged to this guy named Shui. When the news spread, Shui refused to accept it and went to fight with Yang Kai, but the result was that he was naturally not Yang Kai's opponent. Many years ago, if Yang Kai had not seen this person, he would not have remembered it. For eyes met and Shui's expression was a little awkward, but there was also a kind of viciousness that came from knowing shame. Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source Realm, but now Yang Kai had become an Emperor Realm Master, while he was still struggling in the Dao Source Realm, so it was inevitable that he felt inexplicable. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, realizing that this guy had not been wasting his time all these years. Back then he was only in the Second Order Dao Source Realm, but now he was already in the Third Order and his position was extremely high. Obviously he was the candidate that the temple had high hopes for. As they reminisced about the past, the two looked away as soon as their eyes met. Shui secretly sighed. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him. Now that their identities were different, if Yang Kai really wanted to embarrass him, he could not resist. At this moment, a stream of light rushed over from Purple Bamboo Peak and stopped in front of everyone in an instant. When Zhou Xian's eyes lit up as he said, "Little Shui Ting, you're dressed so beautifully today. Are you preparing to get married? Congratulations, congratulations." "Shut your stinky mouth." Gao Shueting glanced at Wen Zishan coldly, not giving him any face. When Zishan said, "Oh, why are you so fierce? Be careful that no one dares to marry you. If you can't get married, you'll become an old maid." Gao Shueting's eyes became colder and colder, and she had the urge to stab him to death with her sword. She coldly snorted, "It's none of your business." She was such a beautiful woman, but she was actually forced to use vulgarities. Could be seen how bad her mood was. The group of disciples lowered their heads and looked at the two with dull expressions, their quarrel going in one ear and out the other. Luo Chen looked down at the ground, Xiao Baiyi looked up at the sky, and Murong Xiao looked at her fingers, seemingly hesitating whether to cut her fingernails. Yang Kai came over and casually praised, "Junior sister's fingers are very beautiful." Murong Xiao blushed furiously, not knowing where to place her hand. Everyone turned their heads to look at him, and Yang Kai also realized that he had misspoken and his expression twitched. Fortunately, Gao Shueting asked, "Is everyone here?" Xiao Baiyi nodded, "Everyone is here." "Since everyone is here, let's go." After speaking, he took the lead and rushed forward. A group of people followed closely behind. When Zishan was stunned for a moment and touched his chin, "It seems, I am the temple master." Chapter 3241. Along the way, Yang Kai finally learned a side of Wen Zishan that no one knew about. Chatterbox. There was no end to his chatter. Although Yang Kai felt that this guy was a bit unreliable before, he hadn't spent much time with him after all, so he didn't know what his character was like. This time Yang Kai finally saw it for himself. First he pestered Gao Shueting, so naturally he was snubbed. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, only Gao Shueting dared to not give him face. After suffering a setback from Gao Shueting, he slowed down and caught up with Yang Kai and the others, talking about the past and present with great enthusiasm. Luo Qin and Xiao Baiyi were both relatively indifferent people, so they didn't speak much. Out of respect for the temple master, they replied a few words before closing their eyes, looking like they were conserving their energy. With this, Yang Kai and Murong Xiao were in for a bad time. Fortunately, Wen Zishan didn't pester the two for too long. After half a day, they fell behind the crowd again and joined a group of Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters. Murong Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group of disciples behind them gave them face. The key was that Wen Zishan, a temple master, didn't put on airs, so how could they not cooperate? Especially the few disciples who were patted on the shoulder by Wen Zishan and praised as the future pillars of the temple. The temple will depend on you in the future. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and wanted to take out their hearts for Wen Zishan to see, to let him know that their loyalty to the temple could be witnessed by heaven and earth and the sun and moon. Yang Kai glanced back from time to time with a wonderful expression on his face. He knew that he was a bit unreliable as the High Heaven Palace temple master, but compared to Wen Zishan he was simply a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Flying all the way, they passed by several cities and passed through space arrays. In the evening, the crowd arrived at the location of Orthodoxy Temple. Towering mountains rose and fell like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The scenery was beautiful and varied. Orthodoxy Temple was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, so naturally, it occupied a paradise. The environment here was not inferior to Azure Sun Temple in the slightest, adding to the beautiful scenery. Looking from afar, clouds and mist rose from the mountains, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world a golden yellow. In front of the gates of the Orthodoxy Palace, there were many people moving about. It was very lively. It was obvious that the date of the martial gathering was approaching. Many people had rushed over. After all, the martial gathering was a grand occasion for the entire Southern Territory. Not to mention the bountiful rewards that made people envious. If one could perform well in the martial gathering, they would definitely be able to receive the care of their elders in the future. There were also many lowly cultivator who wanted to fight for a future in the martial gathering. This was not without precedent. Although those cultivator of low birth could not participate in the group competition, as long as they performed outstandingly in the individual competition, most of them would be able to join the major sections. For those large sects, what they were fighting for was the ranking in face. The generous rewards were secondary. However, for some small sects or families, those rewards were really enviable. Not to mention there was a chance to make a great leap. Who would be willing to miss it? Therefore, every martial gathering in the Southern Territory was extremely lively, and there were countless participants. Tomorrow was the opening day of the martial gathering, and Azure Sun Temple had come at the right time. As one of the top sects, they naturally had to put on airs. Although Wen Zishan was not very reliable, he still knew the importance of this kind of thing. Today, the sect defending array of Orthodoxy Palace was not activated, but there were many people outside welcoming guests. As soon as the group from Azure Sun Temple landed, an elderly man dressed in black immediately greeted them. Beside him was a young man with a refined temperament. Both of them were the Emperor Realm cultivators. The elderly man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the young man was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Temple Master Wen's visit brings light to Orthodoxy Palace's humble dwelling. Please forgive us for not coming out to meet you, the elderly man greeted with a smile and cupped his fists. Wen Zishan also put on the air of a temple master as if the chatterbox on the way here was not him at all. He smiled lightly and said, "Elder Feng is too polite. Is Elder Feng the one welcoming guests this time?" The elderly man was none other than Elder Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Palace. Yang Kai had seen him more than once, so he was not unfamiliar with him. He had also cooperated with Gao Shueting many times. Back in the Four Seasons realm when the demonic Qi invaded Maplewood City, and when the demonic spirit was revived in the southern swamp, he had appeared. However, the two were not of the same generation, so they did not have much interaction. Yang Kai, however, had dealt with the young man behind him. The young man obviously also noticed Yang Kai. His eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, you're here too." Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Brother Zhuang." This young man was the rising star of Orthodoxy Palace, Zhuang Bufan. He had appeared in the Four Seasons realm and Shattered Star Sea. He was from the same generation as Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiaoxiao, so naturally they were not unfamiliar with each other. Now that they were gathered together, it was natural for them to have a chat. With this, no one paid attention to Luo Qin, but he was naturally indifferent, so he did not feel awkward and just stood there without saying a word. While they were talking, they suddenly heard a swishing sound coming from afar. Everyone looked back and saw a huge sword rapidly approaching from the horizon. The terrifying sword qi it exuded seemed to be able to hurt people from a distance, so no one dared to underestimate it. Feng Ming smiled slightly and said, "Holy Master Ma is here." When Zhou Xian curled his lips in disdain, he really knows how to pick the right time. He seemed to feel that he had suffered a loss by coming early. Star Soul Palace had sent people to observe the martial gathering in the Southern Territory, so when Zhou Xian had personally led a team to give face. As a top force in the Southern Territory, Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally would not be ignorant, so Holy Master Ma Qing had personally led a team here. They were all old acquaintances, so when Zhou Xian knew that Ma Qing had come as soon as he saw the sword light. Sure enough, the sword light suddenly approached, and when the light dissipated, a group of dozens of people appeared. The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was thin, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. His figure was tall and straight, and his whole person gave off an unstoppable feeling. "This is Ma Qing." Yang Kai could not help but look at him curiously. It was also the first time he had seen the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, so he did not expect it to be an old man. Compared to him, Wen Zishan was much more pleasing to the eye. Feng Ming took the initiative to greet them and exchanged pleasantries. Ma Qing and the others cupped their fists in return. This time the people from Heavenly Martial Holy Land were similar to those from Azure Sun Temple, led by 4 or 5 elders from the Emperor realm. There were dozens of disciples of all levels in total, and they were obviously the best of the best. "Brother Wen," Ma Qing put one hand behind his back and stroked the beard on his chin with the other, nodding lightly to Wen Zishan. When Zishan was a little tired, "Brother Ma is very punctual." He seemed to be mocking him for coming on time. Ma Qing's expression was still indifferent. "My disciples are not very easy to worry about, so I took some time on the way." When Zishan smiled, "If they know they are not easy to worry about, they should have set off earlier. It is not good to keep Brother Lei waiting. Brother Wen seems to have just arrived, right?" Pfft. When Zishan curled his lips, "I have been here for half a day, but I have only been talking to Elder Feng until now." The two seemed to have some grudges, and they were not at each other's throats as soon as they met. Not only were the two temple masters and holy masters like this, but even their disciples were the same. Dozens of Azure Sun Temple's disciples were glaring at Heavenly Martial Holy Land's disciples, and naturally the other side was not willing to be outdone and glared back as if they were water and fire. Yang Kai was amazed. Although he was the guest elder of Azure Sun Temple, to be honest, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, and he didn't know what kind of enmity they had with Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The moment the disciples met, they were silently confronting each other. The two temple masters and holy masters above were not easy to worry about, but the disciples below were not soft persimmons, and the same was true for the elders in the middle. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Murong Xiaoxiao and the others' eyes meeting with the 4 from the Emperor realm of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in the air. What the hell? Yang Kai was confused. Among the 4 elders of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, a young man walked out. The young man was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were cold and sharp, like a fierce beast hibernating in his body, ready to burst out at any time. This young man's eyes were also very strange, one blue and the other red, looking very strange. Wuchang. Just like his name. Each of the top sects in the Southern Territory had a rising star in each generation. The rising star of Azure Sun Temple was Xia Xing, The rising star of Heavenly Martial Holy Land was Zhuang Bufan, and the rising star of Orthodoxy Temple was Wuchang. Yang Kai had dealt with him in the Four Seasons realm and knew that this guy was difficult to deal with. He seemed to have a special physique and his individual combat strength was extremely strong. In the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory, Xiaxia was defeated by him and was ranked second in the individual battle. Although he regained some face in the group battle when it came to the number 1 youth in the Southern Territory, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Wuchang, not Xiaxia. Of course, Lan Sun from Star Soul Palace was also very good, but Star Soul Palace would not send disciples to participate in the martial gathering, so there was no ranking. Yang Kai secretly wondered if the two sects were fighting like this because of the last martial gathering in the Southern Territory. In the individual battle, Xiaxia was suppressed by others, and the Azure Sun Temple was quite unconvinced. In the group battle, the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was suppressed by the Azure Sun Temple, and the Heavenly Martial Holy Land was definitely not comfortable. Wu Chang's 2 different colored eyes glanced at everyone, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Xiaxia didn't come?" He seemed to be a little disappointed. Yang Kai said, "Brother Xia was guarding the Spirit Lake Palace and couldn't leave." "Coward." Wu Chang coldly snorted. Xiao Baiyi's drooping eyes suddenly raised, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword as he glared at Wu Chang. Murong Xiao also looked at Wu Chang angrily. As soon as they met, Wu Chang scolded someone and the person he scolded was Xiaxia, the leader of Azure Sun Temple. Who in Azure Sun Temple could swallow this insult? Feng Ming glanced over intentionally or unintentionally, but he had no intention of stopping them. He was still talking and laughing with Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan also pretended not to hear. It was not appropriate for him, the temple master, to intervene in the confrontation between the people below. The same was true for Ma Qing. Although the 3 top sects in the Southern Territory often cooperated, the competition was also fierce. Everyone wanted to suppress the others, but with Star Soul Palace sitting at the top, no one dared to fall out, so it was not a big deal to let the people below make a scene. Chapter 3242. Why are you scolding me? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Wu Chang sneered. He doesn't even dare to see me, isn't that cowardly? Murong Xiao said angrily. Brother Xia is busy, it's not that he doesn't dare to see you. Wu Chang clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Everyone has excuses, he's just afraid of being embarrassed by this king again, right?" "That's not it." Murong Xiao still wanted to argue, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and said flatly, "I have also heard about what happened at the last martial gathering. A moment of pride is nothing, but before I came, Brother Xia said that junior brother Wu Chang is a very enthusiastic person, so I must accompany you." He hadn't even seen Xiaxia recently, so it was impossible for him to give such an explanation. However, he was now representing Azure Sun Temple, so how could he allow himself to be slapped in the face? Naturally, he had to refute and stabilize his momentum first. Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and nodded slightly. "You have some qualifications, I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Maybe it'll be a surprise." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "This son of a bitch, don't fall into my hands or I'll teach you a lesson." Shameless boasting. Wu Chang sneered. Chen Wenhao turned his head and shouted, "Wu Chang, shut up, this is Orthodoxy Temple, don't be presumptuous." Gao Shueting also said, "Stop talking." Wu Chang's face was filled with resentment, but he knew he couldn't refute his elder's face in front of outsiders, so he simply waved his hand and turned his head to the side. Yang Kai and the others naturally didn't bother to continue arguing, so the disturbance disappeared. After all, everyone knew that in this situation no one could fight. Arguing would only make them look like fools. When Zishan chuckled, "Young people are really full of youthful vigor, not bad, not bad." Feng Ming was non-committal as he cupped his fists and said, "Most of the Southern Mountain Range's fellow Daoists have arrived. The Hall Master is currently accompanying them. This way please." He then turned to Zhuang Bufan and said, "Little Fan, lead the 2 seniors to the guest hall." "Yes," Zhuang Bufan responded and stretched out his hand, "Everyone please." Feng Ming said, "Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma, please forgive me. I have duties to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to accompany you. Elder Feng is too polite, let's chat later." When Zishan smiled slightly and followed behind Zhuang Bufan towards the top of the mountain. Ma Qing also nodded at him. He led the group of people from the heavenly martial Holy Land and followed closely behind. This time there was no competition. As the group of people walked further and further away, Feng Ming suddenly looked back and fixed his eyes on Yang Kai. He frowned slightly. When there was no one around, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. No one knew who he was sending a message to. When the group was halfway there, they came to a fork in the road. On both sides, there were disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace waiting. When they saw people, they bowed and extended their hands in invitation. Zhuang Bufan turned his head and said, "Seniors, please make arrangements for the disciples participating in the martial meet." This group of people was going to rest at the top of the mountain, and only those from the Emperor realm were qualified to do so. The disciples behind them naturally couldn't follow. Everyone was well aware of this. When Zishan turned his head and gestured to Gao Shueting, Gao Shueting immediately arranged for a group of disciples from Azure Sun Temple to follow an attendant to the right path. Heavenly Martial Holy Land naturally chose the left path. The disciples of the two forces didn't get along very well. If they were really arranged to stay together, it was likely that a fight would break out before the martial meet began tomorrow. One must know that at this time, there were no elders from the Emperor realm to suppress them. The remaining group of people followed Wu Chong up the stairs again. The people from the two forces were divided into two groups. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the mountain. A magnificent palace with an extraordinary aura came into view. There were already attendants waiting outside the palace. Zhuang Bufan led a group of people into the palace. When they entered, a burst of noise came, causing Yang Kai, Murong Xiao and the others to look at each other. They didn't expect it to be so lively. Looking around, they were a little surprised. There were no less than 500 to 600 people gathered in the palace, most of whom were masters from the Emperor realm. Attendants shuttled back and forth, and the palace was filled with tables with fruits and delicacies as well as fine wine. The palace was full of guests and it was very lively. From time to time, there would be people shuttling back and forth, raising their cups and inviting people to drink. In the middle of the palace, a group of more than 40 young girls were dancing. Their clothes were not revealing and each of them was full of youthfulness. Their faces were also beautiful and their waists were graceful. As they danced, some people smiled and looked at them. Although these dancers had been arranged by the Orthodoxy Hall to liven things up, the Orthodoxy Hall status was still there, so they wouldn't spend too much effort in this aspect. If they were dressed too skimpily, others would inevitably look down on them, so the current arrangement made the Orthodoxy Hall look even more imposing. However, most people's attention was not on them. This was the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory, and the sect masters and patriarchs of various sects were gathered here. This was the time to build relationships, so who would have the time to pay attention to them? It was not easy for people from the Emperor realm to gather together, and the martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a good platform for this gathering. As soon as when Zishan and Ma Qing led a group of people in, someone put down the wine cup in his hand and stood up to salute. "Temple Master Wen, Holy Master Ma." As soon as the voice came out, the noisy hall quieted down. Everyone turned their heads and greeted him. When Zishan had a smile on his face as he bowed to everyone. Under Zhuang Bufan's lead, he walked all the way to the front. Ma Qing, on the other hand, was looking straight ahead with a cold expression. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was like this. It was not that he did not give face to others. At the head of the table, a burly man in black clothes looked over with a smile. He turned his head and said to a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance sitting on his right, "I told you, those two would definitely arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look, aren't they here now?" The scholarly man smiled and said, "Brother Lei is truly a genius." Besides Orthodoxy Temple's Temple Master Lei Gu, no one else had the qualifications to sit at the head of the table here. This scholarly man was obviously a sect master from one of the Southern Territory's sects. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and his seat was very close to the front. "Brother Lei." When Zishan and Ma Qing stepped forward and cupped their fists, Lei Gu stood up and said, "The two of you must be tired from the long journey. Please take a seat first." Although there were many tables in the hall and many people were seated, the 4 tables at the front were empty and no one dared to occupy them. These 4 tables were obviously reserved for people from Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. When Zishan and Ma Qing separated to the left and right, each leading their respective elders to sit on the left and right. When Zhou Xian and Ma Qing naturally each occupied a table, while the few elders they brought along squeezed together in one corner. Azure Sun Temple's side had one more person than Heavenly Martial Holy Land's side, so one table was full. Immediately, a maid came forward to pour wine for everyone. Lei Gu slowly stood up, raised his cup high and said in a clear voice, "This is the Southern Territories martial gathering, a grand event. I am indebted to the Southern Territories fellow Daoists for holding this martial gathering in my Orthodoxy temple. This lay in my Orthodoxy temple will do our best to create a fair competition for everyone in the Southern Territory. We will not show any favoritism. Here I wish all of your sect's disciples victory and prosperity in the martial Tao, passing down the torch of our Southern Territory. This little wine is not enough to show my respect. Please drink to your heart's content." "Thank you, Temple Master Lei." In the hall, everyone responded in unison, raised their cups and drank together. The scene was lively. A toast was Lei Gu's etiquette as the host, followed by everyone's free time. Tomorrow was the day of the martial gathering, and at that time, it would not be so harmonious. Casualties and losses among the disciples were inevitable. Many people from Azure Sun Temple's table came to toast, but most of them came because of Gao Shueting's face. Luochen did not have many connections, so he did not have this privilege. Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao purely came to broaden their horizons and did not know many people from the Emperor realm, so naturally no one paid attention to them. Yang Kai took the time to ask Murong Xiao about it and understood why the relationship with Heavenly Martial Holy Land was a bit stiff. Things were as he expected. It was indeed because of the previous martial gathering. In the individual and group battles, both sides fought for first and second place, so naturally there was some competition. Half an hour later, Lei Gu, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing left early. The three of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's martial gathering. Although Orthodoxy Temple was in charge of the roster and the layout of the venue, Wen Zishan and Ma Qing still had to check it out. After the three of them left, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became livelier. It was obvious that the three of them gave off some pressure. Yang Kai drank and ate while looking around, looking a little bored. To be honest, he was a little interested in the martial gathering at first, but after coming here he found that it was just so. If this matter had not been brought to him, he would have wanted to go home now. Although there wouldn't be any major problems with the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, the dust hadn't settled yet, so he couldn't be at ease if he didn't personally oversee it. The main reason was that his cultivation was high now. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so the competition between Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm, and Origin Returning Realm Masters couldn't arouse his interest. He had already killed a lot of people from the Emperor Realm, so how could he be in the mood to watch these small fights? However, since Azure Sun Temple had given him the nod, he could only accompany them. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Gao Shueting. "Senior Sister Gao, what did that guy Wu Chong mean when he said that Brother Xia was afraid of losing to him again? Is this martial gathering going to have a competition between people from the Emperor Realm?" Gao Shueting said, "There won't be a martial gathering, but there will be after the martial gathering. Participation is voluntary and there are no rewards. It's purely an exchange." Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind. If Wu Chong provoked him again, he would definitely teach him a lesson. No matter what kind of special constitution he had, he couldn't be stronger than a third-order Emperor Realm Master, right? Yang Kai thought that with his current strength, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to face a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If he used all his cards, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have to stand aside. He just didn't know if Wu Chong would give him this opportunity. Raising his cup to his lips, Yang Kai glanced sideways and saw Wu Chong looking in his direction. His blue and red eyes were extremely strange. Yang Kai sneered and showed a look of disdain, which almost made Wu Chang's nose crooked. Chapter 3243. Late at night the banquet was over. The people from Azure Sun Temple were led by a maid to their lodging. It didn't take long for them to reach a mountain peak that was full of world energy. The scenery was beautiful and the soft moonlight poured down on the earth, illuminating the surroundings. There was a brightly lit palace on the peak. It was where the people from Azure Sun Temple were staying. The disciples had also come here to rest. The maid led everyone here and left respectfully. Someone else led them to the guest room. Not long after, everything was arranged. After a little tidying up, Yang Kai's heart moved. He took out a communication artifact and checked it. He frowned, opened the door and walked out. He turned a corner, came to another room and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," Gao Shuiting's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. He saw Wen Zishan, Luochen, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao in the room. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Wen Zishan shook a jade slip in his hand. "I have something to do." Saying so, he flicked the jade slip over. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He closed the door and scanned it with his divine sense. He was surprised. "What is this?" Inside the jade slip was a list of names, each name corresponding to a number, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He saw his own name on the list and it appeared more than once. Gao Shuiting explained, "We led the team here not only to urge the disciples to work hard, but also to act as judges." Judges? Yang Kai was stunned. "Yes." Gao Shuiting explained, "The martial gathering is divided into 3 levels, Dao Source Realm, Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm. Let's not talk about the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm for now. The fights between Dao Source Realm disciples can't be underestimated. They need the Emperor Realm to be the judge. First, to ensure the fairness of the competition and second to ensure that no one dies during the competition." After hearing what she said, Yang Kai understood a little. Although the martial gathering was in the nature of a competition, if they really fought, the situation would change in an instant. It was very likely that there would be some unnecessary casualties, and if they wanted to avoid this, they would naturally need a stronger cultivator to stand guard. A competition between Dao Source Realm cultivators could only be stopped or rescued by the Emperor Realm. Otherwise, if 100 or 80 people died in a martial assembly, no one would look good. After knowing this, Yang Kai carefully looked at the jade slip and said, "In other words, I need to be in charge of combat ring number 8 for a total of 5 days? Gao Shuiting nodded and said, "Yes, the martial gathering will last for a month. In the individual battles, Junior Brother Yang, you'll be in charge of arena number 8. Remember the time and the others will take turns to guard the arena." Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he remembered. This time there were so many people from the Emperor Realm in the Southern Territory, so even if the martial gathering lasted for a month, he only needed to watch for 5 days. Naturally, the rest would be taken turns. He couldn't be the only one watching for 30 days. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "Wouldn't this give some people a chance to cheat? If one of their own sect's disciples went up, it would be inevitable that they would take care of him." When Zishan chuckled, "They're all people who care about face. Even if there's an opportunity, no one will do it too obviously. They will try to ensure fairness. Besides, other than you referees in charge of each arena, there will be others who will be watching the various arenas. It won't be easy to cheat." Gao Shuiting said, "In any case, just remember one thing. Don't let anyone die. As for other situations, you'll have to take care of yourself." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll do my best." He didn't take it too seriously. Although it was the first time in his life that he was a referee, with his current strength, protecting 2 Dao Source Realm cultivators in a battle without risking his life was not a problem. In addition to Yang Kai, Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao and the others also had this task. Everyone would be referees for about 5 days. When Zishan gave a few more instructions before the crowd dispersed, Gao Shuiting took out her communication artifact and called the participating disciples over, giving them another round of instructions. At the same time, on another spirit peak in a secret room, a burly man was sitting on the ground. Black chi was wrapped around his body, filling the entire secret room. It kept turning and swimming around like a spirit snake, looking extremely terrifying. There was a knock on the door and the burly man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black without the slightest trace of whiteness. A timid person would probably be scared half to death if they saw this. Just as he opened his eyes, the black chi wandering in the secret room seemed to be summoned and retracted into his body. His black eyes gradually returned to their original color, and the black chi disappeared, making him look no different from an ordinary person. "Come in." A majestic voice sounded. The door was opened and an elderly man stepped in. The burly man looked up at him. "Why is that guy here?" The elderly man frowned and said, "I'm also surprised. I haven't heard any news about him for more than 10 years. It is said that he has long left the Southern Territory. I don't know why he would appear at this time." The burly man said, "What the hell is Wen Zishan doing? It can't be that he specifically called him here because of the martial meeting, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence? The burly man coldly snorted. Whether it's a coincidence or not, this person can't be left alive. He's a hindrance to our grand plan. The elderly man raised his brow. Master, you mean, prevention is better than cure. Find a way to get rid of him. The elderly man was silent for a moment, then frowned and said, this person is not easy to get rid of. If it's easy to get rid of him, then why did I call you here? The martial meeting is scheduled for a month. Think of a safe way to get rid of him within a month. Be sure to leave no traces behind. Yes. The elderly man cupped his hands. Seeing that there were no more orders, he retreated. He came to the door of the secret room and sighed. If it was just an ordinary person from the Emperor realm, then it would be fine. They could find more people to get rid of him, but this person was somewhat unusual. He controlled the law of space. Even if he couldn't beat him, his ability to escape was first class. Once he escaped, the news would be leaked and they would fail. This was difficult. After thinking for a long time, the elderly man finally made up his mind. It seemed that he could only find someone from that side to make a move. Only someone from that side could get close to him without him noticing and give him a fatal blow. After making up his mind, he hurriedly left. The sky was clear and blue for thousands of miles. In the huge basin surrounded by mountains on all sides, flags were fluttering and heads were moving. This was the place where the martial meeting was held in the Southern Territory. In the entire Southern Territory, there were at least tens of thousands of cultivators gathered at the Orthodoxy Palace. Other than this basin, there was no other place that could accommodate so many people to compete together. In the basin there were hundreds of arenas scattered like chess pieces. They were all meticulously built and protected by arrays. It was enough to allow hundreds of cultivator pairs to fight on the arenas together. Halfway up the mountain to the east, there was a row of newly built huts with tables set up. Sitting here, one could have a panoramic view of the mountain valley. The Emperor realm masters of the Southern Territory's great sects came here in twos and threes, and after some polite greetings, they sat down one after another. The people from the three great sects naturally sat at the top. On the first day of the martial meeting, whether they were willing or not, the leaders of the three great powers all showed up. Because there were even more important people on the stage, they couldn't afford to be careless. In the valley, tens of thousands of cultivator pairs who were about to participate in the martial meeting held their breaths. The tense atmosphere spread. Many people looked up at the mountainside with reverence, secretly fantasizing about when they would be able to sit there. And this martial meeting was definitely the best platform for carps to leap over the Dragon Gate. As long as they could perform outstandingly in the martial meeting, those with good backgrounds would receive more resources to nurture, and those with poor backgrounds might be able to reach the heavens in a single step. In the stands, the people from the Emperor realm couldn't understand this feeling, so they continued to chat and laugh. Suddenly, a streak of light came from afar and landed on the stands. "They're here." Lei Gu smiled slightly and stood up first. Everyone else also quickly stood up. Originally, there were people who were secretly surprised at who dared to fly so arrogantly in the Orthodoxy Palace, but after seeing Lei Gu's expression they could guess a thing or two. How could they dare to be careless? The light landed in front of the crowd, revealing several figures. The one in the lead had a dignified appearance and a vigorous aura. Surprisingly, he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. The people behind him, regardless of their cultivation, were all dignified and had extraordinary temperaments. The people from Star Soul Palace had arrived, and it was Xiao Yuyang. "Greetings, Brother Xiao." Lei Gu and the others cupped their fists. Xiao Yuyang smiled slightly and returned the greeting. "No need to be so polite, this Xiao has arrived late." Every martial meeting in the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace would appear. After all, it was a matter of the entire Southern Territory. As the guardian god of the Southern Territory and the Overlord sect, Star Soul Palace naturally had to participate, but they didn't send their disciples to participate. Instead, they were here to supervise. Not late, the timing is just right." Lei Gu chuckled. Although their cultivations were about the same, Xiao Yuyang was here on behalf of Star Soul Palace, so how could he not give face? After inviting Xiao Yuyang to take a seat and casually exchanging a few words, Xiao Yuyang said, "It's about time, let's begin." Lei Gu nodded and winked at Feng Ming. Feng Ming stepped forward, took out a scroll, spread it out with both hands and read aloud, Today, tens of thousands of young talents from the Southern Territory have gathered here for the martial meeting. Orthodoxy Temple is honored. With Star Soul Palace taking the lead, we have drawn up a few rules. We hope all participants will abide by them. If anyone violates them, they will be severely punished. His voice wasn't loud, but with the support of his Emperor Qi, it spread throughout the mountain valley, allowing tens of thousands of people to listen attentively. There weren't many rules, and if there were too many restrictions it wouldn't be interesting, but there were still some restrictions. For example, if someone had already admitted defeat, they couldn't be ruthless. Another example was that no spirit pills could be taken during the competition, especially those that could stimulate one's potential and increase one's cultivation. Once discovered, not only would the person involved be punished, the sect behind them would also suffer. Every martial meeting had these rules. Before coming, the elders of their respective sects would repeatedly remind them of these rules, so the tens of thousands of people naturally knew them by heart, but they still had to follow the necessary procedures. For a time, only Feng Ming's voice echoed throughout the mountain valley. After the rules were read out, it was time to read out the rewards. This was the highlight of the competition. Everyone had come here to compete for these benefits, so the tens of thousands of people in the mountain valley immediately raised their heads in anticipation. Chapter 3244. The rewards for every martial gathering were extremely generous, and if the rewards weren't good enough, it wouldn't attract people to risk their lives. Under normal circumstances, the rewards were pooled together by the three great sects. Star Soul Palace would also contribute half of the rewards, which included pills, secret techniques, and so on. What made the tens of thousands of participating cultivators even more excited was that not only would the first place in the individual and group battles receive generous rewards, they would also be able to enter the secret lands of the three great sects to cultivate for a month. Each of the three great sects of the Southern Territory had their own unique foundation. Azure Sun Temple's Divine Ascension Mirror World, Heavenly Martial Holy Lands Martial Intent Palace, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds all had their own benefits. The Divine Ascension Mirror World was a place to cultivate one's soul, Martial Intent Palace was a secret land to comprehend various concepts, and Orthodoxy Temple's Outer Astral Winds were an excellent place to temper one's physical body. The secret lands of the three great sects contained a cultivator's essence, qi, and soul. If one could pass through one of these three places, their future would be limitless. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a reward? Resources were all external forces, and one's own strength was the foundation. Not only would the first place receive these rewards, but they would also be able to choose any sect to join and be directly nurtured as a core disciple. When this reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley all breathed rapidly, unable to contain their excitement. But then again, in the past martial gatherings, the first place winners were always from the three great sects, and they were all core disciples. Thus, although this reward was very attractive to 90% of the participants, it was just icing on the cake for the disciples of the three great sects. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The reason why this reward was given out was to show the other cultivator apart from the three great sects, to attract them to use their full strength and strive for the best ranking. Over the years of the martial gatherings, there had been people who had done this, and it wasn't just once. Originally unknown cultivators had stood out in the martial gatherings, been accepted by the three great sects, and finally achieved extraordinary results. The second place winner's reward was slightly less attractive. They could only choose a sect to join as a core disciple, so the reward for the three secret lands were reduced to 2. The third place winner could choose a sect to join and the reward for the secret lands. Below that, there were only resource rewards. There were no opportunities to join a sect or cultivate in the secret lands. When such a reward was announced, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain valley naturally rubbed their palms together. They secretly made up their minds that they had to perform well this time. Perhaps they would really be able to leap over the dragon gate. Phone. Phone. The sound of gongs and drums resounded throughout the entire valley, deafening everyone's ears. Halfway up the mountain, silhouettes appeared one after another, each with a different color flowing light on their bodies. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. One after another they landed on the chest-like high platform in the valley. Kai Yang was also among them. As the referee, he naturally had to take the stage first. This was the first time in Yang Kai's life that he was acting as a judge, but with his knowledge and experience he was able to remain calm. Standing on the 8th arena, Yang Kai held a jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Inside the jade slip was a series of numbers, each number representing a cultivator. The order of appearance and their respective opponents had already been arranged, so all Yang Kai needed to do was call out the numbers of both sides and wait to see what would happen. Raising his eyes and looking around, he said in a clear voice, "The first match, number 308 against number 1561. As soon as his voice fell, a petite figure flew out from under the stage and landed firmly on it. Bowing to Yang Kai, she said in a crisp voice, "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai sniffed. He wondered if he was older than the other party, but with his strength, there weren't many people in the star boundary who could stand on equal footing with him or call themselves his senior. The newcomer nodded and smiled before taking a closer look. The one on the stage was a petite woman with 2 delicate ponytails tied behind her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. She wore a decent dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. She didn't look too old and still had some youthful aura. Her cultivation was also quite good, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai wondered which sect she came from. While he was still sizing her up, another person jumped onto the stage. It was a handsome man dressed in black robes that fluttered in the wind. His aura was imposing and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. He was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Kai Yang glanced at him, secretly thinking that this number 301 was in trouble. Not everyone was like him, able to fight above their own realm, beheading opponents who were stronger than them as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. The difference in cultivation between 2 realms was often a huge disparity in strength. If that wasn't the case, what was the point of cultivating so hard? Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be generalized. In a life-or-death battle, one's own mentality, grasp of the situation, and the ability to adapt to changes were all key to victory or defeat. There were many examples of the weak defeating the strong. Seeing her opponent come on stage, number 301 cupped her fists and politely said, "Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice." No matter how they fought later, she still had to show proper etiquette. The referee was watching from the side. The man in black robes didn't think so. He just raised his hand and pointed at the Rakshasa Sect's Jade Chalice, saying expressionlessly, "Get down, you're not my opponent." His tone wasn't arrogant, as if he was stating a fact. He was indeed qualified to say so. After all, his cultivation was one minor realm higher than his opponent's. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed across Jade Chalice's face. Biting her lower red lips, she said, "We haven't fought yet, how do you know I'm not your opponent?" The man in black robes said, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Jade Chalice was furious, but she suddenly took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. Turning her head to look at the calm Yang Kai, she asked, "Senior, can we begin?" Since she had come here, how could she be scared off by a few words? However, the other party's condescending attitude really made her angry. If it weren't for her good upbringing, she would have taken the initiative to attack instead of asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his stomach, looking calm and composed. He nodded and said, "Yes." In fact, the two of them could have started as soon as they entered the ring, but Jade Chalice's scholarly appearance won her some favor. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black robes suddenly rushed towards Jade Chalice like a whirlwind, a large saber as tall as a grown man appearing in his hand out of thin air. The saber flashed with electric light as he rushed in front of Jade Chalice and chopped down without the slightest intention of showing mercy. Looking at his posture, it was as if he would only stop after cutting Jade Chalice in half. Jade Chakram was shocked. She didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly. There was no warning at all. In a hurry, she flicked her wrist and lashed out with a soft whip, turning it into a series of afterimages to protect her vital points. A series of clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. The two people in the ring, one in front and one behind, rapidly dashed forward face to face. The man in black robes closed in step by step, the large saber in his hand giving off an extraordinary aura. His attacks were bold and fierce, as if he didn't care about defending at all, suppressing Jade Chalice until she was a little breathless. His cultivation was one level higher than Jade Chalice's, and since he had taken the initiative, he naturally had the upper hand. However, Jade Chalice was obviously not bad. That soft whip in her hand was like an extension of her arm, and even though she had lost the initiative, she was able to block hundreds of fierce attacks from her opponent in an instant. Although she was a little out of breath from the pressure, she was not so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. This scene made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows slightly and watch seriously. He couldn't help but take it seriously. He was the referee of the 8th ring and had to do his best to ensure that no one died. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he had to stop it. This was the first day of the martial meet, and he didn't want anything to go wrong in the first match. To be honest, from a personal point of view, he was biased towards Jade Chalice. This had nothing to do with gender, but mainly because Jade Chalice was very polite to him. On the other hand, the black-robed man's arrogant look made him feel uncomfortable. I am the referee of the 8th ring and you don't even call me senior. What do you mean by not even looking at me when you come up? But the referee couldn't side with anyone and could only wait and see. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart, thinking that Jade Chalice was doomed. Her cultivation was not as good as the others and she had lost the initiative. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided very soon. On the ring, the two people flew quickly, one in front and one behind. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to the edge of the ring. Jade Chalice was forced to retreat, so she couldn't pay attention to the situation under her feet. When she realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Once she fell out of the ring's range, she would lose. This sudden change made Jade Chalice panic and she cried out in alarm. Her body suddenly leaned back and her center of gravity was unstable. The black-robed man who was chasing after her had already expected this. After all, the angle of vision was different and he could see clearly what Jade Chalice couldn't see. Seeing this, he sneered, "Get lost." As he spoke, he slashed at Jade Chalice. Yang Kai almost couldn't help but make a move. But in this instant, Jade Chalice's body bent to an unbelievable angle, one foot hooked on the edge of the ring, and her bent body just happened to dodge the black-robed man's slash. Then, with a shake of the soft whip, she wrapped it around the broadsword, and with a twist, she floated behind the black-robed man. The two people's positions were switched in an instant. Many of the cultivator watching below the ring were stunned, and a group of cheers rose and fell. Obviously, it was Jade Chalice's fellow disciples who were cheering. Yang Kai was also a little stunned. He didn't expect Jade Chalice to find a way out of a hopeless situation. He saw clearly that this wasn't Jade Chalice's plan, and her reaction after missing the step and the panicked expression on her face weren't fake. She was able to escape the danger of falling out of the ring all because of her own adaptability. Chapter 32:45. Yu Chao, who had escaped from the crisis, did not stop and flicked the whip in her hand, causing it to shoot out like a snake from its lair towards the back of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's saber missed its target, but his figure had already noticed that something was wrong, so he quickly turned around and slashed out with his saber. Guang. With a loud bang, the black-robed man's figure swayed for a moment before he recovered. On the other hand, Yu Chao was sent flying by a huge recoil, coughing up a mouthful of blood midair before she staggered to the ground. Yang Kai secretly lamented. If Jade Chakram also had the same cultivation as her opponent, that blow just now would have been enough to clinch victory. However, because of the difference in cultivation and Jade Chakram's hasty attack, she was unable to grasp the opportunity and was instead injured by her opponent. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two of them had already walked around the checkpoint where they had failed. It was truly a dazzling sight to behold. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his spirits. He hadn't expected to encounter two such people on the first day of the competition. He could see that whether it was Yu Chakram or the black-robed man, both of them were extremely strong in the Dao Source realm. Even if they were placed in the top 3 forces, they would be highly valued figures. Yang Kai really didn't know how they cultivated to have such a heritage. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated all the sects in the world. A sect that could survive for less than 10 million years must have its own reasons for existing. It was not only the top sects that could produce outstanding talents. In a trance, Yang Kai remembered Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The 4 Seasons realm trial had brought fame to 2 people. One was himself, who had refined a heaven-defying extraordinary treasure pill with his Dao Source realm cultivation, and the other was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. The octagonal door was a small sect in the Southern Territory, inferior to Blue Feather sect in the past, but Luo Yuan, who came from the octagonal door, was not even afraid of Wu Chong and was able to fight him head-on without suffering much of a disadvantage, which was a testament to his strength. Thinking of Luo Yuan, Yang Kai had seen a guy who looked somewhat similar to Luo Yuan yesterday, but because he had been too far away, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to him, so he wasn't sure if it was him. Maybe it really was that guy. The octagonal door was from the Southern Territory after all, so there was no reason for them not to participate in the martial gathering. Just as he was lost in thought, Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man began to exchange blows again. On the stage, the two men's silhouettes intertwined non-stop, a blade and a whip clashing against each other, producing clanking sounds. One of them had a ferocious aura and the other was agile. They were actually fighting back and forth and it was not a one-sided situation. The situation here also attracted the attention of many cultivator. In a short while the surroundings of the 8th arena were actually filled with people. All of them looked at the stage with a serious expression, secretly wondering how they would win if they encountered these two opponents. Yang Kai was also excited to see this. If it wasn't for the fact that the High Heaven Palace didn't need to open their doors to accept disciples, he would probably have asked Hua Qingxi to hold such an exciting competition. Although this kind of competition was a little complicated, it was indeed the best way to select outstanding talents. However, he couldn't guarantee their character. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the black-clothed man's expression became more and more ruthless. After all, in his opinion, his opponent's cultivation was slightly lower, so he should be able to easily deal with her. However, the fact was that the woman who was jumping up and down was actually the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. This made him feel a little embarrassed and his attacks became more and more fierce. Although Jade Chakram relied on her own quick reactions and agile movements to constantly contend with him, after all, the difference in cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. It was already very difficult for her to fight until now, and it was almost impossible for her to win. Her two ponytails were a little messy, and many places were broken in half, which was caused by the opponent's astral island. She looked quite miserable, gasping for breath, her chest rising up and down, and her face was covered with fine beads of sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and refused to admit defeat. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that her hand holding the whip was trembling constantly as she continued to exchange blows with her opponent's broadsword. The violent force transmitted from the whip was not something she could withstand for a long time. The black-clothed man obviously knew that using his advantage to attack was a disadvantage, so he didn't give Jade Chakram any time to breathe, forcing her to fight him head-on. Finally, when the saber came into contact with the soft whip, a soft cracking sound rang out. The soft whip was actually cut in half by the saber and the tip of the whip shot out. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he saw this. He had had enough of his opponent's whip. Now that he had broken her artifact, how could she still have the strength to fight back? Looking up, a cold light flashed across Jade Chakram's face as she hurriedly tried to retreat. But how could she retreat? Die! The black-clothed man shouted as he swung his broadsword downwards, a look of victory on his face. Winning is not easy. Before this thought had even crossed his mind, he suddenly saw the panic on Jade Chakram's face disappear and a sly light flash across her eyes. Forming a seal with one hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind her. Not good. The black-clothed man's expression changed. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Jade Chakram had used, it was obvious that he had been careless and it was too late for him to withdraw his hand. A fierce light flashed across his eyes as he swung his broadsword at an even faster speed. Jade Chakram hurriedly used the remaining half of the whip in her hand to block, but her opponent's all-out attack was too fierce for her to block. The broadsword slashed down from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen, nearly cutting her in half. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a rag sack. While in mid-air, she changed the hand seal in her hand again. The black-clothed man only felt his body tighten as he finally realized what Jade Chakram was doing. The half of the whip that he had sent flying had taken advantage of the moment he was unprepared to wrap around him, catching him off guard. An inexplicable force emerged from the whip, suppressing his cultivation, causing the source chi in his body to become somewhat sluggish. When he raised his head again, a look of despair appeared on his face. Because Jade Chakram had been sent flying backwards, the half of the whip in her hand had been sent flying straight towards his forehead. If this hit, he would undoubtedly die in his current state. I admit defeat. He hurriedly shouted. The long whip suddenly stopped, stopping an inch away from his forehead. Just a little bit more and it would have pierced through his head. The energy coming out from the tip of the whip was like an awl piercing his forehead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The half of the whip had been thrown out by Jade Chakram. The fact that it stopped in front of him was naturally not because of Jade Chakram's control, but because of Yang Kai's actions. The moment he shouted the word, "Admit defeat," Yang Kai had reached out and grabbed the whip, protecting his life. At the same time he raised his other hand and Jade Chakram's flying body stopped in mid-air. The black-clothed man looked over in shock, his face suddenly becoming ugly. Because Jade Chakram's body was floating at the edge of the ring, just a little bit away from leaving the ring. Everything had been for naught. If he had shouted just a little bit slower, Jade Chakram would have lost. But at this critical moment of life and death, how could he dare hesitate? It was useless to be upset now. When Yang Kai released his hand, the whip that had stopped in front of the black-clothed man's forehead fell to the ground. His other hand was slightly pulled back and Jade Chakram, who was supported by an invisible force, slowly floated in front of him. Looking down at the woman at his feet, Yang Kai frowned. This first battle could be said to be incomparably tragic. Although the black-clothed man didn't suffer too much injuries, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. After suffering such a great loss, he probably wouldn't dare to underestimate people whose cultivation was weaker than his. Jade Chakram was even more miserable. She was already at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation, and now her two arms were shaking uncontrollably. There was a bloody wound from her shoulder to her waist and blood was gushing out. It was a terrible sight to behold. This could be considered a serious injury. Although it was not life-threatening, if she was not treated properly, she would not be able to face the next battle. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai squatted down and pressed one hand on Jade Chakram's shoulder, urging his Emperor Qi to stabilize her injury. His other hand flicked out a healing pill and stuffed it into Jade Chakram's mouth. Jade Chakram's eyes were a little dazed. Obviously she had just been hit hard and was still a little dazed. When she saw that it was Yang Kai who was treating her, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and asked in a trembling voice, Did I win?" Yang Kai looked at her with an expressionless face and declared in a clear voice, "Contestant 301 wins." Hearing this, Jade Chakram's eyes bloomed with surprise and she smiled happily. When the black-clothed man shouted that he had admitted defeat, she had not fallen out of the ring, so naturally she had won. But soon, Jade Chakram could not smile anymore because of the severe pain from the wound on her waist. She forced herself to look up and suddenly blushed. Where the black-clothed man had cut her, her clothes were tattered and her delicate undergarment was exposed. Others might not have seen it because of the angle, but the referee was squatting in front of her, so how could he not see it? For a moment, Jade Chakram had the urge to faint. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this, only thinking that this woman was trying too hard. After noticing that her complexion wasn't right, he followed her gaze and his brow twitched. Taking out a piece of clothing from his space ring, he covered her wound before looking down and shouting, "Who is her fellow disciple?" Immediately, two beautiful women rushed up and cupped their fists. "Senior. Take her away and treat her." Yang Kai waved his hand. The two women thanked him and put away Jade Chakram's artifact before helping each other away. Below the ring, everyone was silent. When Jade Chakram walked down, everyone involuntarily parted to make a path for her, their faces filled with respect. On the ring, the defeated black-clothed man stood for a while before shaking his head sadly, cupping his fists to Yang Kai before also flying down. Although he had lost his first battle, it was not a complete loss for him. He would have another chance later, so he was not too worried. Yang Kai stood on the ring and acted like a referee, his expression meticulous as he gripped the jade slip and shouted, "Number 605 against number 8036. Chapter 3246. Perhaps it was because the battle between Jade Chakram and the black-clothed man had a good start, but the following cultivators were all trying their best to show off. They used all kinds of magical techniques and fought fiercely. Some of the fights were really not bad, making Kai Yang nod his head repeatedly. But there were also some fights that were dull and boring with nothing to write home about. If it wasn't for his duty as a referee, Kai Yang would have already dozed off. A day passed, and when evening came, the sounds of fighting in the various arenas in the valley stopped. Tens of thousands of cultivators rested and waited for the next battle. Yang Kai also returned to the spirit peak that belonged to the Azure Sun Temple. He was exhausted from the day. In fact, he only stood in the arena and watched. He didn't fight many times, but it was very tiring to maintain his focus. After resting for 2 hours, Gao Shueting sent a message to him, asking him to come over. Yang Kai had no choice but to open the door and go out. Outside the hall, several elders of the Azure Sun Temple from the Emperor realm were waiting. After seeing Yang Kai appear, when Zhou Xian grinned, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai couldn't help but be suspicious. "You'll know when we get there." When Zhou Xian had a mysterious look on his face as he led everyone in a certain direction. Halfway through, he asked Gao Shueting and found out that they were going to participate in a conference. The martial gathering in the Southern Territory was a grand occasion. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the Southern Territory gathered in one place, and hundreds of cultivators from the Emperor realm gathered in one place. It was an extremely rare scene. During the day, a group of cultivators from the Emperor realm were responsible for acting as judges and maintaining the order of the martial gathering. At night, it was time for the cultivators from the Emperor realm to gather and interact with each other. This was also the custom of every martial gathering. With so many cultivators from the Emperor realm, everyone had some good stuff on hand. It wasn't worth it to sell these things, but they could be exchanged with others for treasures they needed. Of course, as the host, the Orthodoxy Temple would also collect many treasures and take them out to attract others during the martial gathering. This wasn't the only exchange meeting. There would be an exchange meeting on the first night and another every 5 days. There would be a total of 6 meetings. It was guaranteed that everyone from the Emperor realm would gain something. Hearing that it was an exchange meeting, Yang Kai was also interested. When they arrived, they saw hundreds of people from the Emperor realm gathered in a large hall. Although there were many people, it wasn't noisy. Only the surging spiritual energy indicated that these people were secretly communicating with each other. After the people from the Orthodoxy Hall arrived, a simple opening speech was given and the exchange officially began. As the host, the Orthodoxy Palace was the first to throw out a few extraordinary treasures, stirring up everyone's enthusiasm. Soon after, there were people who took out things they didn't want to trade for things in the hands of others. During this period, the exchange meeting was just a platform. As for how to make sure both sides didn't suffer a loss, that would need to be discussed in private. Azure Sun Temple didn't make any moves for the time being. Yang Kai didn't know what the others were thinking, but he didn't see anything that interested him. Now that his knowledge and experience were far greater than before, ordinary treasures couldn't tempt him, so he was mainly here to watch the fun. On the other hand, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao seemed to be very interested in many things. Unfortunately, the two of them had just broken through to the Emperor realm not long ago, so they didn't have enough wealth to exchange with others, so they could only sigh. In the middle of the night, the exchange meeting ended and everyone returned to their own places. The next day, the martial gathering began again, and the mountain valley that had been silent all night was lively again. Yang Kai didn't join in the fun again and just sat in his guest room to rest. Today he didn't need to be a referee, so with nothing to do he simply entered the small sealed world to investigate. Recently he had been busy, so he didn't pay much attention to the situation of the small sealed world. Now that he finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to take a look. As soon as he entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai felt that there was an invisible will in this world that was paying attention to him, as if a sleeping dragon had raised its eyes to look at him for a moment before closing them again. Yang Kai knew that it was the will of the rolling stone, so he didn't take it to heart. In the Star Territory, using the small sealed world as a carrier, he used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to devour cultivation stars, inadvertently giving birth to a trace of will in the entire small sealed world, and even transforming it into a rolling stone, which could be said to be a great gain. However, the rolling stone didn't have much self-awareness. Its existence was very strange, and Yang Kai still didn't know how it was born. Even if he was given another chance, he couldn't guarantee that he could make a second rolling stone. Today's small sealed world was vast and full of vitality. The rolling stone had devoured several cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Not only did it integrate the territory of those cultivation stars, but the creatures that lived on those cultivation stars were now all living in the small sealed world. The existence of these creatures brought about birth, old age, illness, and death, becoming, living, becoming, breaking, and emptiness, allowing this world to have an initial cycle of reincarnation. Inexplicably, Yang Kai felt that today's small sealed world was a little different from before. It seemed that this was the real world. With just a thought, an invisible and magnificent force was added to his body, making Yang Kai feel like he was the real world. World force. Only by comprehending the world force could one be qualified to become great emperors. Yang Kai, who clearly felt this power, was pleasantly surprised. Although he could control the small sealed world before, he didn't feel the world force from this world so easily. It seemed that after the rolling stone devoured several cultivation stars and countless creatures, it had really changed this world. Although he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master now, he would never stop at the level of the Emperor Realm. Even if his future was full of thorns, he was destined to move forward bravely. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and focused on perceiving this world. It was a wonderful feeling. His whole body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. It was as if his whole body had integrated into this world, but also as if he was lying in his mother's womb, undisturbed by any external disturbances, allowing his body and mind to drift endlessly. There was no need for him to deliberately feel anything. The world had turned into a hotbed, making him willing to sleep here and never wake up, forever maintaining this wonderful state. Invisible and formless power gathered from all directions, like a silkworm spitting out silk, surrounding him in layers. The world was quiet. Yang Kai closed his eyes and maintained this wonderful state. Suddenly, a chill came from his mind and all the warmth and comfort disappeared. An indescribable sense of crisis descended from the sky, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes. He felt dizzy and only sensed that the divine sense he radiated showed signs of merging with this world. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to force himself to wake up. His divine sense, which had spread like a tide, suddenly returned with a loud bang. His ears went deaf, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body stiffened and fell to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes gradually regained focus. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. This was especially true for the depths of his head, which felt like it was being torn apart. His fingers twitched for a moment before he slowly regained his senses. Finally, he sat up cross-legged and began meditating. At this moment, Yang Kai's whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened. He just wanted to use this mysterious small world to comprehend the world force, but his soul had actually shown signs of dissipating. If it weren't for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, Yang Kai was afraid this time he would have been in deep trouble. What was going on? It was just a small meditation session, but he had almost failed miserably. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he faintly felt that the so-called world force was not something he could touch right now. It was precisely because he had come into contact with the existence of this world force that he was unable to bear it. The Emperor Qi in his body was a little chaotic. Yang Kai wanted to investigate, but he found that he was unable to condense his spiritual energy, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Yang Kai slowly regained his strength and with a single thought, he appeared directly in the medicine garden. The entire mysterious small world had undergone tremendous changes, but the medicine garden had not changed at all. This was the core area of the mysterious small world, and also the restricted area of the entire mysterious small world. The existence of the medicine garden had long been concealed by Yang Kai using some methods. From the outside, this large area was hazy and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Without his permission, even those from the Emperor realm would not be able to break in. After entering the medicine garden, Yang Kai found that there were many people gathered around, all of them origin kings. Obviously, they were the cultivator from the cultivation stars that had been swallowed by the rolling stones. They had probably also discovered the strangeness of the medicine garden and wanted to see what was going on, but unfortunately their strength was insufficient. At this moment they had all gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, discussing how to enter the medicine garden. This scene amused Yang Kai greatly as he did not expect his medicine garden to be so attractive to these people. He had placed the hundreds of millions of living beings in the mysterious small world for 2 reasons. Firstly, when the rolling stones devoured the cultivation stars, he had no qualms about swallowing these living beings as well. Although Yang Kai had the means to expel them, It would take a lot of time, so he simply let them go. Secondly, he wanted to see what changes would happen to the mysterious small world after these hundreds of millions of living beings moved in. Facts proved that the mysterious small world had indeed changed. If the previous mysterious small world was just an empty shell, then the current mysterious small world had become more substantial. It was like a walking corpse that had its own consciousness and had truly become a world of its own. This could be seen from the changes in the world force. However, Yang Kai would not allow them to have any improper thoughts about his medicine garden. Gently raising his hand, Yang Kai released an invisible force from the ground. In the next moment, the many cultivators gathered around the medicine garden showed looks of horror on their faces because everyone was pushed back uncontrollably, as if there was a giant invisible hand dragging them. Whether they were third-order origin kings or second-order origin kings, no one could resist this force. In front of such a force, everyone felt small and insignificant. Chapter 3247. If you dare come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. A majestic voice rang out between heaven and earth, like rolling thunder, deafening everyone. Everyone who had just steadied themselves had a drastic change in expression. They could tell that the owner of this voice was the so-called Lord of the World. Who would dare to stay where they were? They all fled. Two delicate little people noticed the situation here and flew out from the medicine garden like dancing butterflies. When they saw Yang Kai, they bowed. Master. These were Mu Zhu and Mu Lu that Yang Kai had brought out from the ancient desolate lands. Mu Zhu swept her eyes over Yang Kai and covered her red lips. Master, are you injured? With Yang Kai's pitiful appearance, it was difficult not to notice. Yang Kai weakly waved his hand at them and continued to regulate his breathing. The two wood spirits glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. Suddenly, their figures flickered and one stood in front of Yang Kai while the other flew behind Yang Kai. At the same time they formed hand seals, constantly changing their positions. Suddenly, a dark green light curtain appeared and enveloped Yang Kai. From the dark green light curtain, firefly-like lights flew out and filled Yang Kai's body. As Yang Kai breathed in and out, these lights were swallowed into his stomach. Yang Kai also knew what the two were doing, but he had no intention of stopping them. He had long heard that the Wood Spirit clan was extremely good at healing, so how could he not understand their intentions at this moment? As the dark green light swallowed and exhaled, Yang Kai felt the pain all over his body gradually disappear, replaced by a burst of soreness and itchiness. His body gradually regained its strength and even his soul that could not be condensed quickly recovered. Looking inside himself, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised as he discovered that there was actually a green light inside his body. This light was full of vitality and was repairing his damaged flesh and meridians. The green light was clearly the work of the two wood spirits. Narrowing his eyes, he saw that the tiny person floating in front of him had a solemn expression. Sweat was slowly dripping down the tip of her nose. It seemed that doing this was a burden for them as well. To be honest, it was difficult to tell if these two wood spirits were Yang Kai or not. But judging from the person in front of him, it was likely that she was Mu Zhu. If she was Mu Lu, it would be easier for her to be embarrassed. As if sensing Yang Kai's peeping, Mu Zhu pursed her lips and smiled at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes without batting an eyelid. With two wood spirits assisting him in healing, he was able to relax. In less than an hour, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he had already recovered. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly sensed it as well. They both stopped, and the green light screen that had been enveloping Yang Kai suddenly dissipated, along with the green light. Thank you. Yang Kai thanked him. Mu Zhu pursed her lips and said, Master, you are too polite. Yang Kai stood up and swept the medicine garden with his divine sense, raising his brow. Although he had planted many spirit flowers and rare herbs in this medicine garden, Yang Kai had never carefully taken care of them because there was the Immortal tree here. The Immortal tree was full of vitality, and coupled with the heavy earth and many earth vein stones in the medicine garden, anything he planted here would not wither. But now, looking at it again, such a large medicinal garden had been taken care of in an orderly manner. The spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs were not spaced apart, but they were arranged neatly. Some of the short plants had already borne fruits. Those fruits were cyan, green and red, looking extremely pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai was sure that this was the work of the two wood spirits because he had only casually arranged these herbs when he was planting them before, so there was no need for him to carefully plan them like this. He even saw many plants that he had never seen before, but they all seemed to have just sprouted and looked very young. The Immortal tree and the Firmament tree were particularly conspicuous as they were located on both sides of the medicine garden. Yang Kai looked over and saw a leaf of the Immortal tree curled up like a small bed. Looking at the Firmament tree, there seemed to be a similar situation. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "Do you usually sleep on those leaves?" Mu Zhu and Mu Lu glanced at each other and the former said, "Is it not good? If it is not good we..." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You are the experts in this area. Do whatever you want." "Thank you, master." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? I should be thanking you." The Wood Spirit clan was an existence that specialized in taking care of medicine gardens in ancient times. If there was a wood spirit in a medicine garden, the yield would increase by at least 30%. Yang Kai did not expect that Mu Lu would force 2 of her people to stay with him. From this, it could be seen how attractive these rare plants were to the Wood Spirit clan. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were not very willing to be separated from their clansmen, but after coming to this medicine garden, they understood why their patriarch wanted them to do this. The legendary Immortal tree and the incomparably wondrous Firmament tree were existences that could only be seen in the records of ancient books. Who would have thought that they would be gathered in this small medicinal garden? When they entered this medicine garden that day, the 2 wood spirits were stunned, and only then did they understand their patriarch's intentions. These 2 precious treasures could only be carefully taken care of by the Wood Spirit clan, and by taking care of them, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu could also obtain great returns. This was related to the special cultivation method of the Wood Spirit clan, so it was not something that outsiders could understand. Mu Zhu bit her red lips and said with some apprehension, "Master, we decided to plant some things here." "I see." Yang Kai had long discovered that there were many sprouts that had just broken through the ground in this medicine garden. Although he didn't know what they were since they were planted by them, they must be rare spirit medicines. If they wanted to plant them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop them. In any case, once they matured, he would be the one to benefit. Seeing that Yang Kai had no intention of objecting, Mu Zhu couldn't help but feel relieved. Every wood spirit had collected many strange seeds and planted them in this medicine garden. If Yang Kai objected, even if they couldn't bear to, they would still have to eradicate them. Fortunately, Yang Kai had no intention of objecting. "Plant whatever you want, there's no need to tell me. Since the medicine garden has been handed over to you, you can make the decisions here." "Thank you, master." Mu Zhu smiled but hesitated to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hesitate." Mu Zhu glanced at Mu Lu and pushed her. Mu Lu blushed and said shyly, "Master, can you expand the medicine garden a little? The place now is a little small." The medicine garden wasn't small. Many of the herbs that Yang Kai had collected over the years were planted here. How could it be small? But to the wood spirits it was still small. Such a medicine garden, whether it was Mu Lu or Mu Zhu, could be managed by one person. It was a little difficult to expand. "Of course it can be expanded. How much do you want to expand it?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mu Lu thought for a moment and said, "Double? What other requests do you have?" Mu Lu lowered her head and said, "If master can find more seeds for us from outside, that would be great." "No problem." Now that the High Heaven Palace was powerful, it was naturally easy to collect some seeds. The 2 wood spirits only had these requests, so after mentioning them, they were satisfied and warmly invited Yang Kai to take a look. They weren't asking for credit but just wanted to show their results. Yang Kai didn't refuse and immediately strolled around the medicine garden with them. The 2 wood spirits accompanied him on his left and right, explaining a thing or two from time to time, allowing Yang Kai to gain some knowledge. It had to be said that the Wood Spirit clan's understanding of flowers and plants was unparalleled. They knew the characteristics of each spirit medicine, its growth environment, its maturity cycle, and how to harvest it like the back of their hand. After half a day, Yang Kai left. Before leaving, he naturally doubled the size of the medicine garden according to their wishes. There was nothing in the new medicine garden, so Yang Kai left it to them to deal with. The next few days were uneventful. Yang Kai spent most of his time in retreat, meditating in his room. While cultivating, he recalled the insights he gained in the small sealed world. Although he was quite embarrassed at that time, it wasn't without gains. At the very least, he gained a better understanding of the world force. After a few days, Yang Kai acted as a referee for another day. That night he called Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao to participate in the exchange meeting. Last time Yang Kai just came to join in the fun, but this time he came prepared and had a target to exchange with. It was rare for so many people from the Emperor realm to gather together, so Yang Kai could exchange some strange seeds from them to satisfy the needs of the two wood spirits. As for what he wanted to exchange, he had a variety of monster cores in his hands. If he took them out, they would definitely cause a commotion. There were also various artifacts and pills, but Yang Kai still chose Emperor pills. 2 bottles of Emperor pills were thrown out, and sure enough, it attracted the interest of many people. As he wished, he was able to exchange them for some plant seeds. After returning to his room, he tossed them to Mu Zhu and Mu Na. Seeing Yang Kai get the seeds so quickly, the two wood spirits were naturally happy. Although they had also collected some seeds themselves, the medicine garden was now expanding, so they didn't have enough seeds on hand. The seeds Yang Kai exchanged just happened to solve this urgent problem, so they kept urging Yang Kai to bring them more. Yang Kai naturally agreed. However, he probably wouldn't be able to exchange for anything at the exchange meeting. Seeds, even if someone had them, they would just collect them casually. It was impossible for them to be treasured like the wood spirits, so naturally there wouldn't be too many. Yang Kai could only wait until the end of this martial gathering and return to the Northern Territory to think of a way. He believed that by then, with the help of the entire Northern Territory, collecting some seeds would be a piece of cake. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in his room when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. The door opened and a woman dressed as a maid stood outside. She bowed and said, "Elder Yang, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." This maid was arranged by the Orthodoxy temple to serve them. In truth, the Emperor realm didn't need to serve them. They were only here to run errands and do odd jobs. Who is it? Yang Kai felt a little strange. Since it was someone who wanted to see him, it was definitely someone with a lower status than him. Yang Kai couldn't think of anyone who would want to see him at this time. It's a woman. She said she's here to thank Elder Yang for saving her life. He seems to be called Jade. Chapter 3248. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, it should be the woman who fought in the 8th arena on the first day of the martial meet. Seeing that she wasn't stupid, Yang Kai smiled lightly. His first thought was to refuse. That day he was the referee, so when the jade chakram was sent flying, he naturally had to lend a hand. He didn't expect the other party to repay him, but after thinking about it for a moment, since the other party was already here, it would be unreasonable to refuse, so he quickly changed his mind and said, "Bring her here." Yes. The maid nodded and left. Outside the hall, Yuchuan stood there respectfully, her hands held flat, holding a piece of washed clothing. She looked a little nervous, wondering if Elder Yang would see her. After receiving Yang Kai's help that day, she had recovered after a day of rest. She wanted to thank him immediately, but she didn't know who Yang Kai was or which great force he came from. She had been inquiring about him for the past few days and had finally found some clues. The referee who saved her and secretly fed her a spirit pill turned out to be an honored guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's name was not unfamiliar to many people in the Southern Territory. He had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, he had been conferred the title of guest elder by Azure Sun Temple, and he had clashed with an elder of Star Soul Palace during the coronation ceremony. It was just that he had kept a low profile for more than a decade and was gradually forgotten. Yuchuan didn't expect that she would be lucky enough to meet such a person and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Now that she had inquired about Yang Kai's identity, she immediately rushed over. Many disciples of Azure Sun Temple came in and out, and after seeing her they all looked at her strangely. Some people even asked her why she was here, but after learning that she was here to visit Elder Yang, they didn't ask any more questions. Just as she was worrying about her gains and losses, the maid returned. Jade Chakram's expression turned serious as she looked at her nervously. Fortunately, the maid smiled slightly and said, "Elder Yang invites you in." "Many thanks," Yuchuan nodded politely. The maid didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way. Jade Chakram followed behind without looking sideways. Not long after, they came to a side room. The maid gestured and Jade Chakram took a deep breath and stepped in. There was only one person in the room, standing by the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the distance. After hearing the sound, he looked back, and when their eyes met, Yuchuan immediately recognized him as the referee of the 8th arena. Rakshasa sect's disciple Yuchuan greets senior. Yuchuan stepped forward quickly and bowed. Yuchuan's eyes met Yuchuan's eyes and smiled. Yu's Chuan. Yuzhua raised her head and stared at him with her big bright eyes. She said respectfully, "A few days ago I was saved by senior and received the help of the elixir. Yuzhua is here to thank you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's my duty." "Miss Yu, you're too serious." Jade Chakram pursed her lips and smiled. "Senior, saving me is your duty, but giving me the spirit pill is a kind act." Although Jade Chakram's consciousness was hazy at that time, I didn't completely lose consciousness. If it weren't for senior's spirit pill, Jade Chakram wouldn't have been able to continue the next few days of the competition. This was the truth. Although she didn't know what grade of spirit pill Yang Kai had secretly given her, without that spirit pill she definitely wouldn't be able to go all out in the following matches. She suspected that the spirit pill was an emperor pill, because only an emperor pill would have such a powerful effect, allowing her to recover on the second day. Yang Kai smiled lightly but didn't comment. Logically speaking, as a judge, he shouldn't have given the contestants any spirit pills. However, he did it secretly and believed that no one would notice. The jade pendant also wouldn't spread the news. Moreover, it was given after the competition, so it didn't matter. Jade Chakram took a step forward and raised the clothes in her hands slightly. "I've washed senior's clothes and have come to return them." Yang Kai nodded. "Put them down." He didn't reach out to take them. It was just a set of ordinary clothes. At the time, he had casually taken them out to cover Jade Chakram's wounds and didn't think of taking them back. However, this woman's actions made Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Jade Chakram obediently put the clothes in her hands to the side and turned her head, curiously looking around the room. She didn't show any fear but instead appeared natural and unrestrained. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said, "Is there anything else?" Although the door wasn't closed to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't be good for a man and woman to be seen in the same room. Not to mention he was now a judge. How could he privately interact with the contestants participating in the martial meet? If word of this got out, it would be hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be slandered. Yang Kai's words had the intention of sending her off. Obviously, Jade Chakram wasn't stupid and understood the meaning behind his words. Quickly taking out a set of beautiful clothes from her space ring, she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Senior's great kindness Jade Chakram will always remember. I didn't know what to give Senior as a thank you gift, but I just happened to see a set of good clothes in the market and bought it. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it." Her voice became softer and softer, obviously feeling that it wasn't appropriate for a woman to give a man clothes, but she really didn't know what to give Yang Kai as a thank you gift. Yang Kai's cultivation was obvious, and he had given her an emperor pill to heal her wounds. Obviously he was quite wealthy. With her financial resources, even if she went bankrupt to buy something, it would probably be of little value to Yang Kai. Rather than waste it, she simply bought a new set of clothes. She had dirtied one of Yang Kai's clothes, so giving him a new one could be considered returning the favor. Regardless of whether it was expensive or cheap, it was still a token of goodwill. Glancing at the extremely beautiful clothes, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time someone had given him clothes, and it was someone he hadn't had much contact with, and a woman at that. If this scene were seen by others, it would be difficult for them not to misunderstand. Staring at Jade Chakram thoughtfully, Yang Kai said lightly, "As the referee of the martial meet, I will be impartial on the stage. Saving you is only part of my duty. Giving you a spirit pill was only a small gesture because the martial meet was already over. If it had been anyone else, I would have done the same." The implication was that she shouldn't think too much. Yang Kai suspected that this woman had approached him for some special purpose. If that was the case, then this woman was simply too realistic. Jade Chakram nodded. "Senior is right." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking. Although Jade Chakram didn't meet his gaze, the corner of her eye clearly sensed something. Suddenly feeling uncomfortable, she lowered her head and said, "If Senior doesn't like it, then I will take it back." Her mood couldn't help but be a little gloomy. She bowed and said, "Sorry for disturbing Senior. Junior will take her leave." Speaking of which, it was only a set of clothes. How could she have the nerve to take it out? Now that she thought about it carefully, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Since it is a gift of thanks, there is no reason to take it back." Jade Chakram looked up at him with a stunned expression. Without waiting for her to recover, Yang Kai took the clothes from her hand. He didn't try it on mainly because the clothes were too beautiful. If he wore it he would definitely look flashy. Yang Kai didn't dare to wear it. Seeing that he really took it back, Jade Chakram suddenly smiled, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that he had thought too much. Yang Kai observed her expression and made a judgment in his heart. Then Senior should rest, Junior will take her leave. Jade Chakram bowed again, feeling both physically and mentally happy. Wait a moment. Yang Kai raised his hand. What other instructions does Senior have? Jade Chakram half turned and looked at him curiously. I heard you mention a city square just now. Is there a city square nearby? Jade Chakram nodded and said, There is a large city square inside the Orthodoxy temple. Everything is sold there. Senior hasn't been there before? Yang Kai shook his head. He really didn't know about this, so he asked, Where is it? It's just below a canyon not far from here. If Senior wants to go I can take you there. Jade Chakram volunteered. Just point me in the direction, I'll go there myself. Jade Chakram smiled and said, It doesn't matter, my competition today is over anyway, there's nothing else for me to do. Yang Kai didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't know what the word, avoid suspicion meant. When she heard that Yang Kai wanted to go to the city square, she became extremely enthusiastic, even adding, I don't know what Senior wants to buy. I'm quite familiar with the city square so I can show Senior the way. Since she had such good intentions, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so after hesitating for a moment he simply nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Jade Chakram quickly waved her hand. Senior is too polite. After reaching an agreement, the two of them walked out. Yang Kai wrapped Jade Chakram in his Emperor Chi and followed the direction Jade Chakram pointed towards the city square. Casually asking about the situation of the competition over the past few days, Yang Kai learned that Jade Chakram had actually passed all the challenges without suffering a single defeat, which made him look at her in a new light. In fact, Yang Kai had seen this on the first day. Based on her performance at that time, no matter what the final result of this martial gathering was, she would definitely enter the eyes of many people. As long as the Rakshasa sect was willing to let her go, Yang Kai estimated that the top 3 great forces in the southern territory would not refuse her joining. The question was, would the Rakshasa sect be willing to let her go? Of course not. It was not easy to cultivate such a disciple, so how could they give her up so easily? Moreover, whether she was willing to leave the Rakshasa sect was still unknown. Chatting along the way, Yang Kai had more or less grasped her personality. She was quite lively and cheerful and indeed not a scheming person. Yang Kai didn't reject such a person, not to mention she was quite beautiful and had a clear voice, so it would be nice to have her by his side. The martial gathering has always been a place for fish to leap over the dragon gate. If at the end of the martial gathering someone invited you to join a better sect, what would you choose? Yang Kai asked casually. Jade Chakram suddenly said with a solemn face, The sect has been very kind to me and my honored master has treated me like her own parents. I will not leave the Rakshasa sect. After a pause, she looked at Yang Kai and said, Senior, do you want me to join the Azure Sun Temple? She looked embarrassed as if she didn't know how to choose. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just asked casually, that's not what I meant. Oh, Jade Chakram nodded and suddenly pointed down. We're here, that's the city square. Chapter 3249. The city square was very large. A canyon that was more than a dozen miles long was almost the entire territory of the city square. On both sides of the canyon inside the caves there were many shops. Countless cultivators came and went, and the sounds of shouting could be heard constantly. This was the market of the Orthodoxy temple, and all the shops belonged to the Orthodoxy temple. There were also some businesses owned by the Orthodoxy temple's disciples, selling everything. Although it was usually lively, it was not as lively as it was now. The main reason was because of the recent opening of the martial gathering. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the southern territory gathered here, so naturally some people came here for a stroll. Yang Kai had not yet landed when he saw the cultivator below dressed in the same clothes, and groups of disciples shuttling back and forth. In fact, every great sect had a market like this, and Azure Sun Temple also had one, but Yang Kai had not seen it before, so he thought it would not be worse than this one. Landing in front of the market, Yang Kai was not stopped and he walked directly in with Yuchua. Women were naturally interested in this kind of lively place and their personalities were cheerful and lively, so after arriving here they smiled and walked backwards, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Senior, what do you want to buy here?" Although she was walking backwards, it was as if she had eyes on the back of her head, shaking her shoulders from time to time to avoid the crowd. "I want to buy some seeds." Yang Kai looked around. The reason he came here on the spur of the moment was to buy some seeds. The main reason was that the wood bead and wood dew's demand for seeds was too great recently. Although he had obtained some from the exchange last time, it was simply not enough for them. When he sent the seeds over, the two wood spirits kept urging him to get more as soon as possible. Before he did not think that there would be a market here, but now that he knew, he decided to make a trip here. Seeds. Yuchua was a little stunned when she heard this, seemingly not expecting Yang Kai to come here for this, but after thinking for a while she said, "I know where they are, Senior, come with me." Saying so, she turned around and drilled into the crowd, like a fish swimming in water, her figure flexible. Although Yang Kai was not in a hurry, he did not fall too far behind. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a shop. It was a shop that sold herbs. Under normal circumstances, this kind of shop would also sell some seeds, but the quantity would definitely not be too much. In fact, this was indeed the case. Under Yuzua's inquiry, the shopkeeper took out some seeds. Yang Kai checked them a little and did not dislike them. He bought them and left. Who would have thought that Jade Chakram would actually haggle with the shopkeeper? She had a sharp tongue and forcefully lowered the price by about a fifth, which made Yang Kai laugh. When it was time to pay the bill, Yu Zhuang also wanted to snatch it. How could Yang Kai let her do this? Naturally, he didn't agree. After leaving the shop, Jade Chakram led Yang Kai to the next shop. She seemed to be very familiar with the place. Yang Kai wondered how many times she had been here. After half a day, they had reached the end of the 10-kilometer market. Yang Kai's harvest was also quite good. Although the seeds he bought weren't too precious, the two wood spirits didn't ask for too much, so he just let them try to grow them. "Senior, what else do you want to buy?" Jade Chakram blinked at him. "Nothing for the time being." Yang Kai smiled slightly and looked at her. "You still have to compete with others tomorrow. Go back and rest early. I'll have to trouble you today." Jade Chakram smiled, her eyes curved into a crescent shape. "It's no trouble at all. If Senior has any instructions in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." After a pause she said, "Then I'll go first. Senior, you should also go back and rest early." Yang Kai nodded and Jade Chakram rushed to the sky. Halfway through, she looked back at Yang Kai and waved her hand vigorously. Watching her leave, Yang Kai weighed the animal skin bag in his hand and stuffed it into the small sealed world. He placed it in front of the medicine garden, believing that Mu Zhu and Mu Lu should be able to find it. He turned around and flew towards the spirit peak where Azure Sun Temple was. The news that Rakshasa sect's Jade Chakram came to look for Yang Kai spread like wildfire among Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Murong Xiao deliberately came to ask about it, as if Yang Kai and Jade Chakram had some unspeakable relationship, making Yang Kai a little speechless. Even Gao Shueting looked at him a little strangely. Xiao Baiyi, needless to say, had a look of disdain on his face, which made Yang Kai a little angry. The following days were still uneventful. Yang Kai would come out of seclusion every few days to act as a judge in the mountain valley. As time passed, more and more cultivators were eliminated. Those who could continue to stand in the ring were more or less capable. During this period, Jade Chakram once again stood in the 8th ring. Her opponent was still a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source realm. This battle was even more difficult than the battle on the first day, but it was resolved by Jade Chakram's ability to adapt at the critical moment. She did her best to blast her opponent out of the ring. However, Yang Kai also saw that although Jade Chakram's ability was good, it would be difficult for her to enter the top 10. Her cultivation was her biggest shortcoming. If she also had the cultivation of a 3rd Order Dao Source realm, she would definitely be in the top 5 of this martial meet. Yang Kai did not go to the Emperor Realms exchange anymore. There was nothing good anyway. However, Gao Shueting came back to pass a message to him. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm wanted to exchange some Emperor pills from him, and he had to name the price himself. Yang Kai ignored all of them. That day he exchanged Emperor pills for seeds casually. How could he throw out more Emperor pills to attract covetous eyes? On the 20th day of the martial meet, The results of the individual battle rankings were released. The one who won first place was not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, nor was it a disciple of the three great forces, but someone from the octagonal door. Yang Kai recognized this person. She was the beloved daughter of the previous sect master of the octagonal door, Su Zi. This was a huge upset, causing the three great forces to lose face. Yang Kai did not have much contact with Su Zi, but he knew that she had a soft spot for Luo Yuan. Back then, when Yang Kai refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, Su Zi asked Yang Kai for one. She wanted to give it to Luo Yuan to help him reach the Emperor realm as soon as possible, but Luo Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. Instead, he directly stuffed the extraordinary treasure pill into her mouth and forced her to swallow it. Falling flowers are filled with love, but flowing water is unintentional. After so many years, Su Zi's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Third Order Dao Source realm. With the extraordinary treasure pill as her foundation, it was not difficult for her to break through to the Emperor realm. This time she suppressed tens of thousands of young talents in the Southern Territory, adding luster to the octagonal door. For this reason, the unknown octagonal door once again entered the sights of many masters. In fact, since Luo Yuan ascended to the Emperor realm, the octagonal door was no longer a small sect. Its influence had expanded greatly, and Luo Yuan had also taken over the position of octagonal door's sect master. This time, Su Zi also won first place in the Martial Gathering's individual battle, which brought great glory to the octagonal door. Today the octagonal door only had Luo Yuan in the Emperor realm, but in time when he and Su Zi fully grew up, they were bound to lead the octagonal door to prosperity. One had to know that the reward for first place in the Martial Gathering was an opportunity to cultivate in the secluded lands of the three great sects. Coupled with the extraordinary treasure pill, Su Zi would likely be able to break through to the Emperor realm after coming out of seclusion this time, making countless people green with envy. Second place went to Shui Yi of Azure Sun Temple, who lived up to expectations, suppressing the participating disciples of Orthodoxy Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land. Third place went to Orthodoxy Temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land had no chance to enter the top three this time, so the leading elder had a bitter look on his face, probably not knowing how to report back. Further down the list, most of the disciples from the great sects ranked near the top, showing the strength of their respective sects. The individual battles ended here, and the remaining 10 days were for the group battles. The competition venue was still this mountain valley. Several hundred people from the Emperor realm spent a day dismantling the hundreds of arenas and dividing the entire mountain valley into more than a dozen territory areas, each of which could accommodate hundreds of people. In the individual battles, only one referee was needed, but in the group battles, 5 referees were needed in each territory to ensure that no one died. Naturally, Kai Yang was also called up. Just like before, everyone would take turns to act as a referee, rotating once every 3 days. In order to compete for the ranking of the group battles, the disciples of each sect did their best, fighting vigorously in the arena. All kinds of tricks emerged one after another, and plots and tricks were played one after another, making people amazed. It was hard to imagine that this group of people would do anything for the ranking. But it was no wonder the ranking was related to the face of each sect, who dared to not pay attention. Azure Sun Temple's disciples were all elites, and no matter what the ranking was in the individual battles, they were invincible in the group battles. In the first few days they didn't meet any opponents at all, until they met the disciples of the other 2 top sects. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating again when a maid came to report that Yu Chuo was asking for an audience. Ever since that day, Jade Chakram had come here every few days. There was a legitimate reason for this visit, the main reason being that she was here to deliver seeds to Kai Yang. At that time she saw that Yang Kai was very interested in the seeds in the market, so after returning she asked her fellow disciples to help collect them, and then sent them to Yang Kai. She had already delivered 3 times, and although the things were not expensive, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was not right. This woman's eyes gradually became a little sticky, and Yang Kai was not inexperienced. How could he not know what she was thinking in her heart? Perhaps the way he saved her the first day had buried something in her heart, and through these days of contact, it gradually showed signs of taking root and sprouting. Although she was very careful to hide it, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not see it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to have a good talk with her. He really didn't want to provoke any woman now, and the matter with Ji Yao was not clear yet, so he asked the maid to bring her in. Not long after, a head popped out from the door frame and Yuchua smiled and said, "Senior, did I disturb you?" After several contacts, she found that Yang Kai was not arrogant, and was more familiar with him. "Since you're already here, what can I do if I disturb you?" Yang Kai looked at her snappily. After several contacts, they were familiar with each other. Chapter 3250. Yu Chao stuck out her tongue and flashed into the house, taking out an animal skin bag and handing it to Yang Kai as if she was presenting a treasure. "I found some more seeds for you, take a look." Yang Kai reached out and took it, muttering, "You don't need to find more in the future, it's enough." Yu Chao froze for a moment and nodded, looking a little disappointed, but she soon cheered up and asked, "Senior, why do you collect these seeds?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How could I not pay attention to what Madam told me?" "Madam?" Yu Chao was obviously surprised. "Senior, you have a madam?" How come she had never heard of such a thing? These days she had inquired a lot about Yang Kai, but there was no information about this at all. Yang Kai nodded, took a sip of tea and said lightly, "I have several." Yu Chao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded, her mood suddenly becoming very lonely. She was no longer as lively as before, and when she learned that Yang Kai not only had a madam but several, she obviously became a little absent-minded, casually chatting with Yang Kai for a while before taking the initiative to leave. Yang Kai sent her to the door, looked at her departing back and slowly shook his head. He had no choice but to reveal his personal secrets, so he just hoped to cut the Gordian knot. The group battle was still going on in full swing. The more they went on, the more elite they were and the more intense the fights were. The foundation of many sects in the southern mountain range could be seen through the group battle. The more they could stay at the end, the more powerful the sect behind them was. Naturally, none of the three major forces were eliminated. Unsurprisingly, the final 3 places were contested by the 3 great forces. The group from Azure Sun Temple finally lived up to expectations and won the competition at the Dao Source Realm level. Although they lost in the competition at the Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm, it was not a big deal. The rankings had all been announced, and hundreds of the Emperor Realm's tens of thousands of participating disciples once again gathered in the mountain valley. Xiao Yuyang loudly announced the names of the top 10 in each stage of the competition and the rewards they received. The cultivator and sect whose name was called out all felt proud, while those who failed secretly swore to wipe away their shame at the next martial gathering. The Southern Territory martial gathering came to an end, but the crowd did not disperse. According to tradition, the Orthodoxy Palace, as the host, would host a banquet on the last night. Whether it was the people from the Emperor Realm who came to hold the line or the tens of thousands of participating disciples, they were all invited. The banquet would be held at night, so it would take some time. Yang Kai returned to his residence. Not long after, the maid came to inform him again that Yuzhua was asking for an audience. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He pondered for a moment and said, "Just say I'm not here." Although he hadn't made it clear last time, he had made his intentions clear. Yang Kai didn't know what Yuzhua was thinking, but he really didn't want to provoke her again. The maidservant looked at him curiously, not understanding why Kai Yang had treated Jade so well a while ago, but today he didn't even want to see her face. However, this wasn't something she could control, so she could only obediently withdraw. Outside the hall, the maid returned and looked at Yuzhua. "Elder Yang isn't here?" Yuzhua asked curiously. "I saw him come back." The maid smiled slightly. "Perhaps he went out again." Yuzhua obviously didn't believe her. She had seen Yang Kai return here with her own eyes and there was no trace of him leaving, so how could he not be here? Just as she was about to ask the maid to take a look again, she suddenly seemed to realize something and squeezed out a smile. "Thank you for your trouble." The maid shook her head and said, "Young lady is too polite." Yuzhua turned around and her eyes suddenly turned red. She flew back to where she had landed in a fit of pique, but stopped halfway, turned around and stared at Yang Kai's room, waved her hand vigorously and left quickly. Yang Kai stood by the window and took in this scene. He sighed slightly. Since things had come to this, he could only silently bless her in his heart and hope that she could break free from this quagmire soon. At night, the valley was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here and tables were set up all over the valley. Maids and attendants shuttled back and forth, and the disciples of the Orthodoxy Palace were also busy, serving up fine wine and delicacies. The Orthodoxy Palace was hosting a banquet, and such a grand occasion was rarely seen. In the place where the people of Azure Sun Temple gathered, Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "Where is Senior Sister Gao?" He didn't see Gao Shueting. Murong Xiao replied, "Senior Sister said she was feeling a little unwell so she didn't come." "Are you okay?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Murong Xiao blushed a little and said, "It's not a big deal, I just need to rest." Seeing her expression, Yang Kai thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. With so many people coming to toast, the people of Azure Sun Temple naturally couldn't just sit still. Under Wen Zishan's order, several people from the Emperor realm had to go out and toast. On the way back, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by, rushing into the darkness and disappearing. What the hell? Yang Kai frowned, threw down the wine glass in his hand and followed. A moment later, a few miles away, a person was waiting in front. Yang Kai walked over and cupped his fists. "Brother Luo." Luo Chen turned to look at him and said lightly, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" Yang Kai frowned. Just now it was Luo Chen who quietly sent him a message asking him to come over. Speaking of which, although he and Luo Chen came here to participate in the Southern Territory Martial Meet this time, they really didn't communicate much with each other. This guy was even less talkative than Xiao Bai. At the very least, Xiao Bai would occasionally speak a few words, but Luo Chen was like a mute, unable to utter a single word. He seemed to be an anomaly in the entire Azure Sun Temple. According to Murong Xiao, none of the elders in the temple had a particularly good relationship with him. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with him and didn't speak much, let alone have the slightest friendship. Yang Kai really didn't know why he called him over in the middle of the night. "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you," Luo Chen said and led the way. "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Why was she being so mysterious? If Gao Shueting wanted to see him, she could have just come here directly. Why did she ask Luo Chen to pass the message? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai followed behind Luo Chen. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and said, "Brother Luo, this isn't the way back." Looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were flying out of Orthodoxy Temple, which made him feel even more strange. However, Luo Chen, who was leading the way, didn't explain at all, which made Yang Kai feel that something was wrong. His figure suddenly stopped as he stared at Luo Chen's back. Luo Chen also stopped and looked back at him. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at him. Luo Chen repeated, "Senior Sister Gao wants to see you." Yang Kai asked, "Why does Senior Sister Gao want to see me?" Luo Chen said, "I'm only responsible for passing the message. I don't know the specifics." Yang Kai stared at him for a long time before suddenly flipping his hand and taking out a communication artifact. He poured his divine sense into it and contacted Gao Shueting. Luo Chen's actions made him feel a little suspicious, so he couldn't care less about offending Luo Chen at this time. He had to find Gao Shueting and clarify things first. The communication artifact quickly responded. Yang Kai, who had finished his investigation, was stunned. Gao Shueting really wanted to see him, but she didn't say anything and only said that he would know when he got there. After putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai cupped his hands awkwardly at Luo Chen. After all, his actions just now clearly showed that he didn't trust Luo Chen, but it turned out that he was overthinking things. Luo Chen was still the same as before. He didn't say a word and continued to lead the way. After a while, the two of them left Orthodoxy Temple. Naturally, no one stopped them along the way. Luo Chen sped along the way. About an hour later, Luo Chen pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, "Senior Sister Gao is waiting for you over there." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "You're not going?" Luo Chen shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai was speechless. Serves you right for not having any friends. No one can get along with this bullshit personality of his. I really don't know how Gao Shueting made him move. Yang Kai looked in a direction. The mountain wasn't far away, so Yang Kai rushed over. When he landed on the top of the mountain, Yang Kai looked around. There was no one around. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but there were no traces of living beings. "Senior Sister Gao." Yang Kai shouted, but there was no response. He felt that tonight's events were even stranger. First, Luo Chen was asked by Gao Shueting to pass a message to him, But now that he was here, Gao Shueting was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she hasn't arrived yet? Suspicious, Yang Kai took out the communication artifact again and poured his divine sense into it. He wanted to ask Gao Shueting, but this time, Gao Shueting didn't respond at all. Just as he was focused on fiddling with the communication artifact, a shadow silently appeared behind him in the darkness. The shadow was like a wisp of black smoke that suddenly appeared without any warning. What was even stranger was that even though it was so close, Yang Kai didn't notice it at all. The shadow slowly condensed into a blurry figure that seemed to disperse in the wind. The figure raised a hand and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He stabbed it at Yang Kai's back at an extremely slow speed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The world was quiet and only the sounds of birds and insects could be heard. Yang Kai was still fiddling with the communication artifact. His brows were tightly furrowed and he didn't notice the danger behind him at all. All of a sudden, the sounds of birds and insects stopped abruptly, as if they had been frightened by something. All the sounds were completely wiped out at this moment. The dagger that had been slowly moving towards Kai Yang's back suddenly burst forth with an unimaginable speed, fiercely thrusting forward. Yang Kai felt a stabbing pain as his emperor chi erupted. The communication artifact in his hand exploded into a cloud of dust. His flesh wriggled and became as hard as iron. The foot-long dagger penetrated 5 inches into his internal organs, but it was firmly locked in place by his muscles. The black figure holding the dagger fluttered, and a look of shock burst out from where his eyes should have been, as if he hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked. Although the dagger had penetrated Yang Kai's body, it didn't achieve the desired effect. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood what the problem was. There was something wrong with this person's body. It was not something an ordinary person's body could compare to. Without giving him any time to react, Yang Kai glared at him, turned around and threw out a punch. Chapter 3251. A violent burst of chi burst out, but it passed through the dark shadow's body and hit the air, causing a crack to appear in the void. Now that he had been exposed, the dark shadow no longer hid and stabbed forward with the dagger in his hand, intending to kill Yang Kai. Chi. Yang Kai did not move, but he was pushed back continuously. The ground under his feet seemed to have been plowed, creating 2 long gullies. He stretched out a hand to grab the dagger that had pierced into his waist, ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers as he stared at the dark shadow in front of him, trying to get a better look. Just now he had been on the brink of death, which made him both shocked and angry. He was shocked because his opponent had attacked without leaving a trace and he had not even noticed it. This person's assassination technique was simply amazing. Who in this world could block such a method? He was angry because he had actually been attacked by someone. He had been able to avert the danger not because he had detected any killing intent, but because he instinctively felt that something was wrong and moved his body to the side to avoid being hit. Otherwise he would have been in a really bad situation. Hong hong hong. A violent force passed through the dagger and exploded in his body, turning Yang Kai's waist into a bloody mess. He had no choice but to circulate his emperor chi with all his might to resist the power of the explosion. Golden blood filled his mouth as he roared, "Who are you?" He was led here by Luo Qin and had contacted Gao Shueting before coming here, so he did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would be attacked here? This was obviously a premeditated assassination. He could not figure out who he had offended to use such a method to kill him. What role did Luo Qin and Gao Shueting play in this whole process? He did not want to think too much about it, but he had to. The most important thing now was to resolve the crisis in front of him and figure out the identity of the person who had attacked him. He could deal with Luo Qin and Gao Shueting later. The dark shadow did not answer and continued to push Yang Kai forward. Yang Kai scanned the dark shadow with his divine sense, but he still could not see the true face of this dark shadow. He could not even detect any vitality from it. It seemed that it was really just a shadow and not a physical body. Yang Kai was furious and threw another punch. The black shadow turned a blind eye and allowed the fist to hit its body without any resistance. Yang Kai's face turned pale with fright. There was a strong poison on the dagger, but he didn't know what kind of poison it was for it to take effect so quickly. Not bothering to probe further, Yang Kai's space principles surged as he stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the black shadow. The black shadow let out a muffled groan, and its erratic body suddenly became much more solid. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. His brute force had no effect on his opponent, and even his emperor chi could not hurt his opponent. If even his space principles were not effective, then he was afraid that this time he would really be in deep trouble. Fortunately, the law of space did not disappoint him. Under the compression of space, the black shadow was indeed unable to bear it and showed signs of revealing its true body. Cut! Yang Kai roared as a moon blade appeared out of thin air, turning into a beautiful arc that cut through the black shadow's body. A burst of warm blood spread out as the black shadow was cut into two halves, but strangely recombined. However, the blurry face clearly showed a painful expression. Although the crescent blade did not kill him, it had injured him. Before Yang Kai could make a second move, the black shadow suddenly let go of the dagger and retreated. How could Yang Kai allow him to come and go as he pleased? Opening his 5 fingers, Yang Kai clenched his fist and the space around the black shadow suddenly froze. This move was beyond the black shadow's expectations and could be described as impossible to guard against. Only now did the black shadow realize that this person in front of it was not to be trifled with. No wonder his superiors wanted him to kill him first. Otherwise he might have really ruined his plan. Exile! Yang Kai roared, and the space that imprisoned the black shadow began to collapse. A black hole suddenly appeared behind the black shadow, and an extremely terrifying suction force came from the black hole, wanting to swallow the black shadow whole. This black shadow was too dangerous. Even the moon blade could not kill it, so Yang Kai did not have the mood to investigate its identity. He would kill it first and think about it later. The exile secret technique was a divine technique that could banish the target into a void crack. No matter how weak the black shadow was, once it was banished into a void crack, it would not be able to escape and would eventually die of old age in the void crack. Feeling the aura of nothingness and chaos coming from the black hole, the black shadow became a little flustered. When a sharp whistle sounded from its mouth, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared from all directions, each of them holding a powerful artifact and bombarding Yang Kai indiscriminately. Yang Kai's expression changed. He did not expect this guy to have helpers, and these helpers' cultivations were all from the Emperor realm. Looking up, he was shocked to find that these figures were all very familiar. Every one of them was a face that he had just dealt with recently, and some of them were even faces that he had just met during the day. These people were actually from the Emperor realm that were led by various large sects and families in the Southern Territory to participate in the martial gathering. However, at this moment the aura coming from these people made Yang Kai's heart palpitate. Looking up, the Emperor realm was wrapped in a faint black chi. Demonic chi. The scene in front of him was too familiar. How could he not know that the Emperor realm had already been corroded by the demonic chi, and their bodies and minds had become the demon race? How could there be demonic chi? In that moment of hesitation, his body was already enveloped by a violent energy. A small bell suddenly appeared, spinning and becoming as tall as a person, enveloping Yang Kai within. The pictures of mountains, rivers, birds, fish and beasts on the bell seemed to come alive, quickly swimming around. The mountains and rivers bell. More than a dozen people from the Emperor realm attacked with all their strength. Even Yang Kai did not dare to casually take this attack head-on, not to mention now that he was poisoned and had a dagger stuck in his waist. With a series of rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers bell flashed wildly, blocking all the attacks. The mountains and rivers bell suddenly shrank and was held in Yang Kai's hand. Turning his head, he saw that the black shadow that was about to be swallowed by the banishing secret technique had taken advantage of his distraction to break free from the shackles. In the darkness, a pair of indifferent eyes stared deeply at Yang Kai, and then its body exploded, turning into countless wisps of black smoke that scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Since the attack failed, it retreated 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth, his heart filled with extreme grief and indignation. He had never suffered such a big loss since his debut. He had almost died at the hands of others, and he did not even get to see the other party's true face. He did not even know the other party's origins. It was simply a disgrace. Yang Kai did not have time to investigate either. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm had already activated their Emperor artifacts again and attacked him madly. Obviously, they were trying to buy time for the black shadow to escape. Yang Kai pulled out the dagger stuck in his waist and sealed the wound with his secret art. His figure flickered and he appeared in front of a white-bearded old man, punching him in the face. The white-bearded old man did not make a sound as he was sent flying backwards, fainting mid-air. This old man was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? The remaining people from the Emperor Realm were fearless and showed no intention of running away. For people rushed out from the left and right sides while the others held their Emperor artifacts and bombarded him indiscriminately. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them coldly as his figure flickered to avoid a barrage of attacks. The two sect masters who had rushed over were caught off guard and were blasted to pieces, not even leaving behind their bones. Yang Kai didn't know which sect master had died here. The mountains and rivers bell attacked again, enveloping the three people on the right. A world-suppressing pressure descended from the sky. The three people sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. When the bell rang, they lost control of their strength and their Emperor Qi became chaotic, causing them to stagger and fall down. Before they could land on the ground, the mountains and rivers bell had already covered their heads and trapped them. Yang Kai did not stop and flashed to the side of a beautiful woman. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and pushed his Emperor Qi. First her Emperor Qi was imprisoned, then he slapped the back of her head, knocking her out and threw her into the mountains and rivers bell. In the blink of an eye, half of the dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters who had set up an ambush here had been killed, and the remaining half saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so they didn't continue to fight and instead scattered and fled. Yang Kai wanted to chase after them, but half of his body was starting to go numb. He could only grit his teeth and stop watching them escape. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense and confirming that there was no more danger, he reached out and grabbed the two people who had been knocked out, throwing them into the mountains and rivers bell to suppress them. Then his figure flickered and he hid in the sealed world bead. In the medicine garden, Yang Kai appeared with a slightly pale face. He went directly to the Immortal tree and sat down cross-legged. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu heard the commotion and came over. When they saw Yang Kai in such a state, they were shocked and hurriedly surrounded him, casting their arts to heal him. A green light curtain enveloped Yang Kai, and with the nourishment of the Immortal tree's vitality, Yang Kai immediately felt much better. In fact, the injuries he suffered this time were secondary. Although the dagger had stabbed into his body and damaged his internal organs, with Yang Kai's current physique and strong recovery ability, it was not a big problem. The key was the strange poison on the dagger. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but even with Yang Kai's current physique and second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was still poisoned. His Emperor Qi surged and cleansed the numb half of his body. With the help of the two wood spirits, that half of his body gradually recovered. Fortunately it was Yang Kai. Otherwise, if it was any other third-order Emperor Realm Master who was poisoned by this strange poison, they would not be able to save the situation. Yang Kai was now a half-dragon, and the dragon race had a strong resistance to all kinds of negative conditions. Naturally, poison was one of them. Although the poison on the dagger was strong, it was still not enough to kill a dragon race member. Even if an ordinary dragon was poisoned, it would not be a big deal. However, Yang Kai was only a half-dragon, so it would take some effort to expel it. The two wood spirits were not only good at healing but also at detoxifying. With the cooperation of the two, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood was no longer the normal golden color but a green light. It was pungent and unpleasant to the nose, and when it fell to the ground, it made a sizzling sound. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and moved his body a little. He felt that there was nothing wrong with him, but when he recalled the attack just now, he still felt a lingering fear. Chapter 3252. Ever since he broke through to the Emperor Realm, he had rarely met an opponent he could fight. He had even killed a few third-stage Emperor Realm Masters, so his mentality had inevitably changed. Today he realized that the world was so big and there were so many capable people out there. The price of underestimating others was to suffer. It was all thanks to his half-dragon body that he was able to escape from death this time. If not for his half-dragon body, that Black Shadow's sneak attack from behind might have taken his life. If not for his half-dragon body, the strange poison on the dagger would have also caused him to die without a burial ground. It was because of the sturdiness of his half-dragon body that he was able to stop the dagger's advance with his flesh and blood, preventing himself from being fatally injured. He was able to slow down the spread of the poison and truly survive. Thinking back to what happened tonight, Yang Kai was full of doubts. He came here because Luo Chen had used Gao Shueting's name to pass on a message. Otherwise, why would he come here for no reason? The Black Shadow's ambush here was obviously premeditated. What did this have to do with Luo Qin and Gao Shueting? Previously he had contacted Gao Shueting and received some response. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have trusted her so easily. There was also the dozen or so people from the Emperor realm who had become the demon race, which made him feel that something was wrong. The demon thought had just been discovered in the southern territory. During the dozen or so years when he returned to Hung Luo Starfield to fight, the southern territory had been hunting down and searching for those escaping demon wills. It was said that they had already been wiped out, so how could there be so many people who had become the demon race? Thinking about it, Yang Kai was shocked. These dozen or so people were from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in the martial meet this time, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual until morning. If they had all quietly become the demon race, then what about the others? Hundreds of the Emperor realm's elite disciples from the southern territory had gathered in that mountain valley. If they were all killed, then it would be a big joke. Not daring to think about it anymore, Yang Kai flashed out of the sealed world bead. On the mountain peak, the mountains and rivers bell stood quietly. The mountain peak was a mess, and there were traces of the battle left behind. There was some movement inside the bell. Obviously, the suppressed enemies inside were trying to find a way to break out, but the suppression force in the mountain valley was extremely strong. How could they break out at will? Yang Kai punched the bell, and with a loud bang, the bell immediately quieted down. Only a few miserable cries could be heard. Yang Kai. The situation was as he had expected. This old man had become the demon race, but it seemed that he had not become the demon race for long. The demonic chi had not eroded too much, so he could still be saved. With a solemn look on his face, Kai Yang's aura suddenly underwent an astonishing change. In an instant, it became ancient and desolate. It was as if he had stepped out from an ancient and distant world, giving off a feeling of incompatibility with the current world. The power of a wizard. Yang Kai was not only from the Emperor realm, but also a wizard king who specialized in all kinds of wizard spells. From his previous contact, the power of a wizard was definitely the most effective way to restrain the demonic chi. Reaching out and pressing on the old man's head, Yang Kai chanted a complicated and strange spell. A layer of hazy light instantly enveloped the old man. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly glowed with a pale red light. Bloodthirst. In that ancient world, Yang Kai had fought with the demon race for many years. He had the experience of saving people who had become the demon race. The bloodthirst could effectively resist the erosion of the demonic chi, and with the help of his wizard spells, it should not be difficult to pull this old man back from becoming the demon race. However, the bloodthirst was formed by stimulating the blood essence of the cultivator. This old man was not young, so his lifespan would be affected. But how could Yang Kai care about this now? He just wanted to quickly understand today's matter and then make plans. The bloodthirst was activated and the spell changed again. This time it was exorcism. The old man instantly trembled like a sieve. His face twisted as if he was enduring great pain. Wisps of black smoke came out of his 7 orifices. The black smoke disappeared as soon as it left his body. It was the demonic chi that had invaded his body. It was all purified by the exorcism. Suddenly the old man opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. Even though Yang Kai had sealed his power, he still bared his teeth and roared at Yang Kai like a ferocious beast. It seemed that he would not stop until he bit off Yang Kai's flesh. The scene in front of Yang Kai reminded him of his past experience. In that ancient world, the demon race and the barbarian race fought each other. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. If he had not experienced it himself, it would be difficult to imagine how cruel the war between the two races was. But soon the old man's struggling and roaring subsided. The demonic chi overflowing from his 7 orifices became less and less, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded. After a few dozen breaths, the old man collapsed to the ground as if he had been fished out of the water. He blinked his eyes and asked blankly, "This? What happened?" Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. "Do you recognize me?" The old man's vision gradually focused and he asked in surprise, "Are you Elder Yang of Azure Sun Temple? Don't you remember what happened to you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. The old man frowned and thought for a moment. After a while his face changed greatly. This old man just, what happened? He seemed to have some impression of what happened just now. He was not completely ignorant. Yang Kai said, "You were eroded by the demonic qi and become the demon race. When did you become the demon race? How did you become the demon race?" "Become the demon race." The old man's face changed and became extremely pale. He laughed twice and shook his head. "Impossible, this is impossible." He still didn't believe it. He had been chasing those demonic wills in the Southern Territory for many years. He obviously knew what it meant to become the demon race. He had even seen others become the demon race. It was a real change in temperament. They didn't recognize their own family and could even kill their own wife and daughter. But he never thought that this kind of thing would happen to him. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. Look at the four of them." The old man turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing that the four people were still wrapped in the dark demonic qi, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He had to face reality. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all the strange things that happened to him. Think about it carefully. Is there anything suspicious? The old man hesitated. "This afternoon Madame Han and I were invited by Elder Feng to see Temple Master Lei and then... I don't remember much." "Feng Ming Lei Gu?" Yang Kai's face changed. To be called Elder Feng and Temple Master Lei by him, there were probably only two people in the entire Southern Territory. If these two people were the main culprits... Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the Orthodoxy Hall. His face was full of worry. "That's right." The old man slowly shook his head. "It can't be Temple Master Lei who did this. Elder Yang, where are you going?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw Yang Kai suddenly rush into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. He staggered to his feet, feeling incomparably weak. He turned his head and looked at the four people lying unconscious on the ground. Then he looked at the scene of the battle around him. He slapped his thigh in annoyance and said in pain, "The world is going to change." He could faintly feel that the world was about to change. With four people by his side who had become the demon race, he couldn't just ignore them. If they woke up, they would probably go out and wreak havoc everywhere. But he had some friendship with these four people, so he couldn't kill them. He could only think of a way to imprison them first and then find Yang Kai to rescue them later. Since that Elder Yang was able to save him from his bedevilment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save the other four. The Orthodoxy Hall was currently in chaos. There were sounds of fighting everywhere and people were constantly running away. Bodies fell into pools of blood one after another, dying. One of the three major sects in the Southern Territory had become as cruel as hell in less than 2 hours. One after another, people from the Emperor realm covered in black gas shuttled back and forth. They killed people like they were cutting vegetables. Their pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. More than 100 people from the Emperor realm formed a circular formation, forcing all of the escaping people to retreat to the valley. That was the place where the martial gathering and tonight's feast were held in the Southern Territory. Feng Ming held the communication compass in his hand and checked the information inside. He frowned and turned to Lei Gu saying, "There's news from that side." They failed. Lei Gu's clothes fluttered. Although his entire body was also covered in pitch-black demonic qi, he clearly didn't lose his rationality. This was because he wasn't simply corroded by the demonic qi, but rather possessed by the demonic intent. The current Lei Gu was no longer the Lei Gu from the Orthodoxy Hall. Feng Ming was clearly the same. Hearing this, Lei Gu angrily said, "How did they fail? How could such a foolproof plan fail?" "I don't know the exact situation, but that person escaped." Feng Ming shook his head. "Trash." Lei Gu's expression turned ruthless. It was because he was afraid of that person's space divine technique that he thought of ways to get rid of him first to prevent him from using the space divine technique to mess things up. However, he didn't expect that he still didn't succeed, which made him very dissatisfied. However, he also knew that even that person failed, so even if he personally made a move, it wouldn't be much better. It could only be said that man proposes and God disposes. It seemed like he still underestimated that person's ability. "Hurry up. Try to get this done before the news is leaked," Lei Gu ordered. Feng Ming nodded. His figure flashed and he shot into the night sky. Under the night sky, Yang Kai's figure flickered. His face was tense, and while his heart was slightly relieved, he was also extremely worried. He originally suspected that this matter was related to Luo Qin and Gao Shueting, and reality proved that it was related to them. However, what made him feel slightly relieved was that it wasn't their original intention. Luo Qin and Gao Shueting were probably also corroded by the demonic qi and were then controlled by someone else. Yang Kai also suddenly recalled that Luo Qin and Gao Shueting seemed to have gone out together during the day. Now it seemed like they were summoned by Lei Gu. Their situation was probably the same as that old man and they were both careless. However, he couldn't understand. Didn't they say that the demon thought in the southern territory was already suppressed? How could they still make such a big move? Furthermore, they purposely chose the time of the martial gathering in the southern territory. It was obvious that the plan was grand and wasn't done in a day. They probably planned this a long time ago. Chapter 3253. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Orthodoxy Temple, but the scene he saw made his eyes twitch. The sect protecting array of Orthodoxy Temple had been activated, and a translucent barrier of light covered the temple like an inverted bowl, protecting it completely. Before he arrived, he heard a series of screams. It was obvious that many people had already been killed. Looking at a certain location in Orthodoxy Temple, he saw black qi rising to the sky and demonic qi growing everywhere. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. If he remembered correctly, the place where the demonic qi was born should be where tonight's banquet was being held. Before he left, several hundred elite disciples from the Emperor realm and several tens of thousands of southern territory had gathered there. Could it be that they had all been killed? Thinking about it again, that didn't seem right. If that was the case, there was no need for Orthodoxy Temple to draw him away. Several hundred disciples from the Emperor realm, and many of them were third-layer emperors. If they had all been killed and corroded by the demonic qi, it would have been difficult for him to defend himself. The purpose of drawing him away was obviously because Orthodoxy Temple was afraid that they wouldn't be able to control the situation and decided to make the first move. Yang Kai's proficiency in the space divine technique was no secret, and once they failed to strike him, Orthodoxy Temple would have no chance to strike again. From the looks of it, although the situation was dangerous, it hadn't reached the point of no return. Yang Kai guessed that when Zhou Xian and the others wouldn't be so easily corroded by the demonic qi and might be resisting inside Orthodoxy Temple. His figure flickered and he stopped in front of the great array. Looking around, his eyes widened in anger. Inside Orthodoxy Temple, many cultivators were scrambling to escape. They had obviously sensed that something was wrong and wanted to escape from the whirlpool that was Orthodoxy Temple, but with the sect protecting array blocking them, how could they escape? They were all blocked and many of them were killed by the pursuing demons. Others, seeing that there was no hope in escaping, hurriedly returned to find another way out. Screams, pleas for mercy and cries of grief filled Yang Kai's ears. The people who had been alive and kicking during the day had all been reduced to meat paste in an instant, causing Yang Kai to burn with anger. Sweeping his gaze around, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly froze as he stared at a certain spot a few dozen meters away. On a small slope, a corpse was lying on the ground. The clothes were familiar, the face was familiar, but there was a hole in the chest and the internal organs could be vaguely seen. Fresh blood dyed the slope where the corpse was lying. The blood had not dried, the eyes were not closed, and the head was tilted to one side as it lay there motionless. The originally dazzling eyes were now dim and had lost their luster. Jade Chakram. Yang Kai's lips parted as he called out softly, but there was no response. Dead. The person who had been looking for him for the past month had died just like that? Yang Kai simply didn't dare believe his eyes. The clear and melodious voice reverberated in his ears, and the figure that turned around and waved goodbye to him was incomparably clear. He still remembered the apprehension she had when she came to thank him with clean clothes, and the expectation in her eyes when they talked many times. He had once whipped a famous horse when he was drunk. Fearing that he would hurt the beauty because of his passion, Yang Kai didn't dare and wasn't willing to entangle himself with her. Thus he shut the door and put an end to it. However, that lively figure was now lying on the cold slope, as if she had some kind of premonition. Before she died, her eyes were still open as she looked in this direction, looking at him who had returned after so long. The blood in his body suddenly became bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai avoided that pair of soulless eyes that were staring at him. He didn't dare to meet her gaze, so he lowered his head. The hair in front of his forehead cast a shadow over his eyes. He clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, Lei Gu. Several dozen li away, Lei Gu, who was standing in the void, turned his head when he heard this. He coldly snorted, You actually came back. His eyes flashed and then he rushed in that direction. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's angry roar was clearly heard by quite a few cultivators who were currently running away. Right now, they were gathering towards him from all directions. They stopped in front of him and shouted through the sect protecting Great Formation, "Senior, save us." Yang Kai looked up and swept his eyes over their panicked faces. His eyes locked onto a certain place behind everyone. Lei Gu's tall and sturdy figure suddenly appeared. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the void. His face was cold and his eyes were pitch black. Demonic chi wrapped around his entire body. As soon as he appeared, he gently waved his hand. Yang Kai's eyes shrunk. He shouted at the cultivator in front of him, "Hurry and run." How could they still escape? Lei Gu was a third-layer Supreme Emperor. Now that he had been corroded by demonic thoughts, his bloodthirst had become his nature. An invisible slash swept over and directly cut several dozen people in half at the waist. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the sect protecting Great Formation. All living beings wailed in grief. Being cut in half at the waist wouldn't immediately kill someone, but it would make them experience boundless fear before they died. Those miserable screams and wails added endless gloominess to this world. "You still dare to come back?" Lei Gu coldly looked at Yang Kai and sneered. "Sure enough, it was you who did this." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Lei Gu sneered and said, "So what if I did? What can you do to this king?" Yang Kai glanced at the sect protecting Great Formation in front of him. His boundless anger and guilt were suddenly suppressed. He calmly said, "You think a Great Formation can stop me?" Lei Gu said, "Then you can try." Yang Kai pointed at him, "If I don't destroy your orthodoxy temple, I swear I am not human." At this moment a person suddenly shouted from inside, "Yang Kai, orthodoxy temple has become a demon's den. Quickly go and ask for help." Yang Kai was startled. He recognized that it was Zhou Xian's voice, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Lei Gu. He shouted loudly, "Temple Master, what's the situation inside? Can still hold on for a while. Quickly go to Star Soul Palace." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank. He knew that the situation inside was probably not good. Otherwise, Zhou Xian wouldn't have told him to go to Star Soul Palace. However, going to Star Soul Palace at this time was a long journey. It would take at least a few days. By the time he returned, it would be too late. He could only reply, "Temple Master, don't worry. I have a plan." Lei Gu suddenly grinned, "Yang Kai, this king doesn't want to make things difficult for you. How about you rely on this king? With your abilities, your future is promising." "Rely on you? In your dreams?" Yang Kai angrily rebuked. His figure shook as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." A loud dragon's roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared and disappeared in a flash, entering Yang Kai's body. With a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly grew. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Lei Gu's line of sight slowly moved upwards as the expression on his face changed. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes as he stared at the behemoth in a daze and cried out involuntarily, "Dragon vein." He finally understood why that person had failed. This Yang Kai actually had a dragon vein. Although it didn't seem to be orthodox to be able to use a dragon vein to such an extent, it obviously wasn't too bad. The dragon race had tough bodies and a strong immunity to poison, so it would be strange if that person could succeed. However, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to use such a divine technique. If he had known earlier, he would have told that person to be more careful. Perhaps he really could have succeeded in one hit. Space divine technique and a dragon vein, Lei Gu's face sank. If this child isn't eliminated, he will definitely become a big problem. Without waiting for Lei Gu to regain his senses, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and released his avatar. With a thought, he understood Yang Kai's intention. With a roar, his body suddenly grew bigger. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. The corner of Lei Gu's eyes twitched. What he saw today was simply inconceivable. It was already unexpected that Yang Kai could become so big, but where did this stone golem come from? Looked like a stone fire, but was there such a big stone fire? Break the formation. Yang Kai's figure was towering and his voice was like a dragon's roar. When he finished speaking, he raised his hands high with his avatar and smashed them down. It was as if 2 mountains were crashing down. 2 huge pits immediately appeared on the light screen of the sect protecting formation. Last time, the High Sky Sect's sect protecting formation was broken by the Avatar with brute force. The foundation of the High Sky Sect was not much worse than the Orthodoxy Temple. No matter how strong the sect protecting formation was, there was still a limit. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't doubt that he and his avatar could break this formation. When the pits appeared, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. However, before he could regain his senses, the sunken light screen actually bounced back at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful force was transmitted through his fists. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying. His 20-meter-tall body was like a collapsing mountain. He rolled along the way and trees fell down. A rumbling sound came. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that his avatar was also in the same situation. Moreover, it was even bigger and caused more of a commotion than him. While tumbling, Yang Kai struggled to adjust his body and finally stabilized himself. On the other side, the avatar was the same. Their eyes met and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation was very different from the High Sky sects. Lei Gu's side also heaved a sigh of relief, secretly praising their luck. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation could reflect brute force, with the strength of the two monsters in front of them, there was probably no formation in the world that could stop their wild attacks. Yang Kai shouted. He took large strides forward. Although he looked clumsy, he was actually extremely fast and arrived in front of the formation. This time he threw out a punch. Boom. The light screen of the formation caved in again, but this time a violent force bounced back, causing his arm to go numb. He couldn't help but stagger back. The same thing happened to his avatar. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized that something was wrong. The Orthodoxy Temple's sect protecting formation could actually reflect brute force. No matter how much strength he used, it would reflect the same amount of strength he used. It was simply his nemesis with his avatar. If the High Sky Sect's formation was also like this, his avatar wouldn't have been able to break it so easily that day. Ridiculous. Lei Gu sneered when he saw this. The opportunity is right in front of you. You can't blame others if you don't cherish it. When my demon race army flattens this world in the future, don't regret it. Demon race army. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. With a draconic roar, a golden dragon phantom punched out and hit the light screen of the formation. This time, ripples appeared on the light screen of the formation, but there were no signs of rebound. Yang Kai understood when he saw this. Sure enough, this spirit array could reflect brute force, but it could only resolve energy attacks. In other words, it was impossible to break this spirit array with brute force. This simply made the greatest advantage of him and his embodiment useless.